Welcome back to the Blast Open Rotterdam, where Jacob has just gotten done with his requisite pre-game push-ups. I'm Darth Mike, joined here on the desk by Pimp and Vu. Jacob, why are you so self-conscious about getting that pump on?
Because he called me out. He was like, you haven't done any push-ups all tournament long. I'm like, shut up, Vu, so I'm doing it now.
It is fair. It's a classic green room sight to see Jacob just doing push-ups.
That's how you sound actually in my head.
Somewhere. Vu, what do you think? Is that how you sound in your own head?
I have done exactly 0 push-ups, by the way. 0 push-ups in the last
Newsflash.
We can fix that. Drop and give me 5.
No, thank you.
Well, you know, insubordinate. On the desk right now, but let's get into what happened yesterday. Let's do a little bit of a catch-up here. We did have some banging games yesterday coming on through. NIP Paravision, Liquid Spirit, Mongols, Mouse, that one we're gonna have some words about. Vitality 9Z as well. We started the day, of course, with NIP taking on Paravision. It was Paravision that showed some form.
Yeah, a good game of Counter-Strike, I think. You know, both teams showed up in spades on their respective maps, so to speak. First one very close, second one not so close. That was NIP really getting the job done on Mirage. Kaspersky in particular had a nice showing, you know, showing the world and showing the rest of us why he's considered one of the greatest talents out there on the market potentially as well if NIP doesn't qualify for the major. At the end of the day, Paravision ends up winning the game. I think that's fair enough. They are the better team. We also spoke to Snappy after. It's looking rough for NIP, let's be completely honest. It's hard for them to establish themselves, whereas for Paravision, they keep getting it done.
It's Para paid by the round vision. I mean, that's, of course, it's going to go 3 maps.
I mean, there's got to be a triggered bonus in Kaspersky's contract if he drops 30 and they still lose the map. I feel like that's just like the compensation.
How much is that worth? No, yeah.
I don't know. Everybody else buys his dinner, buys him some snacks, something like that. There's got to be some sort of recompense.
That's worth a buyout into another team. That's what he gets paid for.
Well, we'll see if they can rally. They still got a chance in the lower bracket. Our second game as well, Spirit and Liquid. Spirit taking care of business here.
Yeah, it was good to see Spirit, you know, bouncing back after Pro League. The last time we saw Spirit play was against Astralis in a game that they will like to forget about, I think. So for them to come in and getting the job done versus Liquid in a 2-0 fashion, very important. However, it was a somewhat competitive game on the second map.
It certainly was, right? And Mobs as well in his first debut. What did we think of that?
It wasn't the most impressive showing from Malbs, but I mean, what are we expecting? It's a 2-day practice period, and you go up against Spirit. It's about the hardest team you could go up against, especially map pool doesn't feel great. I think Liquid showed what you're expecting them to show in that. Ultimate had one terrible map and one pretty solid map, and they still couldn't find a way to win. I'm happy with what I saw from Liquid, but what are you expecting? It's Spirit.
No cause for alarm bells yet. Spirit, though, Donk did join us on the desk afterward. He had some choice words about their communication. Let's give that a listen.
With Magix, it's a different guy who needs space to show himself.
When you speak about that in space, is that like you need to be able to show up as individuals to make it as easy as possible to show what his plan is on the server? Or is it literally maybe playing the rounds slower, taking more times with the calls? What do you mean by space?
I mean, we have to shut the fuck up and let him go.
Not one to mince words there. That is exactly what I wanted to know, and put so eloquently by Young Donk.
Yeah, sometimes that's what you need to do, Vu, in particular, to get the job done. I think overall it was good to see Spirit and Donk, for that matter, as well, bounce back from Pro League. You know, there were certain people out there, you know, who are starting to get a bit worried on behalf of Team Spirit. They're not out of the dark by winning against Team Liquid. That's to be expected. But Donk playing well and him being adamant about the fact that sometimes maybe they need to allow Magix to transition into the in-game leader and actually listen to him. I'm still liking what I'm hearing from the Spirit camp, but I want to see them do further here at this tournament before I make up my mind. Donk can
say all he wants, and Donk can stomp Liquid all he wants. They're not out of the woods yet. I want to see them play against an Astralis, even an Astralis level team, or a Mouse, a Mongols, a Vitality. I want to see them play against a team that is supposed to test them before I feel super confident in what they're showing.
Speaking of a team that's firmly in the woods, we saw Mouse toppled against the Marless Mongols in a 2-0 fashion here. Quite a surprise. Not a good one for Mouse.
No, not at all. And it's the fashion it happened in as well. You know, I don't want to take anything away from the Mongols. They played a good game of Counter-Strike. Techno and the boys really got the job done. But if you're Mouse, like you've had one thing going for before. YOLOO, a lot of the critique is that they're not winning, you know, they're not getting into the grand finals anymore, yada yada, but at least you could always count on them in the group stage being consistent as ever. This time around though, losing to Mongols, losing in a 2-0 fashion, losing 13-3 on the second map. Woo, I'm starting to get a little worried on behalf of Mouse.
You're starting to get a little worried.
Yeah.
I'm well within my ability to get worried. I'm in the middle of my worry for Mouse. They got 13-3. I'm beginning to panic. Okay, they're gonna lose their jobs. Okay, they got 13-3 on their own map pick. That's a pretty concerning sight. No Mara, no pauses. I don't think Mongols pulled a single pause in the entire series, and they just run it down. That's ridiculous. Mouse has to do better than that.
Nice little cheer coming up from the Bay Boys as we'll be getting into the game in just a little bit. But yeah, I think that one's really concerning for Mouse. Berlin also gave an interview to HLTV afterwards where he had an answer about, like, I think it's good to be in the lower bracket because you can't lose anymore. It's like,
that's NA copium. I've heard that from many a North American player.
Extreme cope. You're not supposed to do that as an EU IGL. That's not how that's supposed to work. Anyway, really positive signs for Mongols as well. I think that's another takeaway we can have from it.
I think a lot of people were worried on behalf of Mongols after, you know, losing Central first and foremost, then Control is coming in, then you bring in a new guy once more. So I feel like overall we can be very happy with the way the Mongols are progressing. I think they're playing good Counter-Strike as well. And, you know, I said it during Krishna Poker, you know, if I'm the Mongols, I'm looking at it from the outside, if they can establish themselves as, you know, a top 8 team that is getting into the playoff, or at least in the conversation every single time, that would be great. But I feel like they're, I wouldn't say overachieving right now, but they're doing better than I expected this early.
I would say there's one thing I'm worried about with Mongols. It's Blitz is still not performing the way he was in the middle of last year. We talked about him as the best fragging IGL in the scene. He's really had some struggles, but if the rest of the team can perform like that, if you can have Techno dropping 1.5 plus rating consistently, then you're looking at a team that's scary even if Blitz isn't at his peak.
That's what you need. That's what you need. One team that's always seeming to be at their peak. Vitality. Consistency personified, and that consistency is consistently on top. They dominated 9Z, no question about it.
Yeah, it's nice sometimes that you have a team that's actually living up to the expectations, right? You walk into that game, you look at the lineup between Vitality and 9Z, and you expect them to win convincingly, and then they win convincingly. Whereas I feel like for every single game, we're always trying to build up the story that it could be competitive, and maybe if 9Z gets off to a good start, they can apply a bit of pressure. There was none of that yesterday. Vitality just outright owning them.
I love watching Vitality because when they play a team they're supposed to beat, they destroy them. So when you actually have a team do well against Vitality, you know Vitality, they're so consistent. That was a team that showed up and they performed and they had a great game. It's not like, I'm going to say, a Paravision nip where Paravision are clearly the better team, but they can drop a map. They can make it close. They can allow a team to get in. You're not sure exactly what that means. If you pull off a map win, if you pull off a close game against Vitality, it means you're a good team.
So we won't question what that means for 9Z right now, because it also did have the Matthew Erbo show of dropping like 23 and 8 in the first map of play, just absolutely annihilating. But let's check in on who's getting annihilated in our Blast.TV fantasy, courtesy of Gaming Malta. Let's see, how am I doing? That's the only thing I want to know. It's not good. It's not good. I had Zaiwu, but it's not been great for me so far. What's going wrong? Vu, you're the only one below me. Could you give me some advice here?
Well, you see, what you should have done is you should have picked Brawlin as your platinum level player, and then you would be doing even worse, Mike.
How is that even possible? That's my first question. And how did that thought ever enter your mind? You know, I get so many questions working with you. I really
you know, I just thought to myself, Brawlin.
Did you though? Did you think?
Could do it.
Did you actually think?
Brawlin could win. Brawlin could win this event. He's my platinum level player. It works out.
Well, Pimp, you're firmly in the middle of the pack, so how do we rise to the level of mediocrity?
Well, okay, well, I don't like to be there in the first place, but it's also a good place to be in order to punch upwards, you know. I place myself strategically in the middle, and then by the end of the tournament, by the end of this group stage, I'll be on top.
So you could say you're consistent.
I'm consistently mediocre.
Well, we're all just going to have to learn from the goat of analysis. Clearly, Henry G currently tops in fantasy, and that's the only thing that matters. Moving on into today, we have a whole slate of games, another packed schedule for you, as it is all Counter-Strike all the time here at the Blast Open Rotterdam. Bait take on NRG, that's our first match. FaZe versus TYLOO, in a match that will have some serious implications for FaZe's major chances. Falcons v NAVI, and Aurora versus FURIA to wrap things off. So we start in the lower bracket, and then we move to the top by the end of the day. Elimination on the line now, fellas. The stakes are higher.
Yeah, they are, especially when you consider the two teams that we're heading into now. For FaZe and NRG, both have been struggling as of recently. You know, both have been going through roster changes. Both played a game in Krakow, you know, just a couple of weeks ago, or a couple of months ago, some may say, and that was with two different rosters as well. So I feel like it's two teams who are trying to find their footing in 2026, and neither have been able to do so yet. So a win against each other is not really going to bring them out of the dark, but at least it's better than being last.
It helps to plant their feet. It helps to make this happen. Let's get into the match with some interviews. Daps, Grim's been with the team for a few weeks now. That acquisition had been in the works for a little while. How do you think he's integrating? How do you think it's going?
I'd say it's going fine. We just haven't really had time to practice. I mean, we went to Pro League with him, didn't have any practice because he had to play that Roman Empyrean land with Passion. So we didn't really practice before Pro League with him. And then after Pro League, we had about a week or so in North America and could only scrim one team only. So, yeah, I mean, practice hasn't really been too much, which is kind of the issue at the moment. But we have a boot camp after this event,
So really bringing him on board. He mentioned yesterday, or in your first match, right, that a lot of this is about getting him comfortable with the team, getting him integrated, getting the spacing going. It was something we noticed in the first game is the spacing seemed to be a little strung out. Do you think that that's something that'll just fix with time with Grim playing in the team?
Yeah, like, I mean, our chemistry's very low at the moment. It's probably the lowest it will be for the rest of the season at this event. So right now, I mean, our main chance of winning is essentially just people showing up individually and doing like basic fundamental things correct. We don't have that much depth in our playbook yet though, because we just haven't had time to practice with him.
A little bit of keep it simple, stupid classic moves here.
Yeah, essentially, because we had a lot of like role changes and stuff. So we didn't do all the role changes we want to do yet because it was just too much with no practice. But yeah, it's not the best at the moment.
Speaking about Bait here, you guys played them previously this year. That one was a win going your way, but changes for both teams coming into this one. What do you think about them?
I mean, they're a decent team. Like, I mean, they have when they're playing well, they're playing like really well. But they're probably in a similar position as us. You know, they haven't got that much time to play with their new player, and you know, it's probably going to be some sloppiness. But yeah, I mean, they're a good team. Just got to show up.
Expectation is that you should be beating them though here?
Yeah, I mean, if we play our B game at least, then we should win. If we played like we did versus Falcons, then we'll lose for sure. So
I think we're gonna win easily. Like at the IM Krakow, we was playing without our coach, and we were just the team. If we're like losing some like mentally, if we're losing like some game, we just need to mentally refresh, and we don't have our coach, it's hard. But if we have our coach and he'll just put us in like in the correct way, so we will like feel better. So he'll help us, and he's now with us, and I think we're gonna crush them.
Very different mentalities coming out of those interviews. Daps always wanted to give it to you straight, but a lot more confidence flowing from Alex and the Bait Boys.
Yeah, I'm a little worried, you know, listening into Daps, because I get his reasoning, and I fully get and understand when you integrate a new player, you want to switch roles, you want to switch positions, that's going to be tough. But saying that your B game with all those circumstances is enough to beat Bait, I'm sorry to tell you, buddy, that's not going to be enough at all. Bait are the favorites in my book. Bait are the better team. They've shown more as of late, and NRG still have a lot of work to do. So in terms of the confidence level for each team, I kind of reflect what I heard in the interview right here. Daps is threading waters, you know, want to build on a project for the future. I can respect that. Bait right now, they are in a position to win this game.
I think Daps comes in, he's got the system, he's trying to build it out. He's not happy that he hasn't had time to integrate Grim. You can see he's just playing in the same exact spots as George, playing almost the same exact way that he's playing, except for a few changes. So you see him build up a system, and then you see Stanislaw come in with the confidence and replace him, and then all of a sudden they're the best team in the world. You know, that's probably what's going to happen here, as it's happened, what, like 3 or 4 times to Daps in the past?
As a coach?
As a coach, a manager.
That's never happened before. Stan's not coaching these days. They play completely different things at this point.
But he could do it. He could do it, Mike.
All right, well, we're not going to dig the well of old memes for that much longer. Let's talk about what the future is, right? Because these two teams did match up very recently, but that was without Sizzy. That was with Sekugawa playing at Krakow. That one did go the way of NRG, but also mentioned over from the Bay Camp that they didn't have their coach there who helps to reset them mentally, helps to stabilize them coming on through. How much do we think we can take away from this one?
Not really a lot, to be completely honest. Obviously, if you're NRG, you're happy that you won the game, but as you said, there's a lot of asterisks attached to that game. Not only is it a couple of months ago, but no coach, player personnel going in and out of both teams, and then you would even argue it was a very close game on Inferno as well. So I think if anything, it's a good baseline. It's something that OC, as an example, can use as a bit of a confidence builder. He did play a different AWPer in that game, as you said, Sissy now coming in. So again, how much can you really use that? But at the end of the day, I feel like it's two different projects, two different teams, and as I said, two different mindsets coming into this game.
Yeah, I think when you look at the NRG that played in that game, first of all, they're playing against Sekugawa. There's a reason Sekugawa played, what, like 6 or 8 maps only with Bait. And then you look at the NRG roster, they had the 5-man roster that had played together for quite a while. They had so much synergy together. They could actually play a really tactical brand of CS. And from the DAPS interview, we saw they're not comfortable tactically. They need their players showing up. I don't think Grim is enough of an upgrade from George to say that that's going to put them over the line for this type of game.
I do want to tap into the conversation about the offers, though, right? In particular, Sizzy, right? We saw some flashes from him in their first match against Navi, and when he was on, particularly that second map, very impressive. But we also have seen that he's a 16-year-old who's playing this level of Counter-Strike for the first time in his life, and the consistency's not really there yet.
No, but I think his work conditions are going to be easier against a team like NRG. Again, I fully buy into what Debs is saying, that, you know, fundamentally they're not ready yet. You know, changing a player, changing position, changing systems is not going to be as punishing as an environment going up against Sissy for him in that regard. Whereas if you play Navi, you play a Blade system, you're going to get punished if you make a rotation you're not supposed to do. You're going to get punished if you're not peeking at the right moment, etc., etc. I don't see NRG as a team that is going to be as punishing in the way they play Counter-Strike. So I feel there's a bit more leeway for Sissy to make some of the mistakes that you're going to make when you're 16 years of age. And as you said, in terms of his mechanical abilities, I feel like we've seen enough flashes of him that he can definitely take on a team like NRG.
I think we were saying before the Navi game that he's one for the future, and he is one for the future, but I think this is one where maybe you're happy with the flashes he showed against Navi. Let's see him show a little something against the team that he's supposed to be a bit more comfortable against. And I think that's where we're starting to see maybe Sizzy getting a little bit more confidence behind him.
Now, I was focusing in on NRG, right? We've talked about Grim a little bit. We can talk about him a little bit more. The team as a whole, right, has been on a very positive trajectory over the span of a year. I think this is one of those take one step back to take 2 steps forward kind of things. And the question is, how long will it take to take those 2 steps forward? But keeping it to a little bit more of a simplified game plan here, which is, I think, what we expect NRG to do. The reality is just Grim can't shoot heads. We know that.
We're watching him miss a lot of heads in that pre-game. That was not what I was hoping.
He was testing how to recover from a whiff.
I think there's 2 different ways of approaching this, because obviously, you know, long term, I agree. I think NRG is getting more and more exciting. I think signing a player like Grim, you know, with the status he's having in North American Counter-Strike, with the level that he's also still possessing, I think that's a lot of experience you bring into the team, and that's a statement from NRG that we're still investing into our team. We're still trying to make it better. However, in the context of this specific game right here, right now, today, I think Deb summarized it pretty well. They're not ready yet.
I love how we've included Bad News Bears in that graphic. He was on that team sub a month. I think he just took a break from trying. I don't remember the exact circumstances, but...
Well, very NA-like, so I don't know why you're laughing.
That's life. That's life over on there. I mean, we can bring it all the way back to Dignitas, Soar, Space Station. Grim has been on a lot of NA teams. He's been on the trajectory, on the grind, on the growth, really since he was like 16 years old.
Complexity, you know, a team that actually won stuff, or at least got deep into tournaments. So he is bringing some experience into NRG.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about being on Bad News Bears for under a month. He's been on this team for under a month as well.
True.
And Daps did sum it up perfectly. I think you got it on the nose there. He's only been here for a short period of time. They go back to NA. They can play one team, they're saying, about in NA. That's clearly the interview of someone that knows that this is kind of... they're just going to play with the 4-man system they had. They're going to try and get Grim in, but Grim's a different player. They can't activate that yet. They're going to struggle, even if Grim is an upgrade, and I think he clearly is. It's an upgrade we're going to see in the future, not here.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the reality of it. We know they're going into a boot camp after this. We know they just didn't have the practice. They had to go back to North America for a week. As they said, they scrimmed like one team when they're back there. That's always been a conversation of how quality of practice can you actually get when you're home. Those are the realities of the situation. I reject that reality. I say we should have some fireworks on the server. Even with those limitations on NRG, I think this is enough to require a real test of Bait.
Yeah, I think what makes the game exciting is that Bait on the other side is not hitting their stride. You know, if Bait were coming into this tournament with a bit more success and maybe a bit longer in their progress of integrating Sissy as well, then I'd buy into that. Okay, Bait are the clear-cut favorites, but they've also been struggling as of late. I've lost 6 out of the last 7 games and are not looking comfortable yet with the new player. So I think if anything, that would make this game interesting. It's not necessarily about NRG being competitive already yet. I think we all agreed that let's give them some more time, and that's fair enough. But the opposition is not really a team oozing of confidence either, which could make the game, slightly closer.
Just a quick summary of the veto for you. It's going to be Inferno, Ancient, and then I believe Mirage as we bring it through into the last. So we're starting out with the Inferno. We're diving right in, and our casters have taken you through this one. It's another day listening to the golden voices of Anders and Henry G.
Oh, yes, indeed. Thank you, Michael. It is going to be day 3 here at Blast Open Rotterdam 2026. How you doing, Anders?
I feel great. I look forward to seeing more out of NRG. I know Daps, he's a quiet person. He doesn't want to oversell the team, but I think this team could do some damage. I think Bait better be ready.
The thing is, Anders, every tournament has winners, every tournament has losers. Today, we will find out who the first losers are going to be in this tournament. If you lose this series, you are going home dead last place. Yeah, hate to see it. For my money, though, it's got to be Bait as the winners here. I think they hit so incredibly hard. We heard the interview from Daps. He doesn't seem all that confident. I know he's just trying to manage expectations, but when you come in again saying we need more time, I'm just a bit sick of hearing that in every single interview. So, yeah, for me, Bates, they hit harder. They've got more experience as a squad, and it should be a convincing 2-0 in my book. But I hope NRG can just turn up and show us what they're made of.
It is the classic excuse, isn't it? But
Yeah.
I will say this, just don't underestimate him. He is Canadian, Daps. And that's
True.
He's just got, he's always going to seem that chill.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm buying it. I do think this team could do a little bit more. I think they're going to be better, NRG, today than they were last time around. But we'll find out right now as we head into the game. It's the opening match, like you said, everything on the line. If you lose here, it's the end of the ride. It's NRG starting on the T side, Bait on that CT side, and let's see how this goes.
You don't see much Inferno these days, let me tell you. It's not a very popular map for whatever reason. I absolutely love it, and we'll have a look at the T setup here. We've got double smokes, Molotovs, double flashes for me, Anders. This is a B execute all day long. You've got the smoke for the coffins, spawn, and then you've got the Molotov for the new boxes as well. It looks like that way inclined. We're going to be starting to make our way over. There's no initial CT aggression, no flashbang required here. You can see Bros actually bravely face checked towards the sandbag. So yeah, full-on B execution, but a 3-man stack from Bates. They're trying to bait out the initial smoke if there is one on the CT side, but I'm not seeing it right now unless it's on the ground.
Yeah, it feels like...
Here's the util.
All they've seen is one player. They do have the dualies up here as well, but you're absolutely right. You called it right out of spawn. It's going to be that B execute. Dualies on top. The flash is good, though. And Sizzy, he's going to be able to pick up the first kill. Nice headshot from NPL to follow it up. It's still looking pretty good here for the defense up until that point. OC and Grim find a couple of Glock headshots.
The tag team duo, they need to go above and beyond now. 11 HP for OC, and here comes Kenzie Zor. He had a fantastic game yesterday. We'll see if him and Ascenthiel can cut this one down to size. They have got the advantage, Anders, but no kit currently.
So there's a little bit of time pressure coming into a round like this one. Not that pressured at the moment. They're sort of walking all the way up. No utility either. Going to be the raw peek around that corner. Ascenthiel, he's so good. And Kenzisor, he's not going to let his teammate down. He hits another shot, and the defuse is going to be in, even without the kit here. So very well done. A good read coming out. I think it's very hard for NRG. They saw nobody in Palace, or up in the apartments. They saw nobody in second mid. They saw one person at the B bomb site before they executed. Like, it was a kind of a raw map for them. There was nothing really to figure out where the stack was.
I didn't love that from NRG. There's not enough pressure. You've given them full banana control, and they've got everything they need to do their execution, right? You need to be showing like a little bit of presence towards the corner. Make them feel uncomfortable. Make them use that one flashbang to ensure they get towards the sandbags. The fact you've given them so much control is a bit of a nightmare, but there it is. It will be a nice B execution coming through.
Yeah, and a quick tech pause as well. Sort out the couple of things here before we move on into it. But yeah, it's true. Inferno has kind of gone out of style a bit, hasn't it? People don't pick it so much anymore.
Well, we will see what we've got in return. For now, NRG back to the drawing board.
Well, they get the bomb plant at least. So next round involves Galil's, Tech-9s. And on the other side, just a single SMG. I guess Inferno's one of the maps you could justify buying more SMGs. You know you're going to have a lot of close-range fights, but they've opted not to do that. Immediate utility use, and actually Bro is pushed around their own smokes. A very popular move here. See if he could be set up for anything. It's going to be MPL instead, caught off guard. Shut down immediately, and yeah, Moore is following. Sonic is going to get that kill, and the round is done and over. Very impressive.
This force buy is working out wonderfully. You're dead on, Anders. We are going to see the plant come through. Ascentio and Sizzy, no chance on this retake. Bouncing back quickly are NRG. The B execution let them down somewhat, but now with that bomb planted and a full array of weaponry, they are looking very comfortable. Back to that B bomb side. This time it works out much better for them.
Yeah, they're just going to have to save these weapons. The smoke that Bro runs around is one that I've tried to track quite a bit in the last, like, 6 months. I think 3D Max are one of the teams that really popularized it on this one. And there are some teams that use a lot, and there are some teams that never do it. But it is really cool when you can get to that half wall on the T side, and the CTs try and flash their way in because they think you're on the other side of the smoke. But you can see Bro, he was just in a really strong position there. It's a nice way to get the round started. Apart from the fact that 2 rifles saved might be better than winning the pistol round.
Oh,
get the follow-up.
There's definitely going to be a few more twists and turns. Yeah. Dats will be happy with that. We go 1-1. You're right, 2 saved weapons. We've got the MP9. A couple of M4s in the mix as well. And we get into round number 3. Bates, for my money, hit a bit harder than NRG, but this is the start they were looking for. The North American squad, after losing the pistol, will be bringing in the heavy artillery now. We've got Grim on a Mac 10. In terms of the helmets, only 1 player will make it 2 without. See what they can make of it here. Getting active. Trying to thread the needle through the smoke towards the half wall is MPL. Bro with the smoke towards the A side of the map.
Right on top of them. They're going to flash their way through. No delay on that one. That's a great call coming out. OC, they'll find the opening. They were so quick to adjust.
That's round.
Absolutely nobody's another round where a couple of kills decide everything, or even 1 kill.
So, great stuff from NRG. Moto smoke goes down. Opening frag in the form of Kenzie's all going down. They stack towards B. And it's a bit of open runway there. Smiles all round. The hunt is on. Grim can certainly justify going for a bit of a hunt here, Anders, considering he's got the Mac 10.
That's a good point.
He's going to actually offer up his util as well, just to make sure he doesn't give anything up there. Just like, send me in, boys. And that's why.
He was sent in. It looked really half-hearted, though. It looked like he was still communicating with his teammates, walking up Banana. But yeah, not the end of the world here. They lose a couple more than they wanted, maybe, but the round is theirs. We'll see. Oh, throwing away extra guns to make sure that there's no upgrades for the MP9s in case they came through. Fair play, but NRG off to a good start. I can't explain why. It's just is all vibes, Henry, from my point of view. I just feel like NRG are going to be... They're going to be a bit stronger. I feel like they have some firepower. I was highlighting Sonic last time, but like
Sonic is great, yeah.
Sonic is great, but OC and Grim, like if those 2 come online, I feel like I haven't seen OC do anything really wild, but in the past I certainly have. I know he could be a very, very strong AWPer, so...
He's always been a bit of a journeyman AWPer, right? Like someone who never quite made it to the top. You know he's reliable, but you're never going to be winning massive amounts of trophies with him. But this is an opportunity for him to show he can still hang at the top, and I'm willing to see what he can bring to the table. Let's have a look then, shall we? It's going to be a nice start here for NRG. But remember, 4 players surviving from Bates in the previous round.
Yeah, they're going to be fairly well equipped here. Maybe not the most utility in the world. In fact, the utility's gone the other way. Landing on the Bait at the top of Banana, that's very painful. But actually, MPL sticks around. I'm kind of surprised that he wants to stick at the corner. Still 3 people here for Bait. They're so sure that there's going to be a fight happening, and they're not wrong about that either. The Molotov will force Alex forward. There's an army waiting on the other side. This is a lot to handle. The fact that he gets the first one is actually pretty impressive.
Thing is, Anders, they can't really pounce. They've got the bomb back in T-spawn. We've got rotations coming in, though. It's going to be Bates bolstering the B defense.
Oh, the health.
Yeah, they've taken a lot of damage on Rue here. This will be very difficult to recover at this stage. 4-4, 50 seconds remaining. Ascentio is called for a nice defensive hold here. They're playing passively in towards the A site. I said that he is completely alone, so he will need a rotation. They either need to do some retake utility towards B, a flash over, anything to get some information here. Otherwise, he's in a lot of trouble. We'll have to tuck himself in. You can see he is overworked in this position right now. He has no idea they're coming towards Arch, short, apartments. He'll hear them dropping out now, and he needs the rotations. Where is the backup?
He's not coming. It's just him alone on this island here, and now he's isolated. No way he is. They're not rotating. There's been a couple of rounds now where Bait are in this position. The bomb is going to be planted. This time, at least, it looks like they'll take a look in. They don't have a kit. They don't have any utility. Well, one flashbang on Kenzazor, but the health is remarkably low on the NRG side. So I don't know if they know exactly how low everyone is. I don't think they have all of the information on that front, but that doesn't mean they can't win the round. Another smoke just went down towards the library, so it'll be from this apartment's position that they can try and make their way in. Grim crouched in the pit. We've got OC and Bro inside of the bomb site. We'll see at the top of the head's going to be showing there. Little burst coming out. NPL gets one, but he's caught in the air, and Kenzor will have to pack it on out here. What a start for NRG. 3 in a row to begin with.
I'm wondering what the comm was there to stack the B bomb site. It was silence across the map. There was no presence. There was no fake there.
Yeah.
They'd done a ton of damage towards B, and they were just locked in towards that B side of the map, leaving just poor Essential by himself. He managed to get one. He does some considerable damage, but yeah, NRG with a bit of a freebie there. They can't believe their luck. One player defending the A site. The backup was way too late. Had they had one extra player there, Anders, they win that round. They were so tantalizingly low. So NRG, they're in the driving seat. This is looking pretty ropey from Bait so far. A team that normally hits so hard and are difficult to put away. NRG with the not standing or anything like that. A new player. They haven't had much experience with Grim. But they're looking hot to trot right now. I'm enjoying this. It's OC especially, 5-1.
It feels like they've come into this match, Bait, expecting for there to be a lot of fights at B, and that kind of have been, but they have this over-reliance on the B defense at the moment. Like 2 or 3 people every time, and they stick around. They rotate more people in. They're really sure that NRG are going to be hitting that B bomb site over and over again. And fair play. If you look at the tactical breakdown for NRG, they do use that B execute with CT smokes a lot. It is their favorite strat by a country mile.
NRG can't believe their luck. An open bomb site, essentially, with such low HP, 3-1. Money's still pretty good, though, for Bait. We'll have rifles across the board. No Sizzy AWP. The new boy in the squad, 16 years old, and one of the star players, Essential, has been dealt with by Sonic. Spotted his ankle, though. Sizzy should be able to swing this one out and get the kill. Trades come back and forth, but Grim comes out on top.
He's got the bomb site. There is nobody else there. They were almost ready to go on the B bomb site, but when he has that much success, they just pull the plug on that one back to A while he's holding it.
It's not a very tactical game so far. This is just coming down to individual duels, trades, and so far NRG coming out on top, running their defaults, bravely taking their angles and coming out on top.
Who needs them?
No one, really.
Just
at the end of the day, you just got to kill everyone.
Yeah, I believe you said that once. It's just that easy. Just click the headshots.
True. That's the Henry G system. Yeah, Bates, you're looking a little bit slow today. They're unable to keep up with the individual duels, as mentioned. Some nice trades there, but advantageous duels taken by NRG over and over.
Fair play to Grim. That second kill was
really
very
nice.
quick. Like that's what he's brought onto the team for.
That's just a victory down to mechanical skill there. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Replacing George, and I definitely would agree it's a mechanical upgrade. Grim looking to prove himself.
Yeah.
Show he can be a top-tier player within the North American region, and that is a good example of what he can bring to the table. So 4-1. Thing is, they are saving considerable weapons every single time, Anders. So 2 more rifles taken over.
Yeah.
Feels like this should be tactical timeout territory because you are just getting bested in almost every duel right now. Like I said, there's no flashbangs here. There's no smokes going down, really. Everyone's just taking face check duels and coming out on top.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. You're right. None of these T's coming in are flash. There's not a lot of pressure on them. It's just happening.
Just taking the jewels of the AK. If you're feeling it, that's absolutely fine. Another buy available. Once again, no Sizzy AWP, but they have got kits and a plethora of utility. Will they be challenging towards a banana this time? Need to take some control of the map. That's a massive piece of utility. Bro down to 6 points of health. Grenades in exchange here. More traditional Inferno play now. The tug of war towards banana and Grim. He feels like he's got a gap here, Anders. This is such a powerful position to cut off the rotations towards Library and Arch. Is he just going to walk out? Oh my god, is he ever? Grim is feeling it right now. The Reaper has arrived on the server. Remorseless with his AK-47.
Oh, doesn't that tell you something about how much he can call his own shot in that moment, that he just keeps going? It's one thing to take the position, but the fact that he just keeps walking forward and does that all on his own is sickening. Still a two-man setup at the B bomb site, but this split coming in from Sonic through CT spawn is going to make it very hard to hold on to all the positions. MPL, see if he's going to get grenaded out of this one. The Molotov is going to land a little bit further back, but Sonic is right here. They don't quite know about the oranges yet, so there we go. What a flick.
Nitro.
It's Nitro, his first kill of the map, but it's a great one. And Alex at the back here, still got some time left. Double shutdown. That might actually make a difference. Bro and Nitro, they hit the deck, and now backup is coming. Kenzisaw couldn't have been better timing for all, but he misses the first opportunity, and he still goes down to Sonic.
Wow. Grim would be stewing if they don't win that round.
Oh, yeah.
Walks out apartments by himself, and a lovely sequence there with the AK-47. Gets the double kill. The round should be won at that point. Hands down. But Alex, 666 at the back, somehow avoiding the flames. I said that Molotov's going to spread. It actually didn't. It was a little bit unlucky there for NRG. He gets the double kill, but well handled. NRG didn't panic and managed to trade out the kills, even coming out on top in the 1v1.
Do you think that says something about the team culture in NRG? I feel like there would be some teams where you wouldn't have the freedom as an individual to try and make that play. Like the team would say, well, that's not part of the plan right now, but Grim just said, I'm going for it. I'm here.
I mean, it either comes down to the preparation. Maybe Daps has spotted a hole in their game when they're struggling for the economy. They leave the apps open. But Grim approached that with such confidence. He knew there was an opening there, and he converted on his promise of finding a couple of kills. Really nice work there from Grim. And now the money is a bit of an issue. Bates will be down to the SMGs. Couple of pistols here. And it should be smooth sailing. These are the rounds you can't afford to lose if you're an RG. You've got this fantastic start. Morale's high. Everyone's feeling it. Sonic's turning up as well. He's winning all of his duels, but we have got a double stacking towards Boiler. This can be difficult to deal with. Ideally, you want to be flashed into this position before face checking it. We'll see if that becomes a reality.
Flash coming in.
There's the flash. There it is. Oh. Still didn't really work out. Unfortunate, but still fine. You've got information now. 2 players towards Boiler. You should be pouncing towards B, Anders.
There's nobody here at all.
There should be no delay here at all. You spotted 2 towards Boiler, have a 4-on-1 in towards this bomb site, and there's actually no one home.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They recognize that very early on. That's a good read.
Yeah, he might go down, but the fact he spots 2 there is a really important piece of information.
Bomb being planted here. Don't think the 5-7 is going to be able to do anything about that. The rest of the team is very, very far away. I think it's worth highlighting, like you said, these are the kind of rounds you have to win, and they're the kind of rounds that I think I've seen NRG in the past. Sometimes they stumble in these moments, and they make the games so much harder for themselves. So seeing them in this position here with they just navigate their way through, no big issues. It's going to be 6 in a row after losing the pistol. And Bait, you're right, they look very flat right now. I don't know what's going on, but it's not the team that I was expecting either. I said I thought NRG were going to be good today. I feel like they're going to be better than last time. I still do think Bait are the more experienced team, potentially the better team as well. Not playing like it at the moment. It's good cleanup, I suppose, but there's a lot of money on the T side.
Absolutely is. Won't be a problem, really. We go 6-1. AWP for Sizzy now. Game far from over, though, for Bait. They can still tie this up at 6-6. There's been some great individual moments here. OC, Grim, threading that needle, finding those openers. Everyone's turning up. Nitro's only got 2 kills, but he's had some very impactful ones to save the day on some key rounds.
It's the dream for an in-game leader that you can just kind of sit in the back and your stars are out there.
So we've got OC dropping, I think, the corner smoke towards top of Banana. Allows Bro to navigate his way up. We have got Sizzy with the AWP here. And this was the gap before, if you remember. Grim's going to try and find it again.
There was no gap, but he's created one. That is a headshot for the ages.
Welcome to LAN.
Essential in the back. Nobody's even checked it, but Nitro will drop down right on top of him. That is stunning for Grim.
Go wait in the lobby. Yeah, that's the kind of shot and death you take that rattles your confidence for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
You'll be saying to the guys, I don't think I can keep up anymore. I don't think I won the AWP. if you're getting absolutely dumpstered like that, you didn't even get a shot off.
It's got to be the worst comedy ever. Guys, I can't do it.
Yeah, honestly, like as a 16-year-old, I would imagine. I remember going to my first LAN at that age as well. You have one of these games where nothing's going well for you. You're not building up any momentum. You feel like you're the reason the rounds are falling apart, and that is the reason. You've got the AWP set up to stop that play, and you don't even get a shot off, Anders.
Yeah.
It's not like they flashed you or did anything crazy. It was barely even a double peek, just a wide swing from Grim.
That setup is also one of the reasons why people sometimes will do that double cross setup with 2 CTs that are holding either side of the hallway just to stop from being wrecked. But that is
Let's get that replay from Grim. This guy is locked the F in right now. Holy moly. See ya, kid.
Oh, it's wild.
Get out of here.
Such
They even had a chance. Like, you can see that play up. Maybe a chance Sentinel gets 2, but Nitro there again. Just the 1 kill, but a very high impact frag.
Yeah.
Saved the day. And I didn't think NRG stood a chance against Bait. To be honest, I thought Bait have been hitting way too hard recently. NRG with Grim just coming in. They said themselves they need more time. They're not feeling comfortable, but playing this loose brand of Counter-Strike, it's looking fantastic, Anders. Everything going in their favor. They've only lost the pistol so far.
They've only lost the pistol. Just imagine what it could be, but just keep this up. Like I said, don't lose some of the easy rounds. This one, not one of them. Quite a bit of weaponry on the CT side here. Utility slowly being bled out from the B-bomb site. Sizzy actually doubling down on the aggression. I don't know, maybe this is a big confidence type play.
Okay.
Sentinel's helping out, taking down Sonic. And
can't lose to Grim this time, Sizzy. It just can't happen.
The timing is scary, though. He's walking back. This actually could be a little bit worrisome. Grim, I think he's back on the next corner here. Can he do it one more time? He swings for it, and he does it! An absolute mirror of the previous round. He's really got his number.
Okay, he's done. His map's over. I'm sorry. You won't be recovering this. Grim's in your head. Taking everybody with him as well. Nitro, another high-impact kill from the old boy. That's round, Anders. Yeah, Sizzy's getting wrecked. Oh. People are saying he's the next Monacy, but right now, showing us nothing. Every angle he takes, every position, getting destroyed by one man and one man only.
Yeah.
Can't let this keep happening. How are you losing this duel? You've got the AWP. Come on. Maybe don't take this angle anymore. Let's play more traditional CT positions. Play towards the arch. Go whole banana. Like, the abs ain't working.
The thing is as well, sometimes you can try to manufacture the confidence by just saying, okay, I'm going to double down, obviously. But when it doesn't work, the cost is so much higher. Oh, that's really rough.
At least crouch as well. Change the angle. You're standing in his pre-fire every single time. Let's have a crouch.
It looked like they were mirrored rounds. From that point forward. Oh, well, he's 2 and 7, so...
Wall bang him. Take him down.
Yeah.
There it is. Not all 5, surely. Okay. Timeout, I guess. They've had nothing to say. And Sizzy's behind the AWP again, by the way. So if he goes towards the app and gets blown up once more, I don't have words left. Go play a traditional position. Let's just hold the arch. Do it like James. You hold the aggressive line,
right.
Go back to the arch, fall back to the library, take your shots, stay alive. Then you can patrol towards the apps. We don't need to find the opening kill. He's going to head towards Banana. He's going for another aggro peek. I don't mind this one. But you have to start having some output here.
Oh, he's expecting could be a bit of a jump on the other side, or maybe a boost even.
I think it could happen.
Oh, they won't do it. They were kind of set up for it this time. He runs into Bro and gets his skull cracked once again.
Dude.
There's so much to deal with here.
You're investing so much money in his AWP every single round, and he's getting one bulleted at the start of each and every encounter.
Yeah.
It's not pretty out there. I'm gonna go look at the opening death situation for him.
It's gotta be rough. They also lost another player in Alex to the smoke. He was trying to creep in there before the attack was really happening. I guess it's a good idea for Alex, but he did get shut down. Grim out of the round, but it's already too late. 2 people on this side. Okay, they get Sonic through. Now I think they're starting to rotate back because they realize, wait a minute, we're actually killing them through the smoke somehow, but slowed down again. There is a kit on the Sentinel, so it is doable, but OC now putting his foot down, saying absolutely not going to give up this round.
No time.
Yeah, this time they just... I mean, they were already half exiting the round, and then only because they got some kills with the smoke, they were like, wait a minute, I guess we could try. But then they lost everything. It's a classic.
Man. Sizzy. This one's getting a bit rough out there, my friend. Don't want to beat up on the kid, 16 years old, new to his career, but this is a rude awakening. You can't just be challenging every single angle of opening frags here. You got to have the play of your team. Set the AWP up, play towards quad, play arch. Defensive angles, you have an opportunity to fall back.
Well, like, you know, this is an opportunity for us to learn, like, what's his mental like? Could he recover in the second half, maybe the next map?
Have to make do of the MP7. He's currently 1 and 4 in opening duels right now, and all of those 4 deaths are against Grim, I would believe. But last couple of rounds, Anders, round number 11, desperate times, call for a desperate measure. There's going to be the SMGs brought out in full force. I think Grim taking down Sizzy is going to be a highlight package in its own right.
Just that one duel. Okay, bro, definitely not ready for that fight. OC, though. Kansas always swung just wide enough that he was visible to OC. Otherwise, I think he has that fight every time.
Here's his chance. Get a couple of kills at MP7.
Yeah, at least do that in the pit here. A little bit of distraction. Get headshots. Okay, he's going to spray a couple down there. They still will lose the bomb side. And now, unfortunately, they're up against Grim. And MPL is already very, very low on health here. So, oh, he could be dead to the grenade. They're walking right into it. There's an absolute touchdown. But Alex is through. He wasn't watching for that second player. A very, very close round, but finally a second on the board for Bait.
Came down to the wire. Nice grenade there from Grim. Will be the second on the board here. 9-3.
Yeah.
It's the best scoreline they can hope for right now. We'll see if they get it. The fact it comes down to 1v1, Anders, suggests they won't have everything they need going into that follow-up round. I'm not sure there's even an AWP available for them to give to Sizzy. Maybe that's a good thing, the way things have been going. Give him an SMG. That's the best round he's had.
Yeah.
Hiding away on the A side. He got a double kill there.
Turned out to be pivotal, so credit on that. Yeah, they're going to save an AK, and then they will try and make it work.
But now, Daps and Nitro, they know the money system better than anyone. They know there's no AWP available. They've got OC to bring his out now as well. Slow this game right down. Now you work the picks. You bleed them dry, and this is where you can actually capitalize with your sniper.
See Grim back hunting in the apartments. He's been pretty much in command of this part of the map for the entire half, so why not? Do have 3 people on the A side. There's no banana information for Bait to work with. They don't really know what's happening out there, so the more Bro puts pressure on, the more they could be tempted to use more of that utility, maybe even rotate somebody over from the arch eventually. Minute on the clock, and a lot of the utility at the start's already gone, but OC not able to find the opening. That's a pretty good angle for Kansas Hall.
Need this round, Anders.
Well, they absolutely do. 3. It wouldn't be much, but I suppose between the pistol, you can start to have a bit of a conversation. The bomb now is starting to be leaned back towards that banana position. Grim and Sonic are following, and actually, to their credit, Bait are finding information. That is an enormous amount of noise being made. Essential, he's got a big read right now. I think they're making a bit of a tactical error here, NRG, in rotating away and making this much noise. Bait also, to their credit, they're out looking. NRG should never win this round. They're about to be shot in the back as they're setting up. Essential, fantastic work. And Kansas Hall as well, finding a second kill of the round. Yeah, they absolutely got shut down here. 3 on the board for Bait. It's not much, but it might be enough.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Blast Open Rotterdam 2026. You join us for the first game of the day. It's NRG versus BATE. One of these two teams are going home. It's a lower bracket, and so far, so good for the North American squad. Grim putting on a masterclass there, absolutely dominating the AWPA of Sizzy in heads-up duels, has led them to a commanding lead, Anders. It feels like this one, they just need to putt in. But BATE are a strong team. They're resilient. Let's see if they can bounce back.
I don't want to rule that out. Definitely not. But, oh, that is a start, isn't it? Bro jumps up and just cuts down Alex, and now the flank is in. Nitro! That is expertly played. He gets one more headshot to add. The legend still's got it.
Oh, my God. Well, that's all she wrote for the pistol, I'm afraid. You won't be getting that bomb down, so technically you should be ecoing next round, but I think they might have to force the Tech 9s. You cannot allow this game to go 11-3. The best you can hope for is a couple of kills. I would say give him nothing. Bleed the clock down.
Yeah. Don't allow him to pick anything up. Oh, what a flank. How often do you do a flank like that and you just miss half the shots? Because, you know...
With the USP in the back especially, those are some of the hardest shots in CS. Hits! And Sonic, no problem for him. What a clean round. Nitro, loving that. Rolling back the years, Anders. Haven't said that in a long time.
No, but that was so incredibly crisp, wasn't it? You love to see that. Well, the whole team right now for NRG, they look so dialed in. I don't know what their routine was this morning, but they are absolutely ready to play.
Do you feel like you inspired Nitro by playing Deadlock with him?
You know, I might be able to take some of the credit. You know, we had a good time.
You gave him a pep talk. You got him ready for this tournament.
He carried me, and maybe that felt good. Maybe it was like, you know what?
I think you're on a good experience. So, like I said, you kind of do have to buy this one. Yeah. Ideally, you would take the full eco, but you need this round desperately. It's going to take a couple of errors, a couple of blunders from NRG to give this one up. The Tech 9s battling in full force over towards Banana. Oh, but they're taking so much damage. Smoked off. I think you just have to let this one go. Reset the round. They still have their smokes, their flashes. So there is that. But 3 players towards A. They've pulled none of the rotations away from this A bomb site. They'll go for a boost in towards the apartments. You can see now just playing a very defensive game. You know you've got the advantages. You've got the firepower. You've got the util. Played the crossfires. Played to block. Oh, the timing might elude Nitro here. I think he goes down.
Doesn't he react?
Oh, the flash. Okay, not bad.
That's mad. Because he did see the sleeve,
yeah.
Senthiel, so he thought, okay, I've got an opportunity. He probably did, but that is some wild timing. They're going to go back, and look who's already rotating over. Bro is on his way, so this 2-man defense turned into a 3-man defense now. It's just got so much worse for BATE.
Perfect call from NRG. Should be their round, should be their map.
He even has another smoke with 30 seconds. They have one more smoke, Henry. This is devastating. He's not even going to use it. I feel like you could have just put it down and won the round, but I guess Grim needs a couple of more kills. Why not? He's got a double. It's MPL walking in, but he's very low on health here. So is Grim, and he will go down eventually. But through the smoke, OC will make sure. I don't think there was ever a chance that he was going to win that round there, MPL, but yeah, good work.
Don't leave him hanging. There we go. Well, that was the force buy. Might have to be more of the same here. It does go 11-3. Fantastic teamwork towards the apartments. NRG is playing a simple team-based game. Good comms. Nice maneuvers.
It's such a rough veto because the second map is Ancient, which is one of the better maps for NRG as well. Like, I feel like BATE's map pool is in shambles at the moment. They were always going to play some of the worst maps for themselves, including Inferno.
Oh, Inferno has got them nothing. Bear in mind, they won the pistol in the first half.
Yeah.
2 rounds to show for it now. So what have we got? They do go for the force as mentioned. They kind of have to. You will not recover a 12-3 deficit. Praying for a miracle. Full speed ahead towards the quad.
Yeah, down in the pit, Nitro just sitting a bit of an off angle here. It's great work. He practically picks up 3. It's enormous. Look, he's assisted on all these kills that Bro gets. There's so much damage from Nitro, and it slows down the entire push.
Oh, Captain, my Captain. Loving this from Nitro. Still got it, baby.
He's putting in the work right now. That is for sure.
You know what I want to see? I want to see NRG play overpass. I want to see Nitro over North on the A-bomb site.
Okay.
Then we're back in 2017.
Yeah.
That's what I want to see.
That is, there are not many people around who remember any of this stuff, Henry. People watching me, what is he talking about? But I appreciate it nonetheless. Let's see, is there anything left here? I appreciate the attempt with a Mac 10. Alex, he just wants one big opening here. And honestly, if he gets Sonic, this round should be over. There's nobody else defending the B bomb site. Pretty much wide open, and Alex, he's feeling that out. He's wondering.
Tentative, yeah. Rightly so. Can't really assume the bomb site's open at this stage. It all comes down to spam. I think you just let this round go. Your money's not great. Give it a look in, I suppose, but once the bomb goes down, I think you're better off just thinking, we've got 12-3 here, boys. Let's not throw away all the economy. But the bomb's still not planted. Oh, Grim, he was so blind. There was a chance to deny it. Yeah, call it off, lads. We're not going to win this one. It's okay.
He was so blind, and CZ wasn't moving. It was one of those T-Rex moments where his brain just couldn't register. Like, what's happening?
No movement detected. But yeah, this is the right call.
I'll give you some inside info, though.
Here we go.
On day one, Nitro's plane was delayed so much that I think he pretty much had, like, 3 hours of sleep coming into the day. Okay. Apparently, the plane needed new wheels, and they brought wheels that were too small. So they just couldn't take off, and then I don't know how that happens either.
Never heard of anything like that.
That's worrying to me, but yeah, he was massively delayed, so.
Remember, we had the opening games. This is the lower bracket. It was NRG playing the Falcons in their opening game. Always going to be difficult for them, even with the stand-in there of Nucleons. They lost Ancient 13-6 and Dust2 13-8. If we look over to Bait, they played against NAVI. Actually had a pretty good series for us. They took down NAVI on Ancient in overtime.
Yeah.
So that does suggest to me that we might go to 3 maps. The thing is, though, they haven't really had a chance to get warmed up here at all. It's the early morning game. They're a young squad.
The challenge is, I think if we go to Mirage, I think NRG, I don't want to say they auto win it, but they have a big advantage on that map. So I'm really worried about this this whole setup. But I agree, Ancient, it should be strong, and Bait should have confidence in that one.
Okay. Does it end here? Don't let them back in. Don't let them warm up into this series.
Yeah.
Quite heavy damage over towards the B side of the map. 3 players here for NRG. It's MPL. Smoke down towards the arch. Can Molotov towards short as well if he wanted to. We'll see if that comes through. There it is.
All the protocols we love to see. Don't take any risks now. Bait just need as many rounds as they can get. I mean, the full comeback is so far away. It's not worth talking about at the moment, but playing your way into a series is definitely a thing that happens. You can see Alex is up to 11. MPL's up to 12 kills. They've got some players that are starting to activate. Don't want any more of those. 50 seconds on the clock here. See how much they actually commit, because they're still holding that banana position. So in theory, they could rotate back.
They're going to hit towards A here. That's a smoke for Moto being set up right now.
Gonna go away, you're right. 30 seconds. Smoke is already in the air. Down to the pit here. Nitro, we did great work earlier, but this time they don't have exactly the same kind of crossfire. 20 seconds now on the clock as they're trying to get in there. Nitro's out of the round. OC now on his own, dancing around in the corner there. He's only going to get the double kill. Triple would have set his team up very nicely, and the question, I guess, is, do they want to go for this NRG? They've got so much runway. You want to risk the rifles?
Well, the bomb's not planted. It is now. If you can get this quick kill, you look into it. Of course, now 3 versus 1. 9 impossible for Grim, but he is here. Feels like he might have a gap. He'll give it a look. Going for the glory. Spots one towards the library. Finds the first. Can he get the second? Absolutely not. MPL will take him down. Finally, it will be Bait getting activated here on Inferno.
Appreciate the look into Grim's level of confidence that he just said, oh, I will go for it. I'll give it a shot. I like that. A lot of saving happening in Counter-Strike these days. It's good to see somebody willing to take the fight, I suppose. But yeah, a bit of a shame. I feel like the NRG setup there, they had 3 people on the A bomb site, and I don't think anyone was really able to help each other out. They all kind of died one by one. So, not the best kind of setup for it, I would say, defensively. 12-5 is where we find ourselves going into round number 18. Oh, they just punch right through. Fantastic work. Flash from Sizzy and Kenzazor with a good spray down. Should set them up very nicely. It's a friendly grenade, but who cares? They're hitting the headshots. They are starting to warm up now a little bit.
This is the problem. That's why I said you should close this game out.
Yeah.
Obviously, easier said than done. I'm not saying like they're not trying to, but ideally, you do not want Bait to start getting in their zone, getting comfortable, shaking off this defeat if we get there. But
This is where you do need the good habits, like winning.
yeah, those are good habits to have. Try and win if possible. But yeah, you're letting them back into this one now. Still, for me, a foregone conclusion, just a matter of time before NRG get it over the line. But
Sure.
you're letting them shake off the frustration, the tilts.
Yeah. Yeah, victory even for NRG could feel different, right?
Yep.
You know, if it gets to 12 or 13-10,
Yeah, and
you know.
now you're thinking, oh, boys, now we need a tactical timeout. All right, let's lock in. We can't afford to throw this away. Thoughts of doubt starting to creep into your head. Bait now, nothing to lose. Just going to play their game round by round, one foot in front of the other. So the timeout has been called. This time, of course, for NRG, it's their first one they've needed. But every round that they pick up, they know they're frustrating their opponent. They know this is a real nuisance now. They're going to have to dig deep to get this one over the line. There's the pistols this round. Double kill for KenZor. Oh, that wasn't bad from Alex. 666.
Okay.
So,
Got the AWP out.
strong buy. They got no helmets, no kits, but only up against the AK, so shouldn't be too much of a factor here unless the Glock is pulled out. AWP for OC. Not going for a hyper-aggressive pick at the start here. Round number 19. Decent incendiary, does some damage towards KenZor. That grenade does significant damage. Alex down to 46.
But he's very far in front.
Retake utility coming through, and Alex can hear it. He knows that's being deployed from. They're going to try and pounce in front of this, Anders.
Yeah, they're right there. Oh, but there's a team kill to try and take down Sonic. That is a bit of a mistake. Is it going to cost them that much? They know Grim is in here somewhere, looking to find him in the smoke, but he's right in front. That's a great play. Last bullets to take down KenZor, and that should be enough to close out the map here. Senthiel, he's got no teammates any longer, and Grim is still somehow alive in the back. Teammates are coming in to help him out. NRG with a very, very strong Inferno to start this series.
Loving that from NRG. Grim especially. What a masterclass it was with the AK-47 dominating their AWP time and time again. There's still a lot of work to be done in this series, and we've got Ancient coming up next, and the fact they let Bait warm up into this series does not bode well. I think we go the distance here as Bait go back to the drawing board and get ready for the second map. Right now, we're looking at the scoreboard. We've got OC stepping up, Nitro as well.
Yes.
The fact that Nitro had so many amazing moments there, he's rolling back the years, Anders.
He was putting in some really, really good work, and you love to see it. OC, maybe not so much with the AWP, but still with the rifle. He was a factor in the game.
Well, buckle yourself in. It's going to be the second map coming up very shortly. That will be Ancient. For now, we'll leave you with the desk.
Well, Grim, that was quite a nice start to your day here with NRG. Looks like a little Grimferno back on the menu here.
Yeah, I mean, different spot. I'm not Banana anymore, but, you know, still Grimferno.
Always Grimferno. That last round as well, they're all coming at you. You managed to find the spot away from the molly. What was going through your head?
Well, I saw their molly missed, and I got the first kill at emo, so I was like, I'm just going to smoke myself emo, make them think I'm there, and then hide in the molly, the bad molly, and it worked out pretty good, I'd say.
And that first half, we saw you ripping some entries, ripping some heads in towards the apartments. How confident are you feeling now going into the series?
Pretty confident, honestly. I think that was a great map for us. We just need to come in, winning pistol would be nice, and come in with like pretty good confidence going into it, and yeah, just take it from there.
Looking forward to seeing it. Good luck.
Strong start from NRG, strong start from Grim as well, as they take the first map on Inferno without even making it close, Vu. Dominance from pretty much start to finish outside of a pistol and a conversion. Bait didn't really do much in this game.
Bait won the first pistol, and then they lost 9 rounds in a row after that. That was incredible showing from from the side of NRG, and to be honest, I didn't expect as much from Grim. I said in the pregame, he's an upgrade from George firepower-wise, but is he enough of an upgrade to put them over the line with the lack of practice they've had as a team? Apparently, at least on this map, Absolutely so.
I'd even argue the scoreboard didn't do him justice right there, Mike, to be completely honest. 18-12, yeah, that's a beautiful scoreline. It's a good scoreline. I think the raw impact he had in the game with his entries on the T side, with the way that he was constantly being annoying towards bait as well, it kind of justifies even more so than just an 18-12 scoreline. That was a very, very impactful performance coming in from Grim.
What was his round swing, Jacob? That's what we need to know. That's what the fans at home need to know, the round swing. How much impact did he really have?
And that's why we got Mike here, all right?
Only number that matters, it hasn't loaded yet. I can't tell you what the round swing is. I don't know what's going on in Nero's brain, so I can't tell you it. What I can tell you is I think you're seeing the vision for what Grim is supposed to be for this team, right? Changing up the roles, adjusting in there, but at the end of the day, if you have a new player in, doesn't matter what the chemistry is, if he could just walk into a site and rip 2 heads and open it up for you.
Yeah, I agree. I think Grim really did a good job on that T side, you know, being the foundation sort of for NRG coming in, and as Wu said, winning 9 rounds in a row, especially early on, you know, in the half when, again, bait wins the pistol, they convert, you think to yourself, that's a good start, so you got to establish some sort of presence on the map from the get-go, and Grim was the first to do that, and he was the, I guess, most impactful player in that regard on the T side.
And we saw him close out that final round as well. I mean, that's just all individual prowess, finding that little bit of space, they're coming at you, and you just absolutely shred them. What more can you want from this guy?
I mean, when you're looking at Grim, George in the same positions, he would generally get the one that you needed to. He would get the job done that you required of him, but Grim in these positions against bait, getting 2. He's getting the 1 extra, sometimes 3, the 2 extra that you need to actually put you over the line against a team like bait, that George and the rest of NRG, they would struggle against a team of this level or a higher level. They would struggle to make the next step at times.
I now have the funny numbers for you, Vu. They have loaded. They're not what you would expect, to be entirely honest. Round swing percentage coming in. OC actually tops the board, 5.64% positive round swing. Grim with a 3.23, and actually Sonic as well, despite going 9 and 14 plus 4.34% round swing.
Biased.
It makes sense.
Biased.
Yeah.
Biased. They hate NACF.
They hate, well, but those are all NA players.
At the end of the day, I don't think anyone...
Sonic counts. He's Canadian now. You should claim him.
Yeah, nobody cares about that anyway, right? Because they got the win, and I think that's the most important thing for NRG. Not only getting a win, but getting in a convincing fashion where you leave no room for doubt that you were the better team on Inferno. Now, the big question mark, obviously, and we're going to have that conversation in a moment, Mike, is can they continue down that path? You know, was this just a one-off for NRG, or is this sort of like the vision we spoke about, you know, the future of NRG? You know, I feel like you've been on the copium throughout the entire idea of the tournament. You want something from the NA scene. I feel like this is the first time you can allow yourself to be positive for good reason.
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I think a lot of people in the NRG camp are feeling good. I want to hear from someone else in the NRG camp, so I talked to OC. OC, you and I got to talk at the beginning of the year at the Flomland. You were saying you're coming back off the bench, back into this team with a little bit more of a, shall we say, carefree mentality. How's it been for you so far? Now, a few months playing, back in form. How would you rate your own form this season?
I would say recently, like, obviously I had a pretty decent tournament in Krakow. So far with EPL and Rotterdam, I would say it hasn't been the best, but I also know that what I'm capable of, so I'm not like too in my head about that. But yeah, I mean, getting back into it, you know, it's been fun, and it's been nice implementing Grim as well on the team, and I think especially since we finally have gotten time to practice in EU and stuff, and finally implementing some stuff that we wanted to add for like the last few months, it's been good. And yeah, I think, you know, with time that we're just going to show that we have the capability of, you know, playing against these top level teams. But for now, it's a work in progress for sure. Like, we still have a lot of things that we need to fix.
Now, speaking about Grim, I think it's kind of interesting. You guys sort of came up in the same generation, I'd say, of NA players, but you've never really played together on a team. What's it like playing with him now?
It's been honestly really fun. Me and him have always been friends and joked around and stuff, so finally having him on the team where, you know, there's that business side, but then there's also the part outside the game where you get to just, you know, act like friends, like family, you know. So yeah, he's had no issue being like incorporated into the team and fitting in with the personalities and stuff. And yeah, it's kind of surreal to think that we've known each other for so long, been in the NA scene for so long, but we've never played with each other. Even Daps, our coach, was like, "Oh yeah, you guys played on Extra Salt, right?" And I was like, "No, we never did actually." So, but yeah, he's been a joy to play with so far.
Love to hear it. Bait coming in. You guys played them earlier this year in Krakow. What do you think about them? How do you think it's going to go today?
I'm expecting it to go pretty similar in terms of the map pool and stuff. You know, they did have their new player, Segu Kawa, I think his name was.
Sezi now. It was Segukawa, now we got Sezi.
I'm saying from Krakow when we last played them. So they were trying them out, and then they decided they wanted to move on. So I think they finally found their piece that they wanted to stick with. So yeah, I'm sure they'll have more things that they have implemented now. So it'll probably be a little bit tougher, but I also know that we've improved our game. So yeah, it's going to be a good match for sure.
And a good start, at least, it was indeed for NRG. I did think it's really interesting, when this move came up, I was going back, checking all their rosters all the way back to like 15-year-old local lands of Bushido boys. They never played together.
It's funny because, you see OC saying they've been friends forever. I'm imagining they've both been friends ever since they both got absolutely abused by Liquid. They both can bond over the fact that they got picked up, Grim got thrown into weird roles. OC, Liquid's never known how to use an Opper, and they can bond over the fact that Liquid just totally almost ruined their careers.
Misery loves company, Mike.
Yeah, you know something about trauma bonding from Liquid times.
I had a decent time, I'd say. It wasn't too bad. But yeah, you're right. It's definitely not the Liquid days we remember them for in terms of individual output. So hopefully within the NRG jersey for the future, they can do better.
It's certainly something that's looking good off of that first map, right? It's a bright start to this series, but let's talk about the other side of the coin as well, right? Because Bait really never had a chance to start in that series. What are we thinking about Bait here, Jacob?
It wasn't a great performance. I think everything that worked for them against Navi, Essential having a monstrous series and a monstrous map, showing up in spades, didn't get to do much. Sissy spoke about him coming into Inferno, not necessarily Opper's Paradise either, but he had 5 kills over the course of the map. So obviously something's got to change within the camp of Bait. I'm willing to write it off as a bad performance in isolation. I've seen them play Ancient at this tournament against a team like Navi. They did well, so I expect significantly more coming out of Bait now to the second.
And there was one player in particular you wanted to ask some questions about. NPL this year has had a little bit more of a struggle.
Yeah, because I feel like last year he was actually the catalyst behind this lineup. I think he was a bit of an unsung hero. I think he was not getting enough credit for how well he was playing individually within the team. I think he finished the year with a 1.18 rating or something like that. So far for this year, he's at a 102. That's a quite significant drop compared to last year, and I think that also speaks volumes to where Bait is at right now. I think in terms of firepower, they lack his impact that he found more often than not last year. So my eyes are on NPL, because I think when he's on it, he's arguably the best player, but he hasn't really shown so far.
And we also have to put the spotlight on him, right? Because they made the decision partway through last year, towards the end, to swap off of NPL as the IGL, give that responsibility to Alex. Part of it was to free up NPL to have more impact as an individual. So if now you're seeing the drawback as an individual, that's got to ring alarm bells, Vu.
I think you're seeing a bit of the echoes of losing Head Trick. I think it's a little bit harder for them to play freely as riflers when they have this Opper that wants to maybe take a little more space, but you don't know if you can rely on him. You see Sizzy at times against Navi. I think he had a pretty weak performance on Inferno especially. He had a good performance on Ancient, I believe, but he's struggled from times. And when you don't have that op backbone, you see it with Liquid as well. If your Opper isn't there to support you, to make sure that you can't just get swung into, it's tough for the riflers to perform as well.
Now, focusing in on the Ancient, right, this is where they had success against Navi. This is where they managed to get that map win against them. Now they choose to pick into it. Do we think what we saw from them against Navi is going to be replicable here?
I think they can play at that level again, yes. And I think that's what it's required to beat NRG, who was obviously confident after the first map. Essential, a player that we spoke about, had a monstrous performance. And in general, the way they approach a map like Ancient, it's very much in your face. It's very much taking early on duels and making sure NRG is never feeling comfortable on the server. So I think they'll be able to apply a lot more pressure compared to a map like Inferno, where you do sometimes feel you're stuck. There's only so much you can do on a CT side to be aggressive, which definitely was an issue for Bait in the first map.
We talked coming into this, they're on a 4-match losing streak, and I think Inferno's a major part of that. They've lost Inferno multiple times in a row now, and not only that, but we're talking about NPL. It's one of his worst maps. He does not perform on Inferno. On the other hand, Ancient, he's very comfortable on this map. He showed it against Navi in their last series. He's shown it many times. This is one of his most comfortable maps. So if you're Bait, I think you can wipe yourself off, dust yourself off, and move into Ancient feeling like, hey, we already did this against Navi. Let's pick up map 2.
I do have one a little bit of insight from the interviews. I'm hoping we're going to get to show this interview later if we get to a third map. But Essential, I asked him about the Ancient game. I asked him about the Navi series, and he said life game. His own words, so we'll see if he can bring that same form in, because he did have a monstrous map of Ancient, and that was a huge part of them getting it over the line.
It definitely was a huge part of that, you know. Credit to Essential for having a life game, so to speak, but I'll be honest, I don't think they need a life game from him in order to beat NRG on a map like Ancient. I still see Bait as fundamentally they should be a better team. They showed that against Navi, I think in occasions in that matchup as well, so as much as I want to give credit to Essential for having a great game, I don't think he's necessarily needed to play that well, but there's no doubt that if they show up with the form they showed on Inferno, then NRG have a 2-0 for the grabs right here.
And we have also seen NRG on the Ancient, right? They played it against Falcons. We saw the clear game plan was to try and get Nucleons. Didn't work. What do we think about NRG's Ancient?
Yeah, I think NRG, based on the DAPS interview, they were trying to keep it simple. Keep it simple, attack Nucleons, not all that effective. But this is a map where they haven't made quite as many changes. I actually have noted down that Inferno is the map where they had the biggest changes, with Grim coming in, changing up their CT side. They seem comfortable on that one. I think coming into Ancient, they should be fairly comfortable. The problem is, this is a Bait where it's not like DAPS said, if we play our B game, we can beat this team. I think they need their A game, and they need Bait to actually play their B game.
A game for Ancient. So it sounds like we're all expecting this to go the full distance, all expecting this to go the series.
I expect NRG to be competitive on Ancient. I'm not going to say I think they win, because I don't think they will. I think Bait have shown, you know, against Navi that they play Counter-Strike at a higher level when it comes to a map like Ancient, but I see no reason why NRG can't take the learning from Falcons, can't look at the map that Bait played against Navi as well, and make this game competitive. At the end of the day, with the way Grim was playing, with the way he found impact as well, if he's going to continue down that path, then sure thing. I don't think Bait is much better than NRG. It's a team, as you said, they lost 4 games in a row. They lost 6 out of the last 7 series they played. So if you're NRG, there's probably no better time to beat Bait than right here, right now.
Grim is a player that can have a great map. He can have a great series. Oftentimes you see him have a performance like he did on that T side, and then cool off for the rest of the series. I'd like to see him continue and show that he can actually find more entries, find those double openings, find the double trade that he found so many times on Inferno, in which case, yeah, I agree they can be competitive, but I have to say, I mean, this is Bait's map to lose.
Bait's map to lose. Heat check on Grim, trying to bring the heat into the server. We'll see if Bait can match their energy. But for now, it's time to go over to 2 guys who will spit hot fire of their own. We got Anders and Henry G.
Yes, indeed, Michael. We'll do our best. NRG taking on Bait, and I tend to agree with the sentiment of the desk. I feel like Bait are going to bounce back on Ancient. They already took down Navi on this map, and sure, Inferno wasn't a great showing for them, but they did warm up towards the end of it, Anders.
They did, and they probably did come into the map knowing that it was going to be a bit of a struggle given the historical performances on that map of Inferno. I think they are ready for this one. I hope that they will be. Essential is an absolute beast. I think one of the best performing players on Ancient for the tournament so far. Not that it's been many days, but he's definitely up there. So I expect big things. I want to see Sissy kind of bounce back as well. Just an individual thing as well. When you're a young player, you get beat up on a map. Can you recover the confidence? I think that's so important. Not every map's going to be the best.
Yeah, the problem was he wasn't being taken down by OC. It was Grim taking him down with the AK-47 time and time again. It's going to take a lot to recover his mental here. He finished that first map 5-14, a 0.5 rating. NRG, nothing really to lose at this point, though. They've already got a map under their belts. It's a new roster. Grim's looking very good. OC managing to top the board as well in the previous map as well. But ladies and gentlemen, I will reiterate one final time. One of these 2 teams have to go home today. Can NRG find the 2-0 and knock out Bait? Time will tell. It will be based on this T side. We've got a Molotov, smoke, and flash, and we're going quickly in towards middle, leaping up towards the heavens, and a B finish looking likely.
Yeah, let's see how fast they actually are going to be. It felt like they just kept on running, but now they slowed it down. They're walking towards that cave. Nitro will be the first point of contact. Just sees one player. Oh, that is a great shot from Sizzy to get himself back mentally into this game. Nitro is out of the round, and now Bro decides, you know, I'm going to fall back. We've got Grim flanking through T-Spawn, and OC, they're actually sticking around here. This could be a bit of a mistake, maybe, if they can keep getting these headshots. Bro certainly will. 3 in a row. That's outrageous.
Grim's coming from that B ramp. He knows Essential's on the back lines here, touches the bomb. Trying to keep him interested, and my God, that's a hell of a shot. He takes the bait, as it were, and it will be another 1v1 and pistol victory going in favor of NRG. It was looking so promising, Anders.
It was.
and it all falls apart once again. They won the pistol on Inferno and only picked up 3 rounds in that first half. And you'd think with his opening from Sizzy, that would be enough. They control the back lanes, they trade out effectively. Bro did very well to keep the round alive, but Grim goes above and beyond once again. The bomb was planted. We're assuming there's going to be a force buy here. So yes, we will see the Galils, Mac 10s, and Tech 9s. Very important to try and pick this one up and reset the economy of the CT side. We'll see if they can do it.
I mean, you see with a sick idea to try and interrupt the retake before it even gets going, but Bro just completely crushed that. 3 headshots, I believe, in a row. That is crazy.
Minimal damage towards the B lanes. 4 players here. They're going to go for a spam. See if anyone's home. No real damage exchange just yet. We have 1 player watching the extremities of the map.
Ooh, smoke goes very, very deep here. He's forced back by the Molotov Nitro. Not the end of the world, but that smoke just doesn't help them, really. Kenzisor, hoping that someone peeks in there. Wait a minute, they're not even going to... Oh, they might move forward. I was going to say, this is a better setup. If they move into Kenzisor, that could be a problem, but now they're just quick to try and rotate into middle. If that donut position is attacked, they could be very fast.
Leaving middle completely open. It's not a bomb site. You can't plant there, mate. It's absolutely fine to let them have middle. You can see they're playing to block. Bro will just be holding the defensive utility with the smoke as soon as he spots one, trying to funnel them towards red, but they are not respecting it. As Sizzy now coming to life. It's down to Sonic. Needs a double kill here to keep the round alive. Takes a ding. Not going to happen. And if the smoke goes down towards CD spawn, it's going to be a very difficult challenge to retake this bomb site, but no smoke available. No utility, in fact. He might give this one a look in. OC certainly seems to think so. Fantastic work with the M4A1S. And they've got the 3v2 advantage. Kenzie's all low and now dead. Alex with just a Tech 9 Anders will have to try and hold on, but it looks nigh on impossible.
Yeah, they got the kit as well. It looked like the rest of NRG had given up on the round. They didn't even bother to run over here, but now there might be a chance. They tap the bomb once. Alex swings for it now. They know where he is, and they're going to be right on top. No issue. A really grotesque retake coming in there from OC. The rest of the team were miles away.
It's by virtue of that smoke. Like I said, if they had one more smoke remaining, they smoke off that position. He doesn't even get a look in. He needs to wait for his teammates, but he swings in. The AWP getting the double kill. Really excellent work there from OC. But the problem is, Anders, with the bomb planted and a few kills picked up, he might be tempted to force buy once again. They only got 2 kills, so maybe they'll go for a partial instead of a force buy here. Okay. And indeed, that's going to be the case. Yeah, so if you've got like 4 kills, you definitely go all in, but just going to be rocking with the Tech 9s and basic util for now. Looking for 3-0 are NRG. They've got rifles across the board on the defensive side, and Sonic, he wants a slice of the action. Gets a bit more than he bargained for, though. Doesn't really do any damage. And Grim to try and find a few kills here in return. Needs to swing now, though.
Yeah, the timing nearly eluded him, but he done absolutely fine on this one. Alex,
should be fine.
Man standing. It should be. I was gonna say, if Nitro dies, then maybe not. By the way, that push that Sonic made there is a bit of a classic. I think Navi with Alexi were some of the early people to really adopt it mainstream, where you flash over from the B-bomb site to assist the player coming in from middle. It's so powerful. I'm shocked that Sonic didn't get more, because they were really flashed.
I feel like it was just a slightly fumbled spray. He definitely had the opportunity to get at least one. But they still win the round. There's no harm, no foul. All good. Sonic's had a great tournament. Seems to be in cracking form.
Yeah.
Missing the jump this time. And the opening kill. Nice work from Sizzy. Smoke popped open by his teammates. Finds Bro and the man advantage here in the first gun round.
He's been very good this tournament. T-side AWPing on this map.
Yeah.
Not the best, but he's ranked pretty high up there.
Had a bit of a stinker on Inferno, but that is kind of par for the course. Difficult for AWPers to really get going on that map.
It takes a particular kind of AWPer, right? Like, there are some that love it, but most don't.
Like, historically, Brokey does unspeakable things on Inferno throughout his career.
Yeah, we need more of that. Might hopefully see more of that later. Maybe playing up against TYLOO.
Oh, they've got to win that. You think at this point, guys, we got to.
The fact that you have to say, oh, really, they really should, like, that says something about FaZe at the moment, doesn't it? You know, we're not really sure, but we'll find out. Don't you worry. 50 seconds, good return. OC with a quick pick-off against the AWP, but Kansas was there to punish him. Looks like this will be a B finish. And honestly, with Sonic already being there in the donut. I wonder if he could even get closer towards the middle. It doesn't seem like he's feeling that comfortable. So it'll be up to Grim and Nitro to hold on to this. Grenade is going to maybe hold them back a little bit here. Essential does have great headshot. He doesn't mind about the flames. And that might be worth saving almost here.
Well, the bomb goes down. Buys him a bit of time. If Nitro gets a second here, the round could be back on. He's laid the foundation. Sonic is very handy in the clutch. No bomb planted. Going down now. Give it a look in, Anders. Why not?
They don't even know where he's coming from yet. So MPL is covering that CT spawn position. Essential. He's looking at the ramp. They've pretty much got each other covered at the moment. We'll see if he can find the timing here. Sonic to just creep out. Oh, he's going to get shot in the back instead. It's always going to be a bit of a 50-50 there, I believe, but I don't blame him for trying. Definitely was an opportunity.
Well, now, the economic struggles will be felt for NRG. They've had some close rounds. Sure, they found the 3-0, but they have not been the cleanest rounds you could have hoped for. Sizzy opening things up towards middle. Senthiel, nice shots. And then Sonic, definitely worth a look in that 2-on-1, but couldn't find the first player. Trying to get Sizzy's game back online here after having a rough showing on Inferno. Will be a tactical timeout. It's going to be Daps knowing the money is weak. They're averaging around $3,500 per player. They've managed to scrape together an AWP, Anders. I can tell you that right now. So OC will have the AWP. Grim on an MP9. Otherwise, they're going to have pistols here. So it's going to be a mixed bag, that's for sure. We'll see whether they can come up with a gimmick play for OC. Maybe some sort of boost in the back of the B bomb site. Go towards A main. They need to find an opener, courtesy of that man in your screen right here. Can't just play towards Red Room and hope to pop up in smokes, in my opinion. I'd like to see him be quite active at the start here.
We saw those B boosts work out yesterday for at least a couple of teams, so maybe there is a way to replay it. Yeah, that could be fun. They're running in the right direction for Sat. So yeah, maybe in the middle, see a lot of control and a lot of speed.
Yeah, they're boosting OC.
Yeah, you called it.
Kind of what I do, Anders.
Yeah, it's what you're here for. That and Counter-Strike advice in general. We love it.
So OC won't be getting much action, but yeah, boosting into all that B bombs, allowing them to bolster the defense. Over towards A. What's the finish we're looking for here? Coordinating around the elbow position. Looks to be an A finish here. Whether they'll drop the utility or go for a contact play is yet to be seen. Looks to be the latter. No one in a position to throw set-piece utility, so they're just going to be walking in, but this is a difficult position to flush out because Grim will get the shadow advantage. You'll see on his screen right there. Sees a shadow. He knows they're there.
They've got grenades as well. Sonic behind him has got at least a little bit of utility. Doesn't quite use it early enough. I wish that they would have been able to help out Grim before he went down because they definitely had the utility to try and shut that down.
But the good news is damage has been done. So this FAMAS, the 5-7, the Deagles, Sizzy and Kenzie's all like, they will struggle against the lesser weaponry here. And now the AWP making its way back towards middle. It has not made itself known yet. And, well, there you go. It's announced its presence now, hasn't it?
In the worst possible way for Beta. Oh, no.
Skewers them. Pins them to the wall like butterflies there. And now we have a 4-on-2. Still recoverable. Don't get me wrong. They can win this round. Well, maybe not anymore. MPL in towards the red room. I think OC finds him momentarily. Great round from NRG. Just played it to perfection.
Success for Bait is such short-lived, unfortunately. They just could not keep going. They wanted to escape. They didn't want to go through. All right, they're laughing on the NRG side. Who could blame them?
That's the problem when you go for that slow contact in towards A. The shadow advantage so extreme. You either have to pop flash it and swing around together. You cannot just walk around the angle like that because if there is a boosted player there, he's going to get one for sure.
Yeah.
They trade him out, but like the damage is already done. The smoke went through. And now they're down to an eco. This is barely even a partial buy. We've got no Kevlar, a few pistols. And Alex takes 94 damage to kick things off. Desert Eagle now on high alert.
There's that new tech Molotov. You can land on that boost, but obviously when you do that, you're not going to be fast. It's going to be the opposite. Yeah, no reason for NRG to fight from inside of the B-bomb side against the Deagle like that. All you could do is really risk to compromise the defense. Not going to be a good idea. Sonic here, perfect weapon as they jump around the corner. And Nitro on the following pickup. A double for each player pretty much kills the round here 5-1 for NRG is looking very promising at the moment.
Tactical timeout almost certainly here coming in for Bates. They are getting battered and bruised once again. No life games here, I'm afraid. NRG in the driving seat once more, carrying on that momentum we found on Inferno. OC with the double kill takes his total up to 8-3. Nitro having a fantastic game. Sonic strong as ever. Grim 6-3. It's just looking way too good. They've also got 2 AK-47s now on the defensive side. This is not the Bait I'm used to seeing. They're normally a hard-hitting, exciting team that stifle their opponents, overwhelm them with their skill, and we're seeing none of that today.
And there's so much on the line here. This is the lower bracket. These are the teams that have already lost.
This is what they brought to the table, just running and jumping through smoke. Easy pickings. And we have got another gun round at least.
Traditionally, Bait a bit stronger on their CT side, but not by an enormous amount. Not enough to justify this kind of a scoreline here. They do still need to put in some work on the T side sooner rather than later. Money's also started to swell a bit for NRG. That was a problem that maybe Bait didn't have to worry about earlier, but now the CTs actually are building a bit of an economy. You can't just win the auto round and get right back into it here. You're going to really have to struggle now.
So going through the motion, smoke down towards red, smoke down towards cave, 4 players outside of B. Nitro, speculative spam, you thought he was going to go for a shot just then. Just playing the advantage. He's happy to take these duels and it's because he's got the AK-47. Does a little bit of damage. That's enough. Gets the intel. Calls for backup now. Sets up the boost here. You won't be expecting this after he shows that first shot towards the entrance. It's a great setup. They found from the flash and there's no swing from it.
They're sat right in the middle as well. That's so uncomfortable if you're peeking it. Essential, you could see almost a jump scare for him as he tries to escape it here. Wallbang is pretty good, but it's even better in return. Outdone by the master himself.
Grim, you're going for this? I love it, but it's a high-risk maneuver. Does Sizzy detect it? Oh my god. He's going to get caught throwing his grenades.
Grim's been all confidence today, and it's paid off once again. He did it on Inferno, pushing onto the A-bomb side. This time it's at the bottom of the B-ramp. He even picks up the AWP to take down Kenzasaur. It's outrageous for Grim.
He is feeling himself. You let Grim off the leash, and fantastic things will happen on the server. What a sequence, 21 HP. As I said, as soon as you throw that smoke, he's going to hear on the other side, swings around, catches the AWP, gets a double kill, recovers the AWP. It's a quad kill from the Reaper. And we go 6-1. They are getting absolutely owned.
Yeah, where is the backup? Sizzy and Kenzasaur, they've got some kills here, but the rest of the squad is looking very flat at the moment. They can't make it past that B ramp right now. Grim, lot of confidence. They throw some grenades at him, in anger perhaps, from that previous round. The fact that he stole the AWP and kept the fight going for another 2 kills. Don't even know how he did that. But NRG are being disciplined here. It's great aggression from Grim in that last round, but now they're back to playing back on the map. No easy pickups here for Bait, it seems like. They're going to be testing out that bomb site again, but this time there's nobody on the boost. OC is a little bit further back, so more of a retake really here on the A-bomb site. Doesn't mean that NRG can't make life hard on Bait just trying to plant the bomb.
This is looking promising. The A-bomb site relatively open. They've gone for the execution here. Smokes down towards Donut. Smokes down towards CD Spawn. They just need to try and avoid the damage en route here. Smokes to be popped open by OC. It's going to be Nitro. Spamming through and gets a lot more than he bargained for. A fortunate Desert Eagle headshot. Bomb not planted yet, but still the advantage continues here. This is looking very promising now. I think that's enough to win the round at this point. AWP and the AK-47 smoked off towards the donut where both players reside. Unless you get 2 kills through the smoke, this one is done.
A bit surprised to see NRG not have more of a protocol for getting back onto that, because I feel like not playing on the A-bomb side could even be fine. It just feels like you should have more of a plan when you come back from donut.
You can see that they've actually thrown the AWP out of the map there on top of the donut pillar, just to ensure that it isn't taken to the next round.
It's a good detail. Love to see it. Why give them anything more to work with here? OC with the AK. Ooh, trying to do something, but they make it a bit expensive. It means there's not a lot of rifles to be carried over, AWPs or otherwise. There's just one person left there on Bait.
that was the partial buy victory. The perfect call there. It's very common on the CT side of Ancient. Just leave the A bump side open until you start receiving these sort of threats. You focus your efforts towards the B lanes and middle. If they're not attacking the A bomb side at all, we'll go for the retakes there. But unfortunately, the Tech-9's got so much space and a couple of fortunate Desert Eagle headshots through smoke.
Yeah, okay.
It's unlucky. And it will be the second round for Bait. But the money is absolutely fine for NRG. We've got an AUG out on the server. We don't see it too often, and as we discussed this yesterday, gone out of fashion. We'll see whether he can have some impact with it here. It's cost him a few grenades going forward, but see if he made the gun work.
Yeah, he's insisting on it. That's really curious. Saw the creek, and we didn't really do anything with it, unfortunately. But now we got AUGs as well. Why not? He's up close, so he's not even going to be scoping here. He's just going to be trying to take the battle straight up. 4 people on the other side for Bait, setting up for what could be a bit of a pounce on the B bomb side. But again, Grim, he's back to his old tricks. Going to be a flash. Oh, he gets stuck on the wall. That is meant to go deeper. I think he just got completely wrecked by that.
It's not ideal. Wasn't really the right weapon for the job as well. You want to be taking long-range duels with that AUG, but either way, Baits are more than happy to comply. They'll have the opening advantage here. The execute coming through. Molotov down towards a cave entrance. Smoke down towards shore. Incendiary in response. Spam damage coming in. Don't have to commit to this, but there are 35 seconds. They need to decide where their final move is going to be. They're going to go towards A. Now, they think that's open, but we have got OC with the AWP. He's tucked in towards the temple right now. Can he find multiple kills? There's the first. Aware of the presence towards the main entrance. Nails it. Can he get another? The third would have secured the round. He's now low HP. Needs his teammate to turn up. And turn up they shall. Supersonic play coming in there as NRG secure yet another. Essential. Nothing to do. Nothing to say. Time is non-existent. And it's a beautiful play once more from OC. Great awareness there, Anders. Gets the first kill. Knew the presence of danger towards A main and takes him down.
It was nearly picture perfect. He got the third kill. I mean, it wasn't needed. Sonic showed up, but still, that's the kind of OC we want to see. Like, they trusted him to hold that A bomb site, and he did it. Oh, Baits, they can't get anything right, even when they, I don't want to say it's a free kill on Grim, but they make a mistake there, NRG, in trying to get that aggression in, and yeah, it's not enough. They actually start the round 4-on-5, and now timeout's been called here.
Well, thankfully, they won that partial buy before, so the money's not going to be completely ruined, but the morale is going to be low. You lose this map, you're out of the tournament dead last. NRG, with the new roster as well, Grim coming in, who's looking fantastic, quite frankly. I don't think the flash would have got him either way, Anders. He was quite deep, and he was just jiggling behind the double doors, so I don't think that was the real factor.
Could have been not, yeah.
Yeah, so it was just a nice play. And then this was what saved the day. And the fact that as OC stays alive so long, you can see his absolute freebies there for Sonic as he swings in.
I mean, being here at the lower part of the tournament to NAVI is one thing, coming off the Stockholm victory, but losing to NRG in this fashion, I think that is unacceptable for Bates.
This is not my Bait. This is not the team I've seen give a lot of trouble towards team spirit, towards NAVI. This is looking quite weak. And Sonic, he's looking very strong. Nitro as well. He's having a field day out there. 5-on-3, job done. Ideally to the CD side now. You just want to retreat from the choke points. Set up those crossfires, bleed them out of utility. They've got a lack of firepower. This is a force fire as well. You've got a Deagle and a Galil left and a 5-on-3. But Bro's not done yet. Still with that smoke down towards the heaven. He wants to inflict more damage. I feel like you're done, though. I really would recommend getting out of this scenario, but they're going to hold on to the B lane. Flush players out. Grim does well to get one. If he goes down with nothing there, that is a real problem.
Bait have got to be so annoyed they can't hold that bottom B ramp. Grim is there all the time. It's constantly in the back of their minds right now. What if he shows up again? Even if they trade him here, it's just so frustrating to deal with. Sizzy, attempt to the Deagle. I don't think it would ever made a big difference there. One more round as NRG they're making Bait look very average at the moment. Might be Bait might be underplaying, but NRG are definitely also playing a lot better than what we saw the first time around.
That was the force by Actors. So we've got $3,400 per player, max loss bonus. Nitro just having some fun out there. Statement round as well. Like I said, most teams will be falling back with that sort of advantage. They're taking the game to them. And it has to be the partial again. We're going to go for Deagles and Tech-9s. Penultimate round here. Need a miracle. You can win these ones. Like, the only real round they've won is the Tech 9A rush.
True. Yeah. Maybe they could do it again. They know that Grim is going to be near that ramp. They can pretty much secure a fight against him no matter what. He's been very willing to participate in some of the violence down here, but this time they're just slowed down. They've got utility, so whenever they get the Q, I don't like the fact that they're all grouped up. I think if you're this stuck together on the T side, yeah, you have to go. You can't wait another 10 seconds here. It's time to see if you can actually get onto the site now. Sonic's calling it out, saying they're all on that ramp. I've seen so many players. Kansas will take him down, but Grim is now flanking around from the other side. This time not from the B ramp, but pushing out from the cave itself. They do have a one-man advantage. The bomb being attempted down in front. I think he's good for it. Yeah, Senthiel's got the Deagle back up, but now they've lost Alex. So it's a really good start here for Bait, but I don't know if they can hold on to the side any longer.
They're going to have to. They need this round. Even though it's a 4-on-2, Senthiel needs another life round here. Smoke goes down. AK can't connect, and it's just the Deagle here. Kit's available. Incendiary as well. They can throw the Incendiary towards the cave and guarantee this round.
Yeah.
Doesn't even matter. Another comfortable defuse. The closest they've come in some time to picking one up, and that's going to be 9-2. One more to go. That was a partial buy. At least they got the bomb planted. They might have to take another tactical timeout here to try and guarantee the final round of this first half. That's if they even have any left. It's been absolutely woeful here from Bates.
They look defeated already.
Yeah, they look
you could see the frustration starting to really set in. Probably thinking, okay, we get NRG. They look like one of the weaker teams in the tournament. Not playing like it at all today. 14-4 on OC. Grim at 13-6. That in itself is devastating to be up against. Flashed into the middle again. It's Bro this time with the opening.
Easy.
Oh, Nitro. He should have been caught off guard there. I don't know how he lives. NPL goes down, and it's a 5 versus 3.
They have got the advantage in every single duel.
Yeah.
Team play is fantastic. Every frag we've seen, the opposition are completely blind or surprised that someone's pushed through a smoke. The comms are all over the place for Bait right now. They're frustrated, they're tilted, and you can see no one's turning up individually. Like, it feels like they're already done here. 5-on-3, just a formality as we play out the last round of the half.
Nitro, well aware someone could be close. Bomb is still in the middle. It's quite far apart at the moment. Essential, he's thinking, please, Grim, you've pushed so much on that B ramp. Could you do just one more time and at least we get that pick off? But for once, Grim is being very controlled. They're just letting them bleed out the clock here. We're down to 40 seconds now. NRG are just fine, waiting as long as it needs. There's Grim with the shot. And now they got the bomb in the middle.
30 seconds, though.
Yeah.
And there's still blocking utility available.
Takes a kill, dives right out, missed shot, and Grim, he follows it up. That's a disgusting opening half here for NRG, who look to be sending Bait packing from the tournament.
I wouldn't say it's a meme team. I think they're trying their best.
I don't think they're contender or even close to being that with that team.
They are already out of the major contention. I think that's weird.
On paper, BC Game has a decent team. I think the Portuguese core and like they were good when they were playing for SO, and also now they have more experienced players in Simple and Electronic, but from what I've seen, they don't look the best as a team, I would say. So I'm not sure if they need to do some changes or just change the way they play a little bit.
The level is super strong right now, even in the tier 2 scene, and it's hard to claw your way up the BRS points and to be in the elite tournaments. But yeah, they can make it happen if they are a quality team. Actually, maybe they need some more time.
I think Simple can definitely stay there and be their main star player because everyone knows who Simple is and how good he was, and I think right now he's not on the level he was before in my opinion, but he can still be pretty good in my opinion and in tier 1 team or tier 1 tournaments.
Do I think Simple have what it takes? I think he has, but I don't think he reached the same level as we're seeing of Dong and Cyber today. It has to be a unique scenario where he can come back to being a top 3 player in the world, but can he be a top 20 player in the world? For sure. And that's where I think BC Game has to look to put better pieces around him. Somebody who looks up to Simple and accepts how he can be sometimes, because he's a straight shooter. Let's just put it like that.
Good afternoon, gamers. You're watching Blast Open Rotterdam 2026. This is the Group A lower bracket. First team to go home is looking likely to be Bait after getting battered and bruised on Inferno 13-6. They're currently down 10-2 on their map pick of Ancient. Anders is going to take an absolute miracle to recover this one, but it's not over until it's over.
Yeah, we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. See if they can put something together here. At least start with a pistol win on the second one. Try to get some more people warmed up. We know they could be good on this one, but Bros starts with a blinding headshot. Essential gone. Sizzy, the lead it. Bro is just, he's put to work here. Not even reloading. He's looking for a headshot. He's actually got one. Alex just barely survives by the skin of his teeth, and only for a second. He goes down.
The only damage he's taken are his teammates shooting in the back of the head.
There's no way, Henry. NRG have a 17% round win rate in pistols on this map.
Pushed him as well.
One more headshot, please. Somebody make it stop.
Well, that's pistol, and presumably the game, because that's 11-2. You ain't winning this one, I can tell you that right now.
The T side for NRG on this map generally is not that impressive. They do their best work on the CT side, but their best work today was pretty impressive, and Bait just looked like a team that have collapsed under all of this pressure here. Smooth bomb plant, no issues. Bro did all of the hard work. Fighting his way through that cave. Not much left.
Looking for a couple of kills, though. Get that, I suppose. It's an extra $50 per player going into that next round. Should be able to pick this one up as well, but not meant to be. You won't be saving your Julies and Kevlar. MPL hoping to save his Kevlar. He's saving USB Kevlar in the pistol. That's at the very top end of what they've got to work with. So it has to be the force buy here. You're down 11-2. Bro has completely destroyed you here, single-handedly, in towards a cave. It doesn't get much cleaner than this. The young Dane stepping up. He even got the gush on his third player as well straight away. His teammate shoots in the back of the head, gets another headshot. And smiles all round. If his teammate didn't shoot him in the head, he probably gets that fourth as well. Well, there we have it. Last chance saloon for the tournament here. You'll be locked out last place if you don't win this round, Bates. All comes down to this.
Deagle. Pretty good fight right there if you can be allowed to get it. The bomb is still back in T-spawn, so very clear. If you look at the mini-map to see that NRG have not made up their minds about anything yet. Just slow down and waiting to see if Bait are going to try something. Honestly, it makes a lot of sense. Bait probably are quite desperate to try and do something. You know they're not going to have very much of anything. Utility is going to be low. Oh, he actually read it. He predicted that boost was going to be coming in. That would have been so sick if you could have got the kill, but he can't. OC on the other side. It's a lot of bullets in the Galil and enough to get a couple of kills. He can barely get around the corner, but not quite.
You thought, okay, he's going to get one. They'll trade him out, but the fact he gets two and does considerable damage as well. An absolute gut punch here for Bait, and, well, a chance at least. There is a long-range kill from that FAMAS. The MP9 trying to do some work from the B ramp as well. 2 players in towards B. Going to be grouping up now. This round's still on a knife's edge. I wouldn't say this is a lock-in by any stretch of the imagination. We are going to see 35 seconds remaining. kenzie needs to tuck himself in. They both have to be fair. I think this might work out for them. Looking like a Bait round here with this setup.
It's very hard to clear this out, isn't it? Even if they're a little bit tagged up, it's just not going to be easy. Good work from kenzie. Nobody even saw that there was a second player there. So Essential, I think, could still be activated. But 18 seconds, and he started to make the wrap around towards the A bomb side. MPL's one and done position.
They've got it.
Smoke up. Sonic trying to find just the edge of something. But yeah, NPL, he was always going to be able to win that. Great work. They buy themselves another round, and that has to be the mentality for a very long time here. Just one round at a time, step forward.
Yeah, absolutely true. Disappointing one there for NRG. Takes the wind out of their sails. As I mentioned, as soon as they brought this 2-man setup towards Decay, felt like they'd won the round. Is the perfect call. Hearing the bomb being planted, and we are going to have a force in response. NRG now trying to close this one out early. They'll be going with the Deagles. Tech9, you'd assume there's going to be some sort of set piece, a pocket strap. Looking to edge their way out towards middle, but Sonic will be taken down a range by MPL. That should be enough to win the round here. There's not really much war to work with. They have 1 smoke remaining. And unless some ridiculous Deagles land, I just don't even see how you find an entry point here.
Yeah, probably what NRG are looking for at the moment. You could see said Sonic in the middle at the start now. OC taking a quick peek, but nothing is being offered up at the moment. Bait are actually fairly aggressive in the middle still, but they're starting to roll back towards the red room instead, and it'll be NRG setting up in a bit of a group out here. They've got 1 single smoke, so let's see how this one goes. Towards that cave position, maybe they could slow things down a little bit. All right. Actually, another one on the ground. So, yeah, they can try to do a bit of an execute here. Smoking off Essential. That's very interesting. Is it going to be enough to buy any kind of a space? I wonder. I doubt it. kenzie. Good defense. He's up to 15 kills, Henry. He's the only one that's really trying to put them back into this game.
Still a long way to go, but NRG do not have series point just yet. Round by round, play your game. The old cliches will be coming through the headphones right now. That's all you can do. And it's a clean one at least. They managed to break them down to an eco here. A chance to build their resources, upgrade the weaponry, replenish the grenades, and full eco. Looks maybe just a B-rush, get it over and done with. Time will tell. Yep. Full speed ahead, lads.
I do like these, but Alex, he's got the perfect weapon for it. He had the incendiary up as well. Tech9 is so many bullets between that and the MP9. He's got the job done, looking for the ace, and he will be able to pick it up. That's fantastic work. I mean, yeah, they've got pistols, but still, you'll definitely take it.
Quick round's a good round.
Yeah. I can't help but think as well, in spite of the ace and in spite of the the mini comeback that they're trying to build here, Bait, the fact that Mirage is that 3rd map, it just got me worried so badly. I feel like they could win, even if they win this map somehow by a miracle. I feel like it's right back in the hurt locker on the 3rd map, even if they get there. It's out in the distance. AKs are back on the T side. Those newish HEs that T's throw over, they still do so much damage. People jump into them all the time.
Well, here's Bro.
Come on.
It's been very good so far in the series. Nice deep smoke towards long. It's all a ruse, though, Anders, trying to make their way in towards A. Taking a bullet to the thigh is Nitro. Sizzy now needs to step up. Can't let his bomb go down with nothing. That's a brilliant shot towards Sonic. Backstab coming in. kenzie looks like he's good for 2 here, but Grim will take him down. Very important kills. Back and forth we go. 2 versus 2. Bro is low on the other side of the map. He'll have to get his skates on, and that should be enough to defuse. They know exactly where Bro is, and yeah, he can't go for it.
Bro actually kept 2 people that he was fighting. Killed one of them. Like, he did such an amazing job on that side of the map that it is a bit shocking to me that the rest of the team couldn't have more of a punch through on the A-bomb side. But fair play to the defense. Bait's starting to put some rounds together. It's a bit expensive here, but they're clawing their way back. Could be just a cosmetic comeback still, but I don't know. We've said all along, Bait as a team, they're better than what they've shown here. If they can start to find that level again, it will be a different game for sure.
Dap's starting to feel the heat now. It's getting closer and closer. The rounds are getting convincing. Bates creeping their way back into it. Like we said, it's never over until it reads 13 at the top, and it feels like they're still a long way from getting that pressure alleviating round at number 12. The money will be okay going forward. Whether it's a full buy is yet to be seen. You can see them discussing their options here. 11 to 6. Let's have a look at what buy they've got. Oof, not a great one. So they could have gone for a full investment, but there would have been so many concessions. So they're going to go for one AK, a couple of rifles, still a partial buy here, Anders. But this has to be one of those pocket strats. Go for some mid-control into an execution.
It's that 8 again.
Yeah, it does a lot of damage, huh?
I love him because it looks like the CTs are jumping up to try and headbutt them. It looks like it's almost comical, you know? Trying to see if you do that. Maybe for another Counter-Strike update. If you have a helmet, you can headbutt the nades.
Yeah, good idea.
I'm full of them.
You're full of something.
I'm just waiting for Valve. Waiting for Valve to reach out to see if, you know, if I can work on the game a bit. Round number 18 here. Utility is just not in a good spot, unfortunately, for NRG. So they do need some kind of an opening fight that's going to be maybe a little bit favorable to them. Smokes are up towards the cave. Looking very good for a B attack at the moment. Can they find out that this is happening, though? I feel like they still have a pretty good eye on middle. Yeah, Sissy's here. He says no one's walked past, but that you might question that now. Flash in his eyes. 45 seconds.
Just trying to remove vision from CTs here. Push the AWP back from the donut. Sonic confirms that no one's at the B lanes, but that smoke is a disaster. Might have to just focus through the cave now. They have one smoke and one flash remaining. You're also smoked off in towards cave. Boost we saw before should be able to get a couple of kills. So you might as well swing.
Yeah.
You got to get the trades now. You've committed. You're not going to be able to fall back with 20 seconds. Keep going.
Oh, they get one. Did they realize
okay, should be able to pre-fire him now. He's low.
Yeah, but there's only 14 seconds. Nice shot from Bro. Unfortunately, his teammates are dead, and Sizzy walks up behind him. I think you're right, though. Once you pull the trigger on that cave push, you might as well just double down. It did seem that they were a little bit hesitant, perhaps, but once again, Bait with one more round. The clawback is really happening here. And again, just historically to look at it, I think it's like a 34% win rate on the T side of Ancient for NRG. Obviously, it's a new team with Grim and everything else, so who knows what's going to happen. But still, this is not a side of the map that they are very comfortable on. Their CT side, on the other hand, is crazy. It's 71%, so we're happy with that. But they just need a couple of rounds here.
Feeling the pressure now.
Yeah.
MPL feeling himself. Going to get flashed through the smoke towards the heavens. Catches the flash himself, though. Doesn't quite fancy it just yet. He's got Bro on the other side to deal with. Does he want to push any further? Apparently not. Nitro going to help himself some space in towards the B bomb site. Making a lot of noise en route, though. This kill could be everything. OC to get it. Is this where they find series point, elimination point for Bait? This kill could decide it as well. Essential painted into a corner, but fighting for his life. He'll find in-game leader Nitro. Holding on to the util right now. Needs his teammates to rotate through. Incendiary down towards the bomb side. And a nice spray from MPL. Maintains that man advantage. Bro and OC incredibly low.
Yeah, I'll pull it away from Death, either one of them here. Grim might have to do more of the work again, but he's been up for it so far. Flashing around the corner. That's a great setup for it, but Bro could only get the one. NPL, a bullet would have killed him here, but he gets to stay alive, at least for a little while longer here. Edging it out, Grim. He gets two right away, and Ken's in a little bit of trouble here. He's going to have the kit. He peeks at once. Oh, what a headshot! Grim is back once again.
Back from the dead. It's been a few rounds since NRG have posted one, but that is the most important of them all. It was scrappy, it was uncomfortable, but Grim finds 3 kills and comes out on top in the 1v1 clutch. We go 12-7, 1 round from elimination here for Bates.
I'd love to know what it was that gave Nitro the insight that he could push the B bomb site that hard. Because even if he didn't get a kill, he opened the entire bomb site by just
space he found, right?
Yeah, so deep. It was sick. do love to see it. 12-7.
We're not over yet, though. Bear in mind, that comes down to a 1v1. The money's already busted for NRG. They're going to have to enter with Galils and Tech9s again, even after winning the previous round.
Yeah.
There'll be a ton of cash here for Bates. They know it as well. This game is far from over. I know that seems crazy to say at 12-7, but it still has overtime written all over it.
I kind of agree, yes. This T side.
Let's have a look. So we got one, yeah, exactly. One Tech9, two Galils, barely any util. This could easily go to overtime.
Oh, that's so much worse than I thought as well. Can they make it work? Utility in the middle here has been pretty good for NRG. They're really softening them up, and here's the Tech9, good headshot. Sonic will do it. MPL, though, he spins around quickly, nearly catching the AWP, though. Sizzy, he's feeling the pressure. He can't get a single one. OC will open up the site. There's chaos everywhere on the map at the moment. Another spray down here.
Good smoke. Oh, and an even better wall bang. It was looking so promising there. Grim to save the day once again. Can plant the bomb here, fakes it out, trying to provoke reactions here.
Yeah, he's got a good read right now and a headshot as well. He's so good. Is he going to read this as well? Essential, he'd love to follow up behind him. But he's keeping it cool as well, trusting in his abilities. This is actually a great read from Essential. We'll see if Grim could actually clutch it once again. He nearly has it. Look at how much damage he did. But Essential, it's ice cold. The fact that he doesn't follow Grim to what might have been an A plant is pretty impressive.
It's the most obvious play, right? Run in towards A, get that bomb planted, give yourself the advantage, but potentially overcooks it. I like the idea from Grim. It is just very well read from Essential. One step ahead. That was the best chance I'm going to get for a few rounds now to close this one out. Comes down to the 1v1. OC does incredibly well in this particular duel. Goes down to the wall bang. Essential keeps the dream alive, though. And like I said, overtime still very, very likely. It's a partial buy once again. They've got that loss bonus on their side, but can't bring much more to the table than Tech9s and Kevlar. One flash. Sonic trying to find a gap here. Okay, there is a gap. Well handled. Essential once again looking very strong. Trying to find that form from yesterday he showed against NAVI. And I think he might have done it. OC will find a kill from way downtown with a deagle, but no chance of winning this one. We go 12-9.
It's not that long ago, maybe 4 rounds ago, Kansas Hall was the only real factor here for the bait side of things. That's not the case any longer. The rest of them shot up on the scoreboard. They're really starting to come alive. It's starting to look like the bait team that maybe we were expecting at the start of the series. It's just very, very late to wake up, but they can still do it. 3 more rounds to overtime here. We need some, timeout. We need Daps and Nitro to have a bit of a conversation to figure out how do we get that last round over the board.
We're going overtime, Anders.
Oh.
I'm sorry to tell you.
It's your specialty, Henry. You love the OTs.
I called it at 12-7.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure that's what we're going to see. The pressure's mounting. Tech issues are coming in as well now. You can't even discuss your options in this one. It's the last thing you need right now. OC. Looks to be some sort of headset issue. He's 20-13. He's playing very well, but they just can't find that killing blow, that haymaker to finish this game off.
Something to consider. They've been putting a lot of pressure on that B-bomb site for, 4 or 5 rounds in a row, it feels like, NRG. There's a chance you just try and go real fast to the A, like, one time. Because if that keeps happening, like, it's been so much middle for bait. They've been having a lot of mid-control as well, bait, and they've been pushing NPL out of the cave a lot. Maybe you just, 1 round. You don't even need to have all the weapons, but sometimes that fast A play can really rock a team. So maybe that's what they're building into, conditioning the bait to really trust in that B attack coming over and over again.
The thing is, if you're thinking of that idea, Anders,
well,
I'm pretty sure the coach Bait is considering that as well.
Yeah, they might be smarter than me. There's a good chance.
There is a world where they might consider that. So that's the problem when you slow the game down, these tech pauses.
Yeah.
A chance to deliberate over your options. You think, right, let's just try a fast A and execution, but the chances are that's when the AWP actually moves over there, starts mowing you down. This is problematic now for NRG. Like, the new squad, with Grim coming in, you felt like it was a done deal. You're on cloud 9 at that point. Everything's feeling fantastic. Can't seem to put a foot wrong, but slowly but surely they creep back into it, and with nothing to lose, Bait are taking this opportunity and running with it. They dictate the pacing of the rounds. They're controlling the money.
Well, you warned about that all the way from Inferno. Like, what if Bait start to, you know, like, close it now before it's too late? See if they've passed that mark or if there's still a chance here for NRG to get the job done. Gonna feel weird. I think it's gonna be a real revitalization of Bait if they get into overtime. Like, NRG will feel like, oh no, that was our chance and now it's gone. Bait are gonna be excited to get there.
I wouldn't be surprised if we go into a tactical timeout out of this tech pause.
Okay.
Just a chance for Daps to calm everyone down. They've got everything they need here. I can look on the server right now. They have got 5 AK-47s. Most of the utility they need. No AWP. But it looks like we are getting ready to go. And that sounds to be the tactical timeout. Oh, still tech? All right, then.
Another tech. All right. Well, they are working lightning fast to sort it out. I've had no doubt about it. It's obviously, if you're just showing us, the first game of the day. We've got 3 today, I believe.
Let me run you through them.
Yes, go on. Let us know roughly what the schedule looks like, because we've got some bangers.
We have another losers game coming up next with FaZe versus TYLOO.
Oh, yes.
Who have you got for that one? I haven't seen much of TYLOO recently. They've got a new roster, I believe. They have a new player in the form, I think he's called Zero. Is that right? Yeah, Zero. And you obviously got G, Jam Young, Mercury, Mosier, by Zero coming in. Up against, let's be honest, a weak-looking FaZe. I did see some amazing highlights from Jacob yesterday, though. They didn't win the game. Who did they play against? It was Aurora. They managed to take a map off them, and Jacob had some amazing highlights. And you've got Twist and Frozen. Still, for my money, 2 of the best riflers in all of CS2. Broke, if you can find some form, that would be great. Obviously, a lot of conversation around that team right now.
Yeah.
I want to see them win some games. I don't want to be a hater. I want to see them actually do well in this tournament.
I've got FaZe for this one. I feel like something's gone wrong with TYLOO. They were better middle of last year than they are now, I think. But here we go. The tech issues have been resolved. Shout out to the admins. And now we're back into the mix here. Round number 22. It's crunch time for NRG. They need to stop this right now before Bait continue to wake up, because they are some strong players on that side, and they started to show it now. Mid control, though, for once for NRG. That's something they haven't had in the last 4 or 5 rounds, I think. Oh, well, look at this forward position with Kensasor. He's all the way in the A hallway, and that's not the start they wanted. Bro goes down.
Grim's already been dinked as well, and you can see they've got so much map control pushing in towards A main. They've got such a strong read on the situation as well. It means they can have 3 players over towards this B side of the map, allowing them to have middle, as we mentioned, time and time again. Not a bomb site. You can have middle. We have the man advantage. We've already dinked Grim as well. Come into the red room. Come join the fun.
Yeah. This is such a setup for it. Is he going to go back and fire the AK in the bomb site just to try and lure them into the M4? OC, headshot there. AK comes back. That's a strong start. A couple of good spray downs. NPL, he's low already. Sizzy, an important shot to take it down, but they're walking right past. He's here in the footsteps. He knows. Lines up one. Could have been a double, and it will be. Grim is back with his scythe, and now it's just Kensasor. 1 versus 3. The bomb is already planted here. A disaster for Bait, who are looking to make the comeback happen, but I doubt if it will happen any longer. Nitro's here. All the health in the world. He can't land the damage quite. Deep grenade. Oh, he could have killed him right there. It landed too far back to actually blow anybody up. But now there's smoke and fire on the bomb side. What do you do? He's at the edge. He's trying to find it. Somehow it's not burning him, but a headshot will do it. OC to close the book onto Bait, and they will knock them out of the tournament.
Well, it's new boy Grim stepping up once again. He looked unstoppable on Inferno, and as he goes above and beyond again, the Grim Reaper boasting 24 and 14. And shout out to OC as well, known to be the sniper of this squad. A player that felt like he was coming to the end of his career, and he has reinvented himself. The AK-47 work on this map was spectacular. He posts 22 kills, and that was a real test of their mental fortitude at the same time. Sure, they won the first half 10-2. It felt like it was a done deal, but Bait are a tenacious team. They brought it all the way back. They had them on the ropes. They were sweating, but it will be NRG getting it over the line 2-0. Shout out to Daps keeping the team together, and my God, what a game it was, and commiserations to Bait. They're the first team that unfortunately go out last place here at the Blast Open.
What a massive step in the right direction for NRG, who clinched this victory 2-0 against Bait. We spoke about it coming into the game. We didn't anticipate that happening, but fair to say they were the better team today.
I mean, not only did they have the best player on the server, I think they had the two best players on the server for at least Ancient, with OC and Grim both popping off to a ridiculous degree. As mentioned, OC on the rifle, which is not what you necessarily expect him with, but I think that is what he's most impressive with to me. He's almost as good on the rifle as he is on the op.
Speaking of being impressive, Nitro, we're joined by your presence at the desk. A 2-0 victory. Was that on the cards coming into today?
Kind of our expectations aren't like that high right now, to be honest, but we beat them last time at Krakow, so it definitely was realistic for us to beat them. 2-0, not sure. Like I said, we didn't really talk about it. We're not going to the match like, oh, we're going to 2-0 these guys, you know, kind of thing, but we knew that we could win today as long as we played well. So yeah.
Mike spoke to Debs coming into the game, where he also referenced to what you're saying, that expectations are low. You still haven't had a lot of time to practice with Grim. In terms of integrating him into the lineup, is it just, you know, early days now and you know, far from a fully settled thing?
He's not like George. If we compare them one-to-one, he's a bit more, he's definitely more experienced, obviously. George is more of like a rookie coming into our team, whereas Mike is more experienced. He's been, you know, traveling abroad on Passion and stuff a lot, so he has way more experience than George. So he also has like kind of a voice, and it's more about like implementing him into our system. What does he like to do? You know, like it's no one. I think maybe Aaron played with him. I don't even know the history of my teammates, to be honest. But I personally didn't know how Mike likes to play the game and how like he thinks about it. I talked to him obviously like at tournaments here and there, but it's not like I know how he plays. I just kind of watched him play. So it was more about just figuring out what he likes to do, because he is like a really smart player, but he also has insane aim, and he's in like lurk roles. So it's like maybe I can implement him more of like a entry style player because of his aim is very flashy, very you know, like like he flicks, like his flicks are just insane, to be honest. When I'm watching him, I'm like, holy crap. Kind of reminds me of John a bit. So it is like a work in process. Like, you know, maybe he doesn't want to be a lurker. Maybe he wants to be a different role in some maps, whereas his last team didn't allow that. So again, it's just a work in progress right now. So after this turn, we have a big boot camp, so that's probably where we get most of our work done.
Is that also part of the vision by signing Grim? You know, I said it coming into the game that that's a statement from NRG. You bring in an experienced player, a player that is going to elevate your team in terms of raw firepower. Are you also going to allow him to you know, be freed up and basically give him the role that he decides to?
Yeah, I mean, every time a player joins, I'm not just like slotting him in one for one. I like to see how he thinks about the game, what he likes to do, if he likes to do specific plays. You know, I like to have that kind of system within my team. And so far, he's not necessarily like doing, or he hasn't like fully implemented all the stuff he would like to do. But like I said, that's like the whole point of the process. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, so we're seeing him be a bit more aggressive in the mid round. I mean, you still have him on the lurk roles, a lot of the same roles that you had George in. And then in the mid round, I see some maps you're having him go in as the entry or the second in. Is there a specific player that has to take a step back that's kind of volunteered to be, you know, throwing more utility? I think George threw a bit more utility than you see from Grim, sorry?
I would say maybe Bro took a step back in terms of like who's going first, second in, because he was kind of like that guy. I'd say George is more of like he was like kind of like lurking on a lot of maps, whereas Grim is, I would say, more in the pack. You know, we have made some changes here and there on specific maps. Whereas like maybe one of my other players wasn't as comfortable in a specific role, where I think Mike would be better in that role. So yeah, I mean, if I had to pick a player, I'd say Bro kind of had to take a step back and be more of like the player who's in more clutch situations. And yeah, I mean, Mike overall has been really impressive in the mid round. He's actually like taking huge steps up for us and like saying where they are, where he thinks they are, what we should be doing. You know, just overall macro game, it's impressive.
I wanted to ask, like, you took a step back going on to NRG. This is a team that you've had to work your way up with. You bring Grim in, and as you're mentioning, he's got more communication. Is this something that you're trying to like work with the team, where you can notice you bring Grim in and you know that he's had that tier 1 experience, he's played with a team that's won events or come close to winning events in the past? Is it very obvious, that change, and how are you kind of working on your team in that communication or that experience factor?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely, I mean, not to like harp too much on George, but I think Mike he just communicates a bit more in terms of like, especially in the mid-round situations, whereas George was maybe a bit more timid, scared to make overall macro decisions, where Mike just kind of came to a team and he's just like, I think we should do this. I think they're here, and he's very confident about it, which is like impressive as well. But like I said, whenever a new player joins, I want to make sure that he feels as comfortable as possible. We have the discussions of how he likes to play, how he's going to play in the mid-round situations. And then overall, you know, just talking about Counter-Strike is very easy with him. So
this win was pretty important for you guys in terms of VIS, you know, getting some points and getting a W as well. We speak a lot about progress and the future, and I think all of us are excited to see where you're going to land. But in terms of this tournament, is there any specific goal from now on, or is it just one game at a time and then hopefully you can get another win? I believe you faced the loser of Aurora versus FURIA in the lower bracket as well. Is it like a set goal that you want to win a couple of games, or is it just to learn to play with Grim?
Well, not to tell too much, but we're kind of trying to transition to a different approach to our game because our T sides have been kind of weird lately, and the percents are pretty low. So we're trying to practice a specific style, and it's match by match, to be honest. Right now with the new player, we had 1 week of practice in NA against like one team, so it's been pretty.
So
rough.
Nothing's changed, you know?
Not really. And then we had Pro League where he like had just signed, and then we played 3 online BO3. So. You know, it is going to take some time to get used to it and get used to how he likes to play because, like I said, he's an experienced player, which requires more room on the team to succeed normally.
Daps also mentioned the practice against one team. Who's your scrim buddy? Who's the one
we were just
team?
playing wildcard, and they had 2 guys in Europe. So it was,
so high quality practice all the same. I'm not sure exactly what was asked at the beginning of the interview, but I'll just ask, man, how pleasant of a surprise was it when Grim's just opening sites up with 2 kills? I mean, did you expect the entry success?
I mean, he's on Passion was more of like a lurk clutch player, and then I watch him aim, and I'm like, man, this guy should be just running in, just destroying people. He's like the way he plays is very confident, and he's very good aim, and his crosshair is like the size of my monitor. I don't know how he even gets kills. Yeah, it's I'm trying to still figure out how he likes to play and just make sure he's implemented as best as possible, you know.
It's showing up very nicely today, indeed. Exciting matches coming through from you. Yeah, looking forward to seeing it down the stretch. Looking forward to seeing you in the next match. But thanks for joining us here, Nitro, and good luck.
Yep, thank you guys.
Thanks for popping in. You take that headset off, rock on about with your day. Lots of smiles on North American faces after that one, I think, there, Jacob.
Should be. You know, that's a great result for NRG. I think you get the sentiment from speaking to Nitro as well, that this is a very much a new team. You know, there's a lot of work to be done. There's a boot camp coming up, and I almost get the feeling that he's excited for the boot camp in order to finally get to work on some of those T-sides, work on integrating Grim, figuring out how he wants to use him and what he can be used for. However, a win right here in terms of the VIS, that's gathering them some more points, giving them a bit more leeway, and I think beating Bait 2-0, that's not a bad thing for NRG, who's still, as said, a work in progress. So I think they should be happy, they should be proud. No doubt that in that lower bracket versus either Aurora or FURIA, they are going to be the underdog in that game. So I guess they can play freed up now.
You know, I think Nitro's a little too nice. I don't think you wanted to say it. They're not supposed to win that game. He knows it. The way he's talking about it, he knows that they're looking ahead. They're looking for this boot camp. He keeps referencing it. They want to change their T sides. They barely got any time. They only got to scrim against Wildcard. With multiple players in Europe, that's insane that that's like their only practice for a week with this player. It's not a game they're supposed to win. And Bait really kind of dropped the ball here. I think we have to say that. You had the individuals show up for NRG, and CS is an individual game to some extent, but still, Bait had to find a way to at least push it to 3 maps.
Yeah, I mean, we do need to talk about Bait a little bit more, and to start that conversation, I did have a little bit of an exit interview with NPL, so let's give that a watch. NPL, tough day in the office for you guys today. What do you think went wrong with that series?
I don't know, to be honest, because I wasn't like in that I don't know, places on the map where we lost our control. I don't know, so nothing to say.
And atmosphere overall, right? I mean, obviously the Inferno went very strong in the way of NRG, Grim, a force in the server. Then the slow start on Ancient. Do you think part of that was the surprise at how the Inferno had gone? How do you sort of make sure that the team's coming in the right mentality?
Well, we had the right mentality. I don't know. Probably like just wasn't aiming good, you know, like everything I can say when we lose. Like we were aiming good and playing bad. That's it. I don't know.
Understood. And looking at the tournament as a whole, right? You guys had that tight series against NAVI, but now you're out 0-2 in the tournament. What do you think about Bait's current state?
Tough state, but it is what it is. I don't know.
Do you have some reason for optimism for the future? Thinking about CysGO, he's still very new into the roster. What are you thinking about his development as a player?
As I said before, it's hard to say because we are not playing good as a team, so he's not showing his performance now, so yeah.
And what's next for you guys? What's the next event?
We'll play Tier 2 LAN, I don't know where, but yeah.
It's the world of the VRS. Well, good luck at that one, and we'll see you the next time.
Not so great for Bait. Tough sledding here at the Blast Open Rotterdam. They'll be off to some VRS land somewhere in the world. They don't even know where. Ain't that the life of a Counter-Strike player in 2026?
It's a very rough state for Bait right now. You could also sense that from NPL. Obviously not happy about being the first team eliminated from this tournament, but even more so looking at VIS, looking at the future of this lineup. Let's just remind ourselves that 4 or 5 months ago, they were kind of like a stable at the bigger tournaments. They were, you know, safe and sound in the VIS system. They were one of the teams that you would look towards maybe punching above their weight at certain tournaments. Now we're looking at a team that is in freefall. They're at the risk of not qualifying for the major. They lost, 7 out of the last 8 games now. Can't beat an NRG who just signed a new player as well on LAN in a studio. I see a lot of reason to be worried on behalf of Bait right now.
I think as much as we can say that the VRS is something they're concerned about, I think the impression I'm getting from that interview is it's more about just the gameplay. That the team, as you're saying, they were 4 or 5 months ago, they were a staple in these tournaments. You were looking at them as, can they make the next step to actually beat Tier 1 teams consistently? They can make an upset or two. And now they're losing to an NRG with a new player. They're losing 5 matches in a row. They can't close things out. This is the state of Bait. I think NPL would be happier if they could just win some games, even if the VRS wasn't accounted for. They just need to find their footing so that they can actually get back to a level where they're confident and they can start trying to challenge again.
I think it's distressing as well for the team state where, you know, we're asking about, okay, well, is it the integration of the new player? And it's like, well, we can't even really judge him because everything else is not going well, right? We're not playing well around him, so how can you accurately judge CysGO in his debut at this level of play? And also, to harken back to something we talked about in the pre-match interviews, Alex was saying it would be easier on them here because they have their coach with them. Well, it didn't make a difference, right? You talk about the mentality. They looked shell-shocked coming into Ancient off of that Inferno, and they really didn't seem like they had reset. I think it's just, it is very distressing.
Yeah, and I think that's a fair sentiment as well. You know, you can't really put the fault on CysGO. You know, how are you going to judge whether he's a good player or not if the entire team is not working out? So in that aspect, I very much agree with NPL. However, when he's also saying that he doesn't really know what went wrong because it was on a different side that he was playing on, it sounds to me like that's a team that's not in synergy right now. Obviously, you're the ex-in-game leader of this team. You are the biggest voice, as we said, coming into the game as well. To my understanding, you've been the best player for quite some time as well. If you just, you know, hands off being like, well, it didn't happen on my side, so I don't know, then that's not a team that is really working together in order to figure it out. So I have a lot of reasons to be worried on behalf of Bait. That interview didn't help me at all.
Yeah, we talked about them in their first entry into this tournament as a team that had ripped up the floor to try and raise the ceiling. Well, now it seems like the house might be at danger of collapsing, but we will have to see if they can get the renovations back on track in future events. For now, Bait are done here at the Blast Open Rotterdam, and we have some decisions to make over in our Nova Wallet novashots.io segment. Now, the way this game works, you can head to novashots.io yourself and participate. You get points. There's no actual investment required. You invest those points into different teams at the tournament. Depending on how well they do, you can increase your portfolio. We have 560 points to spend. We started with 1,000.
They didn't bankrupt us.
I think we maybe have some assets in here. We're not bankrupt right now. I am scrolling down to NRG. Price check on NRG.
Okay.
Look, I mean, bit of a bargain there.
Yeah.
Do you think they can pull off the upset?
The thing is, Mike, you have to forecast what's going to happen. They're going to lose the next game, so unfortunately for NRG, you should have invested in them a bit earlier. I'm going to throw something into the mixer, and you can shop it out if you want to. We have FaZe versus TYLOO coming up. I think this could be the, well, FaZe is already dead to some extent. I think TYLOO can win that game, and I think there's pretty good value on a team like TYLOO, and I feel frisky. It's Friday, Frisky Friday. Why don't we put some coins on TYLOO to beat FaZe?
I
don't know
have
if I
bad
feel
news for
frisky,
you.
But I would bet on TYLOO.
I think everybody else is agreeing with you because they're actually just ranked in between FURIA and Spirit right now in value. But you know what? We'll do it. We'll do it. What? Your wish, my command. We're throwing 250 blast bucks in on TYLOO stonks. So they're already performing high. We'll see if they keep performing higher as we buy in on the Dragons in our next matchup. pretty excited for that one. But before we do that, I have to tell you about something else I am downright thrilled for, and that is the next Blast event coming on in to North America. That's right, Blast Rivals Fort Worth coming your way. The arena is May 1st to 3rd. Be there. You don't want to miss it. These are the teams coming in. It's going to be one hell of a show. Come join us in the arena. Everything's bigger in Texas, including the games.
This state has been the beating heart of Counter-Strike for 25 years.
Welcome back to the Blast Open Rotterdam, where we are set to take the stage for our second game of the day. It's FaZe Clan taking on TYLOO in a match with massive VRS implications, and implications for the major at that. Still here on the desk with me, we got Pimp and Vu. Wow, what a game this could be. The implications of this elimination lower bracket, first round of the lower bracket matchup, feel massive.
I think that's the best way to sort of frame where we're at right now with FaZe Clan, that we're looking at a FaZe Clan that could be eliminated dead last at a Blast tournament in a group stage, and also potentially risking out on the major. That's how far it's come. It's not about FaZe, you know, maybe not getting into the playoffs anymore. It's not about FaZe not winning trophies or getting into quarterfinals, semifinals. We're talking about a team that is risking missing out on the major, and they have to beat TYLOO in a best of 3 in order to make sure that they get further away from that horrible scenario. So yeah, I think there's a lot of stake right here, but if anything, it just summarizes where FaZe find themselves at the moment.
If we're being honest, I think we all expected them to lose to Aurora. I think we were a little surprised that Jacob had a great game and they still managed to lose to Aurora. I think we were expecting, you know, when Jacob has a pop-off map, you want them to win. Then you come into TYLOO. This is where it's questionable if they lose. TYLOO's a team they should be beating on paper. This is a FaZe roster with the likes of Kerrigan, Twist, Frozen. they shouldn't be losing to a TYLOO, but TYLOO is such an incredible upset team. It's really hard to keep them down. But you can't be happy if you're FaZe, that there's even a question. If FaZe are playing at a level that they should be playing at, there should be no question they take this one 2-0.
And yet there are so many questions that remain. To try and answer some of them, I had a conversation with Kerrigan.
Young player.
I think it was a really good game by him. I remember the round on Inferno that looked like he was spin botting on A side. So a really good performance by him. We have seen it here and there, and hopefully you can continue that, right? It's no secret that we had problems with consistency, individual players around the whole team, and team performance. So it is something we're trying to work on, trying to make more basic stuff and having obviously some little more high risk calls, and we try to balance that really good, giving space for people to do individual moves and have a plan behind it as well. So it is a work in progress, but most of all we have really focused on our advantage as a team, surviving a lot more. I think one of the problems we had is that we like to play with our economy too much, so we are focused on trying to survive 4 or 5 people. Means I can make more interesting calls, knowing our economy is behind our backs, and I think that's why we had a really good nuke against Aurora.
And bringing those adjustments into the matchup against TYLOO here, they can be a dangerous opponent. What do you think about them?
Yeah, I mean, I tried to look some data. There hasn't been much since the Budapest major, right? So they have been be able to cook a lot at home. They're always hard to play. They play with a lot of confidence. They come here to Europe, they want to show what they can. And it's a hard opponent. I mean, let's just look at the VS ranking. That's kind of like, that's a lie. They're not 110 in the world. We all know that. So it is a game we need to be on our toes, and has always been like that with the Asian CS. And I'm just looking forward to play. But obviously, it is going to be a tougher game than it looks on paper. That's for sure.
And one final thought, speaking of the VRS rankings, we know that the pressure's on for you guys in terms of getting some wins, keeping yourselves in the conversation for the major. What's the messaging to the team overall about objectives at this event?
I mean, it's trying to improve and play the basics good. I mean, we can want to win, but in the end, playing Aurora, who comes from Pro League finals, right? We cannot just take that big leap. We can't become the best team of the world. We're without a coach, so we are resetting some stuff in some of the areas, right? Pressure, yeah. I mean, you're in FaZe. It's a privilege to be here in FaZe. Even when we won in 2022, we didn't win good enough. So obviously now the pressure is huge, and as long as within the 4 walls of the team, we talked about there's no internal pressure. They replaced the coach, meaning the players are safe for if we are qualifying for the major, right? So we need to make sure we can show the best Counter-Strike, and this opportunity for us to step up as a team, as an individual, me as a leader. Everybody has to do more, and I've seen that the past 4 days, 5 days, but we need results. So not to sugarcoat it, we need to win today, and if not, we have a chance in a Tier 2 event where it's gonna be like a bar fight, and I would prefer to come in prepared for a bar fight than really have to fight for our life there.
Fighting for their lives. I mean, look, he talks about it's a privilege to have the pressure. There's always going to be pressure in FaZe. This is a different kind of pressure. The usual pressure for FaZe is, why aren't you lifting trophies? This is, are you even going to make it into the dance? Do you belong among the best teams the world of Counter-Strike has to offer to compete in a major?
Yeah, the answer has been a resounding no as of late. That's not the question anymore, as you're phrasing it right here. The question is, can you stay alive? Can you somehow stay above water without drowning, without, you know, making sure that Frozen goes away and Twist seeks other avenues, and basically the entire team will crumble in that regard. So when you say you're fighting for your life, I think that's very much the case right now for FaZe Clan. So I very much buy what you're saying right here, Mike. It's a different kind of pressure, and dare I say it, you know, players that has tried so much in their careers, Kerrigan, Twist, Frozen, Boki for that matter as well, Jacob being the only new guy who doesn't have a lot of experience, to be under this kind of pressure, it's even new to them.
The pressure is usually, we're going into the major, we're not looking too good, can we perform at the major? Now the pressure is, can we make CS history coming second at a major and then missing the very next major, which is almost impossible unless you play at the level that FaZe has played this entire season. It's actually incredible it's even on the table.
It is pretty astonishing when you put it in those words. They understand that change has to come through, but the change that has come through so far is that they've dismissed their coach, right? Neo out of the team after nearly 3 years with it, and it's felt less like an answer and more like an acknowledgement that there are problems which will require answers to come at a later date.
Yeah, I have a lot of thoughts about that, to be completely
Share
honest.
some, Jacob.
No, because I don't think this is the moment and the time for it right now. But the whole way we've been speaking about Neo, the whole way we've been speaking about Kerrigan and him, you know, having that coach relationship, is that Kerrigan likes to have hands on. You know, it's his team. He makes the decision. He needs a coach that is sort of backing him up, you know, so he never loses control of the team. That's the way it's been phrased. That's the way it's been laid out. So I feel like you remove the one piece where you have the least impact at all on what's going on in FaZe right now. So why would we expect big changes if the one guy you decided to remove is the guy who has the least impact on the team? Personally, not satisfied with it, you know. Is it fair to remove Neo in isolation? Maybe. Is it the only thing that needs to happen for FaZe to come back? A hard resounding no.
And we'll keep focusing on Kerrigan because that's where the conversation has been off of the interview as well. His individual form has continued on a decline. That's kind of what we expect. He's an older player. He's not a player who we necessarily expect to have the impact in, but still there has to be an upward limit, right? Or a lower limit, I suppose.
I mean, when you look at Kerrigan, he's never been a great fragger ever since maybe in 2011, maybe he could frag pretty decently. It's always been a downward trajectory for Kerrigan. But when you look at the tournaments that FaZe go deep in, when they can have a good run, it's almost universally tournaments where Kerrigan shows up as an individual and can post a 1.01 rating or a 1.05, where he can actually hold his own individually. When you see him have these events where now he's the lowest rated IGL in the top 20, the lowest rated player in the top 20, he can barely crack a 0.8. I think that's a bar where it's getting to the point it doesn't really matter how good your IGLing is, unless you're on a Falcons, and I don't think Falcons are reaching out for Kerrigan at the moment. Unless you're on that type of super team, you need your IGL to do something. Just do something. Kerrigan, do something.
Yeah, I think that's why we wanted to bring in this graphic, Mike, as well. The fact that it's been labeled as a non-issue for a long, long time when you're surrounded by Robs, Twist, Frozen for that matter as well, Brokey when he was, you know, playing good Counter-Strike as well. You could get away with that 0.89 rating, but it's getting worse and worse and worse. And I posed the question a year ago when it was 0.87. Is that too low? Is that the threshold where now you have to step it up, Kerrigan? He's off to his worst start ever as an individual player. And you said it yourself, you have to go back to 2011. I'll tell you what, Kerrigan hasn't had a single year in his professional Counter-Strike Global Offensive or CS2 career where he finished above 1 rating. Never ever in his career has he tried that. So it's getting to a point now where I agree with you. When you're on a team that is then struggling, then you have to take some responsibility as well. And I think his individual output right now is also part of the issue in FaZe. It's not the issue, it's part of it.
And the problem is that it is just part of it, right? Because normally when an IGL is struggling, maybe the stars can compensate, but some of the stars have been dull in the FaZe camp. In particular, we wanted to talk about Twists. He's been vocal about the fact that he's looking to find himself, that he's looking to reinvent himself, and there's good reason for it. He's having one of his worst years as a professional.
I'm getting like a South Park reference right here. You know, they killed Kenny. They kind of killed Twist as well. Came into FaZe, did so fantastically well in the beginning. One would imagine, I remember saying this at a couple of their segments, where would FaZe be if Twist didn't come in and played some beautiful Counter-Strike? Well, we found out right here, right now, where they're close missing the major. That's what happened when Twist is not saving their ass. I don't blame Twist for getting into a team doing so well and then along the way losing himself, not really figuring it out at the moment. But my God, FaZe without Twist, that's what you get, Rue. You get a team that is barely qualifying for the major.
I mean, you go back to Elige. We saw Elige join this roster. Everyone questioned, was Elige the problem? They go on this downturn. I think the reality is, without Elige popping off, they brought in Twist. Twist is popping off. Without a player on the T side finding those openings, I think that's what Kerrigan relies on, a player to find an opening so he can call in the mid rounds. Without that player doing so, with Twist struggling, with no Elige anymore, with Frozen as the only solid player on this roster with consistency, they're not, they have the worst T side in the top 20 right now by a decent margin. They're below 40% win rate on T sides. They can't do anything. And as much as, you know, you can say Kerrigan needs to frag better, I think he needs to call a different style with this team unless they can find a way for Twist to activate again.
He touched on that a little bit in the interview, saying that they were trying to stay alive a little bit more, not be that classic FaZe where you fight with everything, fight with every force by trying to make the improbable round happen. There is a little bit of redefinition going on, but my question to you guys before we start the conversation about TYLOO is, what would you like to see from FaZe? Because we spelled out the problems, we spelled out the doom and gloom. So in this series against a team that is still also finding their footing. What would you like to see from this FaZe roster to give you some hope?
It's very hard to pick one thing, to be completely honest, but a bit more composure, I think, is the best. Because I agree, we've been hearing Kerrigan and we've been hearing FaZe talk about their DNA, and their DNA has always been, you know, run down your opponents, you know, run down their throats, you know, be aggressive, go for the duel if you want to, go for the play if you want to. I think those days are over. When your players are lost of confidence, when you're not winning, when your T-sets are struggling, you have to revert back a little bit and show a bit more composure. So I like what Kerrigan is saying. He's probably seen the same thing as I have, you know, and they probably know way better than we do watching from the outside, but a bit more composure on the server, and that will probably help getting some of those fundamentals back to obviously skilled players.
Yeah, I'd like to see maybe a tiny bit more structure at times to get the players a little more activated, because we're seeing a FaZe roster where Twist is being thrown in. You're seeing Frozen. Frozen struggled a lot in the previous series. It seems to be no matter who is having a good game, if Twist is finally popping off, if Brokey has a great game, somehow the rest of the roster seems to find a way to fail. So composure maybe is the right way to put it. You need the players to be on the same page, to play together. The problem is, at the moment, FaZe look like a dead team walking. It looks like the team themselves don't believe that they can win, and so they always find a way to lose.
But wouldn't it be FaZe magic to, when you are the most down on this roster, find that little bit of a spark, see who it can come from? It's going to be Brokey on the op for the FaZe clan. Over on the other side as well, we have G coming in for TYLOO. Always a bit of a spark plug, always a whole lot of fun to watch.
He's a whole lot of fun to watch, and also, as Kerrigan said, it's been a while since we've seen TYLOO play tournament after tournament, so we haven't really seen much from G, we haven't seen much from TYLOO, and this whole matchup between G and Brokey, personally, I feel like there's one upper better than the other, and it's not Brokey anymore, and that's, again, part of the issue within FaZe Clan. G, to me, is a better performing AWP player than Brokey is.
Brokey is currently, I believe, the worst rated non-IGL in the top 20. It's not looking too great for Brokey. That's an opera that you would say is a top 20 opera of all time, but he's just not been performing to a level that's acceptable. It's just not an acceptable level if you want FaZe to find success. And you're speaking about FaZe Magic. FaZe Magic isn't winning against TYLOO in the lower bracket round 1, not going out 0-2, Mike. FaZe Magic is when you win the major, when you come to the finals of the major.
Well, they did that. But for now, let's talk a little bit more about TYLOO, and I did want to hear from the man himself, G. How are you feeling today?
Feeling good. Yeah.
Coming into a matchup against FaZe. FaZe, obviously, a team with a lot of storied names on that roster. How do you think you match up?
就怎么看待这场比赛吧。50-50.
50-50 coin flip here. All right, on the opping, though, you and Brokey, who's better?
Jam Young better.
Jam Young better than both of you. Is he going to be picking up the op?
Jong King will take op.
Okay. All right. We're mixing everything up here. What are you going to do then? You're going to be just running in and ripping heads? We doing like Tech 9? What's your play going to be today?
Sorry again?
What are you going to do then? If he's doing all the opping, what are you going to do?
I'm coach today. Let's go, boys. Sick.
So we're swapping everything up. But for you, TYLOO, with Zero, young player, new player, how is he?
Zero is genius. He have only 4,000, maybe 5,000 hours in Counter-Strike. And yeah, he is genius. He is very young, and I believe in him. Yeah.
How good do you think he can be? Can he be top 20? Can he be top 10? Top 5?
Top 0.
Top 0? Better than anyone?
Yeah, top 0.
There you go. Zero top 0. I love to see it. All right, good luck today, G.
Thank you so much. My pleasure.
I love talking to G. Zero top 0, gonna be the best player ever. I have been talking to some of my friends in the region just to get a little bit of a read on this young guy, because he kind of came out of nowhere. He played about a year with a team that, let's be honest, none of us have really watched play. He comes into this TYLOO team. He's apparently a little bit of a social media star over in China. Did some, I think he was on Weibo. Some of his clips went pretty viral. He was playing LANs with a team that they called 1 green 4 red, in that all of his teammates would just get absolutely wrecked and he would god carry them through maps. So he's an exciting prospect. He's very much an unknown still, but this name that seems to be just a huge natural talent at Counter-Strike that could really light the world on fire for TYLOO.
I'm honestly excited to see them play. Kerrigan said it. We haven't seen them much since the Budapest Major, and what we saw at that Major was a little bit lackluster, which is also why they made the roster change. They bring in this guy, Zero, and you're right on. I would be lying if I said that I watched a lot of his game. Obviously, you look him up, you try to figure out what is he all about, what are some of the tendencies that he can do, but at the end of the day, the only way we learn, and they learn, and everyone else learns about him, is playing on a stage like this. So I'm, for once, excited to learn about a new prospect, a new player as well, and I'm also excited to see TYLOO as a unit, because people are kind of downplaying them to a point where, like, oh, this is a bad team, you know, they're gonna lose all their games. TYLOO have been competitive for a long time, and I think in all the tournaments they're playing, they're always showing up competitive, not always getting the results they want, but they put up a good fight.
Yeah, I mean, Zero was playing with 1 green 4 red, now they're playing against 1 green 4 red. You know, I think he's gonna feel at home with this one. I think it's wrong to categorize TYLOO as a weak team. I think you're right. I think they're a team that no matter who they come up against, they come in with a really solid game plan, and they tend to pick up a map even against the best teams in the world. When they play them, they can either make a map really close, bring it to OT, or they can pick up a map. So you're looking at them against FaZe, I think there's almost a guaranteed 3 maps, especially with Zero. Even if he's a bit of an unknown, I think Attacker wasn't the solution for them. They needed to find a replacement. Zero may be the solution. I've liked what I've seen so far.
Okay, guaranteed 3 maps. You haven't even seen the veto yet, so why not? Let's roll the veto. Let's see what maps they're going to be. I am excited for this one. I think you guys have put it very nicely, right? Which TYLOO, their ranking just doesn't describe how dangerous a team this is, but let's see what maps we are going to play. We've got the Mirage coming through from FaZe. What do we make of this one?
I mean, it makes sense. I think TYLOO, right, picked the map. Not a big surprise. That's been a staple for them pretty much throughout the entirety of the international history of the lineup as well. So that makes sense. Also a map where Zero can probably express himself a bit more. The Ancient pick coming in for FaZe, that's also been a staple of those. I will say that's one of the few maps where I kind of know what I'm getting from FaZe, a somewhat high level of Counter-Strike, despite them not winning all the time. So I'm not too unhappy about that, but that also, you know, screams 3 maps to me.
The problem with FaZe right now is their only good map, or you could call it a good map, is Dust 2, and that's TYLOO, one of the only teams out here that typically ban Dust 2. So you bring them away from their best map. They have to go for Mirage. They have to go for Ancient, where they're on a 5-map slide. This is the maps that you want to see TYLOO on if you want to see them maybe take this one home.
Yeah, Overpass as well, 3rd deciding map. That's the one game we've seen TYLOO in this tournament so far do a good job against FURIA. Lackluster CT side, made a massive comeback on the T side. So I'm not gonna lie, you know, the more I speak about this game, the more I think about this game, and you know, just the fact that I've lost complete faith in FaZe, I could see the upset happen here. I could see TYLOO winning this game.
It really does feel like we're starting to build a case, and that case is becoming stronger and stronger with each data point that we get. Oh, are you buying in? Are we buying in to the TYLOO resurgence? We haven't seen them play this level of competition with Zero other than the FURIA game.
No. That's the issue, right? We don't know what we get from TYLOO yet. It's still a bit of an unknown since the Budapest Major. We know what we get from FaZe, which is why I'm willing to take the gamble on this one. I'd still say FaZe are the favorites on paper, but I wouldn't be surprised.
I'd say, Jacob, that, you know, I've been a Kerrigan fan for a long time. I think he's the best IGL of all time. I want TYLOO to win this, put FaZe out of their misery. Put them down, take them out back, end this whole experiment, and we can find Frozen a good team, we can find Kerrigan a good team, and we can find Twist a good team, and we move on from FaZe.
You want TYLOO to Old Yeller, one of the most storied teams in Counter-Strike.
Yes.
Yeah. That's, I think in Denmark we call it a mercy kill. You know, you hit a bird or whatnot, you know, the bird is still squeaking a little bit. You walk out of your car, you snap the neck of it, and then you did a good thing. I think that's what TYLOO can do here to FaZe.
I guess we'll find out if TYLOO can give a mercy kill over towards FaZe, if this horse is headed to the glue factory, because, man, you can't help but be a little romantic. That Stallions run some good races back in their day.
I agree, and it hurts me to say, because I'm a big fan of Frozen. I'm a big fan of Kerrigan. I'm a big fan of Twist, for that matter as well, to be completely honest. I think there's still players that in a year from now on, they could be on different teams, or they could even be part of the core in FaZe clan and do good stuff. But FaZe as a team right now, you know, removing Neo, having watched them play the first 4 tournaments of the season, I've just been disappointed every single time, Mike. So it's hard for me to buy stock into FaZe right now. If anything, I think it's up to them to earn the respect once more. We've given them a lot of leeway, you know, for a lot of years, you know, because of the magic and because of the story. Now it's time for FaZe to re-earn the respect. For now, I don't think there's a lot of respect to be put on their name.
Well, I've got a desk here that is out for blood, but what do you guys think, Anders and Henry G?
What a grim picture there with their words. Quite graphic mental images coming to my mind. Anders, what are your thoughts on this matchup?
Why did it keep getting worse all the time? Like, there's just the imagery.
Yeah, it kept doubling down.
So wild.
Snapping necks, around the back of the barn, it had everything. I tend to agree with the sentiment, not necessarily the wording, but yeah, this feels like do or die time for FaZe right now. Their major is up for conversation right now, going against TYLOO as well. If they lose this game, they go down like 4 points, I think, in the VRS rankings. Things aren't looking good. Fair enough, yesterday they lost against Aurora. That's a game you don't expect them to win. TYLOO, on the other hand, lost to FURIA. Kind of a similar story, but you would expect FaZe to be taking down TYLOO with the new roster. I have no idea about this kid Zero. Have you managed to watch him play at all for TYLOO?
I don't have a good read on him, to be honest. It's going to be a bit of a surprise. I hope that he's going to be able to slot in, but yeah, this TYLOO team, I think, itself is going through some struggles. I don't know if they're as strong as they really were, you know, at some point last year. I feel like they were a much more interesting team, but for FaZe, I've got to be honest, the thing that worries me, you know, if I had a penny for every time I've doubted FaZe and then they came back, I'd have maybe at least like 20, 30 pennies, which is not a lot.
Yeah,
but it's a lot of comebacks, a lot of surprises, you know. It keeps happening, so that's the only thing that worries. I can't even give you a reason beyond the fact that every time I doubt FaZe, they do something wild.
Well, they're the favorites here. They should be winning this game, in my opinion. The problem is, players like Jam Young, players like G, especially the former, Jam Young can be an absolute world-class rifler if he gets in his zone.
Yeah.
He's very difficult to shut down. He can go toe-to-toe with Twist and Frozen. It just depends whether he turns up. He does not turn up very often, but when he does, it's an absolutely spectacular display. And the fact they removed us too as well from FaZe's map pool, that does not bode well. I think this is a 50-50 game. I'd like to see FaZe win. I don't want this team to just disintegrate and disappear and not make a major. I think we need them in Counter-Strike. They're the most fun and chaotic team to watch at times, but bear in mind, they have no coach right now. They've got Groovy behind them, the assistant coach. It's going to be a rough one. It's going to be tough to get this one over the line.
Yeah, there is a weird atmosphere around the team at the moment that's hard to shake off, and it's definitely getting to them a little bit. They're not performing like themselves. Some of the players, obviously, we know Frozen can be very good. We know Twist can be very, very good. I think for Jacob, it's a very unfortunate situation because he's going to look worse in the light of the chaos of the team, no matter what, in my opinion. But if it can all come together today, then maybe they can keep on battling through this one. We kind of all want to see FaZe go to the playoffs, though. They feel like they should be there.
I don't know. I don't know. I want to see this game first. I want to see what level we're putting down. Carrigan was very candid in his interview. He was saying like he's aware of the dire straits they found themselves in right now. It's simply not acceptable, the Counter-Strike they're playing at this stage in their careers. We expect so much more from the GOAT in-game leader. Slowly but surely losing that status, I think, with the pieces he has and the lack of results. It's getting alarming at this point, Anders.
Yeah, a lot to make up for. Hopefully they can do it now as we head into the opening map here of the series. FaZe versus TYLOO with everything on the line. TYLOO starting on the T side, FaZe on the CT side. As we're getting a little bit of utility on the T side as well, but not much.
Looks to be a B finish quite early on. We have one smoke and a Molotov, courtesy of Mercury, and it's going to be Carrigan. Bear in mind, a lot of teams like to punish his side of the map and target those in-game leaders. Carrigan's fragging has left a lot to be desired this season especially. We'll see whether he can hold on. He's been gifted the Julies and Kevlar setup toward that side of the map. And in terms of exploration, we'll see what the CTs are up to. They're actually vacated the A bomb site almost entirely. They're pushed in towards T-spawn, Anders.
Yes, they have. So could be a very exciting round here. Carrigan up in the hallways. Another couple of seconds and his backup is going to be there, but he can't live long enough. Jam Young will take him down instead. 2 people left on TYLOO's side, and they do not have a bomb plant yet to really make this round a hard one for FaZe. And you could see Brokey. He's sneaking in. He's seen the gun barrel. He knows the kill. It's a couple of seconds away if you keep on going like this. And now it's a bit of a distraction as well. Somehow Jam Young gets out alive. How has he got to live through this? Now he gets a chance with the clock, and he's landing some sickening headshots. Brokey and Jacob, yeah, deleted. Not even a bomb player right now. Finally, they got around to that. But they had him locked in. They had him pushed up against the wall, isolated in that hallway, and still they could not find the kill on him. 7 health left on Frozen, and Mercury will take him down. A big flop there from FaZe.
let's just talk about the fundamentals here. You got a 3 versus 2. The bomb's not planted. You wait for them to at least tap the bomb. You eliminate one of the players there. Then you strike in together. Then you manage to overwhelm them, take down the one player that's not planting. They overstep the mark. They get too keen to try and get the kills, and they get absolutely dominated by Jam Young. Like I said, if he's hitting hard, he is one of the best players on the server.
Oh, yeah.
There's a perfect display of it right there. Really calm with the Glock. You give him 2 heads, and he's going to pop them off, no problem. You should have waited for the plant. You should have taken your time, and you flubbed it.
It felt like Brokey was seconds away from sneaking up on him, but then they kind of alerted themselves to the fact that the flank was happening, and suddenly, well, this is the result. Oh, frustration, no question about it.
Oh, lads. Boy, oh boy, that's just first round, and we're already in the bin.
Yeah. That
mental's gone.
1 round in.
Oh, that should have been there all day long. Just a bit of discipline. Use the man advantage. Don't force the issue. Make them plant. They hadn't even tapped the bomb yet, lads.
Yeah, 3 CTs around.
Like, sure, you had maybe the advantage of 2 players swinging in. You think you're going to hit that kill, but he's got the headshot position. He can duck and weave behind that van. He can crouch. He can move back and forth. You're the one that have to expose yourselves, and expose yourselves you did.
Whole round is on such a knife's edge, because even at the start when Kerrigan was fighting Jam Young to begin with, the backup was there. Like, if Kerrigan lives 2 more seconds,
and they had
done.
The perfect read as well. They had CTs pushing in through T-spawn. They knew exactly what was coming. We won't dwell on it too long, but yeah, just not the kind of round you want to see to kick things off there. We will see the purchase coming into round number 2, whether they force or take the eco. Of course, it's a technical issue to kick things off, not what you want to see straight away, and it looks to be the eco here. So, the pick of TYLOO, a recovery of the man disadvantage there. 3-on-2 goes in their favor, courtesy of Jam Young, and that's what I said. If he gets going, he hits hard as any top 5 player in the world. He is exceptionally good with the rifles, just not as consistent as some of the world's best.
Yeah, I think that the team as a whole struggles to find that consistency, but I absolutely agree with you. When he's in the zone, there's something really magical about watching him go to work. Hope we get the honor of that today, because that would be quite something. Second round here, and like you pointed out, it's upgraded some pistols, but nothing else really happening here for the FaZe side. So Frozen's going to get a chance, maybe Kerrigan with another deagle. Apart from that, should be a bit of a quiet round. TYLOO. I feel like some of the... Oh, wait a minute. Hold the phone. Kerrigan snuck in. Does get the headshots. A little bit messy, but job done nonetheless.
We'll take it. Let's see whether FaZe can hold on here. Not checking the boost could be a problem, but, well, there it is. It's that USP. Doesn't have the firepower to hold on. There was the full eco. They get a kill, but that's about it. We go 2-0 now, as TYLOO will have 4 players surviving. First gun round coming up next. They won't have the luxury of the Brokey AWP. He'll go for the M4. Should be the same setup for the rest of the FaZe roster here. Getting ready for round number 3. Will really set the tone as to which way this one is going. We need to see some signs of life early from FaZe.
Yeah. You're not going to be able to afford the AWP, obviously, but you're right. That was a disappointing pistol round. If they can't quickly repair the damage there, then who knows what's going to happen. Jam Young is alone at the top of mid. Flash around the corner and a jump in with no helmet, I think. Kerrigan is blown up. Twist, though, moving forward, and he gets double peaked. Zero, the one to pick up the shot there. And now they're scrambling to get back into the bomb site here. Good taps from Brokey, but no kill on the connection yet. He's going to be able to get that one on Moja. 3 versus 3, but a wide swing for Brokey before the backup is there.
Come on, Jacob, what have you got?
Killed, trying to get
That's
the spam,
more like it.
That's the headshot we were looking for. Zero and Jam Young. Jam Young's coming in with that catwalk position. I don't think they know just yet. He hasn't shot anyone in this round, so it could be a surprise. And Jacob is not reloaded yet. 8 bullets. He's just not sure if he can safely get the reload in now. Down to the USP. Shot in the side of the head by Jam Young instead. And again, Frozen's very low here. Nade, if he didn't fall back there, he would have been dead. Still got 50 seconds, so if he can find the bomb here, Zero. Oh, it's all the way in front. I was going to say he could try to escape to the A bomb site with the time that's left, but now it's just a standoff.
Both players very low indeed. Who will blink first? Who will make their first move here? You're right. He can make his way towards the A side, but Frozen could strike. He's going to commit to the plant. After Frozen now with no kip, comes down to one bullet. Who will land theirs first? Advantage 0. New boy in the block. See what he can do.
Great position. He knows that Frozen, if he jumps out, he's going to make some noise. So he's just taking the only position, really, that Frozen can walk into. Straight headshot. Health didn't matter at all. That is very, very smart.
Great positioning there. He couldn't have played that better if he tried. As you mentioned, he knows he's in towards the apartments. His only point of access is either jumping down and making a sound cue or face-checking multiple angles from the B apartments himself. So that's what he went for. And yeah, well played from Zero. Ice cold, committed to the plant. He did have a helmet, by the way.
He did, you're right. He just died so quick, I thought. That's got to be not.
And fair play to Jacob. He kept that round alive. The only reason that's close because of Jacob getting that wall bang, but Zero, first time I got to commentate him, and that's an impressive cerebral clutch, I would say. He's up to 5-1, 3-0 overall. These rounds, though, FaZe are always dangerous. Twists, one of the best Eagle players on the planet. See what he can do with it.
They need to have some early impact. It's been some very, very rough rounds here for FaZe. Right out the gate, close all the time, but not quite able to actually win the rounds. And that frustration is going to build pretty quickly, I think. Not a ton of money on TYLOO, so that's something to think about. Maybe they can get rid of it and start to claw together some rounds here. Carrigan, he's burned out of the corner. That's a very nice Molotov, to be honest. And once again, the B bomb side looks very undefended here. Headshot from Jacob, twists, he lands that one.
There it is. Advantage still for TYLOO here. Bomb should be planted. It's a nice open one as well. Of course, there's no kits available here. No real retake utility, as we will see a smoke and a flash. Oh, the AK has been blown out of contention. 3 of them head towards short. They spotted it, but just don't have the time to recover. Okay, Jacob, I like that.
That's a great shot, but Jam Young in the corner takes a couple of kills and a very confident tap from Moja. Frozen low on health, and he's got no chance here. It's another close round. They keep getting almost there, but not quite.
They're doing very well. Like we said, Twist is deadly with the Desert Eagle. Gets a beautiful shot there from the window. Jacob with a couple as well. Through the smoke. That was lovely from Twist, but nice shot. Jacob with a couple. He's looking sharp this tournament. He's under a lot of scrutiny in this FaZe jersey, but you can't deny his skill. You give him a target to hit, more often than not, he'll connect. 4-0, changing the things up here. We are going to have, looks to be maybe an A split here. We have got 3 players towards top and middle. They're lining up utility early towards the A ramp. Maybe just trying to bait out some of the CT bits and pieces here. Jacob playing in front of the util, confirming that no one's coming through. Smoke's down, as you can see, towards jungle and the steps.
What a setup this is if you peek into the AWP and then Jacob is in front of it still, but it might not be put into play the way that they were looking for. There's already so much pressure in middle that they had to escape and fall a little bit further back. It's so quick. He wasn't even aiming that. I think he was aiming at the other side of it.
What a sicko.
I'd love to see that from his point of view. Jacob, very smart. Takes the kill. The bomb is on the other side. If he can find G as well, that would be disastrous for TYLOO.
Jacob is looking very sharp right now. It bodes well for FaZe. Need to convert this round, of course, but Jacob playing confident CS, pushing angles, reading the game well. Problem is, they've lost track of Mercury, and he is deep behind enemy lines. Controlling the murder hole. Frozen aware of it. Does he peek towards the shadow? He definitely does, and Jacob is already low. That's unfortunate for him. Back to a 4-3. Carrigan, Frozen, and Brokey. We haven't even mentioned Brokey yet, really. He's got the AWP. Oh, God. They are getting absolutely walloped in the individual duels right now.
By one person, Mercury.
Night and day in terms of the skill we're seeing. Oh, Carrigan. Oh, my God. You're going to need at least 2. He can get 2 here. 1.5. That's round.
That is unfortunate, especially because that AWP is so valuable here on Brokey. Not going to be worth it. Could stick around for an exit, but even this has got me worried.
Save that all, Brokey. If you go down, that is... It's not really going to make a huge difference if you get 1 and survive. He gets this kill. Okay, that's fine. Does he fancy it?
No.
I'd say surely not.
There is a version of Brokey. It's in the distant past now that would have tried this, but I feel like no longer. What a round for Mercury. 3 kills. Very well done. Definitely a moment of potential problems there with G peeking up against Jacob, that could have been bad, but...
At least these rounds aren't all blowouts. As soon as they win one, the money is going to be broken for TYLOO. The problem is, it's now 5 in a row. Don't have the coach behind them. They have Groovy, the assistant, but Mercury playing like an absolute animal right now. The kills he's hitting. What can you even do about that?
Yeah. Oh, the dink, the headshot on the 0.
It's unfortunate. Okay, no timeout. We will continue with the maximum loss bonus. Money not too bad with the saved wall. Brokey was able to drop 1 rifle. And we're going for a straight up A set piece, Anders. This looks to be more of a Palace pop. 2 players heading in that position. Presence shown towards middle. Courtesy of G. Doesn't even need his AWP right now. He'll come join the squad. So 2 out of the Palace. 3 towards the A ramp. Frozen. Normally so good in these sort of positions. Used to have his wingman Rain with him. This time it's Jacob. Can they hold them off?
We're about to find out. Oh, Molotov down on top of Frozen. He's burned out of the corner. Jamyong, I think, falls to his death, but Zero's getting the entries no matter what. Good shot onto Carrigan. This might be all over.
They're not even putting up a fight here. There's even a team. They didn't even get a kill. There's a team kill. They ran into their own flames.
Yeah. Oh, and you said, you know, at least the silver lining in the past is the fact that he was close. Now 4 people alive here for TYLOO.
Nice change of pace. TYLOO looking razor sharp with the AKs right now. And that's the difference maker. Their crosshair placement, spacing, coordination, every facet of the game. I can't poke any holes in it. Everything's looking spectacular.
Yeah, if you could hear sort of a distant sound in the background picked up by our microphones, that's just Jacob and Vu that are sharpening their knives out back somewhere. They're ready to go. Oh my God. I can't believe what I'm seeing. FaZe. It was a bit of a brutal start. It wasn't what we were expecting, but they look very flat right now. Starting off on the opening map here, it's not what you're expecting. Timeout called. But again, they don't have Neo behind them.
They certainly do not. It's going to be groovy. Oh, this is a rough one, boys. Difficult to dig yourself out of this hole. No one really being activated just yet. You've got Jacob, 4 kills, Frozen 5, Twist with 1 and 5. You got that nice 1D. We really need to see more out of him, and Brokey especially in a map like Mirage-CT side. He needs to be setting the pace, and look at Jamyong go. He actually took himself down with the Molotov. Not a single kill picked up. That A bomb site used to be rock solid back in the day for FaZe when Rain was there with them.
Yeah, true. So disappointing that they can't just even find the one. Even 1 kill would have set Twist up coming in from Connector to do something more.
Okay, is there a change of pace here? Maybe getting a bit more aggressive. Yes, it looks like Twist has had enough of this now. Wants to display his own level of skill, but so blind in the smoke. He gets away with it for now. He goes down in the end. Jacob double kill from way downtown. Gets Jamyong and Mercury. First advantage they've had since the Pistol Anders.
I like it. It's just the attempt for FaZe to try and do anything differently, and it did work out. Even if the flashbangs very nearly foiled Twist completely, they ended up with a man lead. Stuck on this A ramp for a long time. Yeah, time to go. See if you could set it up. Mercury's no longer alive, but Mojus hit some good shots, and Zero is actually 8 and 2.
Come on, Brokey, hit this.
Yeah, you got to. Carrius is in and there. He's going to be flanking them from the back, but it's going to be another 10-15 seconds before he really gets there. Flash to set it up. Really good timing, and a little bit of a peek up coming in. Jacob not hitting the headshot, but the AWP is still here. Brokey, surely you get this one. Another flashbang, and this time it's the death. Moja, he will open up with a double, and I didn't even know what to say. He had a couple of opportunities there, but the flashes have been so good. The utility use for TYLOO shuts down the FaZe sniper. And now it's just Frozen.
Yeah, dude, this is a world-class Seaside Mirage so far.
Yeah.
It might fall apart. Frozen does like a clutch or two, but G holds on. Perfect game, perfect play, and everyone looking so locked in for TYLOO. A statement for them. We haven't really seen them play in Europe since, what, Fisher Playground? That's been about 6 months since then. So they've been in the lab. New player coming in, Zero, seems to be very handy as well. But you're right, it's a teamwork. They're not taking any risk, not overstepping the mark until they have the advantage in the fight. One flashbang shuts them all down.
This is one of the things that was lacking so hard in Chinese Counter-Strike in the past, is they would go for way more of those high-risk duels, believing that they had the aim. And you know what? They did have the aim, but against top-level opposition, the flashbang just makes the difference there. Huge coming in from the 7-0.
Well, these are the sort of rounds, though, that FaZe can win. When their backs are to the wall, they purchased up a few weapons. The star players need to shine, though. Frozen and Jacob leading the way. Brokey down to a Deagle. Twist on the FAMAS.
Yeah, if you're a FaZe fan, that's all you're thinking about. Like, where's the jump start? Where's the spark that's going to light something in this team?
It hopefully is this round.
It needs to be. But again, the discipline here for TYLOO is looking very good.
I can't stress enough. It's been the perfect T side.
Yeah.
0 mistakes, good recoveries, fantastic aim, spacing, execution, utility, everything has just been perfect.
But the timing is very good. You've got 3-man push at the A ramp, but it looks like we're going to see another B split coming in, and they'll realize way too late, FaZe. TYLOO are setting it up. They've got some grenades as well. See if they can smoke off the market. Flash going over.
Good
a little
boost.
bit of a boost.
This.
Yeah, that is good. Karrigan is going to try and really distract here, and he does a great job with a headshot.
Here we go.
Zero's out of it, but Jamyong immediately deleted. I don't know if they will, but Jamyong, he's getting so many kills. Oh, and they will. Spin around. He wanted more than the one. Twist, hoping for a double. They're going to get nothing instead.
Oh, man.
Blown up once again, Henry.
It was a really nice idea. You're right, Twist knew he needed more than one. You can't blame him.
He's not even wrong, like he is.
No, exactly. You can't blame him. Like, he's not going to win the round on one FAMAS kill from that position. He needed 2. And Mosier, head on a swivel, will take him down. It's getting rough out there now. 8-0.
I really didn't know what to expect, but I know that I wasn't expecting this.
I mean, yeah, I don't think anyone was. I'm not going to say it's over yet. Like, you can still get 4 rounds. This was a partial buy from the CTs. They weren't all in. They can bring out the Brokey Orb going forward. Nice try, good ideas. They are bringing something to the table, but nothing's working so far. TYLOO just running circles around them. Did you say he wants to get a bit messy right now?
Either that or...
I think you just need to take the game to them. I think you're not winning with the default setups. I think he's right. If that's what he did say, let's just start pushing middle. Let's just start getting the AWP posted up and B and send the rifles out on some fragging missions here.
He either said he wanted things to get messy or he wanted to get messy.
Okay,
just buy him in the middle of the...
Can we sign Mezzi?
Just right now.
I think we need to sign Mezzi.
What a thing to tell your teammates. You guys suck. We need Mezzi.
Fair play. He is the GOAT.
I think he got robbed of the major MVP.
Yeah,
I think he had such an impact. I'm standing tall on that.
Mind it.
Yeah, I'm fighting the Cyber fans. Not easy, but I think he should have had it. Anyway, he's not in this server, not yet. Anyway, round number 9, and we need to see something more. Brokey's back on the EWP. Twister's got 1 kill. Jacob, Frozen are trying to do the best they can. Even Karrigan with 4 kills, but the output is not there right now for FaZe. That has to change. A little bit of mid control right now being put in, but most of it is in the B hallways.
They are coming towards B, but they are changing things up. So Brokey, this is what you want to see.
Okay.
As we mentioned, Karrigan, the weak link in terms of the fragging department of this squad, he's going to be focused in towards that B bomb site. Brokey, though, sniping this season hasn't been great. He needs at least 1 and survive. Can't get clotheslined here.
What is this from Mercury? He's pushed in. Brokey gets the kill. Jacob. Okay, a bit of killer instinct on him. Jamyong's opening up on the other side. Brokey lands another connection on the sniper. And now it's just 0 left. And very good work. 3 kills for Brokey. That's exactly what you like to see.
Yes, you definitely needed that. Nice change of setup there. Brokey getting a couple of kills. Nice adjustment. Realizing that was potentially the weakness on the map. Karrigan being targeted over and over. But it is Brokey delivering the goods. We said he needed 1. He gets a couple. Jacob as well. It's a pretty solid showing for him. Up to 7 kills. The kid can shoot, trust me.
Oh yeah, he's got that for him. And I'm trying to run as much defense and PR for Jacob as I possibly can, because I really feel like he got done dirty coming into this team. Like,
oh, absolutely.
Remember some of the early tournaments where it was like Rain was suddenly back in? It was like such a mess.
I just don't think he has the personality to handle this sort of pressure, this spotlight.
Yeah,
he seems like quite a shy and timid person.
A little bit, yeah.
And having this much scrutiny and criticism, like, that's what comes by putting on the FaZe jersey.
Yeah.
One of the biggest organizations in the world, one of the most decorated. You're demanded to play well.
That's true. He wouldn't be the first player, though, to get fast-tracked past where he needed to be, go back, and then come back and do it again. Like, that's a pattern that many have followed.
Missed window smoke.
Uh-oh.
Actually, they missed that on purpose. Is what I normally get told online.
The voices in your own head. They're leaking out. Okay. Twist.
Oh,
He's
Zero.
gone 0. He might have won the round. That was the A defense, apart from Brokey. Alone. And they're going to be coming for him. The backup is so as far away as it could be in the hallways. He's dead and gone. Damn,
Well,
just saved.
It was a nice round they picked up, but that's going to be all she wrote, I'm afraid. Residual cash is not great. They have to save these 2 weapons. Do not even think about even going for exit kills. It will mean nothing.
The intentionally missed window smoke is perfect. It worked really well.
It was the perfect bait and switch. If you're enjoying this one, why don't you go check out Polymarket?
Yes.
I've traded the game there at polymarket.com, the official prediction market of Blast Premiere.
Right, you are. You've got some time for it here as FaZe are just waiting out the round.
I think in terms of the way things are looking right now, I'm going to predict that FaZe won't be picking up Mirage. So that's what it's looking like.
Okay. It's bold of you, Henry. I know you're a real risk taker.
Right then. Zero looks good, man. No, I'm not going to lie to you. Like, we had no information coming into it. The devs broke it down. He kind of came out of nowhere. It seemed like he was a social media star or something. Played on some low-level teams, but he is hitting very hard indeed. Keeping up with the very best of them. Look at this. They're ready for this play. They are pushing to find this kill, and he gets a double on Twist and Jacob, some of the best aimers on the squad. Jam Young, maybe no longer the star of this squad. It's all about Zero.
Yeah, FaZe can't keep up. They really can't at the moment.
All right. They save a couple of weapons. Maximum loss bonus, of course. We're going back into an A execution, lads. Couple of rounds left. 11. Round number 11. 1 to go. And it's 9-1 overall. Jacob. Got a good feeling about this. He looks ready. He looks locked in. And in they come. Gotta hit those, friend.
He wasn't even flashed this time. He just missed the shot. Twist. Good work, and Jacob will follow it up. At least they're going to get something here on the defense. Slows down TYLOO, and now...
There we go.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is the kind of round where FaZe, at least they win this. 5 versus 3, now down to a 2-on-5, and G and Jam Young. They're waiting for a mistake here. Don't know if they're going to get that many. All right, bit of a chance, perhaps. Frozen gets his.
Never mind, they're on the CT side as well. 3 is a disaster.
Yes.
And that's if they even get it. This will be their second round.
I think we just had like a little quick info bubble about the discrepancy for Jacob on the CT side, where he's pretty good, but the T side where he struggles on this map.
Yeah.
That's a bit of an issue. That's pretty rough to deal with, knowing that could be coming. Gee. Content to sit up here. Wait them out. They do have a big bank on Mosier. Got some good money on Mercury, but why would you give over anything if you don't need to?
Yeah. Mosier's got 10K, but yeah, no real reason just to give the AWP over. I suppose you'd give them a double AWP setup.
Double AWP, yeah, exactly.
Which Carrigan would be happy to pick up and go towards B with, so yeah, no real reason to give that over, even if you have more than enough money. Let's have a look at the replay, shall we? Twist getting into it. A couple of missed shot there from Brokey, but that was a very nice one, to be fair to him.
Are they really not going to pick up any AKs, FaZe? I feel like surely they will right at the end.
Oh yeah, they will.
Okay. They just, at one point, they were so far away. I was thinking like that should at least be happening, and it will be. So good news. Second round, third. Even that you said, disastrous.
Even yeah, on CT side of Mirage, 3 is far from comfortable. Not impossible in MR12. Win the pistol. Find your form with the AKs. You've got the GOAT in-game leader in your ranks.
Yes.
Still possible. Still possible indeed. They've been here many times before, Anders.
More than we could count. And every time, the feeling is the same, that this is it. This is where they crumble and can't make it work.
I wouldn't be surprised if we somehow made it to overtime. That's the kind of team FaZe are. Just when you think they're done, when you think they've got nothing left, they'll win a pistol, a couple of ridiculous clutches, Twist will start finding his form, and all of a sudden we make it to overtime. And they'll all be the ones hollering and yelling. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, what's the meme? Paid by the round, I believe, is what people say.
Could be. So, what's the final play here? Final round of this first half. It's been fantastic CS from TYLOO. Zero especially, new boy, 20 years old. lighting up the server. Top fragging up there with Jam Young. A execution looking likely, maybe with some B fake flavor.
Yeah, well, they've been hitting the B bomb side a lot, so we'll see how much they bite on the B pressure. It's not been much so far. Mo's just kind of hanging around. Looks like he could be joining from the underpass to that A bomb site. Here come the utility. Brokey back here. He's had such a hard time hitting these shots. I'd love to see him just get one of these cleanly. Not clean at all at the moment, but Twister's there. His third kill of the map. Jacob's traded out. Twister's gone down as Jamyong starts to get activated. G is outdueled, and that's the bomb back there with about 30 seconds, but another kill coming through. Frozen and Brokey in a 2 versus 2 against Moja and Jamyong, and there's still time. 20 seconds. And they'll pick it up here. Frozen, not the best spray, but it gets the job done nonetheless. A deep grenade will not be able to kill him either. And he's relocated into the middle. It's a smart play here, but back around the boxes. He found Brokey and Jamyong. He's got that confidence. You have to admire it, but it was too much this time. Third round for FaZe is secured.
Including me or no?
You could include yourself if you want.
Wow.
Honestly, gonna be pretty easy.
I just put the whole Vitality lineup.
My dream roster right now in CS would be IGL, definitely Apex.
I'm assuming I'm in there, so it's gonna be me.
We have Blitz, who is probably sharpest IGL, I would say.
If I had to make a squad to beat Vitality, I would make Nico IGL. Because I think isolated Vitality is really, really great players to have Saibu and then have really great role players. And if you want to beat them, I think you will have problems beating by the system, the way they play right now. So you have to beat them by raw firepower, just out of the gate.
I think it's a no-brainer to pick Zaibu and Donkey in your team. I think it's just unfair.
It's gonna be the bend of that end of the scope is so ridiculous.
I don't think it needs any extra explaining, like they're not crossing each other's roles. Yeah, they're the best currently.
I have no idea how this roster might work in terms of relationships, like how they're gonna get used to each other and if it is even gonna work. But you know, Donk is Donk, Zaiwu is Zaiwu.
Opper, I would say Zaiwu. I would put Donk because I think he's probably the best driver in CS right now.
I will take Monesi. I will take Donk.
Multi-frag moment, but here's Donk's rebuttal! They're feeding Apex to him, and now this huge health advantage. Time's ticking. Donk's in.
And we have an Nencher and Messi. At this point, he's like the best one, like past more than a year.
Robs, Apex, Zaiwu and Robs are playing for Vitality, which is by far the best teams in the last months, like even last 1 year, let's say.
Robs, for the sake of being one of the world-class anchors for such a long time, and right now in the top one team, and he's been in form for a long period of time.
And then we'll take Bit.
Kyosuke, I would choose him because I think obviously he's really young, but even though he doesn't have too much experience, he has shown how good he can be, and I think he definitely has a bright future.
Kyosuke. This is just Kyosuke. Everyone knows.
I think you also take Kaisuke.
And the last player, I would put Monesi as a hybrid. I just think Monesi just has the class, just has the talent. He knows all of the situational utility. He understands how to play clutch. So I just think it's an overall pretty tough team to beat.
If we're saying that current roster Vitality we're all going to stay together and you can't have any of them, who would you take instead?
I would take the full roster of Team Spirit.
You never know how a team connects. These players in Vitality seem to add something to the server and make the teammates better. I think that's unique, and I think we've only seen that in the Astralis era, where every player is really great and they're making each other better. And I think that is always the hardest when you make a team that has to compete for the finals on the first day, basically.
Welcome back to Blast Open Rotterdam 2026. Elimination is on the line for one of these two teams, and FaZe, unfortunately, Anders once again find themselves down in the dumps. They did get a couple of rounds towards the end, recovering the 9-1 deficit to 9-3. Signs of life. Jacob with some good output there as well. And as I said, you might think this team is done, but they always find a way to fight back.
Traditionally, historically, this is where they are the most dangerous. But let's see if that history will hold up here today. Second half is coming up now.
And fair play to Brokey as well. Towards the end of that, he was having some very important picks and defending a bomb site. It's just twists we need to see with his AK-47 now step up. Mercury Does he check his corners?
Oh, there's a knife out as well. He's going to find him with nothing in his hands at all. That's dangerous.
Get out of there.
Back around the corner. There's no backup immediately, but he's locked in here. He couldn't escape. But still, that's going to be really frustrating for FaZe. You're setting up, you're trying to have the communication about the timing, and suddenly you're off doing something else. Bring the bomb back. There's nobody at A.
But a 4-on-4 is absolutely fine for FaZe. They're going to make their way back towards said A bomb site. It's Jacob. Oh, the timing. He was certainly dead at that point. Gets away with it. This one's on a knife's edge. Advantage FaZe for sure. The open A side, they're going to get the bomb down. Guaranteed.
There's a possibility for a very fast flank through T spawn because FaZe still are not going. They're now starting to step up onto the ramp, but they could get shot in the back if they don't get the timing down right. Once the bomb is planted, do they have the presence of mind to spin around and look where they just walked in from? That's their own path of attack to the bomb site. Here it is, slowly but surely. There is a smoke kit combination as well, as you pointed out here. Jamyoung trying to get a little bit of a jump up and looking to see anyone. Not happening at the moment. They do need somebody else to distract, and there's the distraction. Headshot, but Moshe goes down. Well played from Brokey. That should buy some time. They're already on top of it. The defuse is happening. They don't realize. Oh, it's going to be a full-on defuse.
Oh, no.
They get the kills, but not the round.
Oh, you hate to see that. That's why you buy the smoking kit in the pistols, boys. The Glocks will struggle to take you down. That is an absolute gut punch. He did everything perfect.
Yeah.
Found the open bomb side, traded out the kills, had the man advantage, took all 5 players down.
But flank.
As soon as that 5-second defuse comes in, blink and you miss it. You miss the first shots. You have to reload the Glock as well. Nice blockade set up as well by Jamyoung. And they take it. It's going to be a force buy for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Need to win this phase. No two ways about it. You have to win this round.
This is looking very, very impressive for them.
Oh, they're on the front foot here on the CT side, confirming there's no ARAM presence.
You hear that, though, in the top mid, right? You know that the CTs know. At least you have that information. Question is, what will they do with it? Quick smoke off towards bottom of connector and window. I mean, you could turn it into a pretty quick B split if you think they're still towards that A ramp, but they're not that quick with it. Quick trade coming in, Twists. He's the one we need to see activated. Like you said, we want more out of him here. Nice attempt from Carrigan. It's something that he does very well with some of those aggressive moves, either on the Mac 10 or the Tech 9 this time, but couldn't get the kill. Jamyoung goes down. Twists.
Looking good.
He's starting to get there now, even with the Galil. 2 kills, make it a triple in the round. And now it's Zero and Mercury. Oh, but the timing's ridiculous. They line up. Oh, the round could be over right then and there. Brokey, he's on 15 health. And oh, it doesn't matter! A blinding laser shot from Brokey.
Oh my days. I didn't expect him to hit that. 15 points of health. Felt like they were done for, but FaZe are back. We said it was a must-win round, and Brokey delivers the goods.
How did he even know to shoot that?
I don't know. That backstab, I felt like he was going to get all 3, get 2.5. But Brokey, like I said, he's been looking pretty decent. Crazy shot.
No.
Crazy shot.
That's a pre-fire, right?
That's a lifeline, maybe even a life raft. We're going to see a force buy in response. You've got to convert this now as well, boys. If there's got a chance of this comeback, got to fend off these 5-7s. Problem is, it came down to that 1v1 previously, so they're going to be operating with P250 for Carrigan. I think he dropped an AK for Frozen or Brokey here. Mac 10 for Jacob.
That shot is the first real taste of FaZe that I've had. Like, finally.
I'm kind of believing now. That's the sort of round that brings them back to life.
It is. That's what they built their legacy on. The one odd round that you're supposed to lose, but somehow you don't, and here we are.
The problem is, Anders, it's a full-on B stack. I don't want to be a pessimist here, but they walk into it, they probably lose the round. Feel it out a bit more, boys.
Yeah, it's just, there's even quite a bit of utility, so you could get kind of smoked off in the middle of that. They are feeling it out, though.
Okay, looks like they're going to be going through the connector. All is well.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Brokey's thinking about it. The bombs look kind
Okay, now you spotted a couple of players towards B. You send Carrigan in with the fake.
Yeah.
He'll go down with nothing. That's fine. Oh, that's not great, I'll be honest with you.
Oh, no.
The fact you've lost 2 kills, still advantage FaZe with the open bomb side.
They don't know Mercury's here, though. Bit of a fight. Frozen. He's tagged up. Oh, but great kills coming out 25 seconds, trying to get the right timing as Mercury. You got to respect how patient he was. If they would have found the kill on Frozen, then Mercury could have been activated. It would have probably been a very different round here, but FaZe, they are threading the needle somehow, some way. Moja getting a bit closer, and he's got a 5-7 of his own, but again, like any chance of winning this round's probably done when they lose those 3 players at the catwalk. I think they realize TYLOO, so yeah, steal some weapons instead. That's probably a good choice. A 5 for FaZe.
Got a bit dicey. I like the initiative there from FaZe. Send in Carragher with the P250. Ascertain that they're up against a B stack there. Problem is he goes down, then a Deagle headshot lands as well. Thankfully, Frozen with his best sequence so far gets a triple spray down towards short, saves the day. Regardless of FaZe struggling this season, Frozen and Swiss for that matter have looked very good throughout. You can always rely on those two. So tactical timeout. Call by Groovy just to calm everyone down. Things got a bit chaotic there. Sure, it's a bit of an eco coming up next, but they saved the Galil-Landers. So you know this team can hit hard. Got to be very careful. Can't make any mistakes at this point in the game. Still wide open. FaZe winning that second round force buys, put them right back into it. Frozen firing on all cylinders now. Very calm with the taps and the burst fire towards short. So we got the Galil, a couple of 5-7s, and some Kevlar. We have got some flashes as well, so see what they can make of it. Not a foregone conclusion. The FaZe picked this one up.
No, you got to be very careful here. They're still in the early stages of a potential comeback, so can't leave anything to chance. Mid presence. Bit of a default, really, with Frozen hanging around, or Jacob outside of the Frozen it is, yeah, on the A ramp. So he's going to be waiting to catch anyone there. We've seen a bit of aggression from TYLOO in the past rounds, but they are securing the mid control. They're not getting much of a fight here, which makes sense given the weaponry on TYLOO. Comes some early utility to put some pressure on Carrigan. He's a master of the mid-round. Give him the space to work with, very likely to figure out exactly what needs to be figured out. So hard to deal with. Just the 50-second mark now. Getting a bit close here against the Galil, but
nice, Jacob.
Yeah, that's what you want to see.
Always enjoy watching him play on Mirage. Seems like he can be let off the leash a bit more. He has got very good aim, fantastic mechanics in general. Brokey to close things out here. And he'll close them out cleanly.
So the second half is looking more promising now.
Oh yeah, for sure. We said there was a possibility of this.
But maybe through the lens of the fact that we haven't seen too many rifle rounds come out of TYLOO as well. Economy has kind of been beat up a bit.
That's 10-6 now. 3 in a row for FaZe after losing the pistol. Game is wide open once again.
Let's see what they can build.
What's happening? Jacob hasn't got a gun?
Don't need one.
Hold on, Jacob, you've got no gun. Jacob? Thank God. Can you imagine?
Some would say an essential part of the game. Yeah, well, that was just a little whoopsie along the way.
It's all fine. Execution, maybe a palace pop here. 2 players into the latter. It's going to be Frozen leading the way. 16-9. Carrigan dropping some mid-util here.
But a full-on set execute coming out here from FaZe is very interesting to see. Do they have what it takes to stop? Zero. New man on the squad, playing a very pivotal position at the front of A. Not necessarily easy to do this. He's going to have a little bit of backup behind him, but I don't think they can easily play together, so it might just be up to Zero. He's going to get completely flashed out on that one. It's very good work, and another entry. G dies. You can see Zero and G never really had a chance to help each other.
Yeah, they're saving. Excellent round there from FaZe. Good awareness. That's great from Carrigan. He knows that he wants to throw himself in there, be sacrificial.
Yeah.
He'll go and pre-fire all the corners so his star players can actually use their rifles to great effect. And that's his only objective. Clear out that angle. Cover with the Molotov towards the steps. Gets himself a double. Can't ask for much more from the in-game leader than that. And there we go. 4 rounds in a row now.
It's one of the things he's kind of known for. He does really well. Sometimes why you see him with so many SMGs in some of these games, because he will just sacrifice it all for the team. Okay, well, we are up to 7-10 now. If you're a TYLOO fan out there, you're starting to feel a bit nervous. You're starting to feel like, man, this lead that we had, why has it not turned into a big W, at least on the opening map at this stage? If you're a FaZe fan, you've been through this many, many times, and you're hoping that it's going to follow the same trend that I don't want to say always does, but often does. Timeout called one more time. A chance to have another conversation here. Do you think TYLOO must start? They must feel the heat at this point. 3 rounds separating the teams.
Yeah, we're going the distance here. FaZe can still comfortably win this in regulation. They had to win that second round conversion after losing the pistol. And it's been a clean streak ever since. Frozen and Jacob leading the way. Carrigan brute forcing his way through those initial choke points as well. Fantastic work from him. That's what we need to see. Money's still tight. They saved 3 weapons to take a partial around it, Anders.
Yeah.
10-8s, very possible here. We've got the Brokey AWP available. They've got a bit of breathing room now, have FaZe. Sure, it's a rough first half, but they are back.
That is such an aggressive CT smoke there at the top of mid. It stops the T's from really running out. Like it's nice to see it used, but it doesn't cost any real damage for the FaZe side. They just fall back.
It does expend some util to retake middle, so now you're not sure if there's a player behind the mid boxes. You have to just kind of calm down, play the round out. Jacob clearing out the close range proximity. Smoke down towards connector and window.
Nice
and in we go.
Under a minute now. And Carrigan is going to be, I think, creating a bit of noise over here at the B bomb site. He's throwing in a flashbang. He's actually relocating. I wonder if that's just all fake noise. He's coming back now for more. They're all on the catwalk. One mistake here for TYLOO in this. B defense will evaporate, and great shots. Squish started to get into the game a bit more, and that's real bad news for TYLOO. Zero can't do much about it over on this side. Up to 8 rounds now. We all felt it in that one Brokey shot towards the market. And that was the moment where we thought,
absolutely.
Wait a minute.
Those are the sort of rounds that bring FaZe back to life. Sure, it's a really rough first half. About as rough as it gets.
Yeah.
You lose the pistol to follow things up. But Brokey, he brings the team back to life. That's such an important factor. Him winning that miraculous clutch on 15 points of health with the one tap towards window, they start believing again.
Yeah.
They realize that was their lifeline, their golden ticket back into this series. And they are taking it and running with it. 0 last player remaining. TYLOO have got nothing done. Feels like tactical timeout territory going forward. Yet to win a gun round. You now offered up 5 in a row. Everyone looking poised. Frozen still at the top. 17 and 9. Jacob at 14. As you said, Twist my bet at the bottom, but you can see he's getting stronger and stronger as the rounds go by. And that is a dangerous and scary prospect for TYLOO. We had that emphatic start, but starting to cool off now.
Frozen has been playing a very, very good game. I think he's bought the time for the rest of the team. As much as Brokey's kill was great.
Worth reiterating, this is the lower bracket as well. Loser of this series will be going home. We've already said goodbye to Bait. Who's next on the chopping block?
Well, many people might have said at the start that it could have been TYLOO being next, but not in this fashion. The way that they started, you thought, that's it. They've actually managed to dodge the most of it, but maybe we have to reconsider that. 19th round, we're seeing another full-on execute. Last time, they had the quick entry from Carrigan, double entry. This time, TYLOO are very far back on the map, so you're not going to get the really quick kill around the corner, you're going to have to fight at a distance here. They already set up one smoke. They're going to recommit to it again now when the other smoke fades, and then they will really go all in. And TYLOO, if you have 3 people here by, I mean, it could work out. The smokes are up, the wall is there, but you can still spam through. 55 seconds, they bump into each other inside of the smoke. That's a lot of chaos. Kerrigan said he wanted it messy. Well, this round looks like it might be. Bomb still not planted in the back. Twist is trying to see if he'd find the right angle. That smoke's surely fading soon. Got to be careful when he exits the bomb plant, but he has got it done. Frozen with a headshot. And now they're lacking in players on the TYLOO side. Jamyong snuck through. He only gets the 1 for it, though. Frozen very quick on the trigger, and I think that's all they needed. G, 1 versus 3. It should never happen.
They need a bit of a miracle here. He might give it a look in if they offer themselves up for one more shot. There is a chance, but no kits. Bomb ticking at some pace right now. I think you have to save that orb, G. And indeed, that's all he can do. Holds in towards CT spawn. Another great play there from FaZe. This one very chaotic, but the utility was pitch perfect, and Frozen will find him. Good stuff.
He's so sick right now. He's up to 20 kills.
Yeah, dude.
Triple in this one. I don't hate the fact that you're playing far back towards connected jungle or CT spawn, but it just felt like they could have done some more damage to FaZe as they were trying to get on to the bomb side. It felt like that never really happened. Like, most of the planning for TYLOO was walking through the smoke, and that can be a real coin flip when you're coming out on the other side. Like you see with Jamyong, yeah, he gets a kill, but then he's shot in the back immediately. Wish there was some more utility there for the CT side. 1 round separating them. A tremendous lead for TYLOO now. Almost evaporates it here. Smoja, he's traded out. Frozen. My God, he does not want to exit the tournament just yet. Brokey landing a shot on Mercury. It's getting better every single round.
Loving this from FaZe. The tenacity on full display here. They're known as brawlers. Always having to fight back from the darkness. And once again, that first half, 9-3 down. Lost the pistol. You think they're done for, Anders?
Yeah.
But still, Jamyong.
In my heart, I felt like this is over.
This sort of position, if it is overlooked, can yield multiple kills. With the MP9, I don't think he has more than 1.
But the backup is not far away.
If his teammates can find some shots on the window just as they commit, there is a chance of multiple kills there.
Oh, they walked the other way, unfortunately. Yeah, he's very much on an island. They did need to be 3 seconds further up. That would have been the distraction that was required. Frozen. God, isn't it? It's back-to-back triples here. Challenging for the fight. I don't even blame him. He's playing so well right now. He's feeling it. 23-10 is Frozen.
Got to commend this comeback.
Yeah.
We're all tied up now. Money busted. Sure, you'll save the AWP, but on the CT side, you're going to be getting $3,400 per player. A little bit more with a couple of kills they find, I suppose. But yeah, G can drop a rifle. But it's going to be more of the same, and they're trying to hunt him down. They got so much money on the FaZe side. A couple of players knocking on the door of 5 digits. Will G survive? It looks like he will. Frozen, ice cold, as you might expect. Still one of the absolute best riflers on the planet right now. Even in this downturn of FaZe, he continues to deliver these world-class performances.
Feels like something that every commentator, every analyst can agree on. Frozen is really good. Feels like no matter what happens with the FaZe lineup or whatever is, nobody knows obviously, but he should be able to land a good spot in a team almost anywhere in the world.
7 rounds in a row here after losing the pistol. 10-3 down, and now 10-10. Pressure for TYLOO. Money busted, as I mentioned, averaging about $3,000 per player. G can drop 1, but you should be doing a partial buy here. You should not be fully investing, but desperate times sometimes call for desperate measures. Brokey hitting the shots that really matter. Frozen, great awareness, and fantastic skill, as you might expect. In terms of the map pick, TYLOO chose Mirage. It was looking so promising. And there's the partial buy. So the AWP, 1 rifle, dropped by G. MP9s and a 5.7.
Working on their 4th comeback from being 8 round down to CS2 is a good little comeback. Kings infographic. Zero, he is traded out, but you know what? They got rid of Frozen. You'll take that.
Oh, you absolutely will. He is the danger man right now. He is the one that knocks.
Ooh, spotted out. Up there for G. Surely Jacob is dead in this corner, but he's got some backup here. Moja, though, will take care of both of them. The connector is gone. Brokey's got the bomb over on the A-ramp alone. It's a very weird position. But Twists, he's controlling maybe 80% of the map being here. He can spot them wherever they go. Oh, but he's so close to dying. I thought he was going to get picked off there. Still alive and waiting for Moja to come in towards the window in the middle. A bullet is all it takes. Now 1 versus 2. Brokey, he saved them once before.
He can win this for sure. He's feeling it. Playing a very good game here in Mirage so far. Bailed them out a few times. CT's quite far removed. They have a kit, but it's an AWP on the retake with not much util. A flash and an HE. Brokey has the Molotov. He can isolate the jewels with the Molotov. Once he gets information as to where one is, drop that molly, try and focus on the other player. Or delay as long as possible and get the molly on top of the bomb itself. Plenty of options for him.
They're giving him that opportunity because they're very slow. Yes, they've got the kit, but you got to be wondering, is the Molotov on top? Spray is good, and he's guessing it perfectly. He knows G's coming in. It doesn't matter. G hits the shot, and then Molotov is a bit early. He's going to be on the defuse and have time for it as well. Such a close round, but finally, TYLOO are back on the board and back in the game.
Oh, the Molotov a few centimeters deeper there. It denies the defuse for a couple of seconds.
Could have been it.
And it's a different story. Excellent effort there from Brokey. Couldn't have really played it better. Knew exactly what he was up against there, but finally the streak has been broken on the partial buy. All started with this Carrigan kill, but Mosey up had other ideas, swinging out from short. Good output there from Twist, but low HP. G had to work hard for this one. We go 11 to 10. They maintain their lead at the very least. Brokey boosted up. Doesn't actually detect them pushing towards top of middle. Opening frag. Mercury hungry for more. He knows there's multiple players on the other side. Does he bail? Does he try and get out of this one? The answer is yes. Smoke down towards window, courtesy of Twist.
Oh, he saw that smoke, though. I think he knows that there's still someone up here. Twist is moving forward, but it's a massive disadvantage. Mercury saw the grenade flying out, so he definitely knew what was coming up. Is it really all for nothing here for FaZe? Such a big comeback. And now, chance for TYLOO, a big chance to make it to 12.
This round ain't over yet. Frozen's still alive, Anders.
That's right.
Jacob will have to step up as well. Carrigan to lead the troops to success. He's actually got past.
You saw him.
Mercury spot him?
Yeah, he did. He did. He was on the comms immediately. They definitely know. 100%. Carrigan shot in the back. It's great communication, great awareness for Mercury. They needed that frozenness out of the round now. And Jacob, no, it's not a thing he could do, unfortunately, alone against the world in that one. 12 for TYLOO.
2 opportunities to get it over the line, but they have not broken the money of FaZe just yet. I can tell you that. After winning so many rounds in a row, there's definitely a buy available. AWP comes out for Brokey. AKs across the board here. No concessions needing to be made. I like the change of pace, though.
Yeah.
Bring the game to them. Mercury gets himself a nice triple kill there. Boosting up. Bringing out all the tricks here.
Big opportunity there for an early kill onto G. But it didn't work out. Zero, he's flashed in. Very proactive on the CT side. There are a lot of little things that they're doing here, TYLOO, that I really enjoy. Trying to make sure that they don't just let FaZe take so much map control. Still sticking around on the A-ramp. Really is do or die time here for the T side.
Never back down, never surrender. FaZe have been here so many times before. It's been admirable, the comeback they've displayed so far, but now the chips are down. 2 rounds required. Even if you win this one, Anders, the money's still quite strong for TYLOO. It's going to be an uphill battle to convert 2 rounds just to get to overtime. Good map control, 45 seconds. Smoke down towards the connector. G with his vision removed. Carrigan needs to be careful. The bomb here. Oh my goodness, the jumping shot. It's ambitious, but Frozen will strike. Jacob will join him, looking very promising now.
I feel like Mojo's so confused about what just happened that he just tried to run after him, and somehow, I mean, the jumping shot didn't work, but everything else most certainly did. Round is secured here. Mercury way too far away. Again, Frozen, Jacob, good headshots over at that A side of the map.
Might as well save the AK.
Yeah.
What a map this has been. It's had absolutely everything. The AK will not be saved here.
It really is the FaZe experience for all of us once again.
Oh, it's amazing. I love it. This is what it's all about. This is a great spectacle.
Paid by the round as we go into the last of regulation. A chance here for overtime for FaZe. I wonder what the TYLOO economy is all about at this point. They lost everything there.
Frozen, one of those absolute masters of the Palace position, always seems to find massive impact. 24 and 12 right now. Keeping that dream alive. One more would do it. As we mentioned, the money's still strong for TYLOO. They've already guaranteed overtime. But can they close it in regulation? Who will blink first? Who will offer themselves up for a duel? Carrigan showing presence towards the A side of the map, dropping tons of utility. He's got Frozen in towards that Palace position again.
Carrigan picking up the bomb just now. Big force for FaZe in the middle.
This has to be an A split. We've got Carrigan at the A ramp with the bomb, makes his way towards Palace. 3 members towards top and middle, so A split has to be the outcome here. No two ways about it. Smoke down window.
Possible that the catwalk player for TYLOO will have to make a strong decision to join the fight instead of just getting, you know, smoked out here.
Frozen going to activate through this.
They have to do something. Look at this TYLOO. They're being so aggressive in the middle. They catch the entire push. That is wild. That might have won the round for them. Brokey, it's a good flick, but he's got to be careful. He's on 4 health, and the grenade will catch him. Great play. They feel the weakness, TYLOO, and they want to punch. A no scope from G as well, and Carrigan goes down. G back-to-back op shots, and it's enough to push TYLOO over the finish line.
What a great game it was, Anders. It felt like FaZe did not stand a chance there. They go down 9-3 in the first half. It looked like they were desperate. There was no way back into it. They fought admirably back into this second half. They take us all the way to round number 24, but still it's not quite enough. The good news is Frozen is looking unbelievably good right now, and they're going to need him moving on to map number 2.
Yeah, very, very impressive work.
It wasn't quite the battering it looked to be in the first half. FaZe shows some life, but ultimately they might still be on life support because that one still goes the way of TYLOO, and the Dragon is looking fierce right now. Jamyoung, Zero showing up in big form, and that spells huge danger for FaZe.
Yeah, that was a bit of a weird one, to be completely honest, because as much as I want to praise TYLOO for that first half, you know, equally FaZe first half was abysmal, couldn't get anything done whatsoever. However, the T side, I think they were smooth, fluent, standing next to FaZe here in the last round is hearing the communication as well. Felt like they were in the zone, felt like they were in flow state. So both teams having a good half and a bad half. Unfortunately for FaZe, they gave themselves too little to work with in that first half. And at the end of the day, I think it's fair enough TYLOO ends up winning, but that was close.
I mean, 9-3 first half. No matter how good you play in the second half, it's almost impossible. The thing that impressed me for TYLOO, though, is they do give up the comeback. They let it get to 10-10, and that's when they actually activated. FaZe had all the money in the bank. They had full buys for the rest of the game. You had players dying on TYLOO, so they couldn't even get a complete full buy for some of those rounds, and they still managed to close it out in the hardest way possible, despite 9-3 half and a second half pistol win. Like, letting it get to 10-10 is concerning, but I love the way they closed it out.
I think it's also fair to say that one of the big pieces for TYLOO is still a little unproven, right? In Zero, that first half to second half split, I think would be pretty shocking. Very strong first half, really disappeared down the stretch, and that's something that you might experience from or expect from an inexperienced player.
Yeah, that's fair to say, you know, because you're right. He was all over the place in the first half, finding a lot of impact, you know, really playing with a lot of confidence as well. In your face kind of Counter-Strike. Second half, CT side, couldn't really get much done. It also did feel a bit like TYLOO were afraid to make the aggressive plays up until the point of 10-10. Very last round, we saw them, you know, be aggressive, retaking middle in the middle of the round. And that sort of like mid-round aggression is something I would have liked to see more from TYLOO, and something that also probably would have suited Zero a little bit better. Instead of sitting still on a bomb site, waiting for the execute coming to you. Be a bit more proactive. So I think a lot of learning in this one for TYLOO, and if anything, winning a game in this fashion, that's great. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter how you win, you get the W, but you also got a lot of learning for how to close out a game.
I think FaZe actually had a really good read on TYLOO for that second half, that TYLOO's had so many buys where they didn't have full utility or they didn't have a full buy, and they would go for an aggressive play in the mid round, but like you're saying, or in the early round rather, but like you're saying, they wouldn't do it in the mid round. So FaZe could just sit back, wait it out on a lot of rounds, and then retake mid in the mid round, and TYLOO has zero utility left over. They have to take the gunfights, and although we're going to talk positively about G and Jam Young and Zero, it's still, when it comes down to it, if you're taking straight up gunfights, you have to pick FaZe as the favorites every time.
Let's talk about Jam Young, right? Because as much as we might be excited about Zero as a potential new star, this guy has been a star in the region for a long time now, and he continues to show fine form. Top of the board for his team here. It's what they need to contend at this level, and it's what he continues to deliver for them.
Yeah, catalyst in that first half. You see it in the highlight package here as well. Found impact in the pistol, found impact early stages as well, finding impact all over the map, and he is a diamond in the rough still, I feel. Like, obviously we know his potential and we've seen him around for quite some time now, but I think there's more in this guy. I think there's a reason why they label him as maybe the next big thing coming out of Asian Counter-Strike. So good to see him perform at a high level, good to see him perform here in Europe against a team like FaZe Clan, but just like with Zero, he found most of his impact in the first half.
Yeah, we're talking about Zero maybe being the next Jam Young, because Jam Young is that good. Jam Young is kind of the next maybe Ben.CET. Ben.CET was a player where you wanted him out of that region so that he could carry a team in the top 5, top 10. It didn't work out for Ben.CET. I could work out for Jam Young, but I'd rather see him stay on TYLOO and continue to dominate for this team that's honestly such an upset potential team. They have such good game plans we saw in this game. They come in, they just dominate in middle the entire first half. I love to watch them with Jam Young, with Zero actually having impact in the mid round. It's such an interesting team.
What's better than one Jam Young? 2 Jam Youngs. What's better than one round? Round 5. Vu, you want to talk about this one? Something that TYLOO was doing well?
As much as TYLOO did things well in this round, I have to say that FaZe did things poorly. I think from a strategic perspective, they kind of understand so many rounds in this first half what they were doing, what TYLOO was going for. TYLOO go for this really nice smoke off. So I love what they do here with the smoke off towards jungle. It isolates Twist, and then Twist just swings into connector. This is one of those problems that FaZe are having. Look, you can try and clear connector here, but he just swings into it. It's as if it's empty, as if he doesn't even know the jungle smokes are there. And then you have Jacob push down ramp, he gets a kill back, but immediately after that, he actually walks back towards the site. Jungle's open. He could just get shot in the back here. He doesn't realize it for a few seconds. Eventually, TYLOO slow down the round. You can see there's 20 seconds left before they hit a bomb site. They actually spread FaZe out. They do a fantastic job, but as much as they do a great job there, FaZe are just kind of lost. Twist felt like he had to go for a swing that I don't think he had to go for. Jacob could have gotten killed in the back at any moment. It's FaZe kind of looking for something that they don't need to be looking for.
That's, again, just emblematic of the issues that we've seen with them. Let's talk about something that did work for them. It's what got them back into this game. It's one man, Frozen. This guy had an incredible map, was a huge piece of why that got so close. They are very much relying on his star power right now.
It does feel like he's the one constant in FaZe right now, the guy you can rely on. And even Frozen have had games or tournaments where he hasn't really shown up in this bad period for FaZe Clan, and that's kind of what worries me. Now that we see Frozen again performing at a very high level, we see him almost playing at his best, you still don't win. That's a big issue. Now, why is it? As Vu said, coming into this game as well, it almost feels like whenever Jacob is having a great game, someone else finds a way to have a poor game. Whenever Frozen is playing this well, finding so much impact in the second half, crawling their way back into it, Twist, where was he all of a sudden? The guy that I think has been the best performer within FaZe Clan ever since he rejoined, struggling massively here in 2026 so far. So I can't help to feel a little bit for Kerrigan and for FaZe Clan that once you figure out one of the players, once you have Frozen performing, then Twist doesn't work out. Once Twist works out, then Jacob doesn't work out. Once Jacob works out, then both Frozen and Twist goes missing. So it almost like they can't work in tandem, and that's the biggest issue to have right now, because even Frozen playing at his best is not enough for FaZe.
1 green, 4 red, Mike. It's 1 green, 4 red.
1 green. They had 2 green. But yeah, there's still a lot of red, and that's the problem. And I mean, we were seeing red in the pregame. We were talking through some of the scenarios for what could be the end of this FaZe roster. I asked our finest artists to do a depiction of what we had been discussing in the pregame. I think we've got to take a look at that right now. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, FaZe staring down the barrel right now. Ancient potentially on deck here. Do we think they can survive and make it away from death this time around?
I think it was a good thing for FaZe that they clawed their way back into this game. That must give them a bit of confidence that, hey guys, we get off to a better start on Ancient, our own map pick by the way, then maybe that's going to be a little bit different. I'm however worried. You know, it's a team with no confidence whatsoever, and yeah, I don't know what to say.
Well, we'll find out for whom the bell tolls. It may toll for FaZe. After this, we'll be right back. Look, we have been very doom and gloom on this desk about FaZe so far, and not without reason, but I'd like to bring in some rays of sunshine. We're moving into Ancient. It is FaZe's map pick. What might go well for them here, Jacob?
I think a player that you want to put highlight on, you know, outside of the obvious in Frozen, Twist, etc., is karrigan on the CT side. I think it's one of the few maps where I feel like he's doing a good job, you know, at finding the balance, you know, being in cave, being on the smaller bomb side, staying alive while also constantly poking around, gathering information. So in terms of, you know, as you said, always being doom and gloom when it comes to FaZe, I think Ancient is one of the maps where they do better than the other maps, and I'm not sure that's good enough here, but going up against TYLOO, I think karrigan having a decent CT side, making sure not to be a liability, that's the first step in the direction of winning this map.
karrigan, the things that look good for FaZe are, we have a map where karrigan might not be a liability. This is a 5-map lose streak for FaZe on this map, but if you look at who they're losing to the likes of G2, Falcons, Astralis twice, but this is a team you're expecting them to be able to beat on Ancient. It's not the best map for TYLOO. It's a map where FaZe have had great success in the past, and it is, I agree, one of the maps where you don't expect Kerrigan in Cheetah to do an amazing job all that often, but yet he does. It's one of those ones where IGLs in Cheetah often find the way to frag because it's kind of a cerebral position. You have to think about how you're spamming, how you're playing that spot. I like Kerrigan there.
Well, we'll have all eyes on Kerrigan, all eyes on the mastermind to see if he can pilot his team to a victory here. For TYLOO on the other side, it's all eyes on the firepower, all eyes on the stars, no?
I want to see more of Zero. You know, I was intrigued by his first half performance on Mirage. Completely went missing in the second one. As I said, part of it was probably the approach TYLOO had, and part of it is that he's young and inexperienced. I'm curious to see if he can thrive under pressure, and he will be under pressure on a map like Ancient. So, if anything, I'm excited to see more of Zero and see if we can get a sense of how good he is now and what the potential within him is.
I'm happy to look more at Zero, but I think this is a map where we want G popping off. I think G with the op on CT side, I think he's going to have plenty of opportunity to do so, and he's found success on this map quite consistently in the past. I think this is a G show if you want to see TYLOO actually win this one.
And just to bring one more name into the bottle, right? Twist. We have to talk about him. As I said, I think he's probably been the best performer within FaZe when you look at the past 6 months. However, the start to 2026 is the worst start Twist has ever had in his career, statistically speaking, by quite some margin. So in terms of Twist not having the great showing on Mirage, you want to see him step up here on Ancient if FaZe needs to stay alive at this tournament.
Well, there'd be no better time for a bounce back, so we'll see if Twists can lead his team 2-1 to bring us through this map of Ancient, Anders, and Henry G.
Thanks very much, lads. Yeah, do or die time for FaZe Clan, looking down the barrel of a last place elimination here at Blast Open Rotterdam 2026. I'm not going to say it's the expected result. They're on a downturn right now, but it feels like they should be beating a team like TYLOO, Anders.
They really should be, especially with the kind of performance that Frozen brought into the game. I want to see that replicated here. I think they need that to keep on going, but ultimately, yeah, this is a rough turn for them, isn't it?
It really is. It was a pretty decent comeback. They were 9-3 down in the first half. They battled all the way back, but it does close down in regulation, 13-11. TYLOO were hitting hard. We had some question marks coming into this one. We weren't sure whether the new boy Zero would be able to step up, but he showed us some excellent work on the T side. The boys on the Desto dead on. He kind of went missing in the second half. He didn't have the same level of output. I agree as well. G, not really getting going on Mirage as well, is alarming. He'll have to step up, but it is absolutely true. The fact that Twist was bottom of the scoreboard, 9-17, 0.65. We expect so much from the Magician. That's simply not going to be good enough if he wants to take us to a third map. He knows it. Frozen knows it. He actually managed to post 24 and 13, so he's firing on all cylinders. And shout out to Brokey as well. He had some fantastic moments, saving the day time and time again, sometimes on the AK, but mostly on the AWP.
They need to put that good Frozen work, into this one as well. I hope it's not going to be a replay of what's happening to Kaspersky. If you remember with NIP, he had such a great first map, and then they barely lost, and then eventually he just ran out of steam, and he couldn't keep it going. Hopefully Frozen will have enough in the bank left to actually make this work on Ancient as well. It's a map that FaZe play a fair amount. They didn't necessarily win it that much. I don't have a lot of data on TYLOO on this one, so it's going to be a real big question mark in some sense.
This is significant as well, Anders, because if FaZe lose this one, they're currently 15th in the VRS. Losing this game takes them out to 19th, out of contention for the major. And I think they've said they have like a tier 2 event coming up soon.
They do, yes.
They would have to win that hands down. If they have some disastrous results there, there's a chance that FaZe don't make it to the major. And that's crazy work to think that that could be a reality.
Yeah, there's so much pressure all of a sudden, isn't there? Hopefully they can thrive in it. Fist bumps are coming out. That should mean that we're about to get into the second map here of the series. With everything on the line, it's Ancient coming up now. FaZe and TYLOO. And we'll see if FaZe can recover it. They nearly did on the opening map, but now everything is reset. They're going to start on the T side.
Seeing a decoy out there. I like it, Kerrigan, but you're up against Zero, who was impressive, but Kerrigan shuts him down cleanly. It's Jam Young, the superstar of TYLOO, to try and save the day here. Completely blind, gets the one tap, but it might not be enough. Fighting for his life, and they have fended them off towards A, dissuaded them from the commitment here. The decoy, there it is, committed in towards the A side, but they will reset the round, and Twist has found some space in towards middle.
Was he flashed before or after he got that headshot? Did he actually see anyone on the screen?
I think he was fully blind.
Yeah, before he could even flick. I don't know how that's possible. Twist here with the Glock in the red room, but it's going to be a quick trade. They'll take it, but now they're back on the A side. Bomb going to be planted. Kerrigan holding it while Brokey pushes towards Donut. wants to catch G around the corner. It's a very good fight for him here with the dualies. G getting a bit closer and just runs him down. He's picked up a block. It's Carrigan to the rescue. 4 kills on the captain of the team.
Needed that. Pistols have been a bit of a nightmare for FaZe so far. This one, they managed to win it just about there. Carrigan with the 4K. It all started with that opening frag. He was completely blind when he gets that kill. Jam Young, you love to see that. Wasn't quite enough, though. Carrigan delivers a good, just a couple of body shots required there. Frozen's feeling it. And we have got a force buy in response. You're not out of the woods just yet, I'm afraid. MP9s and a scout, couple of deagles, and we're going for an A rush. Anders full speed ahead. Oh no, the boosted player here could shut them down completely. He hears them coming. Can he find multiple frags? It's 0 of 1. Mosier needs to find 2. Not going to happen. It's a triple kill for FaZe. And that should be all she wrote. An exciting moment there. They were ready and waiting for that exact rush, but they can't fend them off. And that's going to be 2-0 for FaZe.
You can immediately see the danger of it there. One more kill, one more headshot, and suddenly I don't think they make it past that point on the map. But good work for FaZe here. Oh, wait a minute. The bomb is stopped. That's not exactly according to plan. They're going to pick it up and try and do it again. But you got to be careful here because Frozen is very low on health, so there definitely is a way to still screw up this round now. They're sticking around. I think the Molotov here will convince Jam Young to take a couple of steps back, and once the bomb is down and the rest of FaZe starts to back on out, they become so much harder to find that you probably cannot win the round. Twist is already in on a bit of a flank here, but Jam Young is still thinking about it. I'm kind of shocked to see that he's moving forward. Obviously, there will not be a kit in this round, so that's not the issue here. G, he goes down, but Jam Young, can he make it expensive? If he can just tap the bomb now, he might force someone to run in. All right, he's going to try and pick up a Galil and make a run for it instead.
I think he goes down anyway. The blast radius and Ancient is kind of ridiculous, but it is 2-0. All 5 members of TYLOO going down. The idyllic start now for FaZe. 2-0 up. Should be converted to 3. And like I said, this was looking really dangerous there, but Brokey on that MAC-10 manages to make it work. Jam Young get one for the smoke, but comfortable finish. Twists, executes G. They get into the full eco now. P250 purchased. Desert Eagle for 0. It should be smooth sailing. And I say that with bated breath. You never know with FaZe.
They really don't. They have great comebacks, but sometimes they also do give up leads that, you know, it's not like when they start well, they always finish in a great fashion. Yeah, but they would love a start like this on the first map. It was such a struggle for them to get into that one. This is looking different. G and Mosier both taking identical damage. Going to be backing off on the B-bomb site right into the open arms of Jacob and Carrigan. Going to be hanging around the red room, so I think this round is more or less locked down already. I don't really see a way out of this. They're just so deep on the map, and the bomb is being brought into an undefended B-bomb site.
Absolutely true. Not really much to report here. Let the SMG farm. Build up that money, keep all 5 players alive. Bomb to be planted in towards B. I was about to say no problem, but a couple of kills, you take it if you're TYLOO.
Yeah.
Keeps FaZe modest, and maybe there's a chance of one more. Carrigan's half HP, a ding from this USP could be enough, but I'm pretty sure he face checks this angle.
Just making a lot of noise. Doesn't seem like he's really thought about the issue yet. Yeah, he decided something made him change his mind. Oh, that even was the SMG that he picked up. That could have been really interesting if he could have got the kill and the extra money, but that's all for nothing. Couple of casualties on the FaZe side, but most importantly, it's a nice start to the game here on the second map. That's what you wanted to see all along.
Yeah, doesn't get much better than that. Would have liked that to be a bit cleaner, I suppose. They lose a couple of kills, but not the end of the world. Carrigan maintaining his life. Very valuable towards the end there. G with the AWP. Hasn't done much with the weapon so far. Was more influential with his rifles back on Mirage. Tournament life on the line, and FaZe are fighting for it. Carrigan towards the cave. Molotovs exchanged here. Takes quite a lot of damage en route. He's sacrificing that mid-control. Resetting the round. Flash down towards that red room. Carrigan left to his own devices here. It's going to be Twist covering from the heavens. Re-smoke on the red room, and they're making their way towards A main.
Yeah.
Brokey's going to provide the utility. Presumably smoking spawn. Maybe just a contact play into this one.
I mean, I really like this because they got them occupied in Donut. As long as they can keep the pressure on Donut a bit, no one's holding the A bomb site, really. Oh, they do lose Twist, though. Long and patient hold for G in that corner. Down by the cave, and Carrigan is now playing this mid position alone, so he will be turned into a bit of a lurker instead. Assuming they get the bomb plan, maybe that works, but Jamyoung is here in front. There's no smoke in his eyes either. He's just out there for the fight. One player left with the bomb on the site. Carrigan is wrapping around, but it's only 35 seconds. You've got to be careful here. The bomb is right there. Carrigan sneaking in. G is dead. They never knew what hit them. Now Zero trying to get onto the site. They've got the kit on him. Maybe he could tap it. Brokey's not aware that that's happening, and now the smoke's on the other side here. What an absolutely chaotic round. He's tapped the bomb once, so Carrigan, I don't think he bought it. I think he's still waiting. Now a grenade on top. They don't find anyone. That's a shot from Carrigan. He saved him with a pistol with a quad kill. And now he's one-on-one with an AWP against Moja. And he's got so much experience here. Oh, this is great work. And he flicks. He can't quite get it. Moji's got the kit. He's running for it, but he... Oh, I don't think he'll have the time. Did he run past the bomb there? I think that might have cost him the extra second. Carrigan wins the clutch.
I think what happened there is I don't think he diffused it either way, and he just realized I'm going to blow up the blast. There's no point running away.
Fair enough.
I think even if he jumped on it straight away, he would have lost out by about a half second regardless. But still, Carrigan winning the clutch. That is massive. Huge AWP shot there from the big box. 2 versus 1, delivers the goods and continues FaZe on their path to victory here. Jamyoung, you thought this would be enough. Nice crossfire being set up from him and Mercury, but Brokey maintained the man advantage. Mosier with the backstab. Carrigan from the temples saves the day. There'll be a jump boost up towards heaven here. Believing in the M4 of Jamyoung. It's the hero M4. Full speed ahead. Smoke down double doors. Grants them full B lane control here. So now it's FaZe building up a nice array of rounds here on the T side of Ancient.
Very aggressive B control here with TYLOO. It's something that, again, right when Ancient came out, it was very popular, and then it kind of disappeared again. I feel like in European Counter-Strike, you don't see these really aggressive pushes anymore. But might be all for nothing, because FaZe are very patient, waiting around outside of that lane. They realize there are no more grenades coming in, really. Good trade. Frozen back at it again. Second kill of the map for him. Carrigan, though, he's doing all the work. He's 10-2.
It really is. Mosey is probably going to go down here. FaZe checking. Smoke in hand. Spotted. We'll have to drop that smoke here.
Still pretty good, right? Smoke at about 36 seconds.
Yeah, the thing is, though, if they go towards A, bomb site's wide open. We'll see what FaZe have got up their sleeve to close things out here. Frozen making his way towards A main. I think he's calling for his teammates to drop down from heaven. And yeah, Brokey will just stay on this side of the map, confirm that they are stacked. Everyone's desperate for information. Well, you can guarantee there's at least 2 players over towards B. I think he spotted the third as well. So that will be round. Try and salvage a couple of rifles here. They've got 1 in the hands of Mosier, but that's going to be 5-0.
It's a pretty good way to make sure that you win the round instead of gambling to take the fight at the B bomb site. Just get that bomb planted. But AK, M4 picked up as well. Anything else on the ground that they can salvage would be great news.
There it is. Not too bad. They entered with 1 rifle. They'll leave with 3.
FaZe on the other side, probably not too sad either. They're up 5-0.
Yeah, finally not on the... It's normally the FaZe way to be down 0-5 and have to claw your way back in. This is uncharted territory for them.
See if they even know what to do when it's not a comeback.
Get those rounds on the board. Carrigan leading by example. A captain's performance. 10-2 right now. 4 kills in the pistol round, winning out a 1v2 clutch as well. Good trade there towards middle. He's feeding it. Money's pretty decent on the T side of FaZe. It will be the first tactical timeout called by TYLOO here. They've got the G AWP. Bear in mind they save a couple of AK-47s in the previous partial buy. Down but not out. They can still win the half 7-5. It's just going to be an uphill battle from here on out.
overpass the third map. If they can keep this up, though, FaZe, then it'll be interesting to see. TYLOO have a couple of maps on it. Seems to be a map that they do enjoy playing. So maybe they could make a bit of a comeback themselves on that one. But right now, Carrigan in charge. Jamyoung and Mojah still hitting some shots here, but the economy's been all over the place. That's changed now, because they did save 3 rifles. 2 AKs, they bought the AWP on G. Would love to see TYLOO do a bit of work in this round and finally announce themselves on Ancient. It feels a little bit too one-sided for my taste right now. Okay, they were thinking about it, but not going through the smoke. They decide to boost on top of it instead. They're not going to find anyone really on the other side, but TYLOO are on a mission in the cave to push forward. Let's see how far they go. They've set up Mojah there. They're not going to move any further than that, so just a bit of a double setup. Well, big on the trigger. Yeah, you can Molotov him away, but are you going to remember to check the other side? They're not even going to give him a chance to find out. Mojah activated, slaughters them in that moment, pushes forward. He just wanted more.
Careful, lads. Keep your money strong. Nice work. 4 players survive. It is the first round on the board there. Some fancy footwork in towards the cave. The bait and switch. Opening things up with a nice AK kill, saving the previous partial buy. And then setting themselves up for success here as Mercury doing the heavy lifting. But Mojah, they had no idea he was lying in wait. Swings around, upgrades to the AK. This is a really nice shot. Jacob took him down, but there we go. Money running thing. Bear in mind there's 0 loss bonus, of course, for FaZe. So even after going up 5-0, you're operating with pistols here and a Galil. Very difficult round, completely blind. You're hoping for the best of your Jacob, and you get nothing. As Jamyoung coming to life now. G doesn't necessarily need to peek this again, but he's more than happy to go with the second shot. That triple kill is available for him, and he gets it. That's clean. Eco coming up next for FaZe.
Jacob got done so dirty in the middle. He ran into 2 HEs, and like you said, I think flashed 2 or 3 times on top of it.
And you know they're swinging into you. All you can do is close your eyes and pray.
Yeah, real Jesus take the wheel kind of moment, but it didn't work out, unfortunately.
All right, all right, all right. G, I like this. Didn't see much from his Orbital Mirage, but starting to tighten things up. Now the Eco down in the dumps. Can't really afford anything. I don't think they'll even have an upgraded pistol. So yeah, Glocks, no armor, no nades, a gimme round. Take your hand off the keyboard for a second, a moment's respite. Yep, just like that.
That's kind of, you know, a bit disappointing for FaZe, surely. Like you said, win 5 in a row, and then all it takes is the 1 round, and immediately you're out of it. I guess a little bit of credit to TYLOO for doing some damage in those previous rounds. We can flip it the other way, I suppose. But yeah, they're having a nice little conversation. You can see Carrigan there on the camera is very relaxed at the moment. Feet dipped in the swamp waters. Could be one of those fish spas.
It could be.
Could be.
Very relaxing, I've heard.
Leech therapy. I don't know if it's a thing.
I think it was in the medieval times. I don't think they do it anymore, but
it was too good.
Too powerful.
They don't want you to know about it, Henry.
So, as mentioned, Felico and 5-3 pretty much locked in, guys. If they even get 1 kill here, they'll be happy with it. Nice discipline, though, from TYLOO, giving nothing away. No one's scared. No one's hunting for information. You don't need it. They're aware the money is completely ruined. Nice sort of smoke, force their hand, and here comes the Modal.
Trying to punch through. There's just nothing to be done there. Mercury and Mojah will split the kills. Very nicely done. And FaZe had a chance to have a conversation. So now everyone is real relaxed and ready to get into the next one. But a 5-0 is turned into 5-3. Those AKs still alive on the CT side. I mean, there's a lot that's going for TYLOO, and it is not at all too late for them to turn it around. You get up to about 5 or 6 rounds here in the first half. There's still an interesting fight to be had. A lot of the FaZe work said it's still true. It's been done by Carrigan, so we still want to see Frozen Twists activated a bit more here on the T side. Get to work, gentlemen.
A attack looking likely, Anders. We have Twists watching the extremities by the double doors for any inquisitive CTs pushing down for an aggressive maneuver.
Yeah.
But it looks to be A is the aim of the game. Carrigan with the bomb in his back, joined by Brokey towards the pillar right now. Frozen parked himself up in A main. G with a nice position. Looking down towards B, confirming no one's there, at least for now. As time ticks away.
They're going to drop the smoke and leave G in the middle. That's okay, not for long.
They've done that deep smoke towards Cave that removes vision from the B lane, so now G can't confirm the B lanes are clear.
Take that vision away from him. It might change the defense a bit. I feel like FaZe decided, for whatever reason, to leave that A position that they were set up in. Might have been for the better, because TYLOO did rotate the defense back over to the A bomb site. And now the only question is, can they punch through the wall of the B defense? Because that is where they're going. Bomb is there. There's going to be a fake at the A bomb site. This might actually sell quite a bit, just given the earlier information that G kind of had. Nice smoke from Mercury. That's devastating. They have to walk through. Twist, can he actually find anything here? I think Mercury might have both of them. They'll lose G. The spray is good. He wants to keep going. He can't find it. Twists gets away with so much in that moment, and he follows it up. Triple here for Russell. That's exactly what they were looking for.
He was lying in wait the entire time, waiting behind those B double doors. They drop the deep smoke, allow him to get some space while his teammates arrived, helps himself to the B bomb site, gets in the back lines, and causes absolute chaos. TYLOO, nothing to do but save at this point. Oh, Jam Young, you should be hitting that, my friend. You're supposed to be the heaviest hitter on this team. That was a bit of a sitter. Can't connect the dots. They do have plenty of money. That's a good news for TYLOO.
Yeah.
Even after that death, Jam Young has $10,000, but losing the AK is significant. Really should have got that kill. Big whiff.
Could be one of those moments where you get a sense of how comfortable or not a player feels on a map. Just don't like the angles. Don't like what's in front of me. I can't believe Mercury. His position was so strong. I really thought he had both of them. I think that might have won the round for them, but...
Well, considering Twists had such a slow performance on Mirage, that is fantastic to see him leaping into life with that Galil, getting himself 3 huge kills, single-handedly winning the round.
Yeah.
Upgrades to the AK-47 now. FaZe are back to their winning ways. More of a default setup here. Looks like we're going to be flashing in towards middle. Could be coming in from heaven. Oh, a bit of a miss molly, but doesn't seem to matter. Twists will absolutely rail Mercury. G will answer back and find him.
Yeah, but like you said earlier, that kind of a trade is probably fine for the T side. Thin out the defense a little bit. Sam Carrigan is playing alone at the B lane. They want to get closer, but they got to be very careful. Jam Young, the timing could not have been better. Spray, a little bit disorganized, but he's got Zero on the other side. Oh, Incendiary too, and Jam Young sneaks in one more kill, and they burn out Frozen. That was very nicely. That's just one player in Red Room, one in Donut, and it shuts down the entire mid-take.
Well, it was looking so good for FaZe. They're on cruise control, 5-0 up, but slowly but surely, TYLOO creeping back into this one. Money's a problem once again. There's Jam Young. M4A4 in hand, and that's the aim we want to see from him. Very good indeed. Have a look at the buy. I don't think it'll be great for FaZe, but not bad. A couple of Galils, bare bones utility. Smokes go down. Nothing towards Donut, but certainly got that smoke towards Red Room. Carrigan takes massive damage on route. Drops the Molotov in, but he is burning to a crisp here. Both teams up. Defensive smoke from the CT side, denying access towards the cave. They'll pop it open. Carrigan's inquisitive, but hold his nerve for now. Could use that smoke to cross over towards heaven. Frozen's confirmed that it's clear. Take a moment's respite here. In terms of the setup, 3 players on the A side of the map. That's Jacob, Brokey, and Frozen. They've got the bomb there as well. Twists has done this before. A solo play in towards the B bomb site. Try and cause a ruckus. Try and hold them over there. There's 3 players on that side of the map. It's G, though, the AWP, who is more than ready, Anders. Does he nail the first shot?
He absolutely does, to answer your question. Jacob goes down. Twister's walked onto the site. He walked right for the smoke, but still gets punished for it. Brokey's going to go down. That first shot from G, very Upsetting to FaZe, trying to take the A sites. Carrigan, he's got no chance here. Not the health for it, not anything else. Looking very likely we could see a 6-6 scoreline. It's a really cool comeback for TYLOO. I thought it was looking over at one point. 5-0, I believe, in favor of FaZe, and now it's a bit of a different story. They don't have a lot of cash on that T side. None at all, in fact.
Kind of just has to save the AK.
Yeah.
Not the most exciting outcome, but with 20 points of health, nothing he can do. It was looking quite nice. As we mentioned, it's Twist trying to show presence and keep players on that side of the map, which he did a great job.
Yeah.
Sure, he doesn't get a ton of frags, but he kept 3 players there. The problem was G and the AWP waiting on this side, and it's really difficult. Once you've detected that AWP, you've got to try and shut him down. The 2 players, Zero and G, working in tandem. Seen some great work from Zero today. The new addition to TYLOO looks very sharp indeed. And 6-6 looking quite likely. As you mentioned, the money's pretty busted here. This is when you need to dig deep in the strat book, Anders. This is when you're looking for the B executions, the A rushes, maybe a fast mid take through red. Those are your main options when you don't have much firepower. And we'll see what they've got up their sleeve here. To be Carrigan with the AK-47. He's having a good game, why not? It's Jacob, 2-11. Oh, no. That's the rifle losing all its HP, but answering back is Jam Young.
Yeah, he saved them there. That could have been really devastating. And now the rest of them outside of B on the ramp. That smoke has been devastating so far. They've been really good TYLOO at timing it. So I think for FaZe, yeah, they go into it. They use it as a bit of a staging area, and they come popping right out of Emotion. Mercury not impressed at all. Mercury with the final shot. And a great recovery from TYLOO. 6-6 at the end of the half.
This was me just 6 weeks ago before I started my training program. Commentating, stressed, depressed. But look at me now. Headshots. Another headshot. Headshot again. It really is that easy. I'm here to teach you competitive Counter-Strike on maps such as Dust 2, the Power Plant, and of course, Meringue. And that's not all. We'll also cover advanced maps such as Infernio, the Egypt one, and Aztec House. With the NRG system, you'll get your professional player certificate in no time. Have a look at mine. It's already arrived. Some say years of practice are required. They're wrong. I will teach you good habits, such as smoking, flashing, and of course, winning. For example, you throw the smoke, and now you wait. The enemy becomes confused. Come on, this is strategy. I've coached many players using this plan. Some of them improved, and some were already professionals. Now you don't need to memorize all of the smokes, of course, just the coolest ones, such as mid, the other mid, A room, and ban banana nana. This is a very strong flash. As you can see, it even blinded me. And this smoke will land somewhere near a bomb site. The enemy will not expect it, and will run away. And if the smoke misses, that's fine, because you are smarter than them. I personally don't use smokes. I simply know where the enemy is going to be. And if you do lose a round, remember, it's not your fault. The other team is cheating. Go to http://www.henrygspot.co.com. Sign up now.
Welcome back to the Counter-Strike carnage that is FaZe versus TYLOO here at the Blast Open. Elimination is on the line, and after a flying start, Anders, 5-0 up, it looked like they were good to go, take us to a third map, but TYLOO, they really did come back to life there, tying things up, and the 2-0 is very possible.
It's on the menu right now. TYLOO, I like the recovery. I want to see them do some good work here, but Arrogant, my God, he's trying so hard for the team. Somehow, he's become their best player. He wants them on a third map here. Snipes away with the USP. And down the middle, Jacob sending out some bullets. Not really connecting with anything, but that's slowed down TYLOO so much. They need to regroup on the map. They need to go back and take some control outside of B. Very awkward round for them already. At least they got the smoke Molotov, so they can actually do a bit of a B execute if they want to, but it already feels a bit weird when you had another plan in mind, and this is plan B now.
Okay. Still recoverable. My favorite piece of util, the decoy, is in the mix. There's the replay of Carrigan. Really nice shot. Not one you necessarily expect from him, the old boy. Molotov down towards long. Brokey had a couple of kills available. Same story for Jacob, and now it's a 3 versus 3. Molotov dissipates, bomb to go down. There is no kit in play here. This is anyone's round, but I would say advantage TYLOO.
Yeah, very well could be. They still had that decoy you were talking about. They put it to use. G gets a shot. No. Oh, he's going to follow it up. All of the work there just down the toilet, unfortunately. Carrigan, only the 1 kill, but Frozen now with a 1 versus 3. It's a very good shot to begin with, but look at the celebrations coming out. G is in his element.
Oh, dude, when you get an opening kill like that and it's Carrigan that gets away scot-free, the Julies don't connect whatsoever. It was set up perfectly for Brokey there, but unfortunately he gets nothing, and G, he gets everything. Snatches the round away. What a celebration. I'm going to start using that. Give him one of those.
Yeah, the crossed arm.
That's sick. Okay, full eco, 8-7.
He's so hype, isn't he?
Yeah, he is one of the great characters we have in Counter-Strike. Always has some fun, always entertaining on the camera. You don't get the most insight tactically from him when he has the interviews, but you definitely have the most laughs.
That is for sure. I mean, the only downside is we don't have Moses here to give him some ice cream. That's that's the real letdown.
Well, sure.
I mean, we can fly him in just for that one job.
Creamy Moses.
Let's go.
A execution, smoking towards Donut and CT spawn from this position, courtesy of Mercury. They are walking to the stack. There is a chance he loses, Anders. I know I always say that, but this is actually quite precarious.
Yeah.
I'm not sure they can actually get out of this cleanly.
Let's see if they can overcome. Okay, it's very, very...
Okay, it's fine.
Yeah, I think the thing that really works for them is they take the fight right away. They didn't get to swing too deep into the USPs. I feel like a couple more steps, they would have been exposed to everyone all at once, but it works out. And that means TYLOO are up 2 rounds.
Well, up 5-0 to kick things off. Now FaZe at 8-6 down.
Oh, no.
Elimination on the line. This would be dead last in the tournament if you lose this map.
That's why people say they're paid by the round. It doesn't matter if they start good or bad. They just have to play more rounds. I guess it works out in the end, or at least it normally does.
I mean, it is great when Carrigan's top fragging, but you really don't want to see that, unfortunately. You want to see more of this. Jacob and Frozen working in tandem. They take quite a lot of damage, but they have got the man advantage. What's the response here? It's going to have to be a pouncing towards A. It's Brokey, though. M4 in hand. Playing his position. It's named after him for a reason, Anders.
Yeah. Really well done. Good utility coming out in return, trying to put some pressure on, but unfortunately the Molotov doesn't spread far enough here. They lose Moja. A G. All right.
Objective for G now to try and inflict as much damage as possible. He won't be winning this round. He's made a lot of noise. He's dead, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Okay, 1-round game. Needed that. A lot of chaos towards middle there.
Yeah, there was a minute where, because I think Twist is jumping up to try and control the B lane, and he has so much confidence that Jacob and Frozen behind him have got it under control. When he gets shot in the back, that's got to be a tilting moment when you feel like, oh man, guys, I thought you had. But then they turn it into a double kill, so it's absolutely fine. But definitely Twist kind of got, I wouldn't say betrayed, but let down perhaps.
Hey, they win the round, he'll take it. Doesn't matter. We'll take a tactical timeout. This time courtesy of TYLOO. Money's a breaking point, very important round if they want to maintain their lead here. on the second map of Ancient. It's FaZe's pick. Orb's still not available, but AKs are on the CT side now, be in the hands of Frozen, who hasn't had the same level of performance you saw on Mirage. He's currently 6-11, but he can turn it around very quickly, especially with the AK on the defense. Allows him to take more aggressive peeks. 5 seconds to go, and so we're back into the action here, round number 16. TYLOO, the unknown quantity coming into this tournament. Haven't seen them play in Europe for some time.
They're still bringing the heat, though. It's so much fun whenever you get an opportunity to. And now with a slightly new lineup, it's very interesting.
Well, they dropped off 2 pieces of utility for G outside the B bomb site. You're normally doing the one-man execution into the B side from that position, but they're going to feel things out first, of course. There's the first bit of util. Carrigan, you've got to be careful here, my guy.
They're pushing B ramp as well. They're pushing in behind. This is sick for FaZe. I think this is going to work out. Mosier and Mercury get a kill, but Carrigan on the double. Jacob there as well. That's a 3-man push coming out of the B bomb site. 2 by the ramp, 1 by the cave. And it's more than TYLOO were ready for.
Down to 0. New boy. He can somehow win a 3-1. But he gets nowhere near. Carrigan, 16-9.
He's so good.
Right now, he is looking absolutely brilliant. Keep that up. And there might be a chance of a third map here. 8-8 has to be the eco. Can't even partial buy into this next one. That's what these in-game leaders do. A lot of them play towards that cave position. Find that timing, push through that smoke, get the backstabs going. Works out brilliantly there for Carrigan. Gets himself 3 in total. Above and beyond his teammates right now. 16 kills, no one else on double digits. Twist wants to activate himself. Getting stuck in, flashes over. Confirming the B lane, at least not swarming with T's right now. As I did say, it is going to be the full eco here, so should be a guaranteed round for FaZe.
It puts them in a very strong position. I mean, assuming no casualties, money is going to start to build pretty rapidly. It might just only be a 1-round lead, but still. We'll take it right now. FaZe close to making the full comeback, close to doing what they normally do on the opening map of Mirage, but it wasn't enough. It's TYLOO that walked away, 13-11 victory. Over past the third map, waiting in the distance here. I feel like there's a good chance that FaZe are going to be able to push it all the way. The money being what it is here for TYLOO, the fact that Carrigan is still the main performer, it should mean that FaZe have a couple of more people that are going to be activated real soon. And surely that will be enough here. Frozen, Jacob, yeah, the kill against unarmored targets. You'll take it. Get the confidence flowing. Start to feel maybe a little bit of more fun in the game here. 1-round lead.
Overpass coming up next, just to note that.
Yes.
We don't have much information about FaZe on Overpass. They've played it twice. They haven't got any wins on it. TYLOO played it 3 times in the last 3 months, and 67% have been going in their favor. So, let's have a look. That's neither here nor there. We've got to get through this one first. Sure, FaZe have the lead, but can they hold on to it? Up against the AKs here. Definitely a weak buy, though. FaZe allowing mid-control to come through. Carrigan trying to stop the spam. It's going to be Frozen towards A main, finding 0 to kick things off. 5-on-4 advantage.
That's a huge kill. What do you do on the T side now? If you go back and fight it, that's going to take a long time. If you don't, you accept the fact that you have so little map control on that side of it, which I don't think that feels good. So, yeah, they are going to go back and check it out. They're going to go back and clear out the hallways. Fair play. Maybe it can work. G, he's on the microphone.
They've completely vacated the B bomb site here. They're going to retake middle. And rightly so, Carrigan continuing this strong form. Nice spray towards the star player, Jam Young. And Twist is there to provide the covering fire as well. Playing for his life, buying as much time as he can. Jacob is there. Looks like another round on the board comfortably for FaZe. Double digits, money broken once again for TYLOO.
It's really great calling from Carrigan. Like you said, leaving the B bomb site, going back to reclaim middle, in the middle of whatever that it was TYLOO were trying to do. They absolutely caught them off guard.
Their money's starting to swell now. TYLOO starting to shrink. Partial buy is the only option available to them. They're a 4th stage loss bonus. Going to get $3,400 to the next round, so you can justify some Tech 9s here. But great work from Carrigan. He's looking very confident out there, leading by example. Twists. Great kill. Jacob managing to get the third and close things out. Tactical timeout, as I mentioned. Has to be the Tech9s here. And you're looking for a set piece. You're maybe rushing A with smokes on the run. Try and get a quick plant there. Try and catch out a potential AWP, but that's not in play right now. Brokey's happy to operate with the M4. He's got $10,000 to his name. See what they can make of it. They can steal this round away. The game's back on, but if FaZe pick it up comfortably, they're 11-8 and touching distance of overpass.
It's looking better than it has so far for FaZe in the series. This is a prime opportunity to really get ahead. Tech9s, 1 MAC-10, 1 P250. TYLOO don't have a lot to operate with. It looks like they're going to go towards the B bomb site. Let's see if they're going to be as quick as we'd want here. Smoke is up already. It's a bit of a Molotov to hold it back out. Slows them down no matter what. Incendiary from the CT side. Have no idea what that's supposed to do, but it certainly doesn't hold them back at all. Moja moving forward into it here. It's a dink, but Brokey and Jacob, they're dug in on the bomb side. The defense is looking tight right now. Mercury swings, and finally they get some kind of an opening courtesy of G, but it's all too late and too little. Twist with a double kill. FaZe determined to win this map.
Only dropping one player, and that's Brokey. I would say he brings out the AWP now. He's got $13,000 in their final form here with a couple of AK-47s on the CT side, fending off that B execution. No problem at all. Didn't have to break a sweat. We go into round number 20. A couple more would do it here for FaZe. Jacob, nice work. Good crossfire there with Brokey. Twists. After a pretty quiet map in the first, is starting to have some great sequences here, and we're going for that battle towards middle. Frozen comes out on top again. Mercury, hello?
He didn't notice for a long time there. Oh, Zero's going to get traded out. You could see the frustration starting to show a little bit here on TYLOO, I think. Mosier and G left. That is a very big mistake, potentially. Quick kill there, and he would have been ready for the next fight immediately. Bomb being brought back, but Carrigan's moved up. Does he see? I don't think he's seen the other player, but knife out here for G. He's down. And Moja trying to investigate. Carrigan seems to have an idea of what's going on. He's not going to be able to get the shot, but that's still 19 kills for Carrigan on the map. And a 1 versus 3 for Moja.
Round's certainly not done yet. Mistakes can be made. But not today. Frozen from way downtown finds the headshot. Secures map point. We go 12-8. Money going to be in another problematic spot here. No bomb planted. We're averaging about $3,500 per player. Carrigan seems to be making all the right moves right now. Calculated aggression. Tons of information garnered and hitting shots on route. This could be it for TYLOO here on Ancient. Overpass seems inevitable.
I don't know what kind of a miracle they're going to try and make here, but it has to be right now.
Get Lils across the board, not a single AK-47. What have you got for us, lads?
I mean, they've tried to send Jamyong into middle a lot to take some of these fights, and it hasn't really worked out the way that they were expecting. They've actually been shut down a lot by FaZe. This time, there's nobody to fight in middle. So, yeah, they get the mid control, but all they've done is spend some of their own utility. Oh, that is very close. Carrigan testing the limits here. No one to connect with yet on the other side. Mercury, yeah, you can see the bullets on either side of him there. That's kind of scary. Good that he wasn't in the corner. But what do you do now? You have the map control. What's the next step?
I'm not sure. You don't really have many resources here.
Yeah.
You have a couple of flashes, one smoke, no damage done. They've got middle, sure, but FaZe are allowing you to have it. They've actually set up their defenses deep inside the A bomb site. Nice smoke towards the dying stages of what could be the final round here. 40 seconds remaining. It's going to be Jamyong patrolling towards Red Room. His teammates getting ready to pounce in towards B.
Oh, he's going to be fouled, isn't he? Twist, he's going to look at this every time. Yeah, nice flick. Twist gets the opening. Now they know everything. This is looking very good. The defense holding. Carrigan up to 20 kills behind it. 3 left alive on TYLOO. Make it 2 SG. It's in the grave early here. Not even a bomb plant yet. They don't have that luxury. 10 seconds on the clock, trying to get a bit closer. It seems impossible because it is Moja. 1 versus 4, he goes down. Great comeback for FaZe, pushing us onto a third map.
They certainly are, Anders, and it's down to that man in your screen right there. A captain's performance from karrigan. He posts 20 kills, top fragger on the server, leading by example and thrusting us into the third map of Overpass.
Exactly the way we all expected that one to go down. The karrigan carry job. The one player lighting the way for FaZe, performing well and above his teammates. That's what we expect from FaZe Clan.
I know I said, focus on karrigan, have him being a great performer is a step in the right direction. However, I did not anticipate him being the carry job of the team. The only player more or less going positive outside of Frozen and really doing a good job, not only in the first half, but even more so in the CT side as well in the second. So in isolation, a good performance from FaZe Clan, a great performance from karrigan, and they stay alive for another map.
Yeah, I mentioned previously, when you see FaZe do well at a tournament in the last 3 or 6 months, it's almost universally tournaments where karrigan is finally at a 1.0 rating or above a 1.0 rating. You can see it map to map when he does well. He lights the way for his team, and I think his calling improves when he's doing well too. It's he gets the confidence, he gets the understanding of how the team is playing, and he can make it work. And unfortunately, you don't want to be going to a map 3 against TYLOO if you're FaZe. I think FaZe would have hoped to close this one out 2-0, but still, if you can win this map in any direction after a 5-map losing streak on Ancient, I guess you're happy.
It's also the fashion they do it in the second half, because it was 8-6 for TYLOO, and then they win 7 rounds in a row on that CT side, and they do it by being aggressive towards middle. They do it by being semi-aggressive towards Cheetah as well. karrigan in particular playing that spot well. A lot of different avenues to get those round wins. So as much as I'm, I guess, a little disappointed in TYLOO's T side once more, I think the CT side proactiveness coming out of FaZe Clan, that's what netted them the win more so than anything else, which is impressive to me.
It is indeed. And I mean, I think as well the manner for FaZe overall, where you did have some players really slow starting at the beginning of that map, and your fraggers as well, right? Frozen had a slow start. Jacob had a slow start. It was karrigan really being the engine through those early rounds that then gave them the opportunity to wake up and join the fray.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If you revert back and you think of first half, you're right in saying that it was TYLOO making a little bit of a comeback, making it 6-6. And in the first, dare I say, 9 rounds, it was, as you said, it was karrigan, keeping them alive. There's a world where TYLOO got away with 8 rounds in that first half. Then they win the second pistol, they convert. It's a 10-4. I think personally that maybe could have changed the course of this game. That probably would have broke the spirit of FaZe Clan. So in its essence, yeah, he's topping the scoreboard, but even more so, he was also keeping them alive when it mattered the absolute most in the first half.
What I like most about that is that if you go back and look at the scoreboard, the way the kills came in, a lot of the rounds that TYLOO were opening up with the entry themselves in that first half, it wasn't FaZe just running them over necessarily every single player. It was FaZe losing a player and then karrigan calling them into the right bomb site or pivoting on the map in the correct way instead of just running them over firepower-wise. But looking at that, TYLOO, what's his rating against TYLOO?
I can't read, that's so far away. But I do want to bring up just one more number from that from that Ancient scoreboard, right? The round swing. It's always a fun one to see. karrigan went 20-11, plus 10.13% round swing. That is truly astonishing. One thing that is always going to be true about FaZe is they will never fail to surprise you.
No, they always, and I've said this before, even in the slump then right now, they're always entertaining to watch because you can never really figure it out, Mike. You never really know what you're going to get from FaZe Clan. One thing I was quite certain not getting was karrigan being the carry of this team on a map like Ancient. However, he managed to do it, and now he kept his team alive, and that's where you think, okay, normally and under normal circumstances, karrigan are never going to have 2 maps in a row where he finds that kind of impact. I think you can count on one hand how many times that's happened in, 25 years he's been playing Counter-Strike. But I will say, you also don't see Frozen and Twist having lackluster performances 2 maps in a row in the same fashion. So I think he bought them some more time, and I think FaZe can head into the third map now slightly more confident than they would have been had they not won, obviously.
I think Ancient is a bit of a unique map in terms of IGLs performing to a high level. We saw Snacks doing it even when he was having a tough time. We see karrigan do it. I think Cheetah works really well for him. But what was surprising was the T side, that he comes in on the T side and does that well and prevents his team from going home. Because I think, to be honest, Frozen wasn't popping off. You were seeing a slow start, as you mentioned, from several different players. If karrigan wasn't there with a 10% round swing with a 1.6 plus rating, I think you're seeing FaZe head home 0-2.
I want to flip the script, talk over about the TYLOO side as well, right? Because this one's going to be disappointing for them. There were opportunities, there were those slow starts, there were some weaknesses shown still by FaZe. And in particular, their young gun, the guy we're kind of looking at is to be that X factor to elevate them to the next level. Zero did not have nearly the impact here.
Now, there are a couple of moments in the game where he found a little bit of impact, but it was very short-sighted and in very small sample sizes, so to speak, on a map like Ancient. So yeah, I think we've seen, you know, glimpses of it, but we also saw Mirage, good first half, poor second half here in Ancient as well. Small glimpses. It's hard for him to find consistency over the course of a full map, and that probably comes with a bit of experience. And then again, you know, I think playing the T side the way TYLOO did as well, it's not playing into his strengths. You know, for me, it felt more often than not like it was a bit of a FaZe.CET game to some degree, where everyone was willing to fight and everyone was taking fights not to their advantage, but trying to brute force it on the side of TYLOO. And if you're Zero and you're new to this game, that's going to be a rough awakening call for you.
Yeah, I mean, I pointed out Ancient is one of his best maps, and G wasn't there quite the same way. I think that support would have helped Zero. I'm not too mad at Zero if he's having a tough time on Ancient. He's still a new player to the roster. He's still getting his feet behind him. I think he had a pretty solid game on Mirage. If he struggles on Ancient, he comes back in map 3. That's a very solid performance from Zero.
How do you get your feet behind you? How do you stand on
underneath you?
That one makes more sense to me. I was just picturing the lean, the Ministry of Funny Walks going on in here. But yeah, I mean, still strong showings from Jamyoung as well, right? If you want to talk about what's consistent for TYLOO, it is Jamyoung again and again and again. And I think as we head into this final map of play, he's going to be somebody you're looking to again light the way and make this happen. I mean, we've learned a couple lessons from the course of this series. FaZe, not quite yet dead, but TYLOO's still very capable of making them so.
TYLOO is capable of playing a good map for sure. TYLOO right now, the way I sense it and what we've seen with the very small sample size we had since the Budapest Major is still a team that is finding their footing, finding their grounding as well. And I don't expect them to be consistent over the course of an entire series. Kind of saw that against FURIA as well, struggling for the first, you know, 1.5 sites, so to speak, and then they came alive on overpass the map we're heading to now, almost making the comeback on the T side versus FURIA. So I wouldn't rule out TYLOO, but I'd still say this, despite all the troubles FaZe are facing right now, they're still my favorites to win this series, but that speaks more about TYLOO's lack of effort right now than anything else.
I think when you look at TYLOO as a team, they're a team that comes in with a really strong game plan, and when they can stick to that, you saw how they can 9-3 a T-half on Mirage, and they can go forward from there. I'm not certain they expected Ancient. I'm not certain they had as good of a game plan on Ancient. When you look at the way they played out, I think you're right. It did feel more like a puggy manner. It felt less tactical, less strategic than we saw from them on Mirage. And I think going into map 3, I'm not sure they expected overpass either. So I'm not sure their game plan is going to be behind them. They're going to need Jamyoung. They're going to need G. They're going to need Zero to actually frag out.
Well, it all comes down to the distance. We've got one more map to play, but before we do, we'll take a quick break and come back with a little talk about overpass. FaZe look to pull off their biggest bit of magic yet, returning from the brink of death to live to fight another day. And this man Frozen is going to try and be the extra spice that they need to make it happen. TYLOO, meanwhile, trying to shove them right back down into that coffin and nail that thing shut. This is all to play for, and it's all coming to pass on the overpass.
Yeah, pressure's on, obviously, for both teams. We know TYLOO is in a situation right now where they need all the points they can acquire for VIS. They need to re-establish themselves with the new lineup, whereas for FaZe, they're fighting to stay alive in the hopes of qualifying for the major. So in that regard, pressure's on. Overpass, a map we have seen TYLOO play already against FURIA a couple of days ago. Lackluster CT side, much better showing on the T side, almost made a comeback. I'm not sure how much I can use from that game in the sense that FURIA were already leading the series 1-0 and were up big time in the second map. Sometimes you make a bit of a cosmetic comeback. I'm not saying that exactly what it was from TYLOO, but at the end of the day, I think it's going to be a tougher opposition for them here now going up against FaZe.
I think they're going to struggle to have any chance of winning if they manage to win Pistol and then lose 8-4 on your CT side of Overpass. I don't think FaZe is a team that's going to let you into that one. You know, you can have a little bit of a comeback on the, you can have a little bit going for you on the second half of Ancient, but FaZe, they showed in the second half of Mirage, you give them anything, they're going to take it, they're going to run with it. And with Frozen at the helm, I think Frozen's going to have a great map. This is a FaZe that's ready to close this out.
If you could paint a premium picture, though, for TYLOO, we could say that FURIA are known to be the overpass specialists, right? A lot was made last year about Aurora potentially being one of the greatest overpass players of all time. It's a tough team to play there. FaZe should present more weaknesses.
That's true, and also I think one of the most important things when it comes to the map of Overpass is the opping role. I think that is, if Dust 2 is Opper's paradise, then Overpass is maybe even more so, especially on the CT side. You can do whatever the hell you want, and it's very hard to punish an op player as well. The good thing for me, if you put on the TYLOO glasses in that regard, is that I think they have the better op player on the server. I think G is more impactful than Brokey is at the moment. He's probably in a better shape as well. Brokey's struggling massively to find his footing. So if anything, I think in one of the most vital roles on a map like Overpass, I think TYLOO actually have a bit of an advantage in G over Brokey.
I think they have the advantage with the op, but when you look at Overpass, the op creates space, and then your riflers can have lots of space to move around. They can reposition, they can force duels. We saw in Mirage, when FaZe could force aim duels, they were the team that was winning. I think when they get on the CT side, if Brokey can get something done, if they can have a little bit of space on the map, if TYLOO gives them time to lurk around, Overpass is always a map that's a little too big to be holding every angle, and I think FaZe is going to be walking into all of those angles.
Speaking of riflers, I did just want to give a hot news update here. It's been teased, it's been tempted, but I do have confirmation. csgo has arrived. He is back, and he will be joining Falcons in the next matchup. So he'll be rocking on into the server. But we'll leave that to the next crew to talk about in depth as we focus back up here. FaZe getting themselves pumped up behind us. TYLOO locked into the server as well. Both these teams, we set the stage early on. There is so much to play for. This is potentially any shot at the major right here, right now, in one map of play.
Yeah, I know a lot of people have been at work today. It's Friday. You know, people are most likely getting off work in Europe right now. Just to reiterate what you said right here, this is a must-win game for FaZe. If they want to qualify for the major, they need all the points they can get. I'm not saying that if they lose right here, they won't make the major, but chances of that happening, which is even a wild conversation to have, is much, much larger. So if you want to apply a bit of pressure towards FaZe right now, we're talking about whether or not Kerrigan, Frozen, Twist are going to be part of the IEM Cologne Major 2026. I personally would be disappointed if that's not the case.
And if FaZe lose that here, they're going out with a fizzle, not with a bang. This is FaZe dying in the worst way possible.
Well, the stakes are massive, and for stakes this big, we had to bring in some guys with really big voices. Anders and Henry G, take it away.
Cheers, Michael. And yes, I agree with the sentiments on the desk. If FaZe crash out here going 0-2, dead last in the tournament, major on the line, Anders, it'd be nothing short of a disaster.
Unacceptable by FaZe standards. We need to see more. And they did claw together a pretty good comeback. Maybe they could do it again here on Overpass, the third and final map. TYLOO on the other side. We'll see what they can bring. It's a map they do play, not an enormous amounts, but maybe a chance. They didn't make it work against FURIA, but that doesn't mean they can't against FaZe.
Time will tell. I'm interested to see what level of performance we get from Kerrigan once again. It's great he's top fragging. It's great that he got them over the line in that previous map, but you need the stars to shine here. We need to see Brokey. We need to see Twist and Frozen firing on all cylinders here as we get into what could be the last map of play for FaZe or TYLOO. Loser goes home. Winner continues in towards the lower bracket. It's going to be a T-side start for the Chinese squad. One smoke, couple of flashes, Frozen.
Need some big shot for the USP. There's just so many Glocks coming his way. You're banking it all on the idea that those USPs will connect right away.
That's a real shame you lose Twist so early on. Utility being set up here. They're going to try and make their way up towards long. Here comes Frozen, takes a bullet to the face, 20 HP. The walking wounded retreats back towards the bomb site, trying to find the safety of the truck.
Yeah, but now we're within Glock distance. They're getting the shots through. Mosier, big double. And Carrigan, yes, he was their savior on Ancient, but this is asking probably way too much.
And the thing is, Anders, winning the T-side pistol is so massive.
It's a great start, but it doesn't matter. Mosier with a triple. You're right, though. They do get a bit of momentum, and it is the harder side.
It's the most CT-sided map we have in the pool by far. And winning the pistol, and especially in the follow-up conversion, if you start 3-0 on the T side of Overpass, such a mountain to climb here of your FaZe. But I'm assuming we'll see the force buy in the second. But one nice shot from Brokey, but there's too much pressure being applied across the bomb site here. Great shots from Mosier. A disappointing start there for FaZe, and G is absolutely loving it. No force buy, 2-0 locked in. It was FaZe who went up 5-0 on Ancient. That certainly won't be happening here. Mac-10s, hunting them down, farming that cash. Blink and you miss it. We don't even get to really talk about the round before it's over. B-Stack shut down.
That's the level of commitment I really want to see here. TYLOO, don't give them a chance.
Oh, this is a scary round now. If you're FaZe, you do not have everything you need. Sure, you took the full eco, you'll have rifles, but you're not going to have helmets, you're not going to have kits, you won't have that AWP. Famous for Jacob. You can see they had to focus on getting helmet to handers.
Yeah.
3 Mac-10s to Galil. They needed helmets, sacrificing a lot of utility. Firepower as well for Jacob, and we might just be doing the same thing again. Are we rushing B?
Yeah, they will. Right through the tunnel. Grenade lands on top, but nobody knows that they're there. This is going to be a huge surprise. Carrigan, is he ready? Good double spray down, and Zero gets one in return, but they were ready. FaZe, they saw it coming. They already had so many people at the site. G to go down last.
Damn.
Said it was a critical round for FaZe, and they have stepped up in a big way.
Nice work from Carrigan, continuing that strong form we saw in Ancient. As I mentioned, it was a captain's performance there, 20 kills. They needed that to bring us to this third and final map. Convincing first gun round, but bear in mind, it was against 3 Mac-10s and a Galil. He should be converting that one. Thankfully, they get it over the line, no problem. AK is brought out in full force now. 2-1 to TYLOO. That's where the game gets interesting. What setup are we looking for? It's going to be initial smoke, incendiary towards that playground area. TYLOO willing to bide their time. Twist down towards the connector. Jacob getting a lot of intel towards that short pipe.
4-1 split here. Actually going to be walking away from outside of the B bomb site, so they'll pretty much leave that part of the map. Brokey, perhaps a bit exposed if they start to walk up behind him, but in a solo fight like this, comes out ahead of Jam Young, so that's a good start to the round. Still plenty of time left, and he's got some backup with him, more than I was expecting, in fact, so they're really holding on to this.
Nice work from Brokey. Drops that smoke down, denies access for them to try and come hunt him down. Man advantage for FaZe. And they're just going to peel off from this one as well. Maintain that advantage. That's the way to play it. You've already shown your hand, shown that aggressive setup, and now they're going to have to waste so much time clearing out those key positions like the connector.
Yeah.
And they'll just reset the round on the FaZe side. Get back in towards the B bomb site. Get the crossfires enabled. Send some numbers back in towards the A bomb site here as well. Speaking of the bomb, it's on the back of Zero. He impressed us with Mirage. Couldn't really get going on Ancient. Carrigan, he certainly could. 20 kills and hit Zero this round.
I feel like they just had to wait it out. I don't know why they were panicked so much. Even from the B-bombs that they were rotating around. There's only 24 seconds here. There is a single incendiary on Frozen. In theory, he could try and stop the bomb plant with it if he's still at the A bomb site, but they think it's going to be B. Frozen's rotating to try and stop a B hit that's not coming. Now they start to realize that someone is up. Frozen walking back in. 8 seconds on the clock here. They're checking it all out, planting towards the bank. He can't stop that bomb plant. Unfortunately, a headshot there might have won them the round, but now FaZe is in trouble. A 5-on-4, and now they have to fight for it. Frozen, yeah, he goes down. G, straight headshot, bangs him out on long. And now 3 versus 4. I don't know, FaZe, they look like they're walking away. They don't want a part of it. That's such a confusing round. Looking from the outside, I don't know why FaZe were that panicked. They were a man up. There was not a lot of time left.
It's because of that factor. There was 20 seconds remaining. We had one player from TYLOO throwing some utility through the monster. He threw a couple of flashbangs, threw a smoke over, and I guess they just assumed that was going to be the final commitment coming in there from TYLOO, but it wasn't meant to be. Karrigan face checking long as well. No jump peek, straight up face check.
Yeah,
he goes down, and that's it. That was the round in itself.
Ooh, I really did not enjoy that. The TYLOO certainly did.
And they had the opening advantage as well. That was a 5-on-4 where they reset the round, and it's the phase check. That's the real problem. Nice awareness from G as well. Frozen on the backstab, gets nothing done. That's when you can feel the round is over. After the execution and the bomb being planted, there was 20 seconds on both those smokes towards bank and towards the dumpster. Molotovs in reserve. They had to hold on to their utility and the rifles, of course. So we get into round number 5. It's the Brokey AWP. Door blown open and aggressive is Brokey. Takes quite a lot of damage for his troubles and will scramble back towards middle.
Yeah, but they're very quick out long. Sometimes when you run this path that Jamyong is running, you can completely beat the timing on the CT side. They have no idea that you're going to be there. Got to be careful you don't run the whole way. Eventually you're going to have to start walking so that they can't hear it, but let's see. There is a world here where they just, at the restrooms, they have no idea that he's going to be there. Lightning fast. No one's looked. Now, Brokey, yeah, he's got his back turned. He should be dead. Gun barrel is showing here. They're not aware of it at all. They've been completely caught. Nice shot from Jamyong, and they take down Twist as well. Outplay by that raw timing.
It was such a good maneuver. He even has the freedom to miss a couple of bullets and still get a double kill. 5-on-3. Now it's about the punish. Mosier can't do it. Gets the information that they're saving in towards T-Spawn. Now it begs the question, do TYLOO want to go on the hunt now? Frozen buries himself in towards a B bomb site, but Zero smells blood in the water. Wants to see if he can take down a couple more members here. The thing is, their money's not great. Don't necessarily have to fully commit to the hunt here. That smoke will probably dissuade them from going forward. They know they're in T-Spawn, but it's not really in a position to punish here, our TYLOO. But they're up 4-1 on the T side, Anders. This does not bode well at all. No. I think we've got a tactical timeout coming in next for FaZe. At least I'd be calling one.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Because you are down in the mud right now.
Well, they get to save 3 rifles like they did in the previous round. So that's one of the things that's keeping FaZe dangerous in some of these rounds. At least they have the rifles to go with it. But yeah, you're right. He missed the shot there. I think he overlooked Brokey to begin with anyway, but none of it mattered. Yeah. Head in your hands.
Oh, no timeout. And you're going to be operating with a FAMAS. They did save 2 AKs. Buys pretty decent. Need to convert this round, though. Need to start showing us some signs of life here on Overpass. Initial Molotov to deny access towards short. It's going to be G and his AWP. Mosier leading the charge through Monster. They've got a lot of space under their remit. Jacob towards the ramp, needs to find at least one here. He's got players all around him though. Spotted, burnt out of position, double kill, make it a triple. TYLOO just dominating the B bomb site once again, round over. They're getting bullied out there. They are made to look foolish.
Like there was no beat defense at all. It was what it felt like.
Did they even fire off a shot? I'm not sure.
A little bit of damage to Mosier, but that was about it.
Oh, they're going to lose Brokey as well. Good shot from him. Self-preservation, the aim of the game now. Crashing out last place here. But the blast open wasn't on the menu for FaZe.
No.
It kind of begs the question, why would you remove the coach before such a massive tournament?
Without having the VRS secured?
Exactly, right? Like, there's so much on the line. Like,
yeah.
What, was he detrimental to the squad? Was it that bad he had to be removed before this tournament?
Those are great questions,
Why would you handicap yourself going into this when it matters the most?
I wish I had the answer.
You heard in the interviews, oh yeah, we're playing without a coach. Yeah, just don't remove the coach before the tournament then.
Just don't do it, yeah.
Don't do that, I would say. There's got to be more to it than that, I suppose. We don't know all the details, but it just beggars belief why you would make that move before the most important tournament regarding the major.
Yeah. There's so much on the line here. The fact that they're playing Tier 2 tournaments to potentially catch up to the VRS, it's almost like they saw it coming. Like, we do need it just in case. Well, That case is right here, 5-1. They're on the T side, TYLOO. Like you pointed out, this is a massively CT-sided map. This B defense, non-existent. Moja, you got to give him credit. The follow-up shot there on Frozen was out of this world.
Nice!
Slipping away, boys.
Oh, so is the money. The other rounds, they had the 3 rifles saved every time. At least that was something to look forward to. Now it's a little bit more thin. 7th round here.
Need some FaZe bullshit right now.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, the Brokey shot on Mirage nearly brought the whole team back in just a single round.
There's the one rifle spotted. It's in towards that connector. And it's going to do some nice work with Twist. Double swing towards the connector. Man advantage. They find New Boy 0.
And probably a bit of a rookie mistake from him there, if we're being honest. Didn't have to face it that hard with the Molotov in hand. But
Yeah, that's a good point.
we'll give him some room on that one. Generally, been a pretty good day for him.
They won't recover that rifle, but they do reset the round with the man advantage here. Looks like the final commitment will come in towards the A bomb side. We still have a plethora of utility on the T side here, looking for 6-1. At this stage, would feel like a death sentence. FaZe actually desperately need this round. G, nice attempt to that kill. Doesn't quite hit the mark. 3 CTs lying in wait. A trifecta of doom has been set up. Frozen, Brokey, and Jacob with the little guns, hoping for the best here. Deep smoke to remove CT vision. Allows them to get closer toward the bomb side. Jacob will play in front of him.
They've got the incendiary as well on Frozen, so with time running down this low, even that could become a bit of a factor eventually. Another smoke on top. Jacob's hiding inside of it. Will they even check that? I don't know if they will. He's run past them with a deagle, lot of damage and a good kill. Brokey burns alive, but they're still trying to get the opening. Twist showing up on the spot just when they need him, and G will find himself alone. He can't make it work. They didn't have a lot going into this round, FaZe, so even if they lose a couple of players here, that's a good round.
They had to be proactive. They had to find the man advantage at the start there. Catching 0 with his pants around his ankles and towards the connector was just what they were looking for. They were able to reset the round, set up that crossfire towards the A side. That's just what the doctor ordered here for FaZe. 5-2, set an absolute mountain to climb. But that's the first step in their journey of the comeback here. It's going to be a tactical timeout, this time by TYLOO. Their money's pretty good. Now we're getting to real gun territory. We've got the AWP for G. We're going to slow things right down, run these defaults. 0 presumably learn his lesson now. Won't be caught with the Molotov in hand. Round number 8. Like ideally, you need to be finding 7-5 here if you're FaZe on the CT side of Overpass. That's the bare minimum.
Such a long road ahead of them, but I don't want to count them out. They also need to find a way to fix some of that B defense. It's the bane of many teams on this map, is just holding on to B. Like, it seems so simple because you're running through a very narrow choke point in the Monster Tunnel, but it's so hard to hold B regardless.
Yeah, TYLOO have got a very impressive execution. The river of flames engulfs the bomb site whenever they make their way through. The flashbangs are always spot on. Lining up for another one of those plays potentially. Going to be going for that triple grenade, I would say. No one home. It's an old classic Anders from CSGO. Stralis used to run that.
Yes. Still can absolutely work, but there was nobody home this time. Haven't really seen FaZe go for any of those crazy boosts at the moment. There are some teams that thrive on overpass because they have an infinite amount of weird boosts down in B and all over the map, but FaZe are playing a little bit more traditional at the moment. So, 1:10 on the clock, and what is the plan here for TYLOO? They're starting to get up towards the middle of the map and the restrooms here, forcing Brokey back in towards the bomb site. It's not bad. See if FaZe want to recover any map presence. Oh, that jump. You see so much. That is not bad.
Very tense right now. 3 players for FaZe on this side of the map. Carrigan juggling utility. Passing it around. Flashbang set up for Frozen to enable a monster swing. Popping the smoke open. 30 seconds remaining. That's Frozen with that flash. Allows Carrigan to have a little look here. Spots one and now isolated. He'll be flashed himself, but it's still finding kills. Carrigan stepping up to the plate today. A double kill with the AK-47. I think that's enough to win this round. There's just no time remaining.
There isn't. There would have been a sick flank coming in from the A bomb site, but none of it matters any longer. They had the opportunity. If Carrigan hadn't shut them down and they could have got the bomb planted, then the late, long flank would have been really fun to watch. It doesn't matter. Carrigan.
He's had enough.
I mean, whatever it takes to stay in the tournament, but it feels like this should not be happening. It shouldn't be Carrigan's job to outfrag everybody else. Think about who's on the team. He's there for the SMGs and for the leadership. Right now, he's there for the frags as well. Tremendous work from him across the last 2 maps. Puts them at 3. Still early work. They do need it. Money's still there for TYLOO in spite of the fact that FaZe has started to get a little bit going.
This is looking good, though. Carrigan. If he has to be the star today, so be it.
Yeah.
3 kills in that round, all headshots at that AK-47. Looking for that spam damage. Finance is not broken just yet. Gonna try and attack the B bomb site once more. Can Zero crack things open, completely blind. Trade comes through. Jam Young surely only good for 1. Carrigan fighting back. Frozen will join him. It's looking very promising now. This B bomb site getting stronger and stronger. Carrigan, an absolute menace on the bomb site. He wants 1 more and he's gonna get it. Another triple kill there from Carrigan, stepping up as he goes 10 and 5. Looking to beat his total, an Ancient of 20 frags. Bringing this down to a 1-round game. We go 5 to 4. This is looking very promising now. B is shut down for...
So proactive in pushing forward in the middle of that fight, Carrigan. He didn't give him a lot of space to hang around at the back and sort of fight up towards the heaven position. Very nicely done. That's 5 to 4. Slow crawl back into the game, but they've got rid of the money for TYLOO. Bomb plant in the last couple of rounds here. Moja has got an AK, but this is a big turnaround. Like you said, 7-5. That is the goal for FaZe. It's not out of the question. Suddenly looks like that is within reach.
The old boy still got it. Carrigan still with that AK-47. Looks very impressive towards that B bomb site. I don't see a world where they can cause much of a dent here. It was a bit of a scramble. They weren't sure whether they were investing into this round. They were eco, then they ran back, bought an AK, a couple of Tech 9s, 3 players of our Kevlar. So they're throwing some money away there, but let's see what they can make of it. 2 smokes available, make it 3. And you can see very passive setup from FaZe. They're allowing them to have this map control. Let them come to you. Run down that clock. It's been a massive issue for TYLOO. See if Mosier can make anything of it. Oh, the grenade is spectacular. Brokey's here. An AWP's dream to be in this position. Should be able to find a couple. Smokes off, though. It's a P250 that has to come out. He makes it work. Being surrounded, but Twists delivers the goods here. That's more like it. Canadian stepping up, and it is going to be Zero left with nothing to do.
Yeah, they're all up there waiting for him. Not afraid to take the fight, but more people are going to keep showing up on the spot. Surprised to see Brokey pull out the P250 and take that fight, but at the end of the day, it works just fine. 1 more round on the side of FaZe. The comeback has now at least got them to an even keel with TYLOO. But they're going to have AKs back on the T side of things. And another opportunity. Curious if we are going to see more of those B-pops coming out from TYLOO, if it's a sign that they maybe don't have that deep of a strategy pool, or if they have something more elaborate for us here. Haven't they really hated this half? I mean, 5 rounds is pretty good, but it would be fun to see something a little bit different now. Twist deciding to see if he can throw a spanner in the works. He's going to get the opening, and very nearly could have hit the headshot there. Mercury will take him down, though.
I mean, it discombobulates their default. It makes things uncomfortable, but losing a player like Twist and going down to a 4-4 so early on, you're not hating it if you're TYLOO. You're actually fine with that.
Fair.
Let's see if they can convert, knowing they've spread the defense thin now. It is going to be that B finish, which has been relatively successful, at least in the early stages, but since Carrigan got online, he's been shutting them down. Smokes going in, Molotov towards the barrels. Deep breath, can Carrigan find any more impact? He's done so much so far. This time goes down with nothing. Down to Jacob. What have you got for us, kid?
He's on the wrong side of the smoke. He was playing this off angle outside of the bomb site, so he can't even really get back in.
Nice delay, though, on the incendiaries. They won't plant the bomb straight away.
Well, they're really trying to make sure with the grenades here. even dodging the HE for the most part. Jacob's now wrapping around towards the monster tunnel. Can he get through? He can, but right into Mercury. Disgusting headshot, finding a second kill. First 2 kills for Mercury in the map, actually. Didn't even realize that, but he hasn't really been too active here. Mosier, that is a really hard angle to stop. I don't even know if Frozen was aware of that. Brokey now. It's a 1 versus 4. Everything in the line. He might as well go for it here. G takes him down. And that's 6 for TYLOO. That's very good. The dream of that 7th round for FaZe is no longer. And now they just need to focus on getting 1 more on the side.
Money is absolutely fine on the CT side here. They've had a plethora of rounds go in their favor. As mentioned, short, nice opening maneuver there from Twist, but unless he gets out alive, it makes things very uncomfortable for the rest of his team defending these B executes. Jacob trying to go for the backstab, but this lovely maneuver boosting up towards heaven sealed the deal. Final round of the first half, Anders. Both teams fully equipped. Oh, Brokey, he gets his kill, surely. Smoked off, Molotov as well. He'll decide to fall back. Mosey up. Trying to help himself towards short.
Carrigan down here. It's been controlling the monster tunnel in a big way. It's been fun to see him go to work, but just can't help but think that at some point you want to see the rest of the stars on this team really step it up, and that hasn't happened quite yet. More than anything, FaZe need this round. Probably need the pistol on the second half too, if I'm being perfectly honest here. Flash to set it up. Going to be thrown in, see if they can get rid of Twist, and they absolutely will. That's a very clean setup.
What a flash that is.
Yeah. Get some of your friends to throw that for you, and maybe you'll have similar success. Brokey, oh, there's a whole army on the other side. Actually gets the kill on Zero, but I can't believe they're not hunting him down. Frozen is there to help out. Brokey picks up a second kill. The A-bomb site defense is holding for now. He should know that Frozen is here somewhere. Yeah, he already got the kill. They must have known that. Frozen spins around, and it's good enough at the end. They tie the game. FaZe are still in it.
For me, French Counter-Strike has always stood out in somewhat of similarities to Danish Counter-Strike. There's always been a passion for the game inside of the French scene. There's been a lot of talent coming out of France, some of the best players in the world. It's always been like a force to be reckoned with in that department, and I think like their play style has been a really nice mix of being extremely aggressive, but at the same time also having quite the tactical depth. Talking in PK was always like a pivotal asset to whatever team we would be playing in France. The likes of Kines has kind of the same story. Kines was also brought up inside of Very Games. I think I played against Kines in his first official ever in Counter-Strike Source. Talking Shox, he's always been part of the good teams whenever they're on the rise. Shox has always had some kind of godfather role within the teams, like a guy that has guided the young players coming into, and you know, that's just like a cool story for MBK and Kines in that department. The funny story with me and Apex is that we were rivals for a long, long time. He and myself, we shared the same kind of role. He was probably the more aggressive of the two of us. We got to reunite inside of Vitality. He had obviously taken up another role of him being an Indian leader. He had this obsession with having a soldier, which didn't fit my playstyle also. And that is what you see now with the likes of Flames, you know, and it works for him, so let's be honest, it's a great asset. Apex's IGL style is, in my opinion, the perfect fit. He understands and wants to try and utilize his players in the best possible way. Like, he recognizes and wants to figure out what strengths does my player have. And he's exceptionally good at reading the game. Not so much like in the micro decision, but more like in broad picture. Like, he always tries to be one step ahead. He has like the same kind of leadership that Glaive had. Like, he was working off the system, where Apex has maybe created the system. The Paris major was obviously unique. We knew how much it meant to the organization being French. We had the CEO coming on stage and lifting a trophy and crying. Obviously that was very nice. And we were winning his first major in Vitality in Paris. I mean, like, that's like a Cinderella story in itself. Coming into the grand final, we were standing outside. I remember that I just said to the guys, like, I'm just not losing today. You know, I just made that very clear for them. And I knew that if I could go out and be so confident about my feelings, then that would spark something within them. I was so close to my own goal, and we were so close to the team goal of winning the Paris major. There wouldn't be a world where we would fumble this one. They had this streak going for them right now. They have won 6 tournaments in a row. It's got to be something within them that thinking that they want to try and beat our record back in Australia as being the greatest team of all time. I mean, when a team is doing so good, it creates a lot of possibilities to create some really nice storylines, and there's no doubt that Vitality is also in a position now where they can start doing that. That will just spark something in some of the young players coming out of France. You know, the Counter-Strike in France is not that big in the common knowledge, but I think that's also changing now. We've seen the president going out talking about Vitality, and he's been wearing like a Vitality shirt and everything, so we see it with 3D Max, you know, a full French team, a team that has been grinding the living hell out of last season. There's players, you know, that's been around for a while, but there's also a couple of new guys in there.
Do or die time for FaZe Clan here. 6 rounds does not feel like enough on their CT campaign, but it will have to do, Anders. Admirable comeback. Carrigan once again stepping up, delivering the goods in that B bomb site time and time again. But will they be able to hold on? A very important pistol is upon us as they enter the T side.
You'll take a Carrigan-fueled comeback if that's all you can get, but I wish I could get more. I want to see more of these FaZe players step it up right now. Second half is live. It's the final map in this one. Backs to the wall for both teams. But FaZe, they have a legacy to maintain. They've got VRS points that they want to try and scrape together here. There's so much on the line, and they're all wrapping long, copying what TYLOO did to them. Glock's getting very close now, but on the other side here, this is dangerous. Waiting, the dualies, G as well with the USP. It's a missed opportunity. G is there, headshots across the board, and that keeps TYLOO in the round.
Mosey is going to go for the long con, I think. Maybe go for that backstab with the dual elites. They're going to execute him towards the A site. All 3 members here for FaZe, but the cavalry is arriving. No falling back now, and they've missed the smoke. It actually landed on the player's head, I think.
Yeah, you might have been right. They had 3 sets of dualies as well on the CT side. Here comes the flash on through. I can't see a thing. Zero burned out of the bomb site. Jam Young, though, playing a sneaky game. They're trying to run away, but he's looking to get the headshots as they're fading in towards the bank, and now they're being hunted again. The bomb has made an escape, so they can keep on running, and Moja knows it. He makes the drop down here. He realizes he could get shot in the back. Roki is right on his tail. 30 seconds, and it's Carrigan again to the rescue.
Loving this from Carrigan. A dicey round there. Could have gone either way. Couple of key kills towards the bar from left over in a 3 versus 3. The smoke missing. Players rotating in. But it will be FaZe coming out on top. It felt like a must-win pistol, and they have converted it. Zero is in a prime position, but caught the flashbang in the face, and Carrigan didn't want to risk planting the bomb. Hits a nice shot on that USP, and we go 7-6. No force buy in response, so it's going to be a full eco now for TYLOO on the CT side of Overpass. They've got a flashbang. They're going to swing towards middle, looking to find twists. Here it comes. 3, 2, 1.
You got to pop it now. They're running out of time. Oh, it's going to be the other way. Yeah, it'll fly in now, but I think everyone's going to be ready on the other side once they see the first player on that corner. A nice attempt nonetheless.
Here we go.
After that pistol round win, you got a bit of a shot at twist towards the end of the round. Didn't seem like there's a lot of celebration. Like, there's not a lot of energy. I guess they're still in the struggle of it, but I'd love to see some of that comeback mentality for FaZe here.
I think they're just locked in right now. Can't be celebrating too early. Taking it round by round. Full eco against them. No problem. 2 rounds in their favor now. 8-6. Guns will come out. G has the AWP, but he has no Kevlar. Not a massive deal on Overpass, but certainly not ideal. Sendry down towards Shaw. It's G that's patrolling towards the bathrooms here. We'll have Frozen trying to find his player towards the connector. Couple of kills, though. Like we discussed before, once you have these sort of advantages, try and reset the round now on the CT side, get back in towards the safety of the bomb sites.
That was only the 3rd kill of the map for Mercury. He was a god on Mirage, wasn't he?
True.
Zero also on 4 kills, so that could either be taken as a dreadful sign that 2 out of 5 of the TYLOO players aren't really there, but it could also be that they have a little bit more in the bank. If they can wake up here on the CT side, then it could be a much stronger TYLOO. AK, and that's a kill.
Carrigan is playing like a man possessed right now.
Yeah.
He's the front of the pack. He's the one finding the openers. Clutching rounds out. Fending them off on the B bomb side. 20 kills on Ancient. Top fragging again here on Overpass. Top of the server, not just for his team.
So unexpected.
That's what they needed.
Yeah. again, it's possible that Carrigan could buy more time for the rest of the team to really get there. Not that he isn't allowed to do it on his own. Just way outside of the expectation. 27 seconds now. Carrigan with another headshot. This should not be a losable round for TYLOO. They got the opening. This is a 5-on-3. And Carrigan has got 2 kills to get them back. A massive grenade on G. Puts him at 15 health. The bomb is being planted now. And they want to put a bit of a boost over here. Jam Young. Oh, he sees the shadow. He knows someone's back there. But this is dangerous. Yeah, they're going to have to fall back off that. They're in danger. I think this round was already won.
Carrigan might have done enough here. It's going to be Brokey. Bear in mind, low HP, 4G. They've thrown it away.
They have. Brokey's found a couple. He's seen the shadow, and he will get the 3rd kill there. Second shot from Brokey was outrageous on this one. I can't believe that. That might be the collapse moment for TYLOO, though.
I think he might be right. You get a 5-on-3 advantage, and then Carrigan bullies you 1 by 1 in towards middle. No alley-oop plays, a straight-up heads-up duels. Gets himself 2 kills, a second of which he had 15 HP for. You love to see that. The old boy keeping the dream alive here. Still a lot of work to be done on the T side of Overpass, but this one should be a bit of a gimme. The money is broken once again. They entered the previous round with bare bones utility and a glass cannon AWP. It's going to have to be 5-7s, maybe some Kevlar. This is the opening kill, so you think, okay, we've won the round.
Yeah, it's locked in.
But Carrigan had other ideas.
He even got shot right in the face as he came out of the smoke, and it still wasn't enough to stop him getting another kill in there. Oh, that's devastating, yeah. Okay, a little bit more sound coming from the FaZe side of things. They've got a 3-round lead. Yeah. They've destroyed the economy on the TYLOO side. FaZe, they're getting close here to being eliminated, but now they've started to find something else.
FaZe denying the early monster smoke as well by throwing the Molotov on top of the bridge.
Must have been a genius who invented that.
Is that an Anders thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
But tragically, 10 years before anybody else actually wanted to do it. Whatever. I'm not mad, Henry.
No, not at all. Well, still a scary round here. The 5-7s burrowed away. A deagle for Jam Young. Hasn't exactly been electrifying today. Like I said, when he's really on, he does look like one of the best riflers in the game. You rarely see it, though. Those moments where he's like firing on all cylinders and absolutely dominating the server, you just don't see it as often as you'd like.
We had a taste of it throughout the series, and it's so good. It's so much fun to watch, but yeah, you don't get it enough, unfortunately. Jacob here, looking to find an opening. Okay, that's some good damage. Mojay, he's been very consistent. Mojay finds another one. Jam Young is there. The pistols are out of control on this bomb site. Jacob, where are the connections? They got 7 and 3 health here on the T side. They're running out. They can't do anything. Carrigan.
He wins these.
Oh, all they need to do is touch him. They've got an HE. He's actually run away. He would have died right then.
He's got time.
Second lease on life, indeed. At least he's going to get a bomb plant here. Flies down. 6 seconds on the clock. Planting out in the open. I think he could just maybe get around the pillar. All right. Does he have a chance? 9 bullets? He hasn't even reloaded. He just needs to be so accurate, but maybe he's got a chance. They do line up. That might have been the opportunity. What an absolute sicko it would have been if he could have got that one. That would have been the clutch of the tournament so far, but Zero just barely touches him, and it's enough to take him down.
Oh my days, it comes down to the wire, up against the 5 pistols, and that's where they start to fumble. Felt like there was some open runway there to get to 10 rounds on the board. It all started here, though. Close range of the 5-7, recovering the AK. Running through the smoke was Twist. He gets caught out as well. The Desert Eagle causing a ruckus. And Carrigan, they almost line up for him. He had 6 bullets remaining, 3 HP. Wasn't quite enough. One more bullet potentially wins him that round.
Oh, you're right.
The clutch of a lifetime was available to him, but we go 9-7. A huge injection of cash.
Mojay's been very consistent in this series overall. We're going to have to give him a lot of credit if they end up winning this one, which is, by the way, absolutely still on the table. 9-7, but they're on that CT side. Oh, they're trying to get through the tunnel. Zero's here. It's a big opportunity for the young kid to step it up, but he's getting traded out. A lot of damage on the Frozen, and he'll be an easy pick-off on the following. Now they're in trouble. Jumping on the other side to try and not get shot in the knees. Jacob alone, and Moja again, a good double kill.
Oh, that changes everything.
It does.
All of a sudden, it's a one-round game. Your money's broken now. You're going to get $2,400 in the next round. Kind of have to full eco here, Anders. That nice lead you built up. All of the heroics from Karrigan, still top fragging at 15-9. Started to dissipate, started to disappear. Beautiful work. This time Jam Young does step up. Gets himself a couple here. Mosier to back him up. I think it has to be the full eco. I don't think you can partial this. Have a look. Yeah, Glocks.
Yeah.
Couple of Deagles, but we're going 9-9. On the T side of Overpass, this is a very scary prospect for FaZe fans across the world. Got a lot of them. They expect results at this point. Removing your coach before the biggest tournament was an interesting decision. One that could come back to bite them. They come dead last here at the Blast Open.
Critics will say that was a mistake. Mercury, it's a good spray down, but like you pointed out, no real investment into this one. Yeah, I think the FaZe fans are right to expect some results here. They want to see, at a minimum, they want to see FaZe at the major. And if that's thrown into contention, if that's a question mark all of a sudden, which maybe it already is, that's really scary. 55 on the clock, and sure, can try and find some damage. It all counts at the end of it. They do have a deagle on Brokey, but that's all we're really waiting for here. Try and boost over on the other side. I think that might get them killed pretty quickly.
We don't know. There's a chance he could find Mosier here. He tucks himself in behind the divider. 35 seconds. Where did all the time go? 5 on 2. Pre-fire this if you're Brokey, I suppose. Not going to happen. Karrigan, of course, he gets it. The best looking Karrigan we've seen in some time in this series.
Yeah, it is.
Gets the AK, but down he goes. It's a tied game. Money's still not great. They can buy an AWP, but it would cost them a lot in terms of utility and resources in general.
They tried in that previous round to get through the Monster Tunnel and have a bit of a B executed fast B pop on that one, but
yeah,
maybe they could do it again. I feel like it is such an efficient weapon. Make TYLOO respect that B attack a little bit more.
Karrigan is given the moniker of the GOAT in-game leader. He's going to have to pull out all the stops here, Anders. And we've got a very important round number 19 here. Could decide their fate here. Now, Blast Open Rotterdam. This is the lower bracket. This is for the last place finish, joining Bait. Who were eliminated in the game previous. Aggressive are the CTs. Hungry for information. Ravenous, in fact. No one home towards shore. Very tentative from FaZe so far, waiting for said aggression. It's going to be Jacob patrolling towards the connector. Flash is being set up on the B side of the map to assist towards middle.
They drop the bomb a little bit further back right now. FaZe just want to take a look here. Frozen hanging around outside of B. Jacob going to be the one to go and pick up the bomb eventually. But that's a lot of time that they've been wasting. About 50 seconds now. Here comes the flash for the peak. No way to dodge that one in the hedges. Mercury, can he do some more work? It's a very slow first half for him. I think Karrigan might have the idea. He's wrapped around. Oh, but instead, Karrigan in some trouble. Long spray, long enough that Brokey gets the revenge, but Karrigan's out of it.
It's messy from both teams, but they'll take it. The problem is, Anders, we've got 30 seconds remaining. I guess you have to go A at this point. What have they got remaining? One smoke, one flash. That's it.
And look at the rotation coming in. I think G's coming in with the AWP. Yeah, he's on the steps.
Lads, what's the plan?
I really don't know. They're slowed down as well. The flashbang there to try and set it up and keep their line up for the spray down. Moja running it back again. 8 seconds on the clock, and there's no chance any longer. Brokey's going to go down to G. They wasted the time that they had, but the flash setup there. G just executing onto them. Moja with a double kill. That's what they needed. Now they're in the lead. TYLOO 3 rounds away from knocking FaZe out of the tournament.
Dead last.
Dead last.
And with so much on the line. It's what's so great about the VRS system at this point. As Jacob said, I don't think this means they're not going to the major, but it makes chances much lower.
Yeah, well, you don't want to be in the bracket where it's even a question. You just want to know.
Oh, it's a really nice round. TYLOO, though, if you can hold on to this one, fend off the partial buy. You're in striking distance.
Yeah.
Of eliminating FaZe here. Comes down to this. They're playing on the front foot as well. They're not playing scared. Mercury wants to get stuck in. He's deep behind enemy lines. Looking to have a party himself with that M4.
Crazy value in this position, even if you never run into anybody. Just having the lockdown on this part of the map.
You've called, no one can go towards long.
Yeah.
No one's middle. You can stack the B bomb site essentially at this point.
Oh, and he's wrapping around.
Yeah, this is... Round feels already over. It'll take an absolute disaster class to give this one up. You pray for this sort of information, Anders and CS.
Yeah, this is more than half the battle at the moment. He's so close to stabbing them. There's a little bit of a failed Molotov as well, just to make things even harder for FaZe. But they're getting close with the Tech 9s. Zero, good to get the first one there, and he gets a good follow-up. Mosier activated in the bomb site. Twist gets one more kill, but they should shut it down. After all this time, Mercury surely didn't get last kill at the very least. Yeah, there we go. Took a long time, but it got there.
Okay, that's the partial buy dealt with. Ton of information garnered. Converted on it. Tactical timeout. Could be their last one. 11-9. 2 rounds will do it for TYLOO. The unknown quantity coming into this tournament. We haven't seen him in European soil in some time. New boy, Zero. Huge question mark around him. He's been pretty good.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say he's blown us away. Had his moments, though. Looks like he can keep up. I mean, the whole team stepped up today. Mosier looked very good throughout the series. Jam Young finally having a world-class performance here with 17 kills. And we will not have a Brokey AWP to operate with here in round number 21. Comes down to this. If they don't get the bomb planted and all 5 members go down, they're operating with Galils and Tech 9s going forward.
Yeah, this is exactly at the point in the game normally where you do see FaZe come up with something. I mean, we say it all the time. I know it sounds like a bit of a cliche, but it just happens to also be true. This is where they are the most dangerous. A little bit weak, perhaps, but we'll see if they could do something here. AKs across the board.
You can't be relying on Karrigan, though.
No.
I'm sorry, that's just not good enough.
Yeah.
If Karrigan's the one to save the day here, that's more like it. That's the kill you want to see. Let's go, Frozen. Your teammates need you right now, and he's found the opening incision. G goes down. Jam Young's having none of it, though. Repositions the AK-47. He wants a slice of the action himself. 5-on-4. Reset the rounds.
Ooh, what a reposition. Very hard to clear out if you're coming in from the T side, but I don't know if they will be coming back to this one. They're so far back, FaZe. They're expecting that there's going to be some aggression. 3 people near the connector, so they can rotate this defense anywhere.
True. Game's on a knife's edge right now. This all comes down to Karrigan. What's the call he's going to make? How does he coordinate the troops?
Oh, my.
They're going towards long.
They just held this.
Oh, no, the timing could be sublime.
He was holding for the whole time.
No, Frozen's watching it.
He is watching, you're absolutely right. And he's right to be doing it, too. Second kill, Frozen again. And a 5-on-3.
Got to convert this, lads. You lose this, the game's over.
Yeah, 5-on-3 here. That's not going to be acceptable. They're towards the A-bomb site with the grenades, but they're running back. This is one of the big strategic advantages. You're now pulling the defense to A, but you're actually going towards B. Karrigan opens it up. Twist on the other side. They've picked apart the defense across the map in this one. Jam Young, 18 seconds here, and a 1 versus 3. They're coming from behind as well with the 4th man. Brokey will take him down.
There was a world in my head there where Jam Young starts one-tapping everyone from that awkward angle.
Yeah.
He did hit a dink, but it was through the fence. But nice work. Good awareness there. No mistakes. FaZe got the opener. We said we wanted to see more output from Frozen. Gets the opening kill. Watches the extremity. Manages to shut down the backstab there, which was a nice maneuver. The only way they get back into that round is by pushing up the ladder, and Frozen read it well. They've got double digits now. 1 round game, but the money is still very, very strong for TYLOO. They get a big buy going forward as they hunt for series point, elimination point for FaZe. Nice work from Karrigan. Great shot towards B. Up to 17 now. This is the opening kill. We said we needed more output, and David delivers.
Huge. The timing opportunity was there. If Frozen hadn't covered them, that could have slaughtered the whole round. But this is why he's so good. Even on a map like this where he hasn't really been sparkling just yet, it's still critical kills coming through for him there. 10-11. Money's still there for TYLOO. They're gonna fight on. It's not infinite though. See if FaZe can scratch their way through the last funds here on the TYLOO side. That will change the game quite a bit. Jacob's already changed damage. Twist as well. Running into some of the early explosive ordnance coming in from the CT side. They're real far back though. TYLOO not giving them any fights in Connector or really anywhere else. This particular setup, I hate on long.
You hate it. Hate is a very strong word, Anders.
I dislike it. I distrust it,
Thank
Henry.
you. Thank you.
I'll reel it in.
Let's reserve that word for when we mean it.
Yeah.
Towards long we go. FaZe would hate to lose this round, I can tell you that.
Okay. I like that. Well, let's see. My problem here is that it's so easy to smoke off or flash out that AWP, and then that player in the corner is toast.
You say that. Things can and will happen. If G gets a nice quick kill,
I'm ready to be wrong.
The spray down gets overlooked.
Got a history of being wrong.
Yeah, that's true.
35 seconds. Oh, he's not even got the backup now. There's nobody in CT spawn any longer to help him out. It's just him in the corner. Great shot, though. My God, he's proven me dead wrong.
Lad.
3 kills. Mercury and then G to follow it up. It's all come undone for FaZe.
They don't even check it. One player just jumps around. What was the idea there? So I understand the first player going down, but why is Twist running and jumping over through the air? What? He trying to avoid the AWP?
Yeah.
He couldn't have made it any easier. Let's just have a look again.
Oh, you're right.
He's not even looking. He's got his knife out. I guess he's got setting up for a smoke or something.
That's not.
But he pulls out a grenade and just jumps in the air. Oh, that's not the way you wanted to see it go down. That's such a shame. Like, this was turning into such a spectacle, and that's the round they give up?
Yeah.
Oh, man. That one hurts.
That's really rough to look at, isn't it?
There's 3 free kills.
Yeah, he even got the 4th one as well. Mercury hunted down the last player too.
Damn, dude.
Backs to the wall. They cannot make a single mistake here. FaZe, they walk into Mercury, and he's good for the opening. He sees a lot of players, and there's a flank coming in. It might be with the AWP, but G, he's up for the hunt. Nice shot. Frozen. He saved them previously, and he's trying to do that again. A one-man lead. FaZe need the next 2 rounds. They need overtime. They need to keep their spot alive here at Blast Rotterdam. Everything is on the line for this one. There's nobody at B. There's not a single defender.
Trying to address that situation by going through, connected themselves on the CT side. It works out perfectly. Mosier will find Jacob, brings it back to a 3 versus 3. Is this where it comes crashing down for FaZe? Carrigan has been so good so far, continues that strong form, presumably traded out here, and indeed he will be. B-bomb side, as you mentioned, is wide open. Zero and Jam Young to try and close out the game. Smoked off, advantage FaZe as the bomb is planted.
Big advantage right now.
Can't miss now, Brokey.
Jam Young's already low on health here. But they do have the kits on the CT side. Not out of the question. Frozen quite far back. Brokey a little bit alone here. You gotta wonder if there's a chance that these 2 last players on FaZe get separated and can't help each other out, but he's spotted. No one's coming through the monster tunnel. He knows they're coming in for the L-bend. This is a strong setup for the AWP. They don't have the flashes. Oh, there's one in the air. They picked one up. Jam Young goes down. Nice connection from Brokey. It should be plenty enough, but Zero, he's on it with the kit as well. Oh, he fakes it out. Comes back for more. This is the high pressure, and surely Brokey won't miss the timing. He's already run away, but the bomb! Dude. It gets him. 0.3 seconds.
Gotta say, running away there. Holy shit. Like, if he defused it at that point, sure, you win the round, but it comes down to, what, 0.3 seconds?
He's got perfect internal clock. Better than mine. I thought there was a chance.
Okay. Round number 24. We go the distance. The money's still strong for TYLOO. Comes down to the wire. Brokey holds his nerve.
I mean, you can never know, but you wonder if he could have had it on the first go-around if he didn't fake the defuse.
Oh my God.
Well,
oh man.
It is a FaZe game after all.
You wouldn't have it any other way. Carrigan, that key kill. Brokey keeping the dream alive. And it comes down to the milliseconds there. You were so confident that you were going to win that round. And it's important, I guess, because Brokey wouldn't be able to buy the AWP going forward. So I guess he's thinking,
okay, yeah,
I've won the round. He seemed pretty convinced, and he kept the AWP.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Round number 24.
Oh, no, not like this.
Why?
Okay. Did he not extinguish the smoke? What happened? We need to see the replay.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he got slowed down and wallbanged at the same time, but it did feel like that was not necessary.
It didn't, I don't know if it bugged out. There was a smoke there. It just kept burning.
Yeah.
That's super unfortunate. I think that's unlucky. Like,
got CSGO.
We're going to have to get that one broken down the analyst desk. That could cost them the game. That could cost them the tournament.
How shocking would that be?
Because that's the protocol. You run through it and you smoke it yourself and you keep going.
And normally it looked like that was happening as well. I'm sorry. Yeah, we're going to have to investigate. Big investigation coming.
That could cost them the tournament, Anders.
Definitely could. G, he's set up. Oh, my days. Just on scopes. The timing is absurd. 50 seconds. It's still on. He's back in the next position and a nice pick off there against Jacob. They're falling apart here, FaZe. They need a hero, and Twist and Brokey are trying to be just that. 3 versus 3. And the bomb is being carried forward onto the site. 40 seconds on the clock here. Let's see if TYLOO got more in them. They don't want to play overtime. They want to stop this madness here. Mercury, a good kill. Mosier, he's still in the round, and he has been a superstar here on the server today. The bomb is planted. Deep smoke to try and block them off towards the L-bend. It's going to be pretty good, but with a low health here on Twist and on Brokey, doesn't take much of a mistake for FaZe to lose this round still. The kits are up and running, and they're getting a bit closer, trying to tap that bomb, see if they can. Mosier gets both of them sprayed down, and that is enough. Plenty of time on the clock, Henry. A 13-11 as they knock FaZe out of the tournament.
What a performance. What a series. It felt like FaZe had enough left in the tank there. It comes right down to round number 24. But a disaster, Frozen running through the flames, a bug smoke, I have no idea. But the headline reads that FaZe have been eliminated, last place here at Blast Open, and TYLOO continue in the tournament. Shocking scenes here. We'll break it down on the desk.
A missed smoke, a missed shot, a moment too late, and now an elimination for FaZe. TYLOO triumphant, cries of joy for them. The dragon roars, but oh my, right down to the wire, and what a way for it to go out.
Yeah, ultra competitive game, back and forth here between TYLOO and FaZe. I think it's fair to say that both teams were kind of equal tonight in this fashion. At the end of the day, one team had to win, and I think it's only fair enough that TYLOO got it over the finish line. For the vast majority of the game, I felt like they were the better performing team. Very shocking, dare I say it, for FaZe Clan, and another one they have to swallow.
Has to be a tough one when you actually have Kerrigan, you have Brokey popping off to a really high level, but you still can't push it over the line. Your stars, your Twist, your Frozen, they can't show up in the moment where you need it most.
Now, graciously joining us here on the desk, we do have Kerrigan after this elimination. Finn, this is a tough one here. That last round, I think, going to be a frustrating one, I'd imagine. What was going on in the team in the comeback? What was it? The momentum felt like it was starting to swing your way.
I think a rough start on Overpass in the beginning, of course, makes it hard. Overpass is always a map on CT side. If you don't do a mistake, you should basically win. It's one of the most CT-sided map in the pool, in my opinion. I think the anti-ego is where it a little bit hurts, because next round I'm going for the high-risk call. It can pay out, it cannot pay out, walking through the monster with spam. So it is always a balance between where you want to do something like this, because Overpass is a map you have to take high risk on T side, and I think they played great as well, of course. But yeah, we were not ourselves today, to be honest.
Kerrigan, it's not a secret that it's been a rough period for FaZe Clan as of late. Just a little bit, you know, some may say. You said it pretty well coming into the game as well. You'd rather not heading to a bar fight, you know, having a little bit of a giveaway, so to speak. Now you put yourself in a very rough spot, to be completely honest. Does it change anything? You know, the fashion you lose in today and 2 days ago, are you more comfortable that you'll turn it around, or is it more of the same, you feel?
I mean, you have to be positive at this point, right? I mean, if I think about all the mistakes we're doing, all the negative things, I will not be able to stand up and meet up to practice every day. It is a mindset that we are far from where we want to be, right? And we can't just not take a big step ahead. The biggest problem we had this season was every time we were close to maybe beat some good team 2-0, on the third map, we all the time were flat. There was no chance for us to come into the game. You lose 13-3, and the first 2 maps feels like it's a different team. This tournament, I will say that the third map, we are fighting. And yes, we are losing. Yes, it's disappointing. It's frustrating. But I have to look at these things because I'm the leader of the team. I have a lot of other things I want to talk about, but today it's not the time. We have, like you said, a bar fight coming around in Dracula land. Whatever that land is going to be interesting and go there. That's where we are. That's the reality. That's the mentality we need to show up. It is in our own hands. Simple as that. If it's our own hands, we were close to not going to that event.
Sure.
And now I said it's best to go. And I think we will have everything in our own faith in our own hands. And if we don't qualify for major, we didn't deserve to go to the major. As simple as that. The drop-off from the major is insane.
Yeah, as I understand it, it's still in your own hand as well as you're describing right here. I have to ask you as well, for a player like you who's been around for such a long time, who's achieved as much as you have, is it hard for you to motivate yourself to go to a land like Dracula and to be in a position you're in right now? Or is it tempting to be like, all right, this is not working out, you know, let's figure something else out?
No, if actually the opposite. Yeah. I think going to a Tier 2 event, it is just a slap in the face of reality. In my career, I got benched in FaZe, went to NAVI. That was a Tier 2 team. For me, I just have to look at that side that we are where we are for a reason and we need to fight. And one thing I always done in my career is fight. So to the day I don't play anymore, I'll fight and do everything I can. Is it a negative thoughts right now? Of course. Am I gonna be fucking upset tonight? Yes, I am. Sorry for my language, but tomorrow is a new day and tomorrow I need to fight again and we have to go to the major and whatever happens, happens. But it is very rough mentally, and but I still have a leadership position in the team that I need to be aware of what my thoughts and if I let them out to the team.
I want to ask about that fight, right? Because today we saw you fighting in the server in a way that we haven't seen in a long time, and we can see that you still have that faith, that you still have that belief that any round is winnable, that any moment is winnable. That's kind of defined the FaZe ethos for so many years. That's been the constant through different forms and moments in the team. Do you still have that faith? Is there a moment where you look around at your teammates and you wonder whether that is there is still that mentality of any game is winnable, any comeback is doable, where that FaZe magic is still something that your teammates believe in?
This event, I think we were better. The whole season, no. That's my main point. When it came to third map, we cannot think about the past. We cannot show up and not play the game. We cannot even be close to 50% now our level. I get that our map pool is not the best. We are everywhere in the map pool, right? Yes, that's an issue, but in the end, the way we're losing, not because of the map. It is basically us not finishing the job in some of these games. And like I said, the last few events, the third map, I don't know, you know, I just wish it was the best of 2, because that's where we played the best. And if you go back and look at the Falcons game, the Paravision game in Cluj, you would think the moment there's 5% wrong in details makes us win the game 2-0. But reality, no, we lost 2-1, 2-1 and lost 2-0 to Australis and out of tournament. That's how it is, and we had the same at the major. The history, the future, we could have been on stage 1, but we did not, you know? So this tournament, I feel the fight, and that's all I can ask for, you know? In the end, we all do this because we want to be the best, and right now we're not. And I always believe if you fight hard enough, there's no regrets the next day, and I have no regrets from this game today and Aurora, and that's the only thing I take away and try to sleep better tonight.
Maybe looking for something positive. You mentioned to Mike in the pregame that you were trying to slow things down a little bit, maybe keep 5 players alive, have more economy that you can call your way out of situations. Do you feel like you accomplished that at least?
To some part, yeah. I mean, I feel like we have more gun rounds, right? It is hard on the T-side or parts. We lose the anti-go next, right? You are just looking at Diamond situation. You can always see it's going to have so many gun rounds coming up. What are you going to do in Glocks on overpass? There's nothing to do with it. Like, so I think to a certain degree, I think we did good in that department. We did way better against Aurora. All the advantages we had, we won 14 out of 15, but we didn't have many advantages. So, of course, that's another issue as well, right? So, yeah. We could have played way better today, but to be honest, TYLOO is not ranked number 100 in the world. Let's not pretend that their ranking is reflecting what team they are. But should we beat them? Yes. And we did not, and we have to go back to the grind again.
I think some very wise words coming through from you. Really appreciate you joining us on the desk. I know it's a difficult moment for it. I know one way or another, what you do at Draculan is going to be much watch Counter-Strike, as it always is with you and FaZe Clan. So thank you for joining us, and good luck there.
Thank you.
Some somber words coming through from Kerrigan. Fought his way through, battled every step, no regrets from his performance, from what he's delivered here in the server. I think that showed, especially down the last 2 maps of play. I mean, we saw Kerrigan really battling, straining in every moment to try and make this one happen, and it is going to be just bitterly disappointing to not get this over the line.
Listen, you can't help to feel for Kerrigan and for pretty much everyone involved in this FaZe project. Naturally, it's not a fun state to be in right now. You could visibly feel, you could probably see it on his face as well, that he's disappointed, as he should be, and as he's saying as well, he's not going to sleep well tonight, but then there's another day tomorrow. And I guess the silver lining for FaZe right now is that we already established the fact that this is a team in a deep, deep crisis. I don't think anyone in the world would disagree with that. You'd have to be a die-hard FaZe fan to make a case against it. But as he said, it's still in their own hands. They can still go to Dragonland, they can still qualify for the major, and who knows what happens in 2 months from now in terms of practice, in terms of steering around the ship. Now, is FaZe Clan a team that I expect to be part of the playoff at the major, even if they qualify? Absolutely not. But at the end of the day, I guess the silver lining is it can only go up from here.
I think you have to give him some respect. I mean, he's sitting here on the desk, he's talking about it, he's talking about maybe missing the major, and he says, you know, we have to accept that if we miss the major because of this loss, we weren't good enough. We just weren't the team that we should be. The fall off in form is incredible. It's hard to understand how they could have had that. I think everything he's saying shows that he's taking accountability, that he's ready to push the team forward. But when we're looking at a game where you do have Brokey and Kerrigan topping the scoreboard, and you still can't push it across the line. We've seen this all season long. People missing nades, people having a nade out instead of trading. There's so many small mistakes that every single player on FaZe, I guarantee, understands these are problems. They know they shouldn't be doing that, but they're still somehow doing it. It's hard to have faith that FaZe are going to do much moving forward.
I think that's an excellent point to raise right here, because I think that's the most frustrating part within the camp of FaZe Clan as well. It does feel like they find new avenues of losing every single time. It's not the same guy or the same problem over and over, and then the solution will be, well, let's cut that guy or let's figure out this issue. It's like every single tournament, something new comes up. You know, Kerrigan changes the style of calling a little bit. Feels like he's successful in certain areas of it, and all of a sudden in elimination game, you have Twist not showing up anymore. The guy who carried you through the vast majority of 2025 when he rejoined the roster, now all of a sudden he's an issue. You have Jacob, you know, popping off against Aurora, yet you're still not able to get the win. You have Kerrigan playing one of the best series he's played in a long time, you're still not able to get the win. So it's almost like a negative spiral where you find different avenues of losing every single time, and if that's not frustrating for an in-game leader, for a leader of this team, nothing will ever be. So in all honesty, I feel for Kerrigan, I feel for FaZe, but it's a dire situation they find themselves in.
I do want to just give one tiny ray of optimism on the end of this conversation about FaZe, because we are closing their chapter here at Blast Open Rotterdam, which is that I think Kerrigan was right to highlight that in this event they fought, right? In a way that we haven't seen from them necessarily through this year. They fought down the stretch, they fought through the series. We saw those moments, we saw those heartbreakers, those nail biters that we're used to seeing from FaZe. This time they're cutting the other direction. That 5% is breaking the other way. But there is at least still some hope that their heart can keep beating. We close the chapter on FaZe. Now let's say nice things about TYLOO. Because as much as we are concerned about FaZe, as much as we are worried about FaZe, this is such a massive victory for a TYLOO team that, as again Kerrigan highlighted, does not deserve to be number 100 on the rankings. This team has some class, has some talent, has some firepower, and now they get a chance to start their climb.
Yeah, they play Counter-Strike in a way that is not, you know, usually faced within Europe. I think it is, as Ru has described throughout this game as well, a team that prepares well, a team that is trying to have a tactical approach to the game despite coming out of the Asian region, who, I guess historically speaking, have had a bit of a habit and a tendency to just be all in your face, all guns and blazing Counter-Strike. So they play this weird mix of Counter-Strike that I think a lot of teams could struggle against, given that there's a lot of firepower within TYLOO.
Yeah, I think coming into Overpass, I thought the rounds were going to slow down, FaZe was going to pick them apart, and when the rounds did slow down, I think FaZe did a good job of picking them apart, at least in the first half, but then TYLOO speeds it up. They managed to pick up 6 rounds on their T side. They go into the CT side. Round 15 was this round where we all called, you called it in the green room, you said TYLOO's going to win this. They lose a 5v3. TYLOO's lose a 5v3 with full control of the map. They still managed to fight back into the game from there. I would say TYLOO, not only do they have a great style, they've got great players, they have the fight in them to come back from a situation like that where their economy's broken, they still managed to win. It's honestly incredibly impressive from TYLOO.
It is, and again, I mean, we know we have 4 of the players are more seasoned and experienced, but they do have a guy in Zero who's this exciting prodigy who has really no no experience playing at this level, playing in this kind of studio, playing across from the names that he is. So you do have to imagine that with time, as we continue to see games from them here at Blast Open Rotterdam, they should get more and more dangerous. And that's very exciting as a prospect indeed.
I think we need a strong TYLOO, you know, to come out from that region as well. It's been a household name. You can almost argue that they are the face of Asia in a sense. You know, they've been around for a long, long time, have a rich history in always fighting back. Sometimes, you know, more pretty than other times. The Muggles obviously is the most recent resurgence coming out of that region, doing such a great job. But overall, it's good to see TYLOO playing well. They're not number 100 in the world. They're still in contention to climb the rankings, and I'm excited to see more of TYLOO. If not at this tournament, then in the future. One of
the problems TYLOO has had is they tend to go into a series like this, have a really impressive Mirage, pick up a win, and then lose the following 2 maps. I can't count how many series TYLOO come in against a really strong team, against European opposition. They look incredible in both maps, but they lose both maps, or they win one map and they don't get anything out of it. And VRS doesn't reward that. It doesn't help you for that. So they fall down the list and they don't go to a bunch of events. I think coming into events with Zero instead of Attacker, I think that's them. They're going to be doing some pretty big things in the future.
Well, I can't guarantee you that FaZe will make it to Cologne. I cannot guarantee that whatsoever. The future is in their hands, but I can guarantee you that they will be making it to Blast Rivals Fort Worth, because they are confirmed going to be in attendance in front of the NA crowd. The US loves a little bit of FaZe. Texas loves a little bit of FaZe. They're always well represented within the arena, so if they can battle their way in front of that crowd, that is going to be a dang good time indeed. A real hootenanny, you might say. So May 1st to 3rd, get your tickets now, because it is going to be one hell of a rodeo in old Fort Worth, Texas. Don't miss it. Come on, join us. Get your tickets now.
It's a stacked tournament, let's be completely honest. Vitality is showing up, FURIA is showing up, NAVI, who just won a tournament, showing up. It's going to be tough for FaZe and everyone else, basically.
I mean, you don't have an NA team there, but at least you have an NA player. You've got Twist there. At least there's someone to cheer for.
Given he's staying on the team for now, you know. don't promise something you can't keep here.
We've got one. Roll the trailer.
This state has been the beating heart of Counter-Strike for 25 years.
I can't wait. Counter-Strike is always better in the state of Texas. Something about the sun, the barbecue, the heat. It just makes the games that much fiercer, and I'm very excited to see what we do in old Fort Worth.
Life is better in the sun, Mike, which is why everyone in Denmark is depressed 6 months a year.
This man keeps going to Spain to flee it. We're going to flee into our next games here in just a moment. Before we do, let's take a look at what we've got so far. Let's take a look at the brackets, see what we've done to this point, because things have gotten very heated indeed. We got Group A over here. Next game coming in is Falcons versus NAVI. Falcons now with their full roster. NAVI on the other side looking strong.
Yeah, but here's the issue for TYLOO. As much as I would like to see them do well, they're facing the loser of Falcons and NAVI. And one thing is that that's a tough matchup. Another one is the csgo have also entered the building. So regardless of who's going to lose in that game, you're playing Falcons with Nico, csgo, Monesi, or you're playing a team who just won a trophy 5 days ago. It's going to be tough.
The struggle is, Kerrigan says, they're not the 100th worst team in the 100th best team in the world, but that's their rank, which means that's the seed they're going to get, and those are the teams that they're going to have to play against. They're going to have to play against a Falcons. They're going to have to play against the best teams in the world if they want to go anywhere.
You can't earn your spot among the big dogs without taking some of them down first. So we'll see if they've got the bite, if they've got the teeth. Dogs have not been doing well in my metaphors today so far, so maybe we'll leave that one alone for now. But whatever the case is, I think we've seen that there is danger in TYLOO. I think they're going to be a team that nobody is underestimating from this point forward.
No, and you shouldn't. You know, I think it's a team that have, throughout history, obviously earned their respect, but also with the core of this lineup, a team that people do respect, but also a team that I think are in deep waters. You know, when you consider that this tournament is one of the most stacked tournaments we're going to have all season long. As said, we have 9 of the top 10 ranked teams here in Blast Rotterdam. So for TYLOO to do any more damage, I think that's going to be tough, but don't know about you. I'm very excited about Falcons NAVI coming up.
That's the best game of the day, I think. I think we have to admit that's the most interesting game of the day.
It's got to be fascinating. And you don't have to wait long for it, because if we take a look at our schedule, it is the next one coming on up. So we're going to be diving into that in just a few moments. The night shift is going to be coming on in. Natty taking over here on the mic. So keep your eyes locked on this screen. Falcons versus NAVI after this break.
So tell me about the both rules again.
What do you want to know?
So countering is illegal, right?
It's legal, but in 100% legal. We cannot just rock up to the booth and start chugging on the branded can. They want you to wrap the can up so nobody can see what the brand it is.
And that's just in booths or stage 2?
Okay, so it breaks down like this. It's legal to drink it, it's legal to bring it with you, but you can't show it when you're out on the break. But it doesn't matter, because for them, it's illegal to stop you. And that's the right that referees and player managements don't have.
Okay, next time, I'm bringing some with me.
But you know what's the funny thing competing around the world?
What?
It's just small differences. They got all the same shit over there that we got at home.
Example?
Okay, like look at the last 2 Blast majors. In NA you can join any fucking server and it will be filled with crazy people. And also the craziest comps I've ever seen. And in Paris, do you know how they call a fucking deagle?
They don't call it deagle?
They got different callouts, man. They don't know what the fuck a deagle is.
Then what do they call it?
They call it le coup.
Le coup? What does they call a force buy?
A force buy is still a force buy, but they call it le force.
Le force. What do they call full save?
I don't know, man. I didn't do any crowns.
Thank you so much for joining me. I'm not sure if you're aware, Falcons back to their full roster, going to be playing with KyoSuke there. Does that give you more or less confidence going into this series?
I just think that it's only fair for them to play with their full squad. I think, you know, when we face like an elite team like them or anyone else, I think we're happy to play the full squad just to see where we are at and just the overall sake of the match.
Tessus, word on the street is that KyoSuke is back with you guys. I want to know, like, how does that feel having, you know, your full roster back in for your match against NAVI?
It feels amazing. Now he still has to arrive, of course, but we have been practicing up to this event intensely, so we're going into this event thinking that we're going to show what we have worked on. Now we have the chance. Of course, it's not the best circumstances. He has been traveling for a long time, so he might feel a little bit tired, but I think he's going to be ready anyways.
You're coming up against NAVI today as well. They obviously won the previous tournament in EPL. Are you guys still very confident against them, or you think they're a different team now that they have that recent tournament win?
I think they have the ball on their side because they just won the tournament. They have all the confidence. We had also a lot of practice at home. We are going to play against NAVI with Kyosuke. Kyosuke will join us today, and I think they just leave the trophy, so they have a feeling, you know. Like they got the feeling, they feel very confident, but we also have a lot of things to show against them, and just gonna play our game, and everything will be decided on the server.
And then you're saying Kyosuke is going to be back for you guys. Like, how do you adjust so quickly to him being back with the team?
I don't know.
Okay.
he is just driving, you know.
Okay.
He's just driving. I hope he's feeling good. He had good sleep. I hope he's fine.
Okay. Yeah, that was a little bit ago that I was getting to talk to, you know, both on the side of NAVI and Falcons there. And normally it's multiple players arriving in one vehicle, but we were all on standby waiting to see if Kyosuke was going to show up for them. He did. He's on site. He's in the building. You know, he's got all of his SSD set up. He's ready to get into the server already there, Dupree.
Just happy to see that he's back, because it just makes this series more interesting. For the Falcons side, you know, having their full roster here, now they can't really make up any excuses if they lose. For the side of Navi, you know, they get to play the full roster, and they get to, as Lazy so solely also said in his interview, that they get that challenge. You know, they get to try out where they actually are now as a team. You know, from the win in EPL coming here, now they want to be playing against the best teams in the world and see how have they actually improved over the last couple of months. So all in all, I think we've set ourselves up for a great series.
I feel like even though Kyosuke's back and we're all excited to see their 5-man lineup, even though I would have said Navi are the favorites regardless, it does give a little bit of an excuse. I mean, the one time in Natus's career where he had an exceptionally bad event was a blast event. In fact, it was the spring finals in 2024. He just got off of a plane and had to play one series. He lost it. It was the worst series he practically played almost all year. And so I'll say that it's good that this is in a group stage with their life still intact if they lose this match.
Right, it's in the upper bracket because earlier today we did say goodbye to 2 teams. We've already done that lower bracket of Group A, and we're transitioning now into the upper where there is still that chance for second life. And that's probably also why m0NESY was a little bit like, hey, we don't really know what form he's in, right? When I was talking to them, he still hadn't arrived at the building. We're hoping he still had a little bit of sleep. We're hoping that, you know, the delays and everything that's happened to get him here today isn't really going to impact him. And that is that grain of salt still that we do need to factor in.
It's obviously not like the most optimal situation. I mean, I think as a whole, Falcons is happy to have him back. Also, the fact that this is like a winner-winner matchup. You know, they as you mentioned, it's not the tournament on live on the end here. Yeah. And I think that it's also, you know, it's like when you as a player, you're uncertain if you're going to be playing, and then all of a sudden you get called in, and then you're like, okay, I have to catch a plane, you have to rush to the studio to play. You don't really, you don't get to feel the whole build-up for the tournament. You haven't really been with him, so sure that also creates like a little bit more of pressure for him as an individual. But I mean, like, for the Falcons side, you know, I think it's more about, you know, they've been talking about that they want to get better as a team. They want to have that team play flowing, and I think it's a clear picture that they need their 5 players to be able to showcase that. So even though they've done good with Nucleon as a stand-in, I still think that regardless of him not showing up, having enough time to get into the tournament, this is still the most optimal situation they can find themselves as a given point.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, if you're the Falcons here, all of the time you spent between Cluj, Krakow till now should have been on fixing some of those teamwork errors that would boil up in the high-pressure moments. And yeah, maybe Kyosuke as an individual isn't going to be 100%. He's not going to be quite as sharp in terms of aim per se right off of the airplane, but at least he should be able to implement some of the plans, because when Falcons are playing with Nucleons, that means that people like Tessis, people like Nico need to play a little bit more forward. They need to really kind of carry the burden a little bit more, whereas Kyosuke, they can rely on him to at least satisfy his role in a way where sometimes the vets probably need to step in a little bit more, knowing that Nucleons wasn't always going to get it done.
Yeah, and the other thing that wasn't really said there, but I did get to hear from them, is that when they took the break from certain events, they were practicing as their normal 5. So it does feel like, yeah, we get to now go back to what we had been working on. We get to see if those imperfections have sort of clarified for themselves here on the side of Falcons. And Tessis, I was talking to him, we heard from him as well, but how do we make of him as an individual here, and what's going to be required from him in this upper bracket?
Well, I feel like Tessus has been completely hard done. I'm a huge Tessus apologist. I feel like a lot of people are frequently calling for Tessus's head on this roster, but in my opinion, I just don't think you always have the most space when you're playing with 3 guys who really kind of have to take a lot from him.
Yeah, that's exactly my point. I actually think, I hope that people can look at when Tessus was actually brought into this Falcons roster. People actually claim as being probably the second best player in the team when they were still playing with Magic, right, and Dexter. Now that they removed Magic and they moved him to having more anchor roles and having a little bit less space on the T side because he had to, you know, give space up to both Nico but also csgo. You know, he did take a hit in his performance, specifically on the T sides. Yeah. And I do think that Tessus is, as you mentioned, being looked as the next replacement, like the next guy to have his head, you know, chopped off. And I think it's at a point, like, where people are not really looking what he brings to the table, but sure, he needs a better performance than what he's showing right now, but I also think that Tessus is a guy that is just doing so much for the team. If you look at like the player pound by pound, I think that Tessus and also Kixon is probably the 2 guys in the team that does most for the team when we have to look outside of the actual firepower impact, but creating the space, creating and not being, you know, not selfish about their position and having that ego that we've talked about so much. I think Tessus has also been praised by Sonic to have a bit of a ego.
People that really get on Tessus after a game usually are just pressing tab or looking at the HLTV score bot at the end of it and seeing a low score count. But if you remember a lot of the most pivotal rounds at playoffs in high pressure moments, it's a lot of the star players who have actually really faltered for Falcons. I mean, at Krakow, we saw a huge mess up from m0NESY where he took unnecessary peaks. In many late round post plant situations, it's csgo who's the first domino to fall. And even though at the end of a tournament, those guys will have the higher rating, it's rarely actually, I mean, I'd say that it's more frequently them that are causing these sort of catastrophe, you know, the screenshots of the radars where you're just saying, how could they possibly lose that? I don't think it's usually Tessus as the first domino. He's trying to be the glue guy. It's just that he's never a priority player for them.
Yeah, well, you're talking about there's maybe some of the star players faltering here or there when it does get to the later stages, but I did speak to, I want to say, the most notable star player, m0NESY, just before as well. m0NESY, thank you so much for joining me. We had Zonic on the desk the other day, and he was talking about that he's been telling you guys to stay away from FaZe.CET a little bit more. Has it been hard to? Have you been listening to him?
I listen to him, yes. No, it's a bit hard. It's a bit hard, you know, because I used to FaZe.CET. I used to play a lot, and whatever is good for the team, I will listen.
So how many games of FaZe.CET are you doing? Are you down to like 3 games a day now?
For the last 3 days, I played 8 in total, maybe 10 maximum. But we can play on the tournament. It's not a problem.
Oh, like he was like, yeah, 3 days, 8 maximum. Maybe 10, actually. Maybe it was 10.
I really think that, you know, we also have to take with a grain of salt with what Sonic has said. I don't think that playing FaZe again, like playing individually, is like completely forbidden at tournaments, right? You know, that's also what m0NESY says. But yeah. I was actually surprised to hear that Sonic went in that direction because, you know, he's been my coach for a long time, and he was always a guy that would always emphasize that the players had to play like a ton of things, right? But it's also, you know, it's different players, and if he's recognized the pattern that the players get bad habits from playing these games and maybe not, well, maybe they focus too much on themselves instead of the team, or maybe spending time that they should on the team, then it's at least something they need to try and figure out if it's going to bring some extra points for the team.
I just feel like he watches csgo and says, what are you doing? Too often, and I feel like that was just simply a prescription for him over really anybody else on the team. That's me reading between the lines there.
But it's hard to, like, you know, go to one player and be like, bro, you're the only one that needs to stop playing FaZe.CET, please. You know, you gotta make it like
it's got to be a team assignment there to not do it. That's why m0NESY's still playing some. I wanted to bring up one thing about that though. He did mention you in that.
I know, right?
Zonic did mention the fact that he's talked to you about FaZe.CET and everything, and I actually I'm just curious about your perspective, Dupree. I mean, like, what's the balance in your opinion?
I think the balance comes down to the fact that if you deliver on the server, if you are still bringing what you're supposed to bring to the server, then I think it's fine that you do things on the other side. I mean, I've always enjoyed playing other games or tournaments because it gave me that freedom to, you know, put my brain somewhere else when I don't have to focus on Counter-Strike. And I know for a fact that, and ZywOo even said that yesterday, I know ZywOo is a character by himself, but he is playing tons of games on the other side. You know, the amount of Hearthstone games that I've lost to ZywOo, or at least playing Baldur's Gate 3, this guy is playing so much apart from Counter-Strike. And, you know, it's all right. it's about finding the balance, but also staying a professional. So yeah, I know that he threw me under the bus, but
you really did. You also got to just throw yourself
I was
under the bus.
just so shocked that he actually went in the opposite direction. I've never thought about that.
Okay, and I mean, while we're on this, just very quickly, let's say you have like 8 hours of the day and you're at a tournament. How do you break those 8 hours up? How many of it is FaZe.CET? How many of it scrims? How many of it is watching demos? Like, how much of it is having free time for yourself?
It's obviously very up to everything. Like,
of course,
teams will have different kind of
right?
schedules, right? But it's up for my teams when I was with Sonic. You know, it's always meeting in for breakfast. Then you'd show up, and then you'd have like a talk about either the game you played previously or the game that you have in front of you. You start working on anti-strike. You know, Sonic has always been like a very prep-heavy coach, and he always loved when we as players went in as pairs talking about, okay, we have this specific tactic that we need to prepare for. This is going to be our reaction, right? That's what he's always been trying to find out, and he's always loved that because I think that puts the players in their own, like they put them on the same page from the get-go instead of being told, hey, you should do this, so they actually see what they have to do in that given situation. And then moving into the tournament, it's about, you know, refreshing themselves, like reminding how we're going to be, you know, approaching the game. And then from there on, it's obviously in playtime, and then you'll see afterwards how things have panned out.
And so then how much of that was you as an individual being like, that's what I want, and how much of it was Zonic as a coach being like, that's actually just the game plan?
I think Sonic he's always been listening to the players and always have put them sort of first in that position where he listens to the players and what they want, and he always wants to make sure that they are in the most comfortable place. But it's also at a point where I think that he needs to
step in.
He needs to step in and now take charge and say, I want this.
These results aren't good enough.
That's what I mean, right? And if this doesn't work, then nothing seems to be working, because I think it's also looking at the team they have right now, they do have very big individual stars where they probably want to go in a direction where playing defaults and then creating the rounds is their specialty, right? But it's also just puts them in a position where if they don't show up as individuals, then they don't have it like a good fallback plan, right? And it's been that issue for Falcons for a long time. If they can't get the individuals going and everything working for them as a team, they don't have that thing to fall back on. And I think Sonic stepping in now and saying that we need to take a different approach is also, he wants a lot more focus on the team play and playing for the team as the first priority instead of always relying on having a priority on the individuals as first.
And then you take that, Maui, right? When we've talked a lot on Zonic, obviously we've had that personal first-hand experience, and you compare it to a coach on the side of Navi like Blade, where it feels like there is a big difference.
Whereas Zonic is letting the individuals just run free, gallop through the fields, see what they find. It's Blade that's just laying the smack down on thy candy ass. Like if you aren't actually adhering to the system that Blade is, he's just gonna smack you into shape and say, this is how we play Counter-Strike here when we're donning the black and yellow jersey. So I like the way that Blade goes about things. I mean, for my money, even though Zonic has all of the major wins, I would say Blade's the best coach in the space. He hasn't always had the absolute best pieces, but he gets so much mileage out of every single piece that he gets. I would even say that the 2024 run that Navi had cemented that in my eyes, that modern day, I think he's just doing God's work in this game. Every time I hear him talk, I feel like I actually am getting something new out of his vision of Counter-Strike, and that's something that I can't say about every single coach. So he passes the interview test, he passes the results test, he passes the getting more out of what he should be getting. Like he's creating a system that is always getting more than the sum of its parts.
Is there more in the Navi roster that it can get out of, though?
Definitely.
They just lifted a trophy, you know?
Oh yeah, without a doubt. But I mean, I think there's still some doubters out there. There's some people, there's some naysayers, because obviously we didn't see Falcons at that ESL Pro League. We didn't see Mouse or Spirit pitch up in the way that they were supposed to, and even get in the way of Navi. And now I think this is a great opportunity to really see, was that run for real? Are you actually amongst the big dogs now? Or was it because you had a cupcake run to the grand final?
That's for me the interesting part about this match, that we actually get to see where both teams are right with what they've been trying to work at, right? This is like, it's building up to become a match where we can actually maybe get like this temperature check on how good both teams actually are at the given situation, also moving into the major. And just to touch really quickly on the whole Blade Sonic aspect, I mean, I don't think there's any doubt that we do have the two best coaches that Counter-Strike has ever produced now going up against each other, and it's something that they've tried multiple times. In terms of trophies and achievements, I'd still obviously give it to Sonic. You know, he has achieved more, but it's also about like they also do have very different styles, and I think they get that style to work in their own way, right? I think to defend Sonic a little bit, I mean, I kind of feel like I have to, because he's my former coach, but also my friend. But I feel like it's he's also been put inside of a team with players and a play style that he's not been used to and something he's had a hard time working with. And I think he's been influenced a little bit with how maybe m0NESY and Nico also came from G2, how they played. And, you know, getting such big stars into your team and then being afraid of changing something that will make them perform worse. I think he decided to go for an approach where I want to play like you guys feel like is the way that you perform the best. How can we actually get this team to work the best? And it hasn't really worked that well, and now I feel like Sonic is at a point where I need to take in and do something drastic to actually see if I can do something about it. Because if I can, then I think it's about time that we find something else to do.
Yeah, well look, coach be coach, NAVI v Falcons, there's still so much more to be said, but not from us, more so from the players. And what would a win against Falcons mean? Because you're talking about, like, it's nice to know where you're sitting, but getting a full win, what would that mean to you?
This game is super important. I think that you know, we've shown some good form, but we were yet to play a team like them. So for us, we're super excited and overall just want to get on the server already.
What needs to go right for you to be like, yeah, we hit my expectations?
No, I think we just need to realize the circumstances and not put too much pressure on ourselves. Of course, we go into the game wanting to win. But Navi has been playing really well in this period, so we have to respect that. But of course, we have to help Maxim coming into the server and be good to him. We cannot expect him to show off like he always does, but it would be a help, obviously. But yeah, we're going to do the best we can.
What would need to go right at the start of the Falcon series to feel like you've made those improvements?
To win pistols versus B8, yes, versus B8 we didn't win 0 pistol. So yes, right. If we win pistol, it's gonna be good.
You're coming up against NAVI today as well. They obviously won the previous tournament in EPL. Are you guys still very confident against them, or you think they're a different team now that they have that recent tournament win?
I think they have the ball on their side because they just won the tournament. They have all the confidence. We had also a lot of practice at home. We are going to play against NAVI with Kyosuke. Kyosuke will join us today, and I think they just leave the trophy, so they have a feeling, you know, like they got the feeling, they feel very confident, but we also have a lot of things to show against them, and just going to play our game, and everything will be decided on the server.
It will all be decided on the server, as it is every day, every series, but it's still nice to hear exactly what they're thinking about. And for Makaze, it was short, sweet, and simple. Win pistols. Come on, boys. You got to get a win on the pistols. That's got to hurt a little bit, especially coming into this series.
When we say it, it's lazy analysis, but when the pros say it,
it's funny as hell and super accurate.
They know how much it actually matters. They want to get that good start, right? But I mean, I think this video was, I think it was relatively hard to predict because they both.
Yeah, it's really interesting.
They don't really both play like overpass, right? It's also a little bit of a game of chicken who kind of banned that one out, and I think it also just really just comes down to both coaches being so prep heavy. Like, you know, they've probably really been digesting to try and find out what is the actual best pick that we've gotten, and so far I feel like we've gotten a relatively interesting map pool that maybe, who do you feel like it plays in favor of?
I mean, I feel like it's curveballs all around here. I'm a little bit surprised we didn't get Ancient at any point. I mean, it's lately been Navi's best map. I mean, I think Makaze has just been phenomenal on it. I would crown him the best Ancient player in the world today, actually. And so to not see that as their pick and to go back to a Mirage, which has mostly betrayed Navi for the last 3 to 4 months is a bit of a surprise to me. And then on the Falcon side, Inferno also kind of curious because Kyosuke had famously really not played that map until he started donning the Falcons jersey. He took a long time to get up to speed on the map. And yeah, we're seeing signs there, but this dude just got off an airplane. Like, are you going to try to play a map that he's still not really totally comfortable with? And he's also probably a little bit rustier right now. So I think this is a bit of a gamble, more so from the Falcon side though.
Okay, so it's more that you're surprised of their picks and not so much like, oh, yeah, Falcons aren't so great on it, but Navi are worse. You're like, that actually does feel like a coin toss for most of the first 2 maps.
I think both of these teams more or less got away with by like avoiding the maps that they're bad at. I mean, Navi banned in the first round Anubis, which is their lowest win rate map. And then for the side of Falcons, I mean, I think they were just, I'm lightly surprised that they moved away from Ancient. Like, they were the best Ancient team last year for maybe 6 months. And in a way, that's why I'm just kind of surprised by the veto in total.
I'm just excited to see this match. And I hope that we're going to go to a third because I think this one's going to be a banger.
Well, look, I cannot promise you a third map, okay, Dupree. But I definitely can promise you that map #1 of Mirage is ready. Same with our casters, Scrawny and Launders.
Thank you very much, Desk, for your always professional thoughts. Mohan, getting into the nitty-gritty now, right? We got a stadium to fill over in Rotterdam, and we need some attendees. So here we go. Falcons versus NAVI, a very hot prospect in a NAVI coming off of a trophy lift.
Yes.
And a Falcons that now want to get themselves back full-forced with their starting 5.
The question, it's kind of just watching for form here. As we heard m0NESY talk about it, the question is, he knows that NAVI are going to have a feeling and that they're the ones coming off of a trophy. They proved themselves yesterday despite the pistols versus Bait. So it's already a decent start. And now, you know, our Falcons going to be a little bit rattled by the fact that Kioske is just coming in right now. What's the deal? But it's pretty interesting because we had the comments from Blade talking about how, you know, Falcons were scary, but because they aren't delivering those actual tournament victories, that sort of rubbed the veneer off a little bit of, you know, all the star player potential that they've got. But we know how it can be for Falcons early on in an event, like almost no questions.
Well, here's TeSeS and Kioske inside the B site, met by flashbangs. Made awkward for a second, but only a second. Clean. Okay, just like that. Welcome back, buddy. Falcons take the pistol off Kioske's quad.
Fresh off the plane, baby.
You know, and the worst part is I had this thought to myself earlier today when we found out that maybe he was going to make it in time to play. I was thinking, like, man, if it's really going to be one of those moments where he's rushed to the studio, has to jump into the server, maybe it'd be better to just play with Nucleons, who's already been here for a few days. Let Kioske relax after the... No. Throw all that out the window. He doesn't need any on-ramping time. It's a quad kill in the pistol.
Yeah, already a highlight. That's mad. That's beautiful out of Kioske. And it's exactly in his style as well. From that position, I think, you know, we've seen him put up really good moments. Okay, he's going to get spotted now. He's dead from balcony.
Kind of missed that small timing that he could have maybe pounced on the bomb site with.
So, I mean, you see that moment, and again, another part of Blade's interview, it was just about himself and his team and how they're going to use this tournament to see if the individual level can really sustain versus everyone at the top.
Yep.
They didn't have to go through Vitality to take Pro League, and that was a question. But obviously he said it with a smile on his face because he was probably quietly impressed by how everyone did, even individually, not just as a team.
Slain top middle. And again, you can only beat the teams that are put in front of you, and that's exactly what NAVI did to their trophy lift path. But two of the favorites going into that playoffs were eliminated by other teams.
Yeah.
You know, it's NAVI who seized the opportunity. Can't deny them that. And just the form that I think Makaze and Wonderful were able to bring to the table, like, there was a lot to still praise about that. But yes, this is now where you hope you can just, A, find consistency, which is something we talk about with NAVI all the time. And then B, really put that consistency to the test versus what are supposed to be the top dogs.
And you know, NAVI are in that tier of team where sometimes they lose an honest game of CS, but they're not the team to choke. They're the team to make others choke. And that's one of their strengths for sure. I mean, the strategic depth, obviously, every game speaks for itself. It demands, you know, fewer mistakes out of you if you're coming up against them. And Falcons, obviously, it's like the screenshot meme that once a game, it feels like in important moments, there's always like one retake or one clutch they let come through. Those are the kinds of things that actually help NAVI take wins when they don't seem to have the talent of some of the teams that they're playing against, allegedly.
Nico flies out through connector to try to get into the engagement, and it's m0NESY with the double kill down there at the bottom of Con instead. So slain on the attempt to get into that A site. Falcons going to be happy with this start.
Yeah, that's a real beautiful repress into mid. All three choke points covered.
You think there's a world today where Falcons just hit the ground running and stomp this series?
I mean, it's always possible. Like, it's always possible for this team. And again, we have to contextualize it by like the stage of the event, right? We're not yet at the crowd. I mean, this is officially where they play their strongest game, and where you have the fewest questions about them. So I think it's possible. I wouldn't expect it, you know, with Navi. Because you're right. I mean, they play Pro League, and it's an Aurora Grand Finals. It's an Aurora playing well, but it's not like one of the top 4 teams in the world or something like that. Like, that are consistent tournament threats.
It's another team that's notorious for struggling at that point.
Yeah.
You know, and in those games, like we like to say, like that's when Navi deliver. So to me, had him picked to win that grand finals.
I think Navi actually like the prospect that they play against a team when the pressure's higher that's better than like FURIA at Budapest, where you wouldn't have expected them to take that match. FURIA were probably favorites to get the finals at that point at the event.
Round 4 goes down to the last 45 seconds. We've got a bit of a hook here in the apartments for Navi. And while connectors smoke, there's that looming threat of the catwalk pinch to come through to the same 2 defenders that were here to stop it in the pistol. Instead, TYLOO.CET takes the cat angle from the base of Fan, pops up for a second. He's done his job. Kyosuke looking to handle business, but no need really, as TYLOO.CET gets himself a triple. And sure, Mikaze finds Monacy, and on top of that, the Kicksand frag. Trying to fight his way out of it, but denied. It's 2 deaths on the Falcons squad as they'll secure the 4-0 start.
Another thing that was brought, what was the stat actually? It was TYLOO.CET's performance before and after Kyosuke joined the team and how it's dropped off. I think, you know, it can be obviously that TYLOO.CET's not playing as well, that can happen to someone's form, but it can also be the fact that like there is a space vacuum, and if you bring in someone this good who's taken up so many, you know, more roles and getting more space and more opportunities to frag like Kyosuke and delivering on them, that someone's going to suffer because of that. It's going to be a natural dip. I'm very partial to what TYLOO.CET has done for Falcons in some of their trying moments. I feel like he, you know, had every excuse to be like, I'm a support player, but I think he saved the day a couple of times. But for now, ball's in the court of Navi because we've got 3 players with no kills on round 5.
Just got to get battered in the start of this map.
Yeah, the Falcons just making it look way too easy. Now, setup is very strong towards A, especially the later this gets with vision on ramp. Timing is everything on who peaks first.
Ooh, but that helps. Yeah, gonna jump on Kicksand while using utility. Monacy.
Ooh, missed that.
Missed opportunity at the double kill there, and you really needed it once the other 2 went down empty-handed. I mean, Nico just gets slammed by that Palace exit. And once you've got one part of the support offline, that push into Kicksand made all the more easy. Mikaze doesn't need vision to deal with Kyosuke. And so nice pop by Navi. Like you said, ball was in their court. They were given a respectable amount of space. And sure, getting spotted at bottom of ramp could have caused problems. But when you come slicing out the Palace like that, no issue for Navi here in round 5. So it takes them a second, but on the board, 5 rounds into the game with a big tip of the hat to this Mikaze triple kill.
Oftentimes, players on Navi, their form's up and down, and they all can kind of be stars in different maps. But Mikaze is definitely just improving and being more consistent. And moments like this, you do see is not even riding off the back of his teammates. So he's the spear. He's the reason that they take this site over. And that was versus a strong setup again. That's a little awkward for Nico because it's the vision on ramp that causes Mikaze to look forward into it. Kind of ignores anything going on the site.
It's a good flash. Just a better blind spray down out of Mikaze.
A lot of deliberation on both sides. The Falcons timeout immediately after losing their first round so far. Not a moment where you want to get, you know,
I love timeouts with this head-to-head, though. This is when we get that, like, Zonic versus Blade conversation coming through in a game.
Yeah, it's like no matter where you stand on, you know, we got Blade who has majors in both games and Sonic who has so many. But, you know, no argument. Like, these are 2 of the best.
And the first time that these teams have met in 2026. Another early setup here for Navi. They'll find no contest on the ramp exit, and Kioske goes down empty-handed. Nice frag grenade from Kixan. I mean, perfectly placed. Just to finish off an important piece of Navi in Makaze. So who's going to pick up the slack? It's going to be Alexi and Emet coming together again, combining for damage onto Ticket and taking over a bomb site, with the bomb now on default to plant. Do Falcons want a piece of this retake, or do they call it quits? SS still taking a look.
But man, they're actually walking away, yeah.
Oh, hang on, does that change things?
It's a little early, but Nico's already made a decision, it looks like. But yeah, there's another chance. Honestly, there's
still time.
Man, they really could have grouped up in CT, man. But, I mean, well, Blade will be happy. They're not even trying it.
You say that, Mo. Look, planted default, ramp hold here for Wonderful.
Yeah.
Alexi's the only one on the bomb site. Imagine a world where those 2 kills come in and you have 2 guys CT with bomb not even for the guys that are left.
I'm with you. I think that was that was a debatable decision. And they didn't know the kill was going to come out for Monacy, but
of course,
was still maybe an extra second to change their mind.
Let alone the second one.
You know, they could be the ones causing someone else to have a screenshot if they capitalize on an opportunity like that. But another, you can't really put a number on how valuable some of these entries are, especially when it's going to be Kioske and Makaze.
So while we quietly sit here waiting for Bit and Wonderful to get their first kills of the map, we watch Navi rack up a second round win. And to top middle they'll go, just cheesing the side of that smoke grenade. Yeah, that's going to catch defenders off guard. TSS with the trade. Remember, still a defender in Nico down towards underpass. You'd think that could catch Alexi B off guard in a moment.
Don't peek out underpass. This is dangerous.
Back turn to Alexi. That's going to activate Nico's. Got to get the trade. He will. Monacy found his inside of the A site. Man advantage Falcons momentarily. Bomb on Makaze, though.
Yeah, they throw the missile smoke, but with, the bomb in this position, it's got to come back. Whoa. He's going for the front of triple there.
Utility dunked on Makaze. Nice utility coming out of the Falcons. We've got Bit in the clutch. No kill still throughout Mirage as Monacy finds that tight angle, and Falcons the 5-2 lead.
At the end of the day, volume of kills is just such a problem. Like, if you're on T side, your economy can be okay, even if you don't have a lot of frags and stuff like that. But the CT economy on the other side just grows, and the advantages grow as well when everyone can have a kit, when everyone can have a incendiary, when they can buy all these expensive guns. That's when just getting kills, win or lose, actually has a huge impact. Navi aren't getting any of that. See that Navi want mid. They've been responded to before with a late mid re-aggression from the CT side, but in this position, it's just going to be Monacy and jungle. Squeezing on another part of the map makes sense. Oh, and a call out here. It's a perfect HE grenade. Been some good utility from Falcon so far. Suspiciously quiet map right now.
Yet they inch closer to this A site. Nico coming over in time as well. Pretty bolstered ticket hold at 35 seconds.
Standing here, I feel like Monacy's still in danger, but he falls back.
Hits the shot. Just doesn't kill Wonderful. And yet
man, they're
still
low on utility to go for a full retake. They've lost control of the site, but they have the flank.
Got this fast one from TSS. He starts to have to walk this one out. Kixan hoping to get lucky with the wall bang bomb. Finally crossing here, and Nico catches Makaze. TSS is able to activate that flank. That compromises the bomb plant, and so now Emet's forced to do it all. Navi, not quite the gas you were looking for to get in there. Just so much kind of lack of oomph in terms of finishing off what you had to, I say finishing off, really just to get it started.
I mean, it's weird because they do get the whole site with load time. That could be okay, but it's the earlier move from Falcons where they decided to push B, let Navi have mid. That both killed the clock and gave them an out on a retake instead of having to defend the site before the bomb actually got planted. So just another great round from Falcons, to be honest. And you know, Navi are used to being under time pressure, but right now they're not converting in those situations. That's nice. Nice timing.
Ema hoping he can catch this.
Yeah, now he's going to peek. There. Oh, no kill, though.
And Kyosuke's got you covered. Him and TSS have tethered really nicely so far throughout these B defenses. They've had the advantage over Pistols a couple of times, but alas, never really causing panic inside of B. Navi not being allowed to do so. Then you've got m0NESY causing problems over here towards the ticket booth. So solid defense on both sides of the map. Maybe that's why they try to take their hand towards middle. That's where Nico's going to shut down your pistol antics. But they'll go ahead, rinse and repeat, and throw another player into the boost. See if Nico catches that one. All while Catwalk's held, B-App's held. Flash was good, but Nico still collects the kill. And Alexi last man up. Meant to be swept under the rug momentarily. Rock solid round for the Falcons if they can keep all 5 players up, build that cash, and really gun for double digits here on the CT side. But Alexi better make sure he dies. Yeah, they'll put that pressure on. 7-2 for the Falcons. No contest here with the lesser weapons from Navi.
Yeah, you know, they're not being scared. They're not being overtly aggressive, but they're just approaching it exactly how they should. The whole CT side so far from Falcons is both a win individually and also, I feel like, a game plan victory. And this might be a moment where Blade goes, okay, you know, I can try to talk us through this, but at the end of the day, 2 of our really important players are just not delivering any trades whatsoever. I mean, Makaze, nice job. You're getting these huge entries, and that's why we have 2 rounds, but that's pretty much where the praise stops. Falcons do not have that problem.
Oh, that was a good one. Ooh, that was a good one.
Yeah, good contact. Right up the grooves.
This is the worst start to a map in a CS2 big event for both Wonderful and Bit.
Oh,
well,
okay.
That's, well timed, I guess.
That's kind of nuts. I mean, 0-7 and 0-8.
Misery loves company.
Yeah. That's where your coach calls attack pause, but also kind of rolls their eyes like, I mean, what more do you want from me?
Hey, listen, guys, I can give you a great idea, but are you just going to waste it?
Yeah.
Well, the half and the map aren't over, but tick-tock. Bit and Wonderful.
And again, like, I like Falcons not doing too much, but still keeping vision certain places, still staying fluid. And, you know, as the half goes on, it should be Navi to get more desperate and to try to just look for a gimmick opportunity or something to generate an opening, you know, unresponded to opening kill, something like that.
Yeah, if the game hasn't really called for any sort of evolution, why overcomplicate it if you're the Falcons? Everything seems to be working. So don't go above and beyond just yet.
Yeah, B is a bit weaker, at least. Kyosuke's, though, by the window.
Coming over.
They aren't setting up that smoke. Nico's in a great spot to punish this catwalk up.
There's been times where there's nobody here, but this time around, Nico does press his luck. Maybe a bit too far. Although Kyosuke's been this consistency in, again, holding back the Apps players. TSS going to track the jump, and Kyosuke once more gets his double kill. Ema lines them up, and that could have been his moment, but instead rotating in at the right time, into the right position, and Nico really just taking off a little bit of pressure by confirming there's somebody coming up cat, but cutting off the first one. Once again, Falcons getting everything they need to hold off what's seemingly another easy round.
And you brought up just the natural, I think, cohesion between Kioske and TeSeS in the B site. That's here. I mean, this round's also brought to you by Nico finding this. I'm just not really liking how quiet the positions are before the execs come in. It feels like Falcons are putting themselves in great spots to get info, but there's nothing to scare them away from that at all. Nice response here, and an opening. Fortunately, around where Imma's the only one with an AK. Still, they're going to try to make something of it.
m0NESY wants some action, and it's
Risky
pretty close
him,
there
though.
for the taking.
Very risky for him. And yeah, Wonderful is walking up on the right side. Nade lands.
Interestingly, though, you've got Ema up in the window already with that AK. 50 health. Certainly not ideal.
Yeah.
Oh, but good time on the swing, and he's out of there.
He's going off. Up to 7 kills himself.
And a Kioske kill. I mean, suddenly you know that's at least one of the B defenders dead, and TeSeS was rotating over alongside Kioske. This is a good call from Navi. Try to hit that B bomb site as you predict it to be, softened up, and you'll find that you're correct.
This felt like a full buy, but it really wasn't. And just like that, it's going to be a save. I mean, 3 players, they don't even know how many other guns they are. All they know is a rifle's killed 2 of their players.
That's off the tac pause, right? Am I crazy?
I want to say yeah.
You want to say yeah?
Yeah. Oh, I can just really give Emma a lot of credit. Oh, wait a second. What in the world is happening? It is a little bit late for this.
Trying to be cost effective. I mean,
you can kill some people.
They've got extra money. It's last round anyways, up next.
Oh.
Okay,
All
kicks
right,
in.
Now just go.
Well, he's dead to the bomb.
Save that AK. No? All right.
And you've almost swept everybody under the rug. Wonderful, the only one to get away.
It's interesting, though, because we go into the next round. Navi aren't worried about the last round of the half. Navi aren't worried about money. Doesn't really matter for them.
You know, usually sometimes you can see somebody saving for stats. I feel like that was hunting players for stats. No matter what happens here, everybody's got money for the last round anyways.
Yeah.
This one's for the spectators, Mohan.
Yeah, I mean,
it's for the Counter-Strike.
Slight misread on the situation. Maybe thought that this would really affect the buy for sure, but no, Wonderful's got us off. Everyone's got nades.
That was just for our enjoyment. Nah, first time we get this underpass push out of Falcons.CET side, and it comes in round 12 of the half. Luckily for Navi, Makaze is there to trade back, so you lose the control for Falcons, but you do sit 4v4 with a key piece in Makaze down on 18 HP. TeSeS is going to clean that up with ease, and we've got Falcons with a strong spot to try to finish off the half. Let that last round win be nothing more than a one-off.
They missed that smoke.
Can't remember the last time I saw a missed Palace smoke.
It's a bit awkward, but I don't know if it will matter. Maybe.
Bit's thinking, well, okay, why not? Let me take a look. Now standing directly above his opposition.
Kixan surely, if he looks up, he doesn't see that. Oh my goodness.
Ooh, they're mirroring each
other.
That
is ridiculous.
Now he starts firing off. He's brought his additional teammate out towards Palace in a second. Bit still stuck in the corner now. Kixan stomping around. He's going to get burned out. And then Wonderful holding for the jungle place. Got this back in. 3 versus 4 coming together. As Alexi B starts to lurk up through connector, Nico makes another audio
He can't go back, though.
And as he backs up, Alexi's got him. 3v4 and not a single additional death. Missed Palace smoke is what allows Bit to just prance his way into a 4th T round win for Navi.
A full year as a esports player, especially Counter-Strike player, it is a lot of work, it is a lot of spending time with your team.
As a pro player, you need to sacrifice. It's not just going to tournament, having some fun, see a city, go around being a tourist.
It's pretty hard with all the travel and the boot camps and practice from home and all of that. But yeah, that's how it looks.
Travel days, it's always so tough. We are traveling like all together, like 5 players, coach, manager.
I mean, usually the year starts with a boot camp before the first tournaments.
In NAVI, we are boot camping quite a lot. We tend to have a boot camp at the start of the season, at the end of the season, before the major. And sometimes we might even have a boot camp in the middle.
You have now grinded practice at home for 2 weeks with maybe 2 days off. Then you go into a tournament and you get met by extreme happy emotions or extreme sad emotions.
The best part of all of this is definitely a competition.
When you're making deep runs, especially if you're winning a tournament, you get the benefits of the hard work you put in. When you're losing constantly, even if you might go home a couple days earlier, you're thinking of what would have happened if we beat this team or win the tournament.
As a pro player, you need to fight to stay mentally strong. You have to fix mistakes, you have to adjust, you have to prepare for the next day. You go into the game and then you repeat.
This year was pretty hard for us, I would say, because we had a boot camp, tournament, just a few days off, then another tournament, then again just 3 or 4 days off.
Getting energy again is one of the most important things for me. I've done this for 25 years now. I have my family close, I have my wife close, and those are the people I see the most, but not a lot.
You're traveling a lot of countries, sometimes even back to back, without returning home. I'm used to it, I guess.
I think one of the most important things as a team is the team dynamic. We are 5 people on the server, and if one person is missing outside the game, automatically feels very less.
In NAVI, we try to have the balance and not spending time 24/7 with each other. But I'm close with Ima, for example. I'm close with Makaze. We might spend more time with each other. Overall, you're still gonna be in the practice room with all of your teammates for countless of hours a day.
When we, let's say, go out for a dinner or we go for a teamwork, we always try to be together, like the whole team.
Everybody has to commit to the same amount, sacrifice the same things, and only then you can reach the trophies.
What makes the whole year worth it is the majors. I always have the best feeling of my life when my parents were watching me and my best friends were watching me. So I just think that's the peak of the tournament calendar.
Everyone is looking for winning, and this is what makes competition being real.
I'm here for one reason. I'm here to win everything I can, and the day I stop, I have time for everything else in my life.
Well, just one to keep you on your toes there. Navi, it wouldn't have been a Falcons half without a little bit of a mistake, right, Launders?
Yeah, a little one.
And, well, sometimes mistakes happen. 3 versus 4 victory to end out the half and give Navi just that little bit more hope that they can bank on a CT side within their map pick to truly win this opening map of the series. But we'll see what Kyosuke's got to say about it. Quad kill back on the CT pistol round.
Yeah, we look at the scores, and it is, I mean, 3 kills here between Wonderful and Bit, and they got 4 rounds out of it. Obviously, Makaze getting 2 rounds kind of by himself. Imma getting around with that AK. And that's where they get you. The 3v4 little mistake from Falcons, and that's where Navi can really shine.
Surely a mistake like that would never cost them the map win.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that's never happened.
Right, guys? Right? Kyosuke's got his first. Costs him Nico. Ooh, good gush on Ima. That pressure is going to deal with him.
Nice
but
shots.
Makaze comes off catwalk with the double kill.
This guy's still going.
It does still open the door for the bomb plant, dealing with Ima top con. So in that regard, the plan's gone well for Falcons.
Man,
it's just a matter of closing. And Tessus tries to take that fight into the CT spawn.
He's 12-3, by the way. Quietly had an amazing half.
Trying to pressure Connector now. That's going to alleviate a lot of pressure for Falcons. Tessus can play tucked in behind the stack and still trying to find his impact here. It's low health on Wonderful, but Alexi could still be a problem. No kit on these players. 10-second defuse needed. Kicksand's big wrap around through CT spawn. Falcons take CT spawn one way or another.
Yeah.
That's that wrap back around. And so Falcons taking another pistol in this map.
Now that first half is like a good example. I mean, we're seeing Kyosuke get like really great kills, and they were flashy. But Tessus was really just consistently putting up in the B site alongside of him, even stealing some of the thunder, to be honest. But here's a great mid-round to secure another pistol. And Navi are struggling on pistols. They didn't win, I think, a single pistol versus Bait. And they still pulled the series out, but you know, you might be able to get away with that versus Bait. Gonna be a bit harder versus Falcons.
I mean, Makaze even said it in the pregame interview. It's one of the
if we win a pistol, it'll be good. And that gap is kind of 2 pistols big, essentially. depending on how the conversion goes, of course.
I was going to say, no struggles with that last half.
And they are looking to go head-on against the mid-control. Timing's going to be huge. No nade to blow up in the window smoke. Oh, he's just jumping out.
Why not? Oh, Lexi makes a move. Unfortunately for him and the rest of Navi, there's a lot of bodies there for Falcons. If you catch one little straggler, I love the ballsy jump, but you end up jumping down into the pack of Falcons.
It's a nice trigger move. Sometimes it's a nade, sometimes it's a 3-2-1 or whatever, but, you know.
Sometimes it's just a Lexi.
You throw a body at the problem.
I was going to say, he loves throwing grenades and he makes himself one. Cannonballs the underpass. You got to love a man who has no issues with commitment.
Yeah. So it's another good start with money made here for the Falcons. And I mean, like, let's be real, if this game doesn't get any better for Navi, like, we're going to say they were pretty fortunate to get any rounds. I mean, it was almost only individual effort that got them there. A mistake from the Falcons in a team round, quote unquote, and that's about it. It wasn't ecos, it was one AK buy and a few good entries.
He's being a real nuisance about this.
Excellent job of navigating this. This is massive damage for a round like this.
Dodged everything. Well, maybe not everything.
Just about.
Made him work for it.
Oh, yeah. And that matters because those are the kind of the kills they were missing in the first half.
Look at him go. Man like Alexi flies out of the window unannounced. Then again, it's this whole pack that was ready to still just snowball through connector, and another easy round queued up here for the Falcons. As it's a couple of deagles sprinkled in for Navi. Well, I say a couple, it's actually all 5. They'll blanket this A site with smoke. Falcons, flashbang's very good. That just neutralizes Wonderful. He has nothing to say about this round as he's full white and just praying they don't see him.
Yeah, just a dead simple A exec. No one pushing over this jungle smoke except for Tess. Nice pop up.
Wall, perfectly done here. Falcons not making mistakes here in round 15 whatsoever. And that's going to be the 11-4 score secured. Oh, quick, easy day in the office.
I mean, yeah, just, round of applause here. Falcons, job's nearly finished already. Just one more good rifle, and obviously closing can be a problem, especially versus a team like Navi. But we have to also just be like, show us the reasons to believe, right? And we haven't really got those yet.
Scary too, because we're just going to be looking at Bit and Wonderful under a microscope going into the next map. Like, are you ready to wake up?
Yeah.
Wonderful's up at 5 kills. Majority of those kills are just that one round he's getting hunted down for exits. So
yeah.
Can't really give him too much credit for that. It's been a very flat half for a couple of the Navi pieces.
And it sucks when you're coaching and, your timeouts are like on your very few chances or your very few rifle opportunities that you get.
Better get this game going or else Blade's going to pick up that mouse for you.
Wouldn't want that. And he's the guy who went from player to coach like perfectly.
Yes.
It was just his skills were, apparent in the server as like a mind for the game.
Yeah.
But that translates perfectly to him as a coach. And yeah.
We had that graphic in the coach head-to-head before the match. Was it 7, 8 years now? 7 or 8 years that Blade has been coaching. Again, hasn't always had the most amazing pieces to work with, but he just gets so much value out of whoever he does get to work with.
Yeah, Mally brought it up, the mileage, I think it's such a good way to put it.
So an 11-4, guns in the hands of Navi could make a hell of a difference. Wonderful goes ahead and opens up with the Palace kill. The only player to take a sniff towards that side of the map was TYLOO.CET. He'll be sidelined for now. So we can't count NAVI off, but they've certainly made this as hard as possible. 4-round T-side, losing both pistols, no force buy success. Here's your gun round to try to change things. And m0NESY's gonna put a bit of pressure on by trading Ima out through mid-window. Duel queued up here for Kyosuke. Makaze holds it though, on his own with the multi-frag. And with it, a lifeline for NAVI to try to extend play on Mirage.
I mean, Makaze, like everybody else, has died a lot in this map, but he's also got so many good kills. But it's huge, I think, for off the tac pause that Wonderful is set up for an easy op pick. That's how the round begins, and then immediately Falcons feel pressure to make something happen. This will be the resting place here for Nico as time runs out. And round with 4 alive, it's probably the best round just of the game so far for NAVI. It's not one off of a gimmick or any one individual play, just a really good setup overall and a tactic just to get a pick off. Like in the entire first half, they didn't even really just get a kill and then pause in a 5v4 and like play their advantages. They never really had that chance. So that's a nice change of pace. He's like, right in the middle of my mega carry. How are you going to do this to me?
Just give myself a concussion real quick. Sure, because he would just love to get this first map over with. You know, don't let any sort of comeback come into this. Don't let any individual level have an uptick. Try to keep Bit on ice for as long as you can.
Yeah, like when m0NESY says they have a feeling, it's the feeling they know they can win. They know they can close out an entire playoff run. And it's going to be Falcons' job to make sure that they don't access that feeling, that they never let them remind themselves of it. They want to tell them, you didn't play us in the finals.
Scary here as Alexi lets those first 2 players by.
Oh yeah, you let them out the window, things get dangerous.
Makaze is going to try to scramble to stop number 3 and 4, but now they've got bench. And Alexi's dead, and Makaze's only got his 1. Ima's on the scene, single frag from him as well. And we're going to call on Wonderful to do something spectacular.
Oh, he's taking a risk.
He's alone at the moment, but he's gotten to a position they're not considering. Hits the shot towards bench. There's the second 2. Nicely done from Wonderful. Nico's slowed down in the middle of all of this, confirms it with a headshot, waits for the opper. Where'd he go?
He's thinking about it.
Wonderful gets all 3 in a much-needed 2v3 situation. Him creeping out through that marketplace is the perfect play.
I mean, risks like that are just, you know, they're called for that situation. You're low on numbers. You just lost your B players. As you aptly pointed out, you know, when someone's crossing the window and you're Alexi on get right, your job is to make sure that that's protected so that no one jumps out, and that's when things get out of hand. Bench control is one of the keys to victory for the T side trying to scale on the site. And Wonderful straight up saves the day. Bouncing back into this game now.
And you shoot a round like that from Bit as well. And then to hell with Mirage, move it to Inferno. At least you've kind of got that recent reminder. Just nice to see Wonderful make a move. You know, that's a decision that requires a bit of confidence. And confidence could be at a low with the way this game has gone so far. Damn. Really just took Nico's deagle like that?
It was a gift?
I mean, it's not because Kyosuke's got Kevlar.
So give me.
Maybe it was.
Said check the scoreboard.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
Hook me up.
Or maybe Kyosuke gave it to Nico off of the spawn. I didn't see who was closer for the underpass play.
I promise you, I take this round. Let's see it.
But he just took Nico's deagle away.
Damn, that's an iconic deagling player.
Going for the entry instead.
Okay.
To Wonderful's opposite. Go.
Another chance.
Little space. m0NESY starting to cross over towards Sandwich. Bit Yeah, there's a bit to feed on. Just easy couple MP9 frags really stops Falcons in their tracks. A little bit of confidence, a little bit of money made, and that gap between the teams cut into.
Yes. One foot in front of the other. And again, we look at the fact that it's, it's really pistols and conversions that were nice for Falcons that represent most of the scoreline now. Much better looking Navi here on CT's side. Falcons go down to 1 timeout. Sonic gets involved. One more of those and Falcons start trembling a little bit. It's one thing about Navi. No one ever expects them to come into a game, play fast, win every opening duel, win all the first rounds. Like, that's just not how they win. They like to do it slowly from behind when their back is against the wall. Oh, nice what shot. In the world? Wait, did he see?
He just popped it open.
Was it popped? Yeah, that's a crazy shot. I mean, he could, obviously, Monacy's not avoiding any damage by actually jumping, but it feels like it, jumping over the molly. Pretty sure you're still getting tagged the same amount.
Thought he jumped back into the cover just because he predicted, like he saw that smoke
and he even
was
tried to turn
popped.
around and look down, to hide his head.
Tried to do everything he could.
It's a big find for him. He's doing the Bernie, man. Where's Tuna?
Look like a Naruto run for me.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure. Some of us don't have brain rot, though. So. That's a tag.
Down to 20 as Wonderful's got a tough fall back. I thought with Palace pressure, maybe he'd get clipped, but he's got a little more cover to work with now. Smoke into ramp.
The odds are slipping here, 30 seconds or so. It's a very healthy looking A side. You couldn't ask for better spots. Everything's being covered. Even Wonderful's got cover from CT.
Loud steps.
Oh.
Yep. That's going to put Ima on notice. It's also
oh, they're
Kaze back
saving
from Cat.
Oh my goodness, that is awkward. Wow. I mean, with the health bars, no free kills, and just a little bit of doubt, and it is a 4-play. $0. That's 3 guys that can't buy any grenades next round. Oh my goodness. They're laughing?
I wouldn't be laughing.
I mean, whoever could tell jokes in that situation is a funny guy. But that is not one situation you want to have to save in. I mean, that's the only kill.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, look at this buy, man.
That's
I mean,
gross.
you're not really coming in with...
What a rare sight.
This is kind of crazy. You never see a
what is a full $0 left.
There goes the only piece of utility on the round for Falcons. You're going to have to gun your way out of this problem.
It's coming your way instead. Emet in with the opening kill. They're just going to try to swing out and catch him. He's still floating bottom middle, but he'll bring down a second. Makaze can't manage his multi-frag, but that's fine. Wonderful's got it under wraps. And you for sure feel the squeeze to do something then and there, because that was your one flashbang. All you could really do is try to take raw duels top mid, and now still you'll have no money.
It just screws up the money so badly to have to save in that situation, and then your odds of winning with just AKs. You would normally, even in a force down situation, you would sacrifice 2 of those rifles to get a MAC-10 and full utility on a couple players, because you're playing like top tier CS right now. Like, you're not just going to be able to win that easily versus a team like Navi. It's a free victory for them. They catch a tempo off of this. Look at the buy.
Now they'll have some grenades. Trade-off, not one AK. Bit looking to play soldier. Support top stairs, not quite sure which way to look, but now with Palace smoked, Falcons, this is the last of their utility. Final volley and the commitment comes through. Bits lost his angles though, and Wonderful misses the op shot. 3 players on scene. Emez doing the heavy lifting so far.
Oh, what a shot.
Wonderful to the deagle, cleared out by the pistol. And m0NESY now establishing man advantage. Going over to grab that bomb. It's an Alexi B clutch needed. Smoke, frag, kit, and an M4, but no teammates to play off of.
Ooh, that smoke goes down. They could actually lock this up. They came in with no rifles.
I like the pathing. Perfect.
It's open.
Just test the side of the smoke. It's a 91 health m0NESY. He's got no helmet. M4 would execute, but Alexi seems to have lost track of him now.
Did he hear a step?
Crossed over.
That's a great reposition.
Nicely done here. m0NESY's going to have a back turn to him. Oh. And you'll find the headshot on Alexi.
Whoa.
Falcons squeeze a 12th round win out of a round that they have no rifles.
Oh, and they avoid complete embarrassment here. They get a 12th, and they embarrass NAVI. They do that with no rifles, and it just goes to show what utility can do for you.
I mean, utility was the bane of Bit's existence. Trying to hide down underneath the palace. Molotov'd up, smoked off originally, just has no vision down there.
Squandering this comeback with a round like that. I mean, game's certainly not over. I know that Falcons feel they've just received a gift. It was just about to get real ugly for Falcons, so now they've got to seize the day.
We're just doing default, yeah?
Round 22, Buys looking a lot healthier here for both sides.
We'll say that one makes up for the 3 versus 4. Navi won on round 12. Damn. Missed incendiary behind top mid box. Navi facing 3 map points.
You heard the comm there from Nico. Just play a default there. Trying to play reactive and follow the information. Navi are doing just the same. No gimmicks here. No push. I don't know if Bit's going to take a peek into Palace, but... looks like they're just trying to see who makes the first move. I mean, we saw Falcons let it go down to time, and then, you know, 1 kill, and they ended up saving. Almost feel like letting them stew in it themselves could be a key to victory. I mean, time's just bleeding off the clock. All they've got is mid-control. It's the same move. Oh, but a shot's missed from Wonderful.
That's going to open up Cat. You've got a little bit of a threat and connector. m0NESY slams a bullet back through, kills Mikaze. But the numbers are here still with this 2-player lean out of Navi.
They're still not sure. 2 rotations over to B.
Ah, there it is. m0NESY finds the headshot to Alexi. Emez gone unnoticed, but he's got a 1v4 on his plate. And right now, Kyosuke just toying with him towards the murder hole. Emez hoping he can get this kill clean, but it's not gonna happen. Falcons make sure that that mistake and a bit of a slow start into the second half don't cause too many problems. 5-round CT streak for Navi, sure, but a Mirage map win in the Falcons' back pocket.
Oh yeah, I would like to come in here and say how clean it was for Falcons, how nice it must have been to be able to take a win on Navi's pick, but it wasn't clean by any means, Debris. There was a lot of different question marks around it, but a win at the end of the day is still a win. You're in an advantage here in this series.
Yeah, we get to wipe out the sweat off our foreheads a little bit with how Falcons almost allowed that one to slip away, right? And it's, unfortunately, if we go back in time, you know, it's not the first time that we have seen the Falcons just come out swinging, playing extremely good Counter-Strike, and then having issues closing out the matches, and then when they get put up to the line, you know, they have troubles closing it out. And, you know, also with the individuals showing up, you know, Kyosuke had a massive map right here, but also even m0NESY and TES also contributed a lot with a lot of frags. And I think that Falcons, for the majority of the match, did look like the better team, despite the few stumbles that they had in the later stage.
I'm really impressed, first of all, by Kyosuke. The fact that he's able to get off of an airplane and drop a 111 ADR off of a really hot Navi. But this kind of adds to the woes of Navi for the year, where now 12 of their 19 map picks have been lost. And they actually have you know, they just won a tournament, and that's with that, you know? So they're in a really weird position where it feels like sometimes going into vetoes, I was kind of questioning the Mirage pick as well going into it. I thought they were going to go with Ancient, and it kind of comes back to bite them, because sometimes the T side, I just feel like credit to Falcons for being able to read where it's headed, but also I just think that Navi sometimes, they don't have that extra misdirection that seemed to really go in their way back when they were the masters of Mirage.
Do you think it's a matter of cost? Because the last, if I reckon, I think the last 2 losses that Navi have had on Ancient is against Foot and someone else that's maybe a little bit lower ranked. Maybe they've lost like a bit of, I wouldn't say confidence, but I mean, like Mirage is a map they usually have been going for a lot. Like they played it like 16, 17 times the last like 3 months, right? It's a map that they've also played and picked multiple times, but it seems like that's always something they also want to go back to picking, and it seems to be biting their butt a little bit sometimes.
It's weird because I mean, in their last 10 Mirages or so, the 3 times they lost it were times they picked it. They're winning it every time it's picked into them. I don't know if that's a mentality thing with starting on the CT side versus the T side, because frequently this is kind of what happens where they have trouble constructing their T side, and then maybe they show some signs on their CT side. Their CT side has a better win rate than their T side in terms of percentages. But yeah, obviously, I'd say Falcons just kind of were doing a great job in that first half of just understanding where the next play is coming from.
Yeah, it's hard to like look at the stats when it comes to Navi's pick when they're not really winning on their own picks, and then they're lacking to pick Mirage, and then they're not really going. Anyway, there's like too many layers for that stat that we get to just like look at what is going to be bare bones more of Falcons getting the win is the player that we weren't sure, right? If he was even going to be playing, if he was going to show up in the server. But Kyosuke, oh my goodness, he had a real blinder of Mirage here.
Some of the highlights he had in this one are just kind of almost feel weirdly par for course for him. The one taps, the precision, really, in terms of pure aim, this is the reason that this guy has been likely overhyped, because he just puts on blinding displays of mechanics on such a regular basis, especially in group stages. I mean, in studio environments, this guy is, I mean, what is that? Like, that's just crazy. Like, picking someone crossing the B window with a one tap there in a live match, it's just absurd. I mean, and he does it with such regularity that it almost, you know, it keeps you in a smoke screen of sometimes the late, you know, tournament sort of errors that he makes. But I'm glad that he had a great game right off of the airplane.
He's piloting his own plane at this point, right? But it's you were looking for a FaZe kid in Molotov at this point. I think this is more likely a FaZe kid. You know, he actually gets to go in and just play his own kind of style, play his game. He doesn't care if he gets to, you know, get that much warmer. It seems to be working perfectly fine for him. And you know, he showed up where many people maybe thought it was going to be like a hindrance for him or the team. But it's all in all, like from a player perspective, it's a very high value for a player to be able to just have these kind of things, you know, being in the back of your head, but then showing up and then still delivering on server. And as you mentioned, the studio environment is maybe also helping a little bit.
Yeah, where would you put the benchmark for both of these teams, right? Because coming into the series, Falcons talking about how important it is to play as this 5-man for themselves, trying to work on their imperfections. For Navi, it's trying to see where exactly are they on the measuring stick against these big boys, these tier 1 teams.
It's just simply a great test for both squads, because Falcons obviously took off ESL Pro League to work on some of the issues that were plaguing them, especially when they were messing up post-plant late round situations, essentially. And Navi, on the other hand, had a great tournament win, but it wasn't truly against the most elite teams. I mean, they technically didn't have to play the Spirit, Maus, Vitality, Falcons type lineups. And so beating Falcons here for Navi would mean everything, because then it's also further vindication that the win at Pro League wasn't just because you were playing who was in front of you, but because you're actually yourself an elite team.
I'm very curious about the bounce back of Navi now, because I did feel like the start of this Mirage match was just like also just individually a slow start from the individuals of Navi. We had both Bit and also Wonderful having a 0-7 and 0-7.
Yeah, they got their first kill in round 12.
That's what I mean, right? And you know, that's also just a factor that plays into professional Counter-Strike, that you can have slow starts. And you know, they also lost both pistols, if you want to make it up another excuse, right? But all in all, I think that the bounce back of Navi is going to tell me more about how they look as a team than what this Mirage just showed. And I think that from the Falcons side, I mean, sure, they did manage to close out their you know, the spire that they were going in on the T side, but on the CT side, I think they still had this really good approach. I think like the CT side of Falcons in general plays out pretty well. You know, they got a lot of the input. They had the P set of the players at the majority of the time at the right place. So I think they played good CT side, but you can see that some of that same struggles when they got to the T side. That you also made some questionable decision by, you know, saving with 4 guys left, not buying.
Okay, that is exactly where I was leading towards, right? It was that round 19 save into round 20 what happened. I'm not sure if we have like the clip and explaining it all here, but Mel, you were losing your mind when you saw what had happened.
Well, I mean, the way that this all played out. I mean, we have, we do have this round here where it's just that Falcons, they've saved in a 4 versus 5, and then the very next round, instead of actually buying utility like a Tech 9, flash, smoke, molly, m0NESY, it looks like he bought a Galil, a smoke, and a flash, a single flash, and I just was wondering, do they just think Navi are bums? I mean, what, like, do they think they could actually just aim duel their way through the map like that? I mean,
I shouldn't laugh at like that. A question you have.
No.
Like, what were
it's
they
funny.
thinking?
No, it's legitimately funny that transpired right there. I mean, it's just a weird decision. I mean, the way that the previous round to that one played out was that they were in a 4-on-5. They were encroaching. It looked like they were setting up an A split, and then they just stopped dead in their tracks. Said we're going to play the next one, but then they didn't even really buy to set themselves up for the next one.
That was like more my concern, right? That the setup. I mean, the thing of saving when you have no money in the bank, that you could also see the face of Sonic. He wasn't really pleased with that situation. Obviously, it's also like they've been denied playing FaZe.CET, so they got to play a little bit FaZe.CET at some point, right? You know, just go 5 guy from middle.
You can take the guy out of FaZe.CET, but they'll bring the FaZe.CET into the official.
Exactly. You know, the only real option when you have literally no utility, it's just like 5-man on Mirage, just see what happens in mid. You know, they try to get it work, but didn't really.
I mean, does it ever really work?
I mean, we've had strats saying we just go 5 guys mid, see what happens. It was been a default. We've played that.
Okay. So
Sometimes
you're like, I was gonna say like
18 might work.
I was gonna say that was when you know, ancient all the way back then.
When I was
not in the Astralis era. Not in it was your permaban.
Yeah, that is true at one point. Yeah.
But look, it's hard, and that's why I do question. Right, we see this where it's an absolute slow start from Navi. You question what's going on, and then Falcons themselves falter, and that's why I was wondering where in the measuring stick are they? Do you actually think they are still more evenly matched now? Do you need a whole nother map to see that? Like, does Mirage tell the full story?
I would say no. I'm almost just frustrated with Navi for picking that one instead of Ancient. Still, by moving forward, I do think that Navi have shown me enough over ESL Pro League and the growth that this roster has had to be one of the teams that should be solidifying themselves as the second to Vitality. Like no one's unseating Vitality today, but I would say that Navi, they're nipping at their heels in a way just because they have great structure. A lot of the individuals looked really sharp, but in doses at Pro League. And unfortunately, I think that's kind of what let them down today, or at least in this first map, because Makaze was a pretty consistent factor. He won 2 of the T-side rounds by himself for Navi, but then when you looked at Bit, when you looked at Wonderful, they weren't really able until round 12 to hold up any end of their bargain, and that might be the defining factor here in a series that with Falcons, they just want to make it scrappy. Like they want to like muddy the whole situation up. Like whereas you want to have this tactical layered approach, they're just going to swing sometimes, and you have to punish them for it.
And it's at least something they've tried before, right? Losing their own map pick. It's
okay.
They're no strangers to this,
right?
No strangers.
That's actually a strategy. Thank you very much.
Might be. You never really know. You know, Blade is a mastermind after all, but maybe not that great of a mastermind. But we'll see.
What are you guys making of Navi's pistol rounds as well? Like again, it was a similar thing when I asked Makaze coming into the series, what needs to go right for you guys to feel like you're bringing it to Falcons? And he said, win pistols. That was his straight up answer. Well, unfortunately, they didn't do that. And so now I do wonder, like, why is it falling so apart? They've won 1 pistol round in the 4 maps they've played so far at Blast Open.
It's curious because sometimes people say that pistol rounds can be a little bit more random, but I would say that the way I like seeing Navi pistol rounds play out are actually almost like they're playing a gun round. That round right there where Kyosuke was able to get the multi-frag on the short side as they were coming out the B halls, that felt a little more one-note, and I guess they're trying different ways to play him, but I think the best Navi pistol rounds, the best Alexi B called pistol rounds are where they're actually spread out a little bit more wide.
Surely, and it's also, it is a part where it gets random, right? But it's also like pistol round has always been where if you are sharp as an individual, it's very limited with utility, it's very limited with like gambles and everything, so it does just come down to the fact that if you hit your headshots before your opponent, then you will also win, and that's just what they did pretty much, right?
I like it. It's broken down. You know, pistol rounds already pretty simple, broken down to be even more simple. But we'll see exactly if Navi get the pistol rounds for themselves, just exactly what eventuates for them in map number 2, Inferno, after this break. Navi's pick earlier with Mirage. It didn't go their way. That was for Falcons. But now we're looking at their map pick in Inferno. And we still are scratching our heads a little bit, Maui, as to why this was the map that they went for. Why it was Inferno that felt so important to pick it up.
I mean, you look at me like I have the answers here.
Oh, no,
but...
I mean, you normally do, right? Like, normally I'm listening on the edge of my seat.
I just feel like Falcons right now, they didn't really have the best record on this map coming into this tournament. They actually even second phase vetoed it in their last game. So I'm a little bit surprised that they go for it for a first pick versus the Navi team that in my eyes has looked totally solid, totally reasonable on it. Both of these teams seem to kind of beat the same teams at the top level, but they also seem to lose to some of the same teams at the top level. So my guess is just simply in practice, in that time that they had off, they worked on some stuff.
Yeah, that's gotta be the thing. You know, that's also something you put into your calculation when you have to pick a map. And with the mixed results, I think it can literally go either way. We can have like a match that goes down the wire, get maybe potential overtimes, but it can also just be one team just decide to show up and smack the other.
That is what I'm hoping, because we've been talking about the measurement of these two teams, where the caliber really, truly sits, and it feels like it's going to be decided here on Inferno. Will Falcons be able to close it out, or can Navi finally bounce back?
Feels like, to me, Navi need to win a pistol tonight, Mohan. They said it before the series went live that that's something they were going to have, and Mikaze kind of says it tongue-in-cheek, but it's a serious problem now because pistols conversions back on the first map could have made a world of difference for what ended up being the 13-9 scoreline. We also look at the, bit to try to come alive earlier on into this matchup as well. So Falcons just getting through, no, barring the 4v3 in round 12, no huge Falcons blunder really throughout that one.
Yeah, the save and
a
couple of weird things. But they survive it, like you said, because of the pistols.
That's true.
Because they had the padding on the map. You could see that going a different way. But now that we're on to the Falcons map pick, if they had taken the break to work at all on their T sides, I think that's kind of the golden ticket for them, because of all the rounds they played in their recent games, they went 70% of their CT side rounds. I mean, it's pretty staggering. And what's also crazy is if you go look at Navi, they're way more even-handed on both sides and comfortable on the map, but they win even more on their T side than they do their CT side. So it's a real interesting sort of matchup here in that regard. Once upon a time, you'd look at map biases and one team would, both teams would always be good at the same side. And then you switch over and see maybe a comeback. But Falcons are going to look for a decent T side. They're going to look for a strong comeback if they need it. And they're going to look for pistols to make sure that that T side's a little bit easier.
Looking to take a sniff at this B-bomb site with smoke, Molotov, and a couple of flashbangs included. No kit for the defenders if retake need be. But you do have Wonderful with those armored Berettas standing tall right here behind the oranges, and Alexi shaves off m0NESY first. Berettas go down empty-handed. It's Alexi with a triple, Mikaze in with one, and they swarm.
Wow, crushed.
Mikaze able to put it to an end, but that is Alexi with some CT pistol impact and a much-needed pistol round win here for Navi tonight.
With him queuing up the smoke, if that's a walk-in, and then he won't have time to throw that, so they throw just enough utility that he can get this out and get his USP out to go for the fight. They cross a little bit early to catch anybody on the site off guard, but he hits his first shot. Very nice round.
It just takes the edge off slightly for the start of this one, and no force buy coming through from the Falcons either. Should be a real chance for Navi to catch their breath. Bit towards Pit as you'd expect him. And again, we just have him under a microscope because of the struggle of map 1. We'll see if any threats come his way, but for the time being, Falcons just waiting out these smoke grenades. Bottom banana about to expire. And that'll open up Nico's Deagle chance.
Creator of Bape.
They're worried about this A split with the apartment's presence, but there's nobody home for Falcons in the apps. It's 4 players with attention here towards Arch side. Good damage on TeSeS and Kyosuke for Ima. He takes a dink in return, drop down to 50 health. Little redirection, though, coming out of the Falcons, trying to take over CT spawn, and Alexi's here to deal with that. Money to be made with this SMG. Dropping bomb really takes the wind out of their sails. They're going to have to kill him and hope to be able to grab that. You'd think somebody else from the A site would be able to keep it under wraps, but they've really just let it go. Famas isn't able to get the kill. Makaze from inside B will reveal himself, and it's a shooting gallery for him. But
yeah, it's time to get this plant.
Running for it just enough.
Yes,
in the cover as well. And he's got his hands on that MP9. They'll charge him down, though, sweep him under the rug. A bit of cash here for the Falcons, but it's still majority alive on Navi.
That's a small victory. I mean, actually pretty sizable, considering no investment here for Falcons. So bomb plant's huge. All the kills are very nice as well. And maybe a bit of banter between these two guys. Said, you like that burst fire, Alexi?
This might be one of the last weeks we can really enjoy the MP9 Mohan with the magazine changes coming soon. One of the guns effectively nerfed pretty damn hard.
Less jumping, less spamming.
Sold. May the umps and MP7s reign supreme.
Maybe they were trying to save Inferno or something.
There's no saving this godforsaken map. Well, that's the problem, actually.
Yeah,
a lot of
saving
saving on this map. Oh, see ya.
Nice nade.
No one here to save Kyosuke. In a gun round, no less. That's a 5v4 off of utility. And Navi still afforded this 3-player A lane, just trying to throw out some interruptive flashbangs, but TeSeS remains tucked in.
Yeah, they're not really fearful of an op on lane. They'll start to walk around through Arch. It's wide open. I mean, the CTs are bifurcated on their sites. I mean, the rotation's going to be a little slow. So even though it's only 4 players, CTs have to be careful with their lives here.
Gonna make a push happen. Nico, great headshot.
And the wrap starts to take place as well. Be careful.
And then m0NESY trying to pressure the short side, but bitten Ema with a kill apiece. There's a gun swap. And m0NESY also dropped down to half health. So this one loses steam pretty swiftly. Nico had a hell of a headshot in all of that, but nothing beyond it. Great hold for Navi. 3-round start, dispatching of the Falcons gun round, and buying themselves some time to build a buffer.
Taking advantage of their first pistol in a while. It's got to feel good. Inferno off to a great start. Looks like Blade's got some teammates he can trust. Alexi's nades are always a guarantee.
Navi quietly building up a little bit of a win streak at the moment as well. Sitting on 5 matches at the moment. Bait, Aurora, Foot, Mongols, and 3D Max. Look real good if you could just add that Falcons name to the list.
Yeah, it really validates the rest of the results for sure.
No ifs, ands, or buts this time, with Falcons being at full force at the start of their second day of play here for Blast Open.
Navi playing far back. If it was anyone else, I'm like, you guys are too far back. When it's Navi, I'm like, you know how to pull this off.
Bit dropping his utility. EMAP feeling a bit of a squeeze. There goes the Tech 9. And Nico's gonna find Bit.
Yeah.
Opper not given an angle because of the smoke towards Moto. So you just said it, you know, usually you'd trust nobody but Navi, and even they get swarmed by the sidearms this time. 2 drive-by moments out of Falcons, and that bomb site is under their control. But Alexi still looks to take a glance towards site. Nobody else pops up. They let Nico do the dueling. And so, 4 versus 2 advantage in the post plant. Nobody else going to take an attempt at it. Falcons first round by way of Tech 9 rush.
It's no map more important than Inferno to make sure that you have a way to either cheat over or rotate around on a quick flank or something like that. And, you know, even if you keep 3 alive here and there's 2 rotating over from B, you just got to make sure you protect that jump through from default. Keep that crossfire as strong as possible. Like, that was totally subverted, and it was versus a low buy, not the way that Navi wanted to let Falcons into this game. You play that far back, sometimes you just leave it up to chance.
Blade wants in before things get out of control.
I think maybe when you don't see the proactivity in the setups, and you know, Blade's not going to want to burn the timeouts on CT side, but you see a moment where it's like, okay, look, we were missing a couple ideas last round. They kind of went for a flat-out default. It was a little too vanilla. There was no active information, and then, well, they lost. So though things are still looking up here for Navi, it's definitely not too late for Falcons to do some damage on T side.
Because they like to peek cars, says Kixan. Let's see if that comes to fruition. We've got that wonderful op again out here on the field.
Yeah, they did do that face it round back on Mirage, so
yep,
it's in their blood for sure. Even though it's banned, they're not allowed to play. That's why they're doing it in matches.
Great nade damage. Oh, Kaze and Alexi get the kills.
I mean, the target selection just works out perfectly.
Utility be damned. Kyosuke and Nico denied any success towards that B site, and that's going to put Falcons back to the drawing board in an awkward early 3v5.
Yeah, so early is the thing. Just hoping for one or the other.
Damn, that really couldn't have felt any easier for Alexi and Makaze, huh?
I think it was also just the angle on Sandbags. He didn't see any other target. I think they both could only see the one guy in front of him, and it just so happened to be
a little crisscross.
Didn't overlap, yeah.
Yep. Well done, Navi, for that. We go 45 seconds, and Falcon's going to take a second attempt here towards Banana. Denied entirely.
Right.
No access allowed. Triple kill for Makaze. Quads right there for the taking. And this is all after eating those hard frag grenades. Falcons, wow, they softened them up, but they couldn't do much about it. A single casualty for Navi to have to stomach. Solid off of the tack pause from Blade to keep 4 players standing and to keep the pressure on this Falcons T side.
It's never fun to lose a round this early, but that's kind of what it felt like. And got to appreciate the nades. They kind of just went for like a scatter pattern, see how much damage they could do to anybody, and then assist on the entries, but both players had perfect angles for exactly when they were peaking.
It was really like a cluster bomb, eh? The way the 3 frag grenades went off.
Playing worms.
And it was worth its damage. Ooh, they're going to try it again. Catch Makaze playing with utility. There we go.
It's the same round, but better.
Uh-huh. That's kind of the 50-50 they'd hoped for last time. Ema on the recovery with 1. See if they pop that open.
Yeah, all the CTs are in place, so it actually makes it very hard to cross safely.
Ima's going through. Flashbang pops. He'll find Kixan. Done for. Modesty follows suit. Nico's got the answer, but it's a 2v2, and Nico down to 2 HP. Ooh, TSS with this lurk will slowly get over towards this B site.
Bit kind of just has no idea what's happening, and I mean, neither of them do. So this split is taking place. This means that TSS can cross up and go, around wonderful, but he'll come and check it. Shots missed. Critical shot missed. And you have to give it to TSS, like he's in a spot early that you wouldn't totally expect. But this does mean now, Bit, he's going to have to go above and beyond. Even though Nico's on 2 HP, he can hide wherever he wants.
Angles held as well. As he crosses, rock solid stuff from TSS, swapping over to the op. They run back the same round, and this time they catch Makaze. It's not that same setup from the defense, right? Before previously with Alexi and Makaze right there, just didn't feel as solid as the round prior.
It's unfortunate because Ima has such a fantastic round on the refrags. The flash in from CT got a 2K here. probably feeling like the round's basically done. Oh, this puts Navi's money into an awkward position. Tasty opportunity for Falcons. Is Big gonna get away with this? They're a little low on grenades. Still holding on to an H, dropping an HE on the floor.
Ooh. Decent counter utility there for Navi.
Oh, ho, 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 ho. Just the hat. You could just see the hat. That's it. Wow.
m0NESY wins the head-to-head versus the other opper.
That was brutal, man.
I would like that replay box enlarged, please.
Yeah, make the game small, make the replay big.
Yeah, it's if we were to do a cinematic picture-in-picture, you'll see how much bigger the box is. I'd like both boxes that size. Thank you.
And we get the Makaze scope. Oh, it works.
Yeah. Just like that, huh? What more do you have in the tank, Makaze? Because your teammate's over on A not having as good of a time. TYLOO.CET a real problem as he comes through with another instant headshot, working with just 15 health. Problematic over towards A site for Navi to have to handle him. And so Falcons finding themselves a third round by way of m0NESY over Wonderful head-to-head op duel.
That was it was just fantastic to watch the pick happen like that. I mean, even him covering his own bases, jumping up, but then peeking up for the info and then taking the shot after.
Here it is.
Oh.
Never stood a chance. And what is that peak? Like imagine that from Alexi's POV.
What was TYLOO.CET? Was he just bored?
I'm telling you, he's a wild man, that TYLOO.CET. 2 thumbs up, Rene.
Yeah, he handled it. Yeah, if they trudge through this T side again, I mean, they're just thinking about the second half, so Navi should be a little worried. So the buy comes up very interesting here.
On the brink of being broken.
Yeah, Wonderful with an op and a couple of nades. Imma, the 1 rifle.
Pistol round of the conversion, that's great and all, but losing control, the momentum they had at the start of the CT side are Navi right now. The lead hinges on this round for Navi with this solo op, solo M4 on Ime.
Feels like they've just taken the time to improve their Inferno, bring it into a pick, play it against Navi to improve their T side, maybe new looks at how they approach B. Trying to tune in more to their explosiveness.
Right.
Feels like is what we're seeing, and they really believe in it. Falls flat on his face 1 round, they do the same round the next time, and it's just perfect. So you can see the confidence here.
Yeah, respect for that, honestly.
Good site selection, it looks like, from Falcons. Lanes open, halls are open, no one in pit.
It's a nice size picture-in-picture. Sure wish we had that for the replays. Bits right here to try to stop it. USP is all he's got to work with, but it's a beautiful setup for Ime to spray down 2. That puts this round back into question. Opper counter pick by Wonderful, and that's got the bomb split up.
Yeah,
How does Nico join forces to get into this bomb site? How does he get beyond Wonderful? Well, a missed shot certainly helps. Now, short side's under pressure. Alexis Beretta's in hand, but Ime's come through with a 3rd kill, and now a Nico 20 HP clutch is never gonna happen. Ime, the hero of this one.
Hey, he wasn't the only one with a gun, but he was the only one with a rifle. It's just like back on Mirage. He understands the opportunity at hand.
Critical, too, because the lead hinged on this round's outcome. And Ime steps up with the perfectly timed mowdown, that little USP distraction on the arch peak.
Ooh, that's frustrating for them, eh? Because they go in right before the smoke blooms. They're thinking they're catching an early timing. They honestly did not need to come through a smoke in this position.
Right.
They had lane totally open. but they didn't know that there was a stack over on the other side of the map.
Did feel though that like EMES should have never gotten away with both. It's not like those players didn't have guns. It's not like they were emerging through the smoke. They had clear vision of the EMES fight.
For sure.
Just, you know, shoot them.
NAVI have firepower.
Undeniably so. Right now it's Alexi B at the top of the board. Still waiting for Bit though, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it's reading a lot of magazines in the waiting room. Early counter utility.
Ouch. They stave off the full reset, Navi.
Making it a fast day.
But it is still under threat that if they lose a round, money's in question. EMET not able to track that second, and the flying MAC-10 bests him. Nicely done, Bit.
There he is.
Better late than never. Sweeps 2 under the rug. Nico waits for the banana push. He's going to find that flank, but he does lose more HP. Still the 2v2. Bit wants to keep this sectioned off as he stands on top of Bomb.
This is a little hard here. I mean, they've got escorted to Cubby. They cleared out mid, so it's kind of a good spot. They can watch everything. The only timing that gets opened up is the big flank, but that's later on. Falcons have to pause to just make them think about it, obviously. But they're not going to really use that. I like Falcons staying active because it comes to a point where you can get the bomb, but going B kind of becomes out of the question.
Their timing
not
right,
just
though.
there yet. Yeah.
Kyosuke
Nice.
too preoccupied with trying to help out Nico. They think maybe they're still closer to the bomb. Not the case. So good on Navi to make a move. And with it, Bit's got himself his 3rd kill in this round. 5th within the map. And so I'll shut up now.
Good to see that damage on a rifle. We were in the waiting room, you know. Yep. It's wonderful who got back into Mirage a little late, but eventually did.
It's that headshot on TSS that's perfectly controlled. Felt like you needed a headshot to win the duel. Sends Falcons tail spinning into just pistols here for round 10. And so starting to become a real rock solid half numerically for Navi. 9-6 best case. What? 9-3 best case. Sorry, I was playing CSGO for a second.
The script.
Oh. God, 15 rounds just feels so long now to think about. 15 round halves?
Yeah.
Oh my, what were we doing?
With those MS paint smokes? Oh my god.
Yeah, horrible.
Crazy to think that Inferno was worse.
Yeah. Gonna peek into this to interrupt Kyosuke. Little boiler challenge out through Monacy's got something rolling forward, but a little fallback frag grenade to just stun them for a second. We hit 45 seconds. That bomb wants to get out through the apartments on the back of Nico.
Yeah, Ima knows that he's a person of interest right now inside a pit. Oh, that's a massive find.
Here we go.
Look at this side of the map right now.
Here we go.
Wonderful's got to be worried about this peek out of Halls as well. Misses his shot. No good.
Short control totally there for the Falcons. Bomb is chucked over. Nico's into the little pit. Not allowed to cross over to the deeper corner.
Are they really testing him? Why?
Wonderful's happy to just get that free shot before the retake really has to come through. We're talking about kits across the board here still for Navi. MP9 best case for the Falcons in this 3v3. Desert Eagle shots astray. And Monacy finds himself alone. So cleanup on the A site made easy here by Navi. They try to toy with Wonderful. Yeah, okay, he missed one shot, but he's there to make sure Nico goes down and here to make sure that Navi keep on winning.
Crazy, scary moment for Ima in the pit. You know, he takes a one shot. He just wants a little info, and that's enough for Tessus to nail this shot.
Rene.
All the utility. And And this will be the round where it gets out of hand. Oh, there's a reload coming in soon. They want to take advantage of the fact that one of them is going to be out of this fight. Yeah, that's pretty perfect. Little mistake there for NAVI for sure.
Yes, sir. NiKo doubles down on it, and it's not with any rotations nearby. A little too confident with that one, NAVI.
They really big time trusted their deep smoke on Banana and thought NiKo wasn't in front of it. So I think NiKo sensed the opportunity. And a reload is a timing, so it's a way back into the game for Falcons. I think kind of the way they want. Like, they've been going A, but they don't have that sorted out. We can see the sort of improvements or new things they've tried towards B that are working. But the Arch, it feels like Arch is a huge part of the game plan today, and that's where NAVI, I think, had some of their most stylish finishes, the spray downs from multiple players on their team.
Totally caught unprepared.
Just a big mistake. Just a big old whoopsie.
Not need him because he's playing in between of sandbags. We can do that. Yeah, we can.
What are NAVI are going to precipitate for the attack this round? I mean, again, like, they're thinking about, and you could hear the deliberation about like B and how potentially open that is. Last round of the half, so you know, it's the one special moment where you don't have to worry about what happens next after this. If you're going to try the same thing again, there won't be any time to respond. Sometimes you want to go for a comfort call. What you know works best.
Lexi presses in, and Kyosuke bests him. Then we've got Makaze at bat. And he can't manage to get a second, but Ema will catch them off guard with the numbers.
Uh-oh.
Missed chance at a frag. Now he's on the fallback, looking a bit frazzled. Will find Kixan at least, and dropping the bomb as NiKo goes over top. The trade frags there. Final 2v2 of the half, but very separated right now are TSS and NiKo.
Man, that was some great movement out of Ema. Somehow navigated his way to a 2K. Keeps hope alive.
NiKo awaits TSS's arrival.
Xenonic knows exactly how important this round is, this opportunity. But I mean, totally split up, like, they're forfeiting a plant.
Another.
Oh, and a tag.
It for 1 damage. NiKo now on high alert.
They're not playing it together, but a late smoke in CT as well, and no one on a B flank.
It's really suffocating, but that'll certainly help. Bit comes through with a quick headshot. It's TSS to the clutch, smoked off. CT's now making the most of their own utility. No way to pop this open. He's going to try to bank on the lineup. They tap it once. He doesn't buy down fully. Wonderful's on half health. Now he commits, gets one off, down to 6 HP.
Now he can just run through it.
Flashes his way in, and it's going to be TSS with the 1v2. A Falcons clutch for the road. A 5-round T-side to set them up for the 2-0.
When you're young and you're just starting, it looks hard. For me, it looked like maybe I will never make it because there's so many things you need to do to get to the top.
It's obvious nowadays that you need to be good on FaZe.CET, but I do think that you need to start playing with a team because that's how you're gonna stand out if you have better communication than others, if you understand rotations, if you understand how Team CS works.
That was one thing that stuck with me, is being a sponge. You take in things and you kind of dissect it in a way what is useful for you. I'll give you an example. Buma's joined Mouse. So I started watching him and I could see his mechanics. He was really capable of spray transferring. And he just said he's doing a lot on aimbots before games. And I started doing that. I could see my spray transfer now improving.
If you have an individual brilliance and you have poor mental, it's really not gonna work. Maybe it's gonna work for short time, but not always. It's a combination, both of these things helping each other.
In 2005, 2006, I was really good at the game. I was 16 years old. Every time I played some of the better players in Denmark, they told me I was cheating.
You needed to somehow make it to a team or make your own team and qualify for the biggest tournaments. And then play your mind off there.
I had like a team of me and a few friends, and we started playing ESEA Open back then. And some of those games were shown on HLTV, and that's how we started playing some more official games where people could watch us.
Nowadays, you can be #1 on FaZe.CET and you're getting a contract in the email from 10 organizations who are top 50 in the world because they want to take chances of 16, 17-year-old kids, sign them on contract, low salary, make them be able to play and live the game, and by then selling them for $300,000.
I would say it was more difficult, but then again, if you are so much better than the others, someone's gonna notice you.
There is one guy called Donk who I thought would crash his performance on a Katowice final against us, but I have never been wrecked as much as that. He just handled like a pro.
To new players, I would just say, if you just keep believing and keep working hard, everything is possible.
There's going to be a lot more cases in the future where the players are not living up to expectations, and then they will go back to the grind and perform even better later at the stage, as long as they believe.
Showing us some solid T-side stuff. Falcons have given themselves enough of a buffer to try to turn this one around, and although the pistol finally for Navi hits the scoreboard, Mohan, they convert it fully. They start the CT side well enough. Let's see if they can do it a second time in the same map. Fast challenge out of TSS, trying to dominate here in round 13, and he'll find the one and only peek from alt mid. That sends Alexi back to grab the bomb as Banana becomes the intended target of Navi. Kicks in the little pits as a smoke pops in front of Navi, signing up for a dangerous duel here.
Yeah, he is. I mean, it's the T side that just will take a duel, even if it's lucky through the smoke. So he's got to be careful for sure. Yeah, that B-Tram stat. Kioske is the 2026 Inferno Player of the Year. That really explains specifically, you know, how unbelievably good they are on CT side. This passive position is definitely earned. It's Navi who know they have their work cut out for them.
They held on to their utility despite getting that close to the B-bomb site. Oh, that's a kill that could have been. Flushes them back towards short instead. Beretta's from the corner, ready to go. TSS gets unrooted. m0NESY activates, double kills his. Gets a little wild, but a third frag found. And then bit to try to overtake the bomb sites. Not gonna happen. One pistol, all Navi gets.
Yeah, and you know, versus bait, it's one thing, but you know, for versus Falcons as well. I mean, just look at Falcons players. Like, who's gonna like lack on pistols? You know, these guys have some of the best headshot accuracy, consistency on crosshair placement, and in rounds like this, it's just where they're the most fierce. So Navi just cannot generate the trades whatsoever to make a move here, and this is where the series gets terrifying.
No bomb plant, no buy. And a confident-looking Falcons, happy to take a duel down middle, send the frag, and almost finish off Wonderful before he even has a chance to pop up from underground. Bit sort of ahead of the pack there.
You went really
Right?
wide
was
for that one.
Yep, that was,
It almost worked at least to avoid the first couple of bullets, but yeah, it was the Wild West there for a second. And immediately, you can already see Falcons are going to be playing for info. They're going to be prodding. Not sure what the game plan is here.
Ooh, that's all he needed to see. And on top of it, confirms wonderful in the backdrop. So it's a silent, slain Na'Vi approach to that A-bomb site. Falcons going to tie this game up 7 rounds all.
You can see Na'Vi are playing not really for the round, just for a couple kills. Couldn't get those at all. 5 up, very solid. Zonic takes a breath. I think he senses the chance here.
It looked like a real sigh of relief. You're like, okay, this is going to go one of two ways.
He didn't want to breathe that hard, but he really wanted to. But yeah, he's got to be feeling good.
Either this game's in our pocket already, or this is going to slip through our hands. This could be that turning point right here. First gun round of Navi's T side. No real contest offered by the Falcons for the banana control immediately. We'll see if they try to reaggress, but they just try to get those nades banking down. They'll pressure it with util and then engage with banana as the fire fades.
And that is banana right there. You can give it up, but it has to be on your terms. Navi going to try to make Falcons sweat while they still have 5 up. And look at the buy from Falcons. You know, they saved everything. So it's not like they have the best weapons in the world. Oh my goodness, that was just exquisite. Mikaze down to 3 HP. He's lucky to be able to throw that Molotov and can't afford a tick of damage. They haven't scared Falcons one bit. But if there do still remain 2 here, again, not the best weapons in the world.
Trying to keep that pressure on. Alexi just spamming with the Galil. That does draw Nico back slightly. Oh, Modesty eats the flash, hits the dink, but now it's Emat also sub 10 HP. They've gotten through. Nico's going to be met by a smoke grenade towards Moto. And despite the damage done to Mikaze and Emat, Navi, 5v3 post-plant, are going to win this round.
They really threw the, you know,
no way.
The loosest fake right there. I mean, they didn't even have to sacrifice a player to entry. It was on the other side of a smoke at the top of Banana, but it was enough to call one rotation over. I think Nico looked at the guns and thought, we aren't going to win 2v3 to sites, even if we've got some utility damage. They didn't know about it all. And m0NESY partially dodged that flashbang, it looked like, but not enough to get the kill. So a swift response. And to be honest, if Falcons lose everybody on this round, just because it's a bonus, quote unquote, they're not going to have all the money in the world for all their utility and upgrades on the next. So with 3 saved, it's sort of the best case situation for them on a loss.
It's like he tried to dodge the flash, but didn't really full commit.
Yeah, just a few inches off. We got a new Tessa's headbang unlocked.
It's very creative, I'll give him that.
I'm sure production could cue that clip up into the next one. So he hits his head, then his head hits the chair. What do we think?
I don't know, it'll be hard to see with those tiny little picture-in-picture replay boxes. I'm gonna get what I want. The fact that we haven't had a replay picture-in-picture means they're working on it. Right. I know it.
Keep talking, they're going to put us in a smaller trailer.
The walls are closing in on me. I like my little casting box.
Another great nade.
Not signing up for the banana fight again, just kind of letting Navi have it out of the opening attempts. Very similar to the last round. Now they'll threaten the re-clear, but nobody actually committing to it this time around. Falcons trying to cheat kick Kyosuke back over to the A site early. Oh, he may have to return because clearly Navi putting something behind this B presence are going to try to disrespect the timing. That's a good read of the situation, but Kyosuke does get through. Kyosuke punishing the Alexi tree push. And the spam will not find a second.
Oh, that's a little bit of a mess. Again, you know, points for the early round. Oh, early round damage. 30 damage dink here from Kyosuke. You know, points for getting some HE damage to kick it off, but Navi are right. Top of B is vacant when they go for that timing, and playing retake and then flashing yourself through looks all too desperate. Maybe they can't get too comfortable being on their fun side here on CT. But that is the thing about Navi in this matchup. Like, you know, Falcons are like unbelievably impressive on their CT side, but Navi are just good on both. They're not going to be uncomfortable either way.
Double mollies on B, then we're gonna go for A, okay? They're gonna react to A fast, guys. Misha. He's doing late.
Able to keep majority at least there. That's the silver lining for Falcons in round 16, but yes, that is Navi pulling ahead. 2-round buffer.
Sometimes we get a coach tack. Here we just get Nico really directing things, saying this is what's going to happen. And I think the activity of communication was definitely lacking on the last round. They got caught way too off guard by that.
Trying to get this player back over to the A side again. Oh, Monacy's locked into the corner. It's got to be saved. Kyosuke can't do it.
Oh my goodness.
And a 5v3 for Navi.
Oh my goodness.
Just slaughtered inside of the A site. They got that fourth piece over.
None of that was supposed to happen at all.
Ouch.
He just ran into a smoke to kill Cubby. Teammate watching the cross, doesn't hit a bullet. Gets away and gets another kill.
Off the tag pause, Falcons feeling confident like they knew it was coming. Nico was very adamant in that timeout. And instead, your round is done in about 20 seconds flat. Navi slammed themselves against that A bomb, even with a fourth defender there. You know, that same kind of early cheese that Kyosuke tried to get away with last round. A real lack of hesitation coming out of Navi in these 2 rounds back-to-back. Changing up the bomb sites, trying to stay unpredictable, and clearly at the moment playing with Falcons and their reads. But that left a lot to be desired.
That's not a shot you often see him miss, man. That's so wild.
Not like anything really went well here for Falcons, not even on the other side of that site.
But you know what? The call is perfect to the energy from the comms you saw from Falcons in the last round, where they were so focused now on their B problem. Like, they've just let that slip when it feels like there shouldn't have really been a gap. Navi found one. Suddenly it's in A play just as quickly. Early rounds to each of these sites. They're in their heads. It's like his shoes fell off. This moment here. I think Navi are going to be the ones to want to get back to it as soon as possible.
That was a great chance to remind you, Mohan, that you can live trade the game on polymarket.com. Did you know that they're the official prediction market of Blast Premier?
That's right. That's right.
Thank you, Polymarket, for making all of this possible.
It's drinking his own pee.
I hope not.
Bear Grylls style.
I hope not.
It's sterile.
We've got a fridge full of drinks in the studio.
I would pee on you to save your life, Connor.
Thank you.
Anytime.
I think.
Like if you were on fire or something.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, let's hope that doesn't happen anytime soon.
There's always a situation, you know? Looks like him and his shoes might be back on.
I was thinking that's how I might protest, because you know Valve still haven't released Danger Zone in CS2.
Yeah. Any news? Any
They
leaks
got
about
1 year.
that?
They've got 1 more year where I light myself on fire.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. That's
1 year.
Oh, before Valve are in the danger zone. Do you think it's coming? Or?
Well, I did see with the, you know how they re-released CS:GO, right? Like they're not letting anybody license of CS:GO events, but you can still go play CS:GO now.
Yeah, yeah.
And with that, obviously, that means you can play Danger Zone again. And yeah, I saw some community markets. Speaking of, some community servers bringing back the old Danger Zone. Shout out to the bump mine one time.
It's where they tested all the new features. We could have had the new mag changes. We could have seen them.
The Medi shot is coming. Sonar grenades, anyone?
Well, this has become awkward for Falcons.
Yeah, it has, huh? CT side. I mean, with the pistol, the conversion, the 2-0 CT side start for Falcons. They've let 3 rounds slip. Now they find themselves on pistols.
No, they haven't even really shot back in these last few rounds.
No. Particularly that last one. Well, they shot into the smoke and missed every single shot on Alexi.
Well, they're coming into halls, which actually is a great opportunity for Falcons.
However, E-match. Oh, nice adjustment to deal with Nico, but you did let m0NESY put his hands on an AK. He falls back. He's got 3 more players slowly coming his direction. And yeah, they're going to catch him crossing over in front of the truck. Maybe it would have been worth just sitting in the pit, but he wanted to get into the safety of the bomb site. In reality, instead, that's Navi's for the taking, and an 11-7 score secured.
It's kind of just not a great look for Falcons. Also very impressive, like, calling. I feel like it's obviously what we saw was a bit messy in response from Falcons, whether it was when they played retake on B or that arch side mishap where Kyosuke just misses a huge spray that you normally wouldn't see him miss. But at the same time, like, Navi are the ones that have just, like, totally upended their idea of what was going to happen. Like, I think the pace at which they've come at this Inferno T side, it's probably been a surprise. You know, sometimes they'll play slowly. Here they've thrown in really fast rounds back to back. And Nico still got ideas. And the question is he 1 step behind? I mean, it feels like he was trying to, like, help him out over on the B side, and then Navi said, like, okay, right before they get prepared over there, we'll change it up. So now, how do you stay ahead of it? Last time out, it's getting burned here.
It's very difficult to pin down the Navi T side. I agree. It just feels like Falcons are caught off guard by this Navi tempo. Leave it to Blade to try to switch things up one more time to secure their 12th. Nico really all over the calls tonight.
Yeah, and this specific situation, I can totally understand why. The sloppiness sort of, I think, calls for it. I'm going to take a bit more of a director's role.
Here it comes, though, the aggression towards Mikaze, but he's already tucked back around the base of Banana, and this is going to be that sudden pop out through the apps. Something fresh off the tap pause. Bit comes through with the double kill, dominates the A site. Defense goes down just as they're trying to make something happen towards B. As Mikaze, is throwing out his utility. Falcons thinking they're about to jump on something, and Navi give us a new look and a similar outcome. 5 rounds straight.
I mean, this is how you throw a fake. Like, it's not that kind of full commitment over towards B, but it's just holding you in place long enough that you're confirming there's 3 there, maybe an op, and then that's enough to get out of halls on the other side. Great entries from Bit, who, again, we were in the waiting room to see when he would start to turn up. Well, that's starting to come to fruition. This has become sort of a masterclass of a T side here for NAVI on how to confuse your opponent. It feels like no matter how emphatic Nico is in all these positions, like NAVI know exactly what Falcons are going to try to do next.
A step ahead has really been the case throughout this entire second half. Barring pistol and conversion, it's nothing but NAVI. Different look off the tack pause, catching Falcons off. And so quietly, NAVI have clearly taken over this game. 5 map points, Dust2 waits in the wings. And really at this point, we're just waiting to see whether Falcons can figure out any of these CT rounds, because it has been NAVI impossible to pin down. csgo floating around in Banana. Makaze, his counterpart, ready for the entry. Fire at his feet. He opts not to pull the trigger just yet. Floating around on that gap, though. Kyosuke in front of it, and even while blind, Makaze's got himself the frag.
He was just so deep on that angle.
They're already ahead of the smoke, so NAVI will be happy to continue this pacing towards the bomb site. But there are 2 defenders here, Nico included. Kixan off the top box, dropped empty-handed. Makaze's got himself a second. And then m0NESY comes through with the kill towards Bit, but that's the only thing that goes well. That frag over towards the A site. m0NESY's gonna try to keep them boxed in. Wonderful's missed shot does open the possibility of a much-needed retake. The frag grenade's got Wonderful dead to rights. And TYLOO.CET, oh, he can't quite find the bomb plant, but that's fine. m0NESY's got it. And as Makaze finds himself in the back of the site, 1v2 at hand. It's m0NESY shaved down to 59 health. Makaze pinned into the corner, and they're gonna have to swing into him. It's Falcons done on Inferno if Makaze can find it, but no sir, the pressure's on. And m0NESY swapping from the op after killing Bit into that rifle, besting Wonderful, and keeping the pressure of the retake on, finds the first of 5 needed for overtime.
That's a 4K from m0NESY. Just a real, you know, Swiss Army knife in this situation. Just banked on 1 missed shot to set himself up, and a beautiful grenade to kick off the retake.
Get away with the retake off of finding that flank frag, but at the same time,
still a scary moment because, you know, Kyosuke's got 7 kills. You know, he's got to be the star of the show here on Inferno.
Oh, good trade by
Killed
Nico
again.
at least.
I feel like in the head-to-head, Makaze's got his number.
We've kind of been painting this picture that Falcons are 1 step behind NAVI. Even last round when they win, it still felt that way. Banking on the retake to come through from m0NESY. This time at least they get away with that trade frag and keep Wonderful's HP low, but this deep push from Nico, what's it worth? Ooh, the frag to Ema, that's what. Smoke grenade to try to keep him alive, but of course Alexi's gonna keep the pressure on. They'll get that kill back. We go 3v3, and it looks like NAVI want to size up this A site once again.
Yeah, it's not necessarily an opportunity with m0NESY alive with an op. They want a piece of Arch, and he's here waiting. Oh,
popped by Bit. Oh, okay. Real pressure on TYLOO.CET now. 3 players coming his way. And they're gonna try to split this, but Arch first. That's where the trade potential's higher. He goes for the reposition, and there's no flank yet from Wonderful up short side. Bit just toying with the corners. TYLOO.CET has got this. And it's low HP for Wonderful now. He's able to clear TYLOO.CET off the site. Confirms Kixan's there.
Oh my goodness,
11 health be damned. That's gonna be Kixan back beyond the smoke. 1 round would do it. A single bullet connects to Wonderful, and he is done for, but he scoops up the bomb.
Is he gonna fake? I don't think so. Kixan's gonna run out at this.
This is a 3 and 13 Kixan making sound on the approach. Wonderful knows he's right there, but don't you dare miss. prime for the taking, blinded and pinned into the corner. Glocks out, 100 HP, a bait,
Just
and
take the fight.
still he survives this. Come on now. Falcons come through with another round, but, well, that was something.
They were scared to win that. And by they, I mean Kicksan. Damn. You needed a 100% guarantee that that was going to be good. You literally threw out the white flag and Kicksan still didn't want to run at him.
That's 2 of 5.
What was throwing the op gonna do?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I really didn't know where to go.
Oh, nice shot, Modesty.
That's what we're looking for.
Oh, and Modesty has some regrets about that last, or some frustration after Bit took him out. Gotta be careful of Bit right now. It's an overall very steady map for Modesty. And Kioske just 84 damage raw off the molly.
Casual.
Just tanked it, no problem.
Another smoke, but he sees them.
Oh, that
nice
was a
shot.
mistake.
Wonderful.
Honestly, he wasn't ready to shoot yet.
Now Tesses has everything to do on his own. Oh, he will at least skim Emet off the push. Bit's about to arrive from above. There's still no support. He's gonna try to fight out through Library. Tesses being the savior, but both players line up and they've got this cleared. Bit comes through with the kill towards Pit. Makaze slays both of the Library players, and now Kicksan's got to go back-to-back clutches, this time outnumbered. How do they jumble up inside of the Library and make that so easy for Makaze? I don't know. But Navi have surely given themselves a chance to win this one. 2 versus 1, Kicksan on arrival, blindsided by Bit. Navi will finish off their food. A hell of a T-side, and one that the Falcons just seemingly weren't ready for.
Man, we see sometimes that Falcons, as much talent as they have, they just can't activate it in a way that make them look like a great team. You've got good rounds, but you don't have a great complexion in terms of the entire half, and that's what holds them back a lot. Impressive from Navi regardless.
I just don't even know where to go with this one. We knew that coming into Inferno, it was a bit of a question mark about why Falcons ended up picking it up, how exactly were they going to perform. Also for the side of Navi, knowing their history coming into it as well. But at the end of the day, they win the first pistol round. That's what it feels like gives them really good momentum on the CT side.
I'm really starting to think about what you said coming into this segment, or before the segment before, where you say maybe it's part of the plan that they just want to lose their own map pick and then convert it once they move on, right? It's at a point where the Navi have been in that situation many times, that them bouncing back is obviously good for them. And now also seeing how Makaze also stepped up, we have also seen Bit having a lot of impact on. And Maui, what did you say coming into this one? What did you say about Makaze?
He's your idol, right?
I mean, that is great. That is excellent. That is, I mean, what needs to be said? What needs to be said? He's excellent. I mean, I feel like this was a clear demonstration throughout a lot of the banana fights versus another hot prospect in Kioske, who got the better of who. I mean, even though I will give credit, obviously, to Kioske for his Mirage performance. It was exceptional. But this map, Makaze was handling Falcons. I mean, he was finding openers consistently. Even in the times that he died frequently, they were almost immediately traded. And even in that last round, I mean, he's done such a great job this year at really kind of shooing away some of the deficiencies he had when he first joined Navi. I'd say the biggest problem he had was that he had so much skill, but he didn't know when to stop. Now, you see him in these kinds of moments, like he did it on that very last round of Banana on Inferno. When he realizes there's just too much that's blocking his path, he doesn't try to force the issue anymore. He reroutes, understands that there's another way to play the round, that his life is valuable enough that he comes in a second wave of attack. It's going to be even maybe more important than just trying to find that 5v5 edge.
Yeah, I think it's a great take also just to see that he does more than just, you know, being this guy running with his head, you know, towards the wall, like trying to find openings. If he can't really find the openings by just, you know, playing brute force counts, like being really aggressive, he also have other tendencies to do, like he can play also the late rounds, he can find the openings in different ways, you know. It's good to see that he's also evolving in that department, and I got to think of a little bit of exertion when you mentioned this, like, you know, that he's also a guy that has this kind of potential, but doesn't really have that when to stop. When can I not find the opening? I need to find it somehow else. And I think that is what Mikasa showed today as well.
And that's probably also in a way why I would even just say, even though Exertion has been a top 20 player for multiple years. Makaze didn't quite make the list last year. I think he was in HLTV's probably top 25 roughly or something like that. But I would take Makaze today over Exertion today. I would also, in maybe what is a hotter take, I would take Makaze over Kyosuke today. I just feel like I've seen more in terms of development, more in terms of growth. I think raw skill, you saw all of it from Kyosuke on map number 1, but what I saw here on Inferno was just good tactical knowledge of when he needs to press forward and when he should actually fall back and just try to play a later round out.
I think there's a case now also. I mean, if Jacob was, he would probably disagree with you.
Oh yeah, no, he likes Kyosuke a lot. He would easily.
Does, right?
We were just fighting about this, him and I.
For the last 2 days.
I think it's very, Kyosuke is obviously he's looked upon, you know, as before mentioned, being at like a dunk point 2-0. You know, that's not really the case with him. But I think that when he was picked up into Falcons, I think. Obviously, he's still a really great player. Let's not deny that, you know. And when he was picked up, there was a lot of pressure on top of him. He did actually come out swinging and having some really good events and being this talent that you really were looking for. Whereas with Mikasa, when he was picked up on NAVI, it's been taking a bit more time for him. But it's like he has just evolved. Whether that's because of the blade system or because he's got more comfortable in team, he's just evolved to now maybe have already overtaken Kyosuke in this one. So I think it's an interesting fight between the two prospects right now. But I think Mikasa is, you know, he's showing himself what a player he can be.
Yeah, we can put it down to maybe what map 1. Navi were a little bit quiet. They just needed to wake up, even though it is almost, you know, 8 p.m. when they were playing that one. But they really showed up in map number 2. And for the biggest impact, it feels, was round number 8. Where Falcons, whether you want to look at it through a positive, negative lens is how I'm going to phrase this, right? Falcons losing against a force fight, but also Navi being able to do so much with so little.
Yeah, the way that Emo was able to rotate around on this one was instrumental to their victory. I mean, he's spamming 2 players practically, just catching the rotation in time there. And then we see this response where Wonderful was actually pushing down there with his teammate, but still able to find the return kill. That felt like a grave error in the miss, but then look at who's there to save them. It's Ema. We haven't talked about him a lot in this series yet, but he was that round in particular was pretty much worth, say, 3 because your money was broken. It hurt Falcons' economy on the flip side. There were such grave implications if they were to have dropped that one.
It's some of these rounds that has been haunting Falcons quite a lot recently, and I don't think this one is specifically as bad as the other one. I think that the main mistake for them is that it just took too long time. Like whenever they decided to return from banana into middle, they were constantly smoked. LXB actually rotates over and smokes them off, and they have to force themselves through this smoke, and they go just like a couple of seconds before the smoke actually pops into library, and that is where Ime finds the 2 first frags, and that just makes them spiral out of control. That you know that I wouldn't say they're not. They're just put in a position where they're having a hard time figuring out what to do when they are getting denied for what they actually want from the get-go, right? And it's one of these things that Falcons obviously has been working at. You know, you're never going to get to a point where you will never lose these type of situations, right? But that could have probably have been like a different approach to have avoided this kind of situation.
Yeah. At the end of the day, though, that is one individual round. All of the CT side, that's a bit of a tongue twister, for Navi felt so impactful, though. You've already highlighted Makaze, but Ema in that round specifically there, but Alexi B as well really showing up there.
Alexi B and Makaze were just thick as thieves on this B bomb side. The synchronization that these two have found over the time that they've played Inferno together is now become a sight to behold, because you see this with a couple of the other top teams. I think Flamesy and Apex are another great example of you don't even necessarily look at that duo and say this is our highest fragging duo, but it's more about how in tandem you are. And Makaze, Alexi, they're great at just throwing great utility. They constantly softened up the Falcons players as they were trying to take that banana side. And then usually, I would say, actually both of them were really kind of coming out better for wear when it came to when Falcons actually have to try to breach B. They're usually doing so with, say, 60 or less HP.
Yeah, but nonetheless, it's just really great CT side stats. And it's funny how a lot of teams have gone with the approach that having a guy that likes to go for the fights, to be very aggressive, then tie that in with the brain of the team. That no timings, no positions, and a lot of utilities set them up to go for these comfortable fights. You mentioned also Flames in Apex, but it's not the first time we see a team that they pair these two up to actually have a really good combination. And it's something that's hard to always deal with. That Makasi is always trying to find these fights on Banana. He's doing it time and time again, but also having Alex B, who's also very smart, understands the rotations, and then playing that more rotation active role.
Yeah, it's still we saw Navi closing it, right? But I do just want to give props that there was so much from both sides here, whether it was that early break on the CT side that Navi were able to do for themselves. Again, Falcons also having a little bit of a way in for themselves in the second half too, but it all boils down to a map number 3, which I do have to ask you two gentlemen, where exactly does it go? You lose your map pick, that's on both sides. It is still close, even though it might not necessarily feel that way, where teams slipping on rounds they shouldn't be, making it more out of rounds that they also shouldn't be. Almost illegal gaming, it feels.
I know this is kind of a... Well, my take is pretty simple. I think Kyosuke, we saw a lot of fire there on Mirage. He felt right at home in that kind of situation. I think that Inferno was not a regression. It's a regression that was so steep, and it was almost jarring to me. I'm almost surprised that he fell off that much. And I think, like, I thought he was actually going to be able to fight off the jet lag, essentially. Sure. But that, to me, is worse than I'm used to seeing him on Inferno 2. And I kind of fear for map number 3 if Kyosuke is actually tired, because, I mean, getting right off of a plane to play this is a pretty ridiculous circumstance. I'm not even trying to be just like a 2020 hindsight Andy here. I actually think like that looked like he hit a wall. Like he couldn't come up with anything in that game.
No, that's for sure. I mean, like, having less energy and now having to play a third map with all the things that he's been going through, he did come out shredding on the first one, but energy is obviously going to be a factor for him, and that's why I actually want to turn my attention a little bit to Nico on Dust 2. It's one of his most favorite map. It is a heavy map for the Opus, obviously, but I think Nico is going to be very instrumental, and I'm still waiting to see Nico have this good map that he can have. How good he can be also with the very important position he's playing, and also just for the likes of Falcons, playing Dust 2, it's a map that they have usually have been having really good records on, right? Lately, it's been a little bit more up and down, but if you go a little bit back in time, it has been a map that they've also, had the tendency of picking and playing a lot. So they know how to get it to work. They know how to go out and get the rounds needed to win this series. But, I mean, at the same time, third map, Navi also likes it, so it's going to be down the wire. Well.
Yeah, it really is. That's the story so far on every map. Now it's only fair that the whole series kind of boils down to that element there. But do you think either of these two teams have what it takes to go all the way, potentially win Blast Open, right? Because over at Polymarket, that's the predictions and the calcs that are running right now. How far can these guys go? Can they win it?
What's this blue line again?
We ignore the blue line. We ignore the blue line, all right?
Can we see Navi's?
That's the gatekeeper.
Can we see? Oh.
4%.
Okay, I mean, my hot take right now is that the team that's most likely to find an upset over Vitality, who are still the clear favorites in my eyes, is Navi. So there might be some value there.
And you're a big man of getting in while it's low, You're going to buy early.
I think it's really low right now. It's crazy low.
I'm still I mean, regardless of the stocks and how everything is looking, like I'm still buying into a little bit onto the Falcons. I think that is still the one that
You're putting faith in Zonic having used that time really well.
Yes, of course.
Okay,
I mean, like, I think a win here would matter a lot to them also moving forward into the tournament, regardless of everything that's been happening. But, I mean, if you're looking to go in for a prediction, like my prediction would at least go for the Falcons. I hope they have what it takes to go all the way, and also to battle it out for the title, because it is that team that I think has, or at least is meant to go and dethrone them.
Yeah, I mean, we're still in the upper bracket, right? It's not like we're going to be saying goodbye to either of these two teams. So whilst I am asking if you think they have the chances of winning Blast Open, they have the chance of at least making it to Rotterdam, right? That's what they're fighting for. They want to be able to make it to the next step in our bracket here for the group stage, because that is going to be securing their ticket to Rotterdam. It's all the way down to a map at number 3, though. What exactly is in store for us for Dust 2 just after this break? Well, map number 3 to keep the dream alive of Rotterdam for one of these two teams, Falcons and NAVI. And well, we already know now, Maui, that in Dust 2, Falcons are going to be starting CT side.
And that's actually not the worst thing for a NAVI team who...
Okay.
I'm just saying, some people, you know, like
Okay. It was just such a good segue. And I'm going to say it's really
not that bad.
Not that bad for NAVI.
It's not that bad for NAVI Nation, okay? No, I love NAVI-CET on this one. It doesn't actually have necessarily the highest win percentage for rounds or anything like that, but they just have a diverse amount of plays. They really actually, to me, use a lot of the most meta smokes. Like you'll see the corridor smokes through mid to B plays. They'll throw a lot of different fakes. They keep their opponents guessing. And that's not always something that I feel like I can say about Falcons, which to me are just a little bit more on the brute force side. They're a little bit more of just letting your players play, getting some cat control, and just going with the hit. So I feel like maybe there's a light chance that the tactics can actually, for NAVI, turn the tide in what is usually such a star power, firepower dictated map.
Yeah, I'm just curious to see why Falcons decided to start on the C side, whether they think, I know that Sonic has had an idea that it's sometimes easier for him to like mount the comeback on the T side. You know, it's where you can control the pace. So starting a CT, getting as many rounds as possible, then we'll see how it turns out.
Yeah, we're going to see exactly that because all of our players, now that sides have been decided, in their seats and ready to go, a map 3, a decider with Scrawny and Launders.
Dust 2 is where this one settles down, and Falcons or NAVI qualify for the Ahoy Arena. Mohan, Rotterdam beckons, and we got to start filling up that team list. So one of these two teams makes it in today based off this third and final map between them.
Yeah, that is pretty huge. And we've had some expectations subverted. Obviously, we've got 2 map picks that don't go as planned for either team. And we look back at Zonic at the start of that second half on Inferno and go, yeah, he was nervous about something that he was right about. It wasn't going to be a free win just because they had CT side to look forward to. So this one's going beyond the numbers. NAVI are obviously a tough team to put down. When we looked at map 1, it felt like it was going to happen, that it was inevitability, and suddenly things change. It won't be easy here for Falcons. Maybe this one will be the most even of the 3.
Again, we discussed that win streak that NAVI currently sit on. Well, it'd be a hell of a time to extend it with the likes of Falcons on that list. But they will go down kicking and screaming. And Kyosuke finding first blood as Falcons will hunt another pistol round. NAVI sitting on 1 of the 4 played so far. Very elusive, these pistol rounds for NAVI as of late. Luckily for them, they can still slow it down. They're still sitting on the Molotov and the smoke grenade between Bit and Alexi. Despite this man disadvantage, could have been made worse had Kixan caught a headshot there as he popped it open unexpectedly. TSS plays in front of his teammate. Glocks are going to come barreling at him. Now the Berettas activate, but they go down empty-handed. And TSS has just pulled all the way back. That was a much-needed duel, because if not, now these CTs are stuck, corralled in the middle of all of NAVI, who now find themselves with man advantage off that A-site pinch.
I'll be happy to see that Kyosuke, at least Nico, can rely on him for 2 kills, but it'll demand a clutch. Haven't seen one yet from him this series, but this is a good time to start.
That could have been 2 1-taps back-to-back. Instead, Nico gives a second chance to Alexi.
This is what he's good at.
Oh, he's still missing. Nico running out of bullets, sits on 7 shots, down to 6. 5, 4, 3. Come on now, Nico doesn't hit any of those. And it's indeed NAVI that walk away with the pistol bounce back.
Yeah, Alexi was the one who was, you know, maybe a bit more scared. Now, Nico has open lines, but he's the one who has to respond. Alexi can go and peek either side of that box, make himself hard to hit, has the headshot angle to work with, and delivers the headshot himself. A good try, but that's not good enough.
I love this very squirrely movement, though, from Alexi B. Kind of slides out into the crouch, comes back in an unexpected pattern. That's enough to keep Nico off his comfort, and now Kixan just gonna get forced down by the SMGs. Solo inside the B site. Falcons outplayed in this one as they're nowhere to be found. And this is off the force buy as well, right? So they really wanted to make something happen. Turns into an easy save instead, and that's NAVI to the 2-0 kickoff.
Oh, it's such an impressive T side on Inferno. Like, in terms of the variety of ways that they won rounds, they actually lost the second pistol and still came back and won. They They were so good on the entries. They used a fake after 3 rounds of dominance towards B. Kind of had it all. This is just an unstoppable force, really.
You're not getting out of that one. Kicks in.
It's just, we have the better guns. We picked B. You better be 5 here or you lose.
Get out of my way.
Again, for Falcons, it's like there's all these moments for each of the players. It's just, you know, they don't really create that grand tapestry of a half that builds and has momentum and conditions their opponents. It's more like really cool round. Oh, really bad mistake. Really cool round. Really bad mistake. And
Yeah.
I think, you know, we criticize Mouse for like kind of disappointing in some situations. That's like Falcon's version of it. You know the potential is higher. They just don't reach it consistently, even within one map that they're playing well.
Out through long goes the majority of NAVI. Again, kind of rolling the dice in that they were very adamant about taking over long control. They did have a contest on the corner of it, but they thought numbers strong would get them through it, and they're right. Scout goes down with nothing. What is that?
All right.
Yo, let's put that POV in the replay quick.
Yeah.
A triple Galil headshot.
You want a picture-in-picture or?
No, I'm actually having I'm having an argument with the picture-in-picture guy at the moment. Replay guy though, nicely done.
Galil highlight.
Replay guy, 7 years at Blast. You'd think I'd learn their names, you know? Production guy 1, production guy 2.
Caster 1, caster 2. That's what they have written down, so.
Yeah, is that all I am to you?
B-split about to take this round by storm. Nico's not close to try to stop this. He's going to throw this nade desperately, but they haven't crossed just yet. This works out very well for them. Now that he's burned that grenade, they can start going. Oh,
hell of a shot.
Basically over now.
A little jumping MAC-10 attempt, but again, it's just the splits well-timed, well-positioned, and unstoppable.
Falcons just a little foggy right now on CT side. Like Navi are coming out with fast ideas, and you know, the novelty of that on Inferno, I'm not surprised that was something that caught Falcons off guard, but we're now a map removed from that. They're still doing the same thing. Stylistically, it's the T side that got them the whole comeback on Inferno, but they've had a break to think about this, and they still seem totally unprepared for the tempo. And Nico is over on the A side. I mean, like, he's one of the best in the world at controlling Cat with HEs. I mean, you talk about Alexi's one of those guys too, but Nico, like the way he times it, he has prescience when it comes to nades there. When he rotates into mid-B to support, he's a perfect guy as like, you know, a second caller on this team and everything. But back on Inferno, I feel like he was trying his best to like be an A player and also help out B, figure out their problems. But then that resulted in A getting caught off guard. And now on Inferno, you know, they've got to jump in and stop this before it's more of the same. Because at the worst, we just say that's just a little bit too easy of a round, you know?
Yeah.
A standard mid-B like that where the A player just throws a nade and hopefully, you know, the T's have made a mistake. But they throw that first smoke and wait because people can blow that smoke open. And they have the time and resources to do that. Could be a good moment for Zonic to jump in.
You don't get long to shoot, do you?
And no head armor, M4 kill from the T side.
Yeah. That's just insult to injury.
Yeah.
A strange trend, you say. 8 and 9 in duels between top of mid and CT mid on Dust 2 this year.
Oh. It's a real stats man stat.
Bitch should have had that. Gets the first shot and the drop on TYLOO.CET. Gets 78 damage out, but TYLOO.CET survives it. So man advantage Falcons here in round 5.
For a moment, there was 3 players from Falcons without a kill. TYLOO.CET was one of them, but he jumps on the board with an opener. We saw how Navi started Mirage. Bit and wonderful sort of worst start.
It was what their worst start of 2026 so far, both of them at the same time.
Yeah.
I think what the B-Tram stat was.
Beyond that, it's even worse maybe. But now look at him.
Trying to turn it around. I think Bit will still be frustrated that he didn't get the opening kill because it was there for the taking, most certainly. But this A site could still end up being understaffed. Yep. Got this push going on into the tunnels of Falcons, but this is also queuing up Navi to come through with the A commitment. Makaze burned down to 40 health. Nico just looking to give himself some utility to play around as TYLOO.CET maintains long control still. They'll get out onto elbow, Navi. But Nico finds what felt like sanctuary. This is all TYLOO.CET so far. Triple kill to his name, and he's whittled down Wonderful as well. Quad kill from TYLOO.CET, and that is off of 22 HP that he gets 3 additional frags.
Yeah, man, with the opening kill as well. Really well done for TYLOO.CET. It looked like the B retake of tunnels was just going to be a little bit too slow to be useful, but that was not the case.
TYLOO.CET ends up killing one with the USP as well. He got Wonderful low. Ooh, good impact from Wonderful there. They're going to go back for the long fight. Alexi, just a quick glance, couple shots, and he's out. Bit right on the brink of the smoke, stands a little longer, but also disengages back through their side of the doors.
You can just feel it. Navi are coming in electric. Not thinking about their lost round just now.
We'll see if the repetition of that pacing, though, starts to kind of play into Falcons' adaptations.
Yeah, and they're playing closer to mid. All of a sudden, like, that's the big change. Pressure on Cap, both sides of mid, not even in either site, really. Do come into this round with an op. These cat setups can be tricky. One molly and a flash can ruin your day. Oh, and Nico peeks out early. Peeks out early, just hearing some mid-utility.
Kyosuke,
oh, man.
From the corner as Alexi comes in with the double. That bomb's going to happily turn its way back around through tunnels, and this is toast.
They're kind of just falling apart, man. I mean, you know, totally bamboozled as Nico walks right into an op. When he's got an op behind him, a rifler on the wall, it's not like they pressured him to make that happen. He thought he was coming forward with the creative timing. Navi were just in a default and just protecting a cat push. Maybe he was right that a mid-B play was a thing they had to be worried about. But as far as Navi are concerned, you know, defend that way if you want to.
Just letting Nico kind of trip over his own shoes with that decision. Two players save under question. Navi have the money to play, but that smoke grenade's just too brave to have to push through, so they'll let it go to survivors. Patience pays off for Wonderful, and then this setup just cleared out by Alexi. No help even needed. There's been a few moments, actually, throughout this match so far where Alexi B's left his impact on a round.
This is a fierce Navi, but it, again, just a little bit too easy. There's m0NESY's first.
m0NESY posted up. Kyosuke takes damage back from the other opper, and m0NESY's looking to go hunting now into suicide. He'll switch guns with Kyosuke. Frees up that op to move inside of the B site. What did Navi make of this round at the man disadvantage?
Kind of like that they start out with, you know, some pressure in the mid early. Then they can move back into this position where they don't have mid control, it's a little bit more calm. I think, you know, Nico's got some anxiety about the thought, if I want to really think they're going to come up cat, I want to be here to defend it, but I have to help out my mid B teammates as well. That's his duty as well. Nade timings.
Chucks it out, kind of lands in the middle, but Alexi does take significant damage. And Nico doing a good job of making this costly on the approach. Long again, going to be held back by TYLOO.CET. He's kind of dominated this half of the map for the time being, hoping to be the beacon of hope. Bomb plant going down, cat side coverage offered by Wonderful, but a missed shot is going to queue up the Falcons retake. Another missed opportunity, and they just get kind of stuck out in the open there. So majority of Falcons alive, TYLOO.CET a part of it all again, and Nico getting that nade damage in really made it all the harder. But it really all started with that m0NESY op frag out mid.
Yeah, definitely. It makes it a lot easier, and Nico gets to stand in the position he's been wanting to stand in kind of the entire half. And here off of the ramp, huge impact. It's 50 damage HE, slows him down a bit, finds a pickoff, delays for time. TYLOO.CET's obviously, he's been a rock. And it's 2 successful cat defenses. Blade's not happy about it.
But they were pushing insta after a shot.
Okay. Will they push instantly off of Wonderful's shot? Alexi seems to think so. There's one person I'd be avoiding right now, it's TYLOO.CET.
That might be how Paravision operate. They're going to go for your weakest guy and then keep pummeling. That's not how NAVI operate, though. They look for the biggest guy in prison, right? Okay. Try to punch him, right? That's,
yeah.
That's who they
gotta
make
a
you
good
in your
first
place.
impression.
Yeah. Like, nice superstar you got. That's what they're trying to do.
8 kills between the superstars of Falcons. Nico no longer towards that ramp here in middle instead. It's a good gap for him to try to exploit, to be honest. Trying to come back through. There's eyes on this already, no? Oh, he catches them off guard, but still no running there for Nico.
Trade. Is that enough?
TYLOO.CET's gonna activate with the first flank from long, but he misses his chance to strike one down, and now the Opera's gonna watch him. But still he finds that angle onto Bit. Just a sliver, all he needs. You've got Kyosuke tucked into the corner, but now under pressure, losing support from both sides. But what if he goes unnoticed? They don't seem prepared, now they found him. And just like that, unfortunately for Kyosuke, both his targets kind of evade him, right? The window guy drops into the coverage of the back site. That then alerts the tunnel push to also not swing wide. And so NAVI do find footing into the B-bomb site again, this time for the 6-2 lead.
Yeah, TYLOO.CET was, doing good to miss his first shots and then find another one after that. But the instant 2 frags back and another successful mid-B. Like, for the most part, NAVI, I think they want to pretend that it's going to be 8 plays, and they have tried it a couple of times, but that's the only place they've failed. Every time they split on this site, it works out perfectly. Setup doesn't look like they can totally complement each other in front of the tunnels with Kyosuke on car, especially with the potential for window to get taken over. There's no one up there to watch anybody inside of mid. I guess they had Nico pushed out, but
Nico's position is such an all-in spot,
like he will die. Yeah.
You see it, he gets his kill, but there's no way he's ever getting away from that unless he straight up gets all the kills needed.
Or they lurk. If they did that, yeah.
So instead, mid's compromised, the pressure falls onto the B site, and you can kind of see the reactions of NAVI there. Feels like there's a certain weight off their shoulders with that one.
Navi are playing so good, and Falcons, there's too many things I feel like that are going wrong for them to address right now.
Nico high five's always the best one. Wait for it. Here it comes. Listen. Ah.
That was okay. That's good.
We have up on B. I can smoke long now just to see if they are 3 long. Okay? And we need to don't be insta. Yes, they don't boost can you?
Double op. Monacy and Kyosuke coming to the round with it.
Kicksen 7-0-6 start to a big event CS2 game. Pulling ahead of Ultimate in the all-time ranking.
Is crazy.
Hey, a record is a record. Yeah, that is kind of crazy.
That's
though.
a crazy stray.
Let the man rest. Oh, that spray.
Nice.
Every bullet on that as Kicksan's pulling away. Luckily, the second up pays off. They immediately get that kill back.
The fact that Kyosuke is the guy to get the op kill, I mean, does that put Navi on high alert for the second? What are you up to, Nico? Plays close mid doors. Monacy here to bolster him. If Monacy can take the attention away from Nico.
And they're getting an op to go over to support the op. The position's already really weird. Oh, nice shot right in the head.
That's going to confirm 2 snipers on the field. And if you think you can just puncture out through this smoke grenade, these oppers will have a chance to test it. Monacy not going to miss the opportunity. It's wonderful. Misses a second follow-up as wonderful counter picks at least, but ops make a hell of a difference here in this one for the Falcons. And there's that flank from Nico, perfectly timed. It's majority alive as we go another round. Back and forth, no consecutive rounds found as this T-side from Navi fights on.
Yeah, scary moment there again with a great spray from Imma. Frustrating moment there for Kicksan. But the 2 ops are the reason they win this round between Monacy and Kyosuke. And the expensive investment is justified. They carry both forward.
Oh, they actually drop one back.
Oh.
They let it go. They could have had both.
Yeah, that's interesting.
They decide to leave one behind,
Man,
bring a second
wanting that
AK
for
through.
1 round. Okay, well, I guess Monacy can cover for, you know, the presence of 2 with how he's playing.
Crazy to me that going into that last round, we're 9 rounds into the game. Monacy was 1 and 2.
Yeah, he was just chilling.
Makaze is going to be dropped empty-handed as the riflers double up inside of middle.
Getting his first kill now, that's for sure.
And he's got one in the body bag already. Alexi's able to cross and threaten the side of sight, but support's inbound. Alexi's going to finish it off eventually with the MAC-10, but we do get this crawl from Kyosuke out through the doors. That's going to blindside Alexi, and wonderful tough spot with no bomb and 50 health. This op will be valuable in the next one. The money bottoming out as we get towards the end of this half for Navi.
He does just want to leave, but they're really clearing tunnels out fast. Now, they're going to give him a challenge. Shot miss. Wonderful stays alive. Could definitely be impactful for Navi next round. Okay.
Well,
make sure that they can't get a second, so skin upgrade. Ah, there's the find. So 1 kill from Kicksan's enough.
Bit of repetition towards this B bomb site starting to cost Navi as Falcons string a couple together.
It was Kyosuke's rotation into mid B position, like where Nico was, that actually got the first kill, took down Makaze.
I think unexpected as well to see 2 riflers there when we did just have a double op. Falcons happy to just let it slide. Just
that
don't
flash is
lose
great.
the pistols, okay?
Uh-oh.
Can we agree? Don't lose to the pistols, TESS? Ah, it's TESS. He's got it under lock.
Doesn't die.
Nico comes over to just lend the helping hand, and that should be 5 up strong for the Falcons as they'll look to finish this half tied 6 rounds apiece.
TESS has been a workhorse on long.
Yes, sir. It was 10-3 coming into this anti-eco. Entered map 3 as the second highest rated player on Falcons team this series, only behind m0NESY.
So no matter how the half has gone with the numbers, we've got a lot of rounds now for Falcons, so sure, it could have been better. But getting to 5, I think, for how they started is already an achievement.
Blade will use the chance in his final attempt to pull one out of the hat on this T side.
You can definitely feel, you know, the opportunity of qualifying to the arena is at hand. You can see it in the coaches when they're talking, the stress of the communication, some of the mistakes that are happening. There were some words again from Blade about Falcons as well, and off the back of Pro League are looking for even better wins to justify their run overall.
Yeah.
The teams they didn't have to face to win it.
Prepare some maybe flash after. You will understand. I will ask the flash above me.
Start this event with a 2-1 win over Bait. A multi-overtime affair within that series, but otherwise 2 single-digit map wins. Makes a statement that they're going to carry some momentum into this event. But we get m0NESY pushing down into tunnels. You've given him a chance at a second. Should have killed him when you had the chance. And they will still just burn him out. Damage comes through from Akaze to have to stomach, but he's looking to take this pressure up catwalk instead. And limitations here with the Scout of Wonderful. But thanks to m0NESY, he's got himself an upgrade.
Yeah, it's kind of a nice delivery. Might have been an escape plan in there, but Navi just dealt with it so quickly.
Here comes the cat aggression, but no swing behind that flash. TESS does have another one if there is a chance for Nico to go through. And there it comes in, but Akaze wasn't around the corner, doesn't get blinded. And there's plenty of players trying to climb up cat right now. Wonderful eats the flash, cover from Xbox. Now 2 players still for Navi down on half HP despite the 4 versus 3. TESS rock solid.
Again
and again. Sits over towards long for most of the half, finds himself on cat, goes back to where he's made, and another quad for Rene. That's how this one ends. Tied half as Falcons find the rebound.
Nothing quite like Arena Counter-Strike. Let's get into this one.
Oh, a very loud and warm welcome here in Hong Kong. You like this?
Now the people here is amazing. It's insane.
Wouldn't it be cool if we open the show? Packed out Moody Center, bro. I would kill this. All right then, how would you do it?
First, I'd remind them where we are. Austin, Texas. This state has been the beating heart of Counter-Strike for 25 years.
You know who's waiting for you backstage. They want to hear your hype. They want to feel it.
6 teams enter the arena, but there is only one prize waiting on this stage.
Lisboa, make some noise!
I hope that USA people cheer for us.
Do you feel it? Your heart pounding with anticipation. That shiver down your spine. Counter-Strike lives within us. From the bottom of your heart, let me hear you!
17 kills, 3 deaths. That's TYLOO.CET at the end of the CT side here for Falcons, and they were at one point trailing 6-2. But 4 rounds in a row to close out the half. TYLOO.CET's multi-frag after multi-frag as he repositions throughout this A-site Mo. Is it an exaggeration to say that he may have just won this game?
You know, not a superstar, but in this moment he is. And yeah, it's definitely not. He made the comeback. What's crazy is that he, a lot of times, basically had no assistance in getting these kills. He was just the reason, the full reason, beginning and end. So beautiful to watch, to be honest. No one played better than him on Falcons in that CT side.
And then you can, yes, and then you can take space. And then
He's like, hey guys, I'm just gonna teach you how to play this game real quick.
bronze is only 1.
What kind of pause is this?
I don't know. Quick little tech issue here. Fix a headset or two.
Pipe down, TYLOO.CET.
What was he just teaching them?
I don't know, but it sounded funny and harmless. Well, why are we talking right now? What are you talking? You called the pause? Hey, oh, whoa. Whose pause is this? Where's the admin at?
Okay, game's live, that's why.
Okay.
Tech issues sorted. This is kind of freeze time.
Yeah.
We'll call
limbo.
it extended freeze time.
Extended freeze time.
All right?
Sure. Okay.
It's an extended freeze time conversation.
All right.
And we're off. Tied on map 3. We really can't separate these teams. They've each won their opponent's map pick. We go to Dust 2. Feels lopsided. TYLOO.CET is the guy to recover it for Falcons, and that's why you can never cut him. And so, best of luck to the attack. Go the Falcons. Heavy setup here for NAVI on Catwalk. Dual Berettas in the front.
Well, if they don't test it, this cat setup is actually just going to turn into a push. Oh, nice shot. Kicks in. That's his third.
Kaze's got the answer.
Long. The CTs are waiting.
Yeah, they're already out. The bottom of ramp is compromised. m0NESY and Nico make quick work of Alexi and Ina. Mikaze bits all that remains. Nothing you can do about stopping that bomb crossing over to the site. And so, Falcons may have damn well done it.
How many pistols can you afford to lose, Navi?
Oh, it's a real problem, isn't it?
Yeah. Didn't even need TYLOO.CET for this one. Rene. They don't have to do much more. I mean, even when there was a rumor that TYLOO.CET was going to get caught, it was nonsense.
Not allowed to.
Didn't make sense.
Not allowed to.
Would have been a huge scapegoat for what?
Terrorists win. There's that clean one from Kixen. Deleting Wonderful before those Berettas even get a chance to fire a shot. And they were so adamant about playing up Catwalk that it kind of forgoes long control, and lo and behold, 3 players from Falcons just barrel through uncontested. So the streak here for Falcons continues. 4 rounds at the end of the first half. Add in this pistol, we'll see what they can convert in the face of the Navi force.
They did get tricked into dropping into beat, but because they had the cat push, it's just that the cat push died. They could have jumped back up if they wanted to. This grabs all the attention.
Got a scout fight queued up. Place your bets. Because now they know about one another, but still closing that gap are the Galils. And Wonderful, never given a chance to get back at m0NESY. Flash is meant to disrupt it all, but Alexi gets flatlined quickly. we've got a player locked in, but fire at his feet. So very good protocols here for the Falcons to just make sure this round goes down nice and smooth. 2 members left of NAVI want nothing to do with these Galils, and so Falcons with a chance to pull ahead.
Mm-hmm. How are you feeling right now? Like that? This is a I mean, obviously, TYLOO.CET is 19-3.
Yeah.
We're getting into a second half, so we get to see if, if he's going to be a two-way carry today as well. Does it feel like a Falcons close?
It never feels like a Falcons
I know it never feels like a Falcons close is the thing.
But I'm ready for it because I don't want to see this kind of a performance get wasted.
Yeah.
19-3 is a bit wild. I like the certainty that they've come into the T side with.
They do have a high carbon footprint, though. Lots of waste. A lot of wasted maps, for sure. Carry performances. It's happened many times. Pulling ahead. Makaze is 15-8 in his direct head-to-head against Kyosuke. Whoa. Super tied when they were academy players.
Ooh, pulling a nade out with the deagle in front of you. That's all good. Kyosuke, Kixan, they've got this one under wraps. Your measly pistols will find no success in this round, so Falcons really giving themselves the perfect start to the T side.
You know, that is a big deal, that head-to-head, especially when we try to figure out Inferno.
Yeah.
Because, like, that's Kyosuke on B. That's Kyosuke best Inferno player, as B-Tram's pointed out so far in this year. And it was Makaze who, as an individual entry fragger, consistently happy to duel with him, oftentimes just outright winning.
Feels like whenever Makaze is a part of the game, too, like just with his impact as an entry as of late, certain teams where we always have to talk about that head-to-head on Banana, right? We get it with when they play Maus. Him versus Zershin in the same position. So, being able to mute Makaze's impact, no easy feat. He'll drop Kyosuke in this one. The only casualty for the Falcons as they pull ahead by 3 rounds, 9-6 over NAVI. Now technically a 7-round streak, but guns coming out for the defense. We'll see what it changes here as NAVI are hoping to get this game back under their own control. But you've got to find a way to put TYLOO.CET on ice.
Blade sitting down at the most intense part of the series. Don't often see him taking a break.
There's an op advantage here for Wonderful as m0NESY remains on the scout. That $7,000 surplus, making this round a bit of a bonus for Falcons. So we'll see what kind of a dent they can put in NAVI if they're not able to just walk away with the win straight up. Quick long clash, but no overcommitment, and it is back to sizing up middle. No real challenge being offered here by NAVI, I find surprising. No pressure at any point. Really just letting Falcons do as they please until the minute mark. See if at any point Alexi decides that he wants to try to pressure the long flank. He just got flashed into the long doors as we watch these utilities pop inside of middle, and he still hasn't opted to go all in on it, so they're just hoping to hold back Falcons here. And they will with 2. Bitten Emek comes sliding through with the crossfire, and that's bomb control at the bottom of middle. So Falcons tiptoe their way into the booby trap. Bit finds impact in this one. And that scout switching to the Galil, still enough time to cause problems. He could make a swing at this.
No time.
m0NESY looking for an upgrade or another kill to just soften up the economy, but it doesn't happen. NAVI just lean back and let Falcons come to them, which does, in the end, pay off.
I love how it's just immediately a lesson on how to defend against the thing that was working so well for them in the first half. The connections on mid B, they just make it look so solid right here. Playing inside and outside of the doors with a quick rotation is there and ready, and Bit is in a super good position to defend against tunnels. No one's in an easy to kill spot.
Already out long though. This is Falcons with a very different tempo. At the very least for the long takeover.
It's going to a more classic position, and when we look at the grenades, the scale, it's, you know, we got 2 more re-smokes potentially. They're, you know, fully prepared for this. They want to get into it. Wonderful also, though.
Good on him. No missed opportunity with that one.
5v4, I mean, it's, you know, Navi know exactly what's coming. They're already working on the rotations. They have a man advantage.
TYLOO.CET taking damage. Not yet able to soften up the bomb site. Nico tries to go through, will stuff one up close. And Wonderful still yet to strike down his second victim. TYLOO.CET looking for his impact. You didn't kill him, you just softened him up, and that's not enough to stop him. Bomb is here on the ramp. TYLOO.CET has got another. Kicks in into the kill feed. It's Bit from down right there to stop it. His multi-kill with a quad kill as he comes alive in an important round, and Navi closed that gap to just 1.
Ooh, that's the response to TYLOO.CET. Somehow it felt like he was just finding the magic move after magic move. And it's an early 5v4 that gets turned on its head again by the guy who has just been doing unbelievable work here for the Falcons. But it's a clutch for a bit. That's what matters the most.
Man, it really felt like 40 health was still going to be enough for TYLOO.CET.
Yeah, but his vision was obfuscated. It was so hard to take the duel that he wanted to. 21-5, and it's still just not enough. They wanted to remove him. They needed to clone him.
Money's gone for Falcons, banking on the m0NESY Scout as they try to rebuild the economy. We really can't separate these teams tonight, can we? But if it wasn't for this huge performance from TYLOO.CET, I feel like we'd have a much different picture.
Yeah, pretty much the game would be over, it feels like. Again, even though Falcons are in the lead, it really wasn't the most convincing first half. It was just maybe 4 multi-kills to win rifles via 1 guy.
Makaze and Ema trying to set up this crossfire once more. Bit happy to just still play his B side alone, but there's nothing coming at him from tunnels. And
this is the A setup I like. This is more like the Spirit version, you know, where they normally it would be an op in the place of Alexi B here, but they just play both inside of long. They're fast rotations. A, they're not too far away from mid B, and their third player, who's Ema, can actually make sure they're still reinforced at mid. It's just more flexible. But not around Falcons are expecting to win, even though they're coming in forward with a plan.
Ema's got a shooting gallery in front of him. It's just the m0NESY Scout for the 1. Bit gets out through the window to help out, and we've got that tied game guaranteed. 9 rounds all.
It's crazy how well Navi are playing just overall. Since like that first half of Mirage, even in the second half of Mirage, Falcons made so many mistakes at that weird save round where they had all the AKs, didn't want to buy any grenades. That they won on an eco. After that, Navi could have made a comeback there. In this game, it's just more consistency. Great looking team play. Setups are just more solid. I'm going to say that outright.
Feels like the type of reliable counter-strike that could pull off the victory. And now they're starting to feel a little more confident, making a move here towards top middles. Ime is Kixan ready to hold this back. He's struggling throughout map 3. Oh, but that headshot's clean and right when he needs it. matchplay, though, could still go unnoticed. You can see the hesitation.
They molly tunnels.
Right? Just because they think there's somebody else out here. Well, now you found him. Wonderful gets active, and matchplay trying to make that move as well. They know there's a lot of pieces inside of middle for Navi right now.
They can't move into B. They don't have the bomb.
It's their chance, though.
I mean, you're just going to have to protect the site.
So much presence towards mid, they think they've got to go for it, and Bit leaves a lot to be desired.
They still don't have the bomb, by the way. It's going to be running over, but...
Smoke grenade around the door from matchplay, layered on top of it. Flash goes over, he dives into the site. Alexi's right here with him. Nico thinking about finding the flank timing. That Opper's not prepared. Nico, does he strike? Pushing through. Oh, Wonderful's able to catch him up close and personal. Finally, the bomb arrives. Awkward moment. They felt like they had to go towards B, I guess, but
yeah,
like you said, they just didn't have the bomb.
I know. It's like you can take the site with a bunch of guys. If no one's there, though, that's going to be incredibly suspicious if no one can plant, and you still have to keep the door smoked. You still have to keep the other team entertained or like push them back. And even with Bit dying in this way, they had things under control. Very awkward moment from Nico. What is this smoke? This is just a missed smoke? That was just outside by the window? It just went on forever. He was probably so confused. Whoa, we got to bark at a Bit. It's out of nowhere.
My favorite pop-offs. I mean, I think after his, his moment in that round.
Into this. They heard the reload.
Trying to bait it out. Tech9's. Big moment here for Falcons. They've lost that lead. They're going to just try to pounce and pop out. matchplay's got one full commit. Empty mag. Bit's turn. Cuts off Kyosuke, but also loses the defender, and he wants more. Goes through, which offers up an opportunity to m0NESY, who seizes that chance. And now Nico's hands onto the M4. Man advantage Navi, but a retake needed inside of the B site. Missed incendiary over top. They've still got a full wave of utility. And m0NESY opts to go P250 versus the window. Now the kit is inside of the bomb site.
They've got a bit of utility still to use.
So ready. If they just trade their way through the P250, this shouldn't be a problem. One kill at best here for m0NESY, you'd think. And a distraction served up, but now Nico's rifle strikes down none of those three. And Navi come through with majority still alive and an 11-9 score.
Yeah, at very least get the plant, but I mean... The Navi are just made of iron at the moment. Like, they don't look like they're going to lose when the retake comes in. They're not making the mistakes. And Falcons' mistakes, like, you'd have to take off your shoes to count on how many mistakes they've made so far in this series. It is a lot. Feels like some of the pauses have come in is just to, keep hope alive, keep focus back. And the fogginess that seems to be apparent on this team, it's just sort of, don't know why it's happening today, and then this happens. Ooh.
What a round to find that timing. What a moment. Full guns back in Falcons' hands, and you clip Kyosuke climbing up the Xbox. Heavy cap presence here as well for Navi, just constantly staying on top of it at the moment. It feels like they can sense this victory as the looming threat from every direction stays on top of the Falcons. Navi no longer wasting their moments. 5v2, a comfortable place here in round 21. Nico's gonna forego bomb control. No, excuse me, scoops it up. And as he finds timing to walk out through middle, there is a chance that they unravel this B bomb site. This is highly unexpected of Nico to have made this move. Now he's gonna go for the smoke behind him. He needed to find a way to get that bomb into the site, because not even TESS can claw back that 1v4. Map and match points secured here by Navi.
They're just getting better and better. They just look so good. They're kind of showing exactly, why they've won a tournament and this feeling that m0NESY said they would have coming into the match. Their presence is imposing in all of these rounds. Now they've got 3 rounds to play with. No op for Falcons to use.
So there's going to be 2 second halves in this series between Inferno and Dust 2, where Navi switch sides and never look in the rearview mirror. 6-round CT streak at the moment, and yet again, Makaze will find one through the mid-smoke. Kyosuke barely stands.
And I think that's Tessus with 5 deaths in a row. No one else stepping up to the plate.
And no shame on Tess's name tonight, because a lights-out performance on the first half had Falcons in this match.
He bought him time to help.
Switching over, he gets countered, and nobody else steps up to the task tonight.
We've seen the Falcons vlogs. They're even confused about the reasons that they lose. They don't know why it's happening. They want to be able to figure it out. But, you know, they're going up against a team that they do have it figured out. They know what they can do.
This is not one of those series where there are blunders, really, from Falcons. Just cold-blooded killers on the side of Navi contain any sort of mid-play. And so we want consistency from Navi, and we got it.
Damn.
They will not only qualify for Rotterdam, but on top of that, extend to what is now a 6-match win streak, and they will put the biggest trophy yet at the top of that list. The Falcons slain by Navi.
Can you believe it? It comes all the way down to a 3rd map in Dust 2 there, and whilst they ended the first half it tied at 6-6, it is Navi who close it out and take a series win here, 2-1 for them there. Just so much was going right in the second half for Navi.
Very good showing for Navi, and you know, they came here and they had a challenge that they wanted to show that what they have been working on is also going to be paying off against the best teams in the world, you know, by taking down Falcons, even by losing their own map pick in the beginning. It's a Navi that you know, woke up throughout the series, and also the individuals. I mean, I kind of gotta give it to you, Mao. You know, like Makaze did really have a good series, right? But it's also good to see that Bit eventually managed to step it up, and as a whole, it looked like Navi was on the same page throughout the majority of the match when we moved on from Mirage, and that ended up paying into their favor.
I mean, in a series with Nico, m0NESY, all of his teammates, Makaze was the best. So it's I feel like the way that this guy has grown has been exceptional. And I'm also really happy that Navi, who weren't able to play Falcons due to their own absence at ESL Pro League, showed themselves and the world that they do mean business, that they are truly a contender.
Yeah, we've got Wonderful joining us now after that series win, and we've talked about it, that this win against Falcons, it meant so much for you guys, but I want to hear from you. How much did it really mean? Like, how good does it feel to take down Falcons?
I don't know what to say, but it really meant a lot for us, this win, because it's for sure points for the stage 3 of a major.
Okay.
Second one is we qualify for the Netherlands. So it was very important to win. We got very tough first map. We started very, very tough, but we bounced back on 2 maps, and yeah.
What do you think is the reason why you started off slow onto Mirage? You know, and also, why did you decide to go for Mirage when you had something like Ancient inside the books?
First of all, because we were waiting for 2 hours, I think, just waiting for a game. And I got a little bit hungry.
That's fair.
But I don't know, just we need to be more focused. Like on the start of Mirage, we stopped speaking, and we only bounced back in city side. So what was the second question?
Why you decided to go for Mirage and not maybe something like Ancient? If there was like something particularly that why you wanted to play
Recently,
Mirage?
we played really good Mirage, so we prepared it. So kind of, it was good, and I think we banned Ancient, if I'm not sure. So
that's correct.
I just have a question, because I feel like you've shown some insane highs. I mean, the grand final you had at EPL was one of the, I think it's the best series I've seen from you play the whole year practically against a top team. But obviously sometimes there's series where it's a little bit more difficult for you to get in the game. I know consistency, if everybody could do it, they would, but what do you think some of that comes down to?
Actually, I don't know, because like I'm trying my best for like, since I joined NAVI, I'm trying my best, I'm playing really a lot. practicing, trying to improve my game. Sometimes it's getting hard games, and sometimes some other people are shining in our team. So kinda I need on some maps help them to shine. But I don't know just what to say. I'm just trying to be better of myself every day. Of course, it's hard. For example, like today, it was kind of hard to show some crazy move or like just play really good. But I'm just trying. So.
And then looking at NAVI throughout CS2, you know, going off, starting off really strong, winning the major in Copenhagen, and then you had like a little bit of a slow 25. Now you're in a place where it looks like you've worked hard to get back to like a better shape, and also by winning EPL. Where do you see yourself right now? Like, how good do you actually feel? Like, are you feeling confident about fighting for all the trophies now, or where do you see NAVI as a team right now?
Yeah, for sure. I think we're confident to fight for the tournaments because even 2025 was a bad year for us, kinda. But we are practicing a lot as a team. We are trying to improve. So kinda now it's coming. What we played, we like trying to improve our game every day. So now it's coming. We got a lot of confidence on EPL, so now it's time to show our best potential.
How has Makaze improved as a player? I mean, I feel like, you know, obviously when he first comes into Navi, there's some great moments, some flashes, but now it just seems like he's found in so many consecutive series, he's top fragger, second top fragger, you know, always just really delivering. So what does it mean to you to have found now a rifle that can actually be a fairly reliable star?
He's the GOAT.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
He just needs the time. When he joined, he needed time. It's obviously to understand how our system works and to feel it. So now it's the time of coming when he's feeling it. He's feeling full confidence. His moves are working like very good. So yeah.
And you mentioned before, you know, this series win, it means you are going to Rotterdam. What are you excited for about Rotterdam specifically?
I've never been there, so I just like to be there, like to come there. I mean.
Yeah. And you still have one more series to play here, though, before we do go to Rotterdam. And it's going to be up against either FURIA or Aurora. Is there one team you would rather come up against before you go to Rotterdam?
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Yeah.
You think you'll beat either?
Huh?
You think you'll beat, doesn't matter who it is, you'll beat them?
I think so. I hope so.
You should have stuck with it. Yeah, we're going to beat them, right? Be confident, wonderful. You're going to be confident.
Yes.
Hey, we're trying to give him another chance, but wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us. And congratulations again. Just a fantastic series of CS there for you and you personally as an individual as well. But we'll say goodbye for you. We'll let you go and join your team. It's been a late evening already.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. And that was wonderful joining us there. We've said it, and we're praising his teammate Makaze as well, but Wonderful himself had such a phenomenal showing. He might have been a little bit quieter in Mirage. He said he got a bit hungry. Maybe they were just a little bit too sleepy there for map 1, but he himself, Inferno was his map. Like, let's be real, he had some absolute blinders there.
Yeah, imagine that hunger could be a factor for a team not showing up, you know. I mean,
surely you've experienced that once in the many years you were a pro player.
Then eat some food. I mean, like
bananas.
Just eat bananas.
You were a banana team.
Banana. Yeah, bananas. Right. Yeah, it's that's how it is, right? You know, it's also, Counter-Strike in the end, it's just also come down to the individuals, and if your individuals really show up, you know, it's also going to be very hard. And I think that's what is good to see from NAVI. That, you know, even though they lose their map pick and they start slow, they still bounce back and actually claw their way back in the game by, you know, having really good fundamentals, having good mid-rounds, but also just the individuals and helping them carry them over the finish line when they have the disadvantage situations. And that, I think that's also what Blade has mentioned inside them, that they've needed this, you know, this star player that they have now probably found a little bit in Makaze now, that they can actually, you know, make up for these small mistakes that happens around. And he flips everything around by getting like a triple kill or turning, you know, things around for them, and it's good to see them. You know, it's got to be nice to finally have found that piece, because that's also something that I believe the Blade and the rest of NAVI has been missing for a while.
Yeah, I want to change the conversation just slightly away from NAVI. Like, yes, they won here, right? But it's upper bracket, which means Falcons aren't out by any means. We're going to be seeing them play hopefully a couple more times here. But specifically, Indus, you're talking about star players, right? It didn't feel like it was necessarily a star player that was showing up for Falcons to keep them in this, but Tessus really showed up. Like, there is no cutting around the edges, beating around the bush, or anything like that for the Maui.
Tessus is just, I mean, I think he's been hard done by a lot of the way that this team has been set up to mostly serve the other stars on it. So when he's able to have this much impact, it's a huge luxury. And it's one that I think actually in this game, Falcons sort of wasted. I'm kind of surprised that some of the other players really weren't able to come in tow, that the T-side game plan wasn't able to find as much footing as I may have expected in some of the rounds. Like NAVI were just on top of them. So even though we saw some crazy heroics from Tessus, I'd say mostly in the first half, the second half, unfortunately, they just lost too much steam there. So I love them. Like, he's my favorite Falcon. Gets so hard done.
That's why I had to give you the
But it sucks that it just wasn't enough, yeah.
It surely was hard to put a finger on Tess's performance today. You know, he did everything right in the majority of this, like, the situation. Specifically, I feel like on Mirashi, like, he really was one of the key reasons why they had that big lead up by actually getting a lot of info, making sure that they had the right idea where now he's heading. But flip it around, yeah, I just think like throughout the series, NAVI also just evolved. They made it hard for Falcons. They made it harder for the individuals to shine on Falcons, you know, and that's always been the way to go to when you play against a team with a lot of superstars, is that you make it hard on them. You know, use utility, make sure that they don't get all these easy fights. If you do go with them, you go as a pair, and, you know, the Blade system, the teamwork of NAVI was just on another level today.
It wasn't just teamwork. I know, Mao, you like to highlight individuals, but one person specifically for Dust, right? And it isn't a meme at this point. He really, truly was. We had Wonderful. He's like, Makaza, yeah, he's leveling up. He's the GOAT, you know? And I want to say for Dust, he really was for the side of Na'Vi. The way that he was able to hold strong, nearing the end. Sometimes we've seen Na'Vi falter a little bit when it feels like they're about to close out a map, but Makaza stood strong. He looked fantastic towards that ending.
I don't say this lightly, but there's not many players who, like ZywOo, can just have a bad start on a map and then play themselves back in as consistently as I've seen Makaze do it. I mean, yesterday, or maybe an earlier game at this tournament, actually it had to be a couple days ago, he started, what, 8 and 15 on one of the maps, and then he ends up top fragging the server. That's not a rare occurrence for this guy anymore, and it's also really strange to see an entry fragger be able to do that. Usually, if you're just hitting your head into the wall, you don't know how to change things up, but it just feels like there's always a way that he can get back into games. And I also say his instincts for playing off of his team have drastically improved. Like, the amount of times he's involved in some sort of double swing or a play that's supported by utility, he's not getting these kills just because he's incredibly skilled, which he is. He's doing it because there's so many times that Na'Vi are funneling resources to him, or just making his life just a tad bit easier.
And I also think that the overall confidence that he's gained now also helps him make a lot of good decisions. You know, I think it's been rare that we've actually seen Makaza been in a position where thinking, what are you actually doing right now? Why did you go for that peak? Why did you do all these things? I actually think that also plays into his confidence, that he's making a lot of good decisions, which also naturally puts him in good situations. So it's good to see that he has you know, he has so many things to offer for this Na'Vi squad, and it's just not only the raw firepower that he actually, you know, puts in the table.
Yeah, I liked the questions you guys asked too, and Wonderful was here, was like, now taking down Falcons off the back of winning EPL, do you feel like you're going to be there to lift more trophies? And that's the question I'm going to pose to you guys. Is that the distance you see Na'Vi going? Is there, you know, a place where they might fall a little bit shorter than that, than making it at least to a grand finals?
Na'Vi are just my second best team right now. That's just where I see them.
Yeah.
The Falcons win, I'd say, furthered that. I mean, I've been saying over the last few days, whether mostly just on podcasts, but just the idea that if there's anybody for me that's gonna nip at the heels of Vitality right now, I see it being Na'Vi. I mean, I think that, again, I'll reiterate the points. Like, one, I think that they still have the best coach in Counter-Strike. I think Blade has one of the best systems in place right now. Players are able to play themselves back in. The wealth of strategies at their disposal is crazy. They have an insanely strong mid-round IGL and Alexi B, and Makaze has now become the consistent rifler for them. Sure, some of the support players, you'd want a little bit more, but usually by the end of the series, they'll find ways to chime in, as we saw from Bit, who had a little bit of a slow one, saw from Wonderful there on Inferno. Ema always finds his time to strike on these rounds where he can be an X factor too.
I've been a little bit harsh on Na'Vi lately. I actually I did have a saying a couple of months ago that I actually thought that both FaZe and Na'Vi would actually ultimately face that they had to go for, like, you know, making roster changes, right?
Well, you were 50% right in your prediction.
You're not sure that FaZe is gonna make it. In theory, you're not right, but overall, I feel like, you know, that FaZe is disappointed heavily, whereas Na'Vi has now bounced back. And over the course of the last couple of hours, I've also heard that now that Maui is quite a Na'Vi fan, and he poses them as being the second best team. Whereas
we're gonna have to ask them to give like a Maui customized jersey.
If I put you on the spot, like, who is the second? Is there? Do you?
I don't think there is a. Like, it's hard to say.
It's tough. It's tough though.
It's shared between like 4 teams or something.
Yeah,
That's my honest thing, because I feel like as you said in the Green, like, Vitality is just so much better than everyone else as of right now. So and then you have like this group of teams, Falcons, Spirit, potentially, sometimes Mouse, Furia, and now also Navi that kind of beat each other left, right, and center to try and see who is actually the second best team in the world. And that is why I think that I just want to see like a little bit more of Navi. If they make like a really good run in Rotterdam now, then I could buy into that they are the one, because Furia has disappointed maybe a little bit since 25, and Mouse, they're kind of getting out there, right? And Spirit is just still a massive question mark for me.
Well, this is it. The door's open, and Navi are really putting their foot into it, right? They're saying, we want to be a part of this conversation. It isn't just the individuals, whilst, yes, they're showing up in the server. It's obviously what we've been mentioning time and time again. Blade, he's done so much as a coach for the side of Navi. You cannot overlook or overstate just what he has truly, really done.
The Giga Chad.
When it comes to Blade, like, you know,
like, is this an approval or disappointment? That's what, like,
he's
how do you read this?
Right?
Yes.
He's hard to read.
He's just thinking how they could do it better the next time.
Sometimes I'm having a hard time figuring out if he's actually satisfied or dissatisfied with what's happening. Right?
Yeah.
The thing with Blade is, like, you know, I've obviously worked with pretty much only with Sonic in my career, so I've had the tendency of, you know, taking his side. But ever since I've started working as a talent and I've gotten the chance of talking a little bit more with Blade, because as a player you don't really get to talk too much about the other coaches. You're kind of in your own bubble. But ever since I've gotten to talk with him, whether that being in a content piece or when we bring him onto the desk, you know, he's a guy that has a, I'd say, like a different view on things in Counter-Strike, and you know, it's something that usually opens my eyes. You know, it's very rare that I get to talk with someone about Counter-Strike and he's like, makes me feel like, oh yeah, that's a cool way of seeing things. You know, that's a cool way of approaching it. And I think that's what Blade has, and he's also very eloquent in his way of approaching and also answering questions. So I feel like that also kind of shines through for him as a role model, like a leader inside of Navi. You know, he's really good at guarding his players. But at the same time, I also think that he's relatively strict when it comes to what he demands of his players, which I think is a pretty good balance when it comes to a team like Navi.
Yeah, you're going to need that give and take a little bit, but overall, very disciplined for Navi, and that's why they're going to be seeing themselves in Rotterdam, right? That's what was also on the line for this series, and we know that they're going to be there, but they still have one more series to play. We don't know exactly who that's going to be going up against, and so when we take a look at our bracket for Group A, what we do know that happened earlier today was we were saying goodbye to the side of Bait as well as FaZe there. Now we're seeing one team locked into Rotterdam, Navi, and it is going to be either FURIA or Aurora that will be seeing themselves alongside Navi, having to go up against them and showing who is top dog of Group A.
I feel like Aurora probably want the salty run back against Navi.
I mean, don't we kind of want to see that?
In a way I do, but I also want to see FURIA return to the form that they've shown in the past. So it's a win-win situation for the final matchup of the series.
Yeah, I actually want to buy into it. I think FURIA is... No, but in all honesty, when we talked to Jigga and he said he was satisfied with how they performed against TYLOO, I actually wanted to hear like that they maybe expected a little bit more like a clean victory. FURIA still remains as a really good team for me, but it's clear that they... I wouldn't say if obviously they've slowed down, but they seem to be at a place where I wouldn't say tired, but maybe a little bit exhausted with where they are right now. And that's relatively early in the season, because there's still a lot of things that is not really going their way compared to how it was in the last stage of last year.
Yeah, and there's still a little bit more time, though, for us here and you guys at home before we do get into that fourth and final series. We got FURIA up against Aurora, but it is a little bit of time. The players need a little bit of moments to warm up, but we'll be back just after this break.
Listen up.
Listen up.
No, I say.
I say.
Bro, just say the next bit. There's been a lot of bad communication recently.
A lot.
People are telling you that you need to learn lineups.
That is bullshit. That is loser talk.
You're too close, dude.
Hold this. Like this, yeah?
Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
Which is why we've used science.
Science, bitch.
If you're not gonna take this seriously.
I am taking it seriously.
Then stop.
Peter, I'm trying. We use science to give you everything you need to win.
Power formula! Made by gamers. Made by gamers.
For gamers.
I drink it every morning so I can play like a pro.
You gotta turn it. You gotta, no, rotation.
You can drink it whenever you like.
Just show them, show them. Power!
Yeah.
Good.
All right, listen up.
Power formula!
Think less, win more. Ready?
Yeah.
Think less, win more.
He's not warming up. He's hunting.
It's just a fluke. You can't drop 30 like that every match.
What possessed God in heaven to make a player like Molodoy?
God did not make Molodoy. I made him.
You trained him, right?
I teach this kid everything. Discipline, positioning, grenade lineups. He's ignoring it all.
You wanted to see me?
Come sit, Daniel.
I've seen your flashbangs. Did Fallen teach you nothing?
Utilities for people that miss.
That's not game sense, bro. That's madness.
Madness? No, confidence.
He's not blinking.
I don't think he's blinked since he walked in.
Look, Daniel, the teams out there, they know you're dangerous. They're planning around you. They don't want to end up in another highlight reel from you.
If they don't want it to be in highlight reel, they're gonna need one thing.
And what's that?
Disconnect.
He's so intense.
You think you can keep this up every single match?
They can't stop me.
You remind me of me. Just younger, TikTok generation. A little bit less patient, but still very good. You can't coach that. You can only survive it.
Stop trying to coach me. Start following my calls.
Ha, be careful. Last time I said it, they made me an IGL.
Is this how roster changes happen?
FURIA versus Aurora. We do know NAVI are already sitting there in that final series for groups, and one of these two teams will be matching up against them. But first, they have to get through this best of 3. And how exactly would you match them up? Because NAVI Falcons previously, NAVI lifted a trophy. Falcons, one of those tier 1 teams. FURIA, a tier 1 team, but Aurora didn't get that EPL win for themselves. They're off the back of a 2nd place win.
Yeah, I think for the likes of Aurora, it's a team that is, after getting Soulfly, they're looking to, you know, literally only improve. Like, they've looked way better. Like, it's been the story for Aurora, you know, having that struggles inside the playoffs, actually making the deep runs. Then they do actually go into the grand final, then end up losing to NAVI. And I think that is that it's a testimony for Aurora that things are getting better for them. And I also think that it's a team that is, you know, they're looking to try and figure out how they can, you know, get better than not just being this gatekeeper team. You know, they're constantly trying to figure out if they can actually become a team that can potentially contend for trophies, which is going to be very difficult with the field that they're going up against. And today it starts against FURIA, and despite FURIA's, you know, issues in the start of this season, you know, it's still a team that is very hard to go up against.
I would say that EPL was the best chance that Aurora is going to have all season.
Probably,
to win a trophy. I mean, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, because I actually probably, to some interestingly, I see them as the favorites today, but that's off of more of the back of FURIA looking really rough at ESL Pro League themselves. They didn't even make it to the playoffs. I hoped for their sake, actually. I said that I think their form there was probably marred by the fact that they knew Fallen wasn't going to be playing in the playoffs for them, that they were going to have to use their coach. And so I don't think they're going to give 100% in that one. You know, as professionals, they probably don't want to admit to that, but I think it's in the back of your mind, and it's hard to play through that. But yeah, for FURIA this season, I mean, despite the fact that they had the great Krakow, Cluj was kind of also a miss too, to lose to a Mongols team there in the playoffs.
Well, that's actually something I wanted to bring up, because I wanted to wind back a little bit. You're saying that for you, EPL might have been the best chance Aurora had to lift the trophy. Do you remember one of the statements you made in the early days of Cluj about another team by the name of Parivision?
That they wouldn't also lift a trophy?
Yeah, you were like, they're never going to lift another trophy in 6 months. And what place did they end up getting there?
Did they lift the trophy?
Whilst you are right, they did do a really good run, right? They had it good. So there is an essence where it's like, yeah, we're not expecting a lot from Aurora, but maybe there is still a chance.
Well, I think that they can be competitive, and that's the bright sign about Aurora, okay? I don't want to be the bearer of all the bad news for them, just because this is just a stacked tournament, and I don't think it's, I don't even know realistically if they believe, you know, in a Vitality, Navi sort of field, if they're going to be lifting it. But what they can do is continue to improve, like Dupree's saying. If they are able to make it to the playoffs comfortably by beating FURIA here, if they can even win another series in an arena sort of fashion, because it feels like in some way at EPL, they kind of dispelled some of their demons by actually winning in an arena 2 consecutive series. And yeah, sure, they lose the grand final, but they still were actually able to get over the hurdle, which really plagued them last year, which was that they would make all of these playoffs, but then never win once they get to the playoffs, no matter who the opposition was, even if they're the favorites or the underdogs.
And I believe, like, watching on your screen right now, you do get the latest matchup they had that back in Krakow in the quarterfinals, where FURIA literally just, you know, took a bite of them and just decided to spit it all out at once more, right? It was a matchup that Aurora didn't really have much to be saying. And, you know, I think that I want to go back to what Jake and also having him on the desk, that he actually didn't feel like they played that great in Krakow. You know, he didn't really expect him to go to the grand final, and that also kind of puts them in that position that I'm not worried about FURIA as of right now, but it's more like they go to the grand final, but they don't actually feel like they deserve. Does that actually say more about FURIA, or does it actually say more about like their current, like the team's positioning outside? And I think it's relatively unknown as of right now to why I feel like FURIA has dropped off a little bit. Maybe it's because we've also looked at them last season or last.
I mean, you don't have all the answers.
No, I know, right? But it's like if you look at them, you know, from in the late state of 25, you know, they did go and clinch back-to-back trophies, and you know, we maybe, I wouldn't say we rated them too high, but maybe they overperformed or anything, and now we just have our expectations so high to a team that is maybe not as where we thought they would be.
Well, I have 2 answers.
Go for
I'd say
it.
one is Yuri. I think that he was a slept-on piece for FURIA last year. I think all of the other players were practically stars. I mean, Yakindar's revitalization, Molodoy's Rookie of the Year, Serato just being the man. But unfortunately, in 2026, a lot of Yuri's anchor attempts just do not seem to be quite there. I mean, sometimes you're just left alone on your site. You need to get that one kill, stay alive. And unfortunately, I think he's just kind of dropping the ball in some of those circumstances. So not as sharp at defending against executes, maybe always not as in tune also on the T sides, but I would say, at least from what I see from him, I just don't feel like he's overperforming, because anchoring's hard in CS2. It's really difficult.
It's always been hard
to stop. Yeah, that's true. But I would even say in this game, you know, stopping guys that are bursting through a smoke, they're breaking it, they're wall throwing a flash in your face. He was sometimes coming away with 2 kills in those situations, which that might have been the overperformance for FURIA. I think a lot of the other aspects of them, like Molodoy, he has the exact same rating last year as he does this year.
Okay.
So he's doing exactly the same thing.
Mr. Consistent.
Yeah, but it's just that Yuri maybe is like, he's having a little bit more difficulty this time.
No, but it also just plays into that. If your anchor's having issue, it also puts more pressure on the rest of the team, because if they get the easier opening onto the bomb side, they also need to overperform in terms of bringing it back if they lose him out. So I've always had this feeling, if you have like a really solid anchor, then like if you always, or at least sometimes, or always, how do I even put that one? How do you put it, like as often as possible?
Yeah.
That's probably how I want to be good
yeah.
right? Getting a double kill. Then you're in for a really good time, right? Or at least getting 1.5. And I don't know if you guys noticed, but I also noticed yesterday with Yuri, like when he played, he'd only be playing with one in-ear. And I've heard that there's been some issue with his ear, which could also have indications that, you know, he's playing with a little bit of an issue, maybe. Now? I'm not sure if that's actually the case.
I did notice that on the cams also.
Yeah, because I was looking, it looks like he's only playing with one earpiece, and you know, playing Counter with only one ear does sound a little bit difficult. I'm not sure if it's a thing, it's just something I noticed.
Did Fur do that?
He did.
Yeah.
He got it to work, but he was not anchoring. He was just like going full force at people.
Is that, I guess we see it right now. I mean, oh.
No, that's 2 pieces.
That's 2.
It's 2.
That's 2.
We'll see.
That's 2.
We'll check it.
But yeah, we'll circle back around to that one, okay? But it's interesting how we're factoring in that one element changes, and it feels like maybe the whole formula is wrong for them. And even when we saw FURIA a couple of days ago, they did have that conversation about how night and day their performances when they are playing nighttime and daytime. And so I wanted to delve a little bit deeper, because they're on the late series yet again for themselves. Yuri, thank you so much for joining me here. I have to say, late game again, you guys on the last series. Does it really truly impact you? Is it a bit of a joke now, or would you prefer those sort of earlier games?
No, actually yes, because we have Fallen. Fallen doesn't like to play like this time, because a little bit older, and of course we have more energy when we're playing like 10 a.m., 12. So it's better for us, you like. But I think it's more because of the time zone. In Brazil, it's 4 hours like back, so I understand as well. But it is what it is. The Aurora gonna play in the same time, so it's like the same.
Now, we look at the past tournaments for FURIA. It's obviously been some worse results than what you would love, considering how great your 2025 was. How would you describe the start of 2026, and what are you hoping changes here at Blast Open?
Actually, the first 2 tournaments of this year was great, not bad, but the last 2 was bad, really bad, and we know that we need to fix something, some stuffs, and individually we need to be in point, you know, need to be better. We need to be better teammates as well, and we need to have good reactions against against all the teams, so we're gonna win. So yeah, we know that we're struggling in some situations, and we know that. So every match is a good opportunity to be better and show for everyone that we're a good team.
So I said one thing that's going wrong for FURIA is Yuri's performance.
Yeah.
I would say the second thing for them is the drop off on their T sides. And I feel like that's affecting everybody. Partially, Yuri's rating is also on the T side that has dropped off, but also just the fact that, you know, Fallen has been talking about the fact that he's considering retirement right now, and I feel like that's actually coming out in their play. Their T side was last year second best, right behind Vitality. This year, it's actually in the lower half of all the teams, and I feel like when you're watching them now, they are not mid-rounding. They're not communicating nearly as precisely as they were. And when he's talking about reactions, especially, I just feel like maybe it could be Fallen, could be everybody on the team. You know, it's a group job to make sure that everybody's reacting properly, but I feel like sometimes they're just not as quick. They're not as quick to move from one play to the other, and that's what made them such a force last year, is that as soon as they recognize that there is a counter smoke or maybe 2 players on a bomb site, they instantly were able to pivot, go to the other site, and it made, they were, in my eyes, they were right there with Vitality for best mid-rounding teams. This year, they have really fallen off.
I think that's an interesting take. I think it's well spotted. I also believe, whether that's because of you know, Fallen has, you know, considered retiring, or like if it's like, you know, he'd had like this really good run last year and now he's like, I don't know if it's gonna happen again, like maybe I should just consider it. I don't know if that's like the reasoning behind it, but I do agree that the mid-running has been looking worse for FURIA, and it was one of the things that also, like, you know, impressed me with how they've been playing, you know, really creating a lot of diversions, being really good at pulling themselves back and then going into different scenarios and getting the best out of the least likely. And I think that it's also what, I guess, other teams, when they start looking at FURIA, they're thinking, how did they get this good all of a sudden? And I do believe that it comes down to a lot of the mid-rounds as well.
Yeah, you can be sharp in your aim, but you have to also be sharp in your decisions there as well. And you guys are mentioning Fallen quite a number of times. Well, I mean, his Twitter and his social media right now is being pretty active because the last time they played at quite a late time, Yakinder had a couple of choice words on his account, and he's followed it up. He said since his requirements aren't being met, you know, about having earlier gains, his basement now not only includes Fallen, but he's also going to take Yuri there as well. So he's just going to keep on adding more players to hold hostage until they see a turnaround. They want TOs to reconsider them being on a 10 p.m., by the way. 10 p.m. is what he's calling too late.
Yakinder is an experienced player. He should know by now. He should know by now that when you're playing the late game as players, you usually also get the late game. And I think Yuri, he put the words into that is because of the time zone. So it's because of the fans. That's one take of it. But I mean, if Yakinder wants to jail his entire team, go ahead for it.
I mean, look, the man had a lot of words on social media, but as well as interviews, which is where I got to catch up with him. Yakinder, last time we saw you 2 days ago, came in a 2-over against TYLOO. Overpass might be a little bit tighter than you would have liked, but how have the last 48 hours been in preparation now for Aurora?
Yeah, I mean, we've been practicing a lot. I feel like at some point this year, we kind of lost ourselves a little bit in terms of, oh, it's a game day, we shouldn't practice on a game day. Now we started actually grinding like every day, even if it's a game day. Since we're getting these late matches, there's a lot of time to waste during the day, and that's why we started playing practice. And the last 48 hours didn't change anything. We were just practicing, getting ready, and trying to get back to form.
So how many games have you played today before your series?
3 scrims and a deathmatch for people who wanted to play, and then talks about the preparation that we had yesterday, and yeah.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised when he talked about it. You are on the later games, which means you get more daytime. Sometimes you can either see that as Yakinder sees it, you have time to waste, right? But you can also capitalize on it. For them, it was 3 scrims today. Is that a normal, like that feels like an absurd amount to get in on a game day?
That's a lot. That is that is a lot. I've heard about teams, at least when they go online, they would play like a practice scrim before they go into the officials. But I don't recall when I've heard like a team doing before like a LAN, and then even doing 3 at the same time. I don't know what the reasoning behind it. It's not weird just by killing time, because there's probably something else they could be looking at. But I mean, they probably want to get a lot more repetition. Maybe they had something really urgent they need to work on, or something they want to fix. So it's curious to see where that's going to be heading.
Well, a reminder that after the ESL Pro League group stage ended, Fallen had to go take care of personal matters, and so he only came back 1 day before this tournament started. So they probably feel like they have to make up for some of that lost time, where a lot of other teams were either playing in that actual tournament or they were just grinding. So I kind of like it, but it does feel like it might it might stretch you a little thin.
That's what I mean, like especially when they're playing this late. If this goes to a 3 map, we could see like the game still be going in another 3 hours, and depending on when they did play those, I guess it's not like, you know, it's probably in the beginning of the day, so they probably had time to recuperate. But still, you know, 3 games for my liking seems a bit much. But I mean, like, I'm not in FURIA, so it's their decision.
Maybe the other side of it is that they wanted as much warm-up, as much practice as they possibly can coming into this series against Aurora, seeing them as a little bit more of a threat than people might be giving them credit for here, because Aurora, in that previous series, it was 2-1 against FaZe. We see FaZe eliminated now, and so you do wonder what was happening in that last series, that they found that bit of a slump in one map, whereas FURIA at 2-0.
I'm not reading too much into the one map loss to FaZe. FaZe can always just kind of randomly turn up in different games, and I feel like that's what happened there. This Aurora team to me is actually, it's powering up in the right ways and still sometimes experiencing the same roadblocks like against NAVI in the EPL Grand Finals. You still see some of the sort of, I'd say, choking issues from some of the likely suspects on the team. But I would say in terms of a foundation, this team's really solid. They're not playing fancy Counter-Strike. They're not trying to outbrain their opponents too often. There's not a ton of misdirection in the rounds, but they have a couple sneaky setups for every CT side, and they really understand all the way through how Madra wants to conduct the T side. Group up and go. And I don't think that's a game plan that today is going to be as easily thwarted as one might expect.
And let's be honest, with the momentum they gained from going for the grand final in EPL, coming here now also getting to test themselves against FURIA, which is, at least in the ranking, the second best team in the world. But there's never been a time for them to like play out of the momentum, actually gain something and, you know, showcase that, hey, we are actually moving in the right direction. Then I don't know, like, this is the best case that they can actually go for. So I think for Aurora, this is going to be an important match also for them to secure yet another playoff.
Yeah, we've got the video coming up here too, right? All of these factors that we're talking about. Well, it's going to be more important on the maps that they do end up picking for themselves. On the side of Aurora, they went for Dust, so that's what's going to be opening up this series, and then it's going to be followed up by Inferno. And is this a map, Vito, Maui, where you go, actually, I kind of still favor one side over the other, even though they both got to pick a map?
I like Aurora in this one. I thought they would probably go with Dust 2. I even thought maybe they could do something here and even go for... I think they're pretty strong at Inferno as well. I mean, it plays right into Madra's strengths there. And I would say even just for Dust 2, this is the one map where I feel like Woxic has so much impact. I can't understate that enough. I mean, or overstate that even. I mean, this dude is right there, right up there with Zywoo for if you're crossing mid doors and you are not nading it, you're gonna die. You're gonna die a lot, okay? Like, he is so ridiculously consistent at tagging people or picking them straight up through the cracked crossing mid doors. So you gotta use your nades, FURIA. I'm sorry.
Yeah, there's no doubt that, you know, this map will, I mean, I buy into it as well, going for the side of Aurora. I think also Dust 2, it's a really strong map for them, but as you mentioned, Inferno is also where they really get to just play that style where they can just group up, go 5 guys towards B, execute, and then get the things done without having to do much of diversion on the other side of the map. So all in all, I think Aurora has set themselves up for a really good series.
Okay, a good series and hopefully a good start for themselves as well. Aurora picking up Dust, but is it going to be enough to be able to get a map 1 lead for themselves in this series against FURIA?
Depends on which FURIA decides to come to play today, Mohan. We look back at this head-to-head, and you know, I see that it's pretty lopsided back at Thunderpick in 2025, but that's when, obviously, we had kind of the best version of FURIA. That's when they were winning events, and now things have been a little wishy-washy. What do you think of this matchup as we look to conclude the broadcast today?
I've got a video I recorded like 10 or so days ago that FURIA are in trouble. Ooh. And so, yeah, I think that even though they're doing just fine, if you're just looking at them as one of the top teams, sure. But when we look at what they showed us last year, they're not. And I think that, you know, maybe it's the late games and stuff like that, but it wasn't all this year. It wasn't necessarily the only problem. I think they just set a high standard for themselves. And Maui was more specific about the fact that their mid-rounding was some of the best last year. That's a bit missing now. So, yeah, I don't quite think they're the same beast right now. They would really, I think, change the sentiment winning versus Aurora here, though. Because yesterday's test wasn't enough.
We're talking about an in-form Aurora. Yeki Jail, FURIA have won 2 of their last 6 series when playing in the 4th best-of-3 slot of the day. Ooh, okay, we're really hammering home this whole night thing, huh?
I guess one of them was at least the last one.
Old man Fallen and whatnot. Put some respect on the name. First blood belongs to FURIA as Molodoy collects his. But be careful, because there's a whole pack of Aurora players on the other side of this long smoke, and they'll pause for the time being.
It's the classic Aurora out long. They know how to make you squirm.
It's a tongue twister and a half.
What was?
The classic Aurora out long.
Maybe for some.
Don't get it twisted. Molodoy looking for more pistol impact. Sees a little skin top mid. But that's all they wanted before heading back from Catwalk to try to get positioning on site. Lo and behold, 3 players ready for the cross. And then as they jump over, find just enough space. Turning it back, Molodoy. Oh, that would have alleviated a whole bunch of pressure had he been able to
Get out of there, Madger.
Instead, Madger, 38 health, running for the hills. And as he flies away, this chase from FURIA is just not going to catch him. So at least there's a kit here on the play for Quesarado. Fallen trying to go ahead and stomp out the CT player, but no sore. It is Aurora with the pistol.
No sore.
Not allowed.
No sore. Not today. So late night Aurora, maybe there is something to it. I mean, it starts with doubting yourself out loud. You know, you're not happy to be here, or you think this might not bring out the best in you. Well, I think so too then. Aurora, they were out there kicking the football around.
Outdoors.
Outdoors.
Like sportsmen.
Yes, like athletes.
Whoa. Did they bounce the football off their own heads like Spinks, or?
The replaying that was crazy. Loved it.
Speaking of which.
Soccer.
Football. A lot of talk about Woxic's impact through door on the pre-game desk, and understandably, Maui is right in alluding to how much impact Woxic gets through that gap. Oh, he's on. He's online.
You're gonna play like that.
Launders, he's online.
You're gonna hit shots like that.
I've seen enough. Xanteras is online today. Think we can squeeze in the replay?
You want to throw up that 2K right now?
Team production are having a little bit of a battle.
Yeah, I think you're kind of shadow boxing, and everyone's your friend.
Nobody has answered me. They've... Hell of a shot. We'll see what else he's got in store for us here in round 2, but it's feeling like a comfortable pistol conversion, barring some Molodoy antics. Problem is that Scout's so far removed.
Yeah, he's so preoccupied. They're
Nice
not looking
smoke,
at stack.
bro.
I guess so.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, from their side, they could see the gap totally.
Yeah.
So the push comes down. I mean, it's good they're rotating over, but it is right now Molodoy versus 4. And the plant will definitely go down.
5 alive as well, bodes real well for Aurora. Ooh.
Damn. That was another scout.
That's a Woxic shot and a half, huh?
Another point brought up by Maui. Man, Woxic on Dust 2 doors on the cross.
Yeah, all the time.
And again, I love that he never flexed his reaction time because he can get the pickoffs, but he just flexed the lineups. He flexed the preparation. Yeah, seriously.
Sometimes it really is.
It's instant.
Terminator-esque.
It's iPad flicks.
That's a beauty of a shot from Woxic as well, peeking into the other scout. So here's the freebie that you've earned by getting through that one. Nothing but smooth sailing so far for Aurora.
They're hitting every nade, hitting every shot.
A certain timidness out of FURIA so far as well. Trying to go for the B stack this time around. We'll see if Aurora misstep into it.
Definitely a bit of an afterglow for the 2 Pro League finalists. Still looking great.
Just nice, too, because sometimes we talk about, like, championship hangovers.
Yeah, and Bait, they gave him a run. They did give him a run.
Sure.
But they finished the job.
This one's
that's
starting
what's
to feel
important.
eerie. Going to B, Aurora?
I don't know. The bomb's on Cat, but it could jump off. I mean...
You want to go to B?
They're not gonna if Wucadia doesn't go back up to tunnels. Okay, he is now.
Sends Xanteras in. He'll unravel
The key is
something.
to not peek anything. Let them totally in. We've seen this work before.
Bomb's starting to fall back towards middle now. Ooh, gets the headshot.
Oh, everyone spotted. This is a Cat play now. And that's why you do these things early enough.
Let it go. Still a surplus of time to get that bomb over to the A site uncontested. A chance for Wucadia to have made some money. Soulfly's still going to remain worried that there's one maybe.
He's got to wait for his teammate and his got to be like, somebody come help me take this site. Soulfly, he measures the height of his desk with tape measure.
Does he really?
So, of course, he's going to be careful.
Nice, calm, soothing round 3.
You may sit in your B prison and wait.
They want that AK back. That's what they want.
Oh, man.
Santeras' AK
Can't have
in
it.
the hands of csgo. So you've at least given FURIA that to work with come round 4.
That was awesome.
Toasty marshmallows.
That was AI.
We're not even in a studio.
That was an AI marshmallow.
And on to the next one.
Real fire, though.
That's what they want you to think.
It's funny because the camera guys don't always know CS. You know, at different events, because, you know, they'll just work at anything.
Sure, sometimes,
where you need a camera, which is everything. But they always bring funny takes on what to watch.
Woxic waiting out that corner peek, but it doesn't come his way. Oh, good spam through to deal with half of Woxic's health at least. And Fallen happy to be left to his own devices.
He's so right that they're here and they want to take long.
He's not being shy about it though, right? Spamming up close like that. Yeah, good flashbang to catch Kindar. Fallen, good damage, but still falters. We've got low HP here for Xanteras to have to handle. Molodoy flashed off his line, and Aurora doing a good job of just kind of blinding the support systems of FURIA step by step, but it's still not quite the all-in. They go for the run boost first, giving Xanteras an op. You don't get to see that every day.
Yeah, how scary is this going to be? I could totally see it working.
He's got the flicks for it.
They're really pushing this into critical territory. Going for a late split. Kinder does not see this. Did he hear a footstep? No, he's the one making noise. Uh-oh.
He fakes the fallback,
though.
though.
He does. Yeah, big time. Oh, it doesn't matter.
Woxic nails the headshot. Now the utility starts to come out. Molodoy's position's fully compromised.
They really got to hurry up.
But remember, low health on 2. Still, 15 seconds could be enough now that Molodoy's missing shots. Just barely there with the clock. Madger activates. Bomb's got across. Madger, you're the bomb. And they've got this. They put that slow squeeze on FURIA, and it works.
Did you say, Madger, you're the man?
Something like that.
Madger, you the bomb.
Okay, that's what I said.
Go off, King. You the bomb.
You the bomb, Magic. Damn, Magic, get the bomb. And he puts it down just in time, Mo. It's all calculated. It does come by way of missed Molodoy up shot and also zinger of a Woxic headshot.
Honestly, you look at that late situation, I think they didn't have a smoke, so they said we have to split cat. They just did it nice and composed, so, and obviously really important. First of all, refrag from Xanteras has been amazing on the AK. And Woxic winning out versus Yakinder, and to Yakinder's credit, he did successfully kind of bait them in, I feel like, pretending to run back, but he also gave them footsteps, so they were aware of something.
Sure, they were on high alert.
Yeah, high alert.
You know, even if he did fake it, they just knew somebody was there.
If anyone was watching that cross, who knows what happens, but...
Well... Aurora putting the squeeze on FURIA in these first 4 rounds, so much so that Sid's coming through with the timeout.
Oh, you in trouble.
Tough job for a guy like Sid to be the coach and have to make his voice heard when you've got guys like Fallen at the helm. But it feels like the FURIA guys respect him and his impact on the team. So.
Yeah. Oof.
I'm sure when he first took over the role, though, how daunting.
Totally.
Imagine trying to suggest something over Fallen, of all people.
You know, I will say, though, there's something special about these super top IGLs. Like, you get it with Kerrigan, you get it with Fallen, you got it with Glaive. They listen to everybody to some extent. Like, they're there just absorbing ideas. They always talk about when they play with young players, how they learn from them.
It's kind of what makes them the best leaders, isn't it?
That's how you live forever.
Oh!
Nice.
Well. That could possibly make up for the last round. 5v4 advantage, FURIA.
The op, excuse me, cross back to A. CTs want to push. Aurora have been taking a long time to actually come through with their idea no matter what it is, so maybe that cost them in the situation. There's no long push yet.
They are stepping towards one of the few threats on the field for FURIA in this off. Good flashbangs. He's going to try to catch the fourth piece of this. The utility pressure is going to try to nullify Molodoy. Now he's stuck in the middle of the smoke. They're trying to gut him out of this. What are you going to do, Molodoy? Pressure all around you. Bomb plant attempt coming through. Aurora still having to deal with the man disadvantage, but the flank's been found.
So good.
Still a couple with the pistols here for FURIA. But Yakindar on 12 HP is going to have to tuck tail and sprint away. And so another slow burn and then pop.
Yeah.
You know, Aurora kind of mask the presence and then storm. And I like that pacing that they're bringing to the table.
I like it too. And this time it's a little faster than last round, and that's just fast enough, just like last round. So everything is gelling into place, really, with how quickly they want to play and how their players are fragging. It's all working out nicely. And this is the face of a 4v5.
Feels like you know how at water parks they have that big bucket that slowly fills over time, and then once the bucket's full of enough, whoa, it dumps on everybody?
Right.
That's what Aurora are in this opening 5 rounds.
They had that at the TYLOO as well.
Oh. Everybody loves a sauna. And nobody more so than the finish. But this game's not finished yet.
Just can't alley-oop yourself like that. I was gonna get you. I had you.
Game on. Miss Molotov.
Door fighter. What a title. Molodoy is 21-6 in duels between top mid and CT mid on Dust 2 this year. That's crazy. And that's just this year. That's awesome. And that was something when you talked about Molodoy going head-to-head with Oppers and stuff like that. That felt like every map, but it really had a lot to do with Dust 2. Where he showed off the most. And you know what? A lot of Oppers only really pretend to pick. They don't want to go up against.
Okay,
yeah, they kind of like
have
control, you know, like Jame. They aren't actually looking to take out other Oppers. But I think Woxic is a good matchup for this in this map.
It's a guy who really will come for you.
Yeah. Okay. They're long timing found here from Fallen. Trying to take advantage of the fact that Aurora are moving at a certain tempo. But once again, they avoid anything. And Cat technically is still possible.
Right?
And Aurora 5-man a lot. So they have to clear this out.
If they bulldoze through this B site, I mean, smoke's soon to come up. Flashbang interrupts it. At least Yuri's able to get into the site. K-Serato's trying to join him, but it's still ahead of FURIA truly being in here. Good job from K-Serato to spam through the doors. That'll help.
Watching the flank.
They checked it momentarily, but still this flank's in position. Yakindar not having to deal with the player in the back takes his sweet, sweet time. And so it does work out for FURIA. They will snowball towards that B site, and they'll stop it in its tracks. A well-timed 55-second long A door push, and it nets FURIA their first round win.
It does. It takes advantage of the fact that Aurora, they 4-1, they 5-man a lot. And Fallen has been consistently just trying to find a way to get out of long over and over again. It pays off. The info is working for them. And they have entered the game.
Scary for a second, feeling like Aurora could have still gotten ahead of FURIA's timing, but FURIA wrap it up just in time. And so the death ball of Aurora will be held back by at least 1 round. But here it comes again towards long. Oh, I didn't see anything. Perfect. Fallen, it's a nasty angle to try to push through that one. Yakindar's here to try to close out. Ooh, nicely done, Woxic. No way he wins this 1v5, though.
Oh, he's going to slow it down for a second. Jump spot, and Molodoy takes care of business. Fallen ate that flash like it was his favorite food and still got the 3K spray down.
Clean as need be. A solid burst into the doorway and no exit allowed for Aurora. That's 3 kills and 10 bullets.
Just Jordan at the free throw line. Eyes closed.
Wish. Don't be fooled, it's Wicadia, not Woxic, otherwise. Oh, well, at least you forced the Optimus.
Molodoy in his prime. Why wouldn't Woxic be scouting in this round? His scout is one of the scouts of all time.
Right. But he's on a Glock. Ooh. B-side looking kind of primed for the taking, no? Good shot from Cesarado. Ooh, beautiful. Quad kill for him.
Oof. That was donk level.
That'll
what a
slam
spray.
Aurora to the ground. They didn't have much to work with, but Cesarado made sure it stayed that way. Thought maybe this flood catches him off guard. If it's not that clean, they grab a gun. They could contend with a B site. Hell, even a bomb plant wouldn't have been half bad for Aurora, but watch this.
Wow. On the fourth, boom.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Not bad at all. Need a round like that to just keep things nice and tidy.
And Aurora say, okay, enough's enough. Let's talk about this. Now Woxic gets the scout. Boing.
There it is.
Yeah, it's just consistent, man.
Over 10% of his Dust 2 kills have come on a scout, his second most used weapon.
Wow, second most used. Love that. Scary for Molodoy. I mean, you know, you can still be confident in yourself, but it's just the fact that, oh, the scout has less to lose, but yeah, he goes for it, man. That's what he does.
Plus 100 damage on that frag as it lands perfectly down in lower tunnels. Fallen's been doing a good job at maintaining long control, but he did just depart and will leave a second time. That opens the perfect pocket of timing. But look at Yakindar push down into Madger, unprepared for that.
Yeah, he was kind of just riding up and down that wall, to be honest.
And Fallen, well timed, again keeping it clean, catching them with nades in hand.
Wow, late night gamer right here.
Dealing with the players that did have rifles ready. And a 47 health Wicadia, because of that frag grenade into lower tunnels, is just tucking tail and on the retreat, hoping for the save. So Aurora, who once felt untouchable, Mohan, have been brought back down to earth.
Totally. I mean, this just kind of fall apart here. Every single duel goes the way of Furia. Nothing special about it. Just solid peaks in positioning. Madger with a bit of a weird move on Cat.
Yeah,
you could say that.
Awkward.
No, it was like it's like, you know, like he had like dirt on his sleeve and he was trying to rub it off on the wall. Because I don't know what else could have been trying to do.
Sure.
Just going. Ha. Tricked.
We talk about how ops are supposed to pick off riflers and not necessarily go for the head-to-head, but I love when an op gets killed by an opper gets killed by an opper. And they just scoff it off like that.
Yeah.
Like, I know your tricks. I know your games.
Yeah, There's something. There's a prop bet going on there for sure between them.
A little side hustle going on between oppers head to head. Well, no ops featured on Aurora this time around. Hell, only an AK and a MAC-10. Enough utility, though, to potentially frazzle this B site, but it's been pretty solid in the face of the attacks. It looks like Aurora want to go back down to that slower tempo. They started the game with this kind of a speed, really taking their sweet time with these rounds, and they were putting them on the scoreboard. So a return to said pace.
Look at Molodoy with his 13 grand.
Maybe makes sense. Yeah.
Looks like waiting paid off. They can now have a better chance at going B, but you're right. They have been super solid in here.
There's more often than not been some kind of an attack from middle, so you can see that attention drawn by csgo. He's outside the window now. Yuri's got a lot to have to handle, and they are able to break through the tunnel exit. And csgo going down with nothing. Fire in front of Yakindar is going to cause him to pause. Bomb is being planted comfortably under said window. And so, the retake is on.
Do they have upgrades for those weapons? Looks like they find one AK.
What's Madger up to?
Tech 9, the boost comes out for Fallen.
Pressure's on now. Wicadia stuck here with 24 health. Madger's trying to go for that bottom mid flank.
That might work.
Perfectly timed. Molodoy's here. Madger, you've got to make a move. And he's going to gun down the Opper first. Catch them in the window. Surprise, surprise. Wicadia pulls it off the one. Yakindar scoops up the kit. Madger to the op. Calls the bluff. Now that is excellent. The headshot.
Wait, is there time?
Still. Oh, Yakindar, no way. The wallbang kill onto the bomb.
Oh, it's so close. My goodness.
0.3 of a second.
It's crazy how much damage he had to do to get that kill. Whew. Nice try. But still a perfect move from Madger.
This was sick, dude.
Yeah.
Try to get it going. I mean, that just catches them all off guard.
.3.
Double op setup comes out from FURIA instantly for the first time this CT side. Molodoy and csgo.
Successful door cross. Yakindar is in lower.
That's the thing, right? When Woxic is so adamant about holding those doors, it feels like you can go hunting for him in suicide in a lot of rounds.
Yeah,
Molodoy was
a
hoping
lot
it
of
would
things
happen
that
again.
Aurora specifically do, FURIA have been trying to punish. You know, their 5-man plays and everything like that. But Yakindar gets sussed out. Oh man, what a shot. What a shot. He's really come into his own this game after a slow start. Don't see this every day, but it's looking good so far. Trade comes out for Woxic, and now you're all alone, Yuri.
Still thinking about that Tunnels player who tries to pop the vision open, but now Doors is taken over. They're already in the site. Yuri, great headshot to Soulfly, manages. Oh, all three!
Incredible hold.
Yuri with the perfect reposition as well to the front of Plat.
Yeah, that's...
And Tunnels got popped open by Madger, but it was only momentarily. Yuri dodges that duel for that timing and then gets right back to work.
Window players just not even, like, what do you even call that? In front of K-Sharp, just out in the open. It was the perfect place to be. And he was trying to hunt down Soulfly. They were putting so much pressure on the back of the site, but Madger didn't realize if he had pushed out, that was a guaranteed duel one. And probably the round.
Great time for Yuri to put one on the scoreboard. Gives FURIA a great opportunity to tie up this half as we see, again, single AK buy for Aurora coming through to close the T side. They find a bit of free real estate when Fallen's not home. Yakindar taking the scout tag too. That's serious business.
Sticking around.
Ooh. AK's gonna have to get grabbed back up. It's Wicadia's responsibility now.
Wow.
Serrato on the off.
Keep going.
Gives it a bit of a jiggle. Confirms more bodies inbound. The one-off player for Aurora will be Madger towards middle once more. But lower tunnels being taken over by FURIA simultaneously. They lose their vision on long. That opens the cross for the bomb. But now he's been found out. Fallen sniffs out Madger. 4v2 advantage, try to close the half. But there's still a bit of footwork here for Wakati as he closes the distance in on these players, finding himself all alone now and swarmed. They'll put the squeeze on him, and FURIA do come back into this one, fighting tooth and nail for a 6-6 half for what once started 5-0 Aurora. 15 to the clock. It's another close call coming out of FURIA in round 11. Op finds the pit kill. Somebody's got to clear Brolin out of this corner. And here comes Zershin sprinting in through the Moto smoke to send the curveball through.
He can plant.
Again.
He can plant.
Again. Just enough time. 1v3 queued up for Molodoy. Him versus Torzi. And he looks the wrong direction. Does he get wind of it?
Oh,
it's
he must have
right there
spotted.
for the peak, but Molodoy's still hiding, and Torzi doesn't know. He gives up the info, takes the no-scope to the chest, and it's another clutch for Molodoy, his second of this half alone.
Round number 18, FURIA. 5 kills away from the big stage at the Moody Center. They just need to complete this round, and it starts well. Queserato has slaughtered Flammus as he tries to burst through the smoke here. Nice jump up, but Queserato's still out there. That M4 doing all the work. It's a massive quad kill. And he already had he almost had the ace earlier. This time he's going to try and see if he can really complete it. The USB out, and he gets it. An ace to get to the playoffs.
You said Fallen's been quiet on Inferno. Well, he can't afford to be quiet here in round 22. Do they do a contact? Is it really going to be just dry? It is into the orb. Cello activates if he's necessary. Now the nade does chip damage, but still that bomb is under their control. And Fallen steps up, delivers when his team need him most. A triple kill on the orb. Down goes Rek on A, and the job is done. The round is won, 11-11. I know what FURIA are wishing for. Another one of them from Fallen. 4 kills in the round.
FURIA stack those rounds. Monacy uses that moment to establish an angle on Hut, but first shot misses. And there's a lot of movement for FURIA outer. They write off this threat. Kicksand can't get his. This is Yakindar just trying to charge it down. Multiple bodies still, but he doesn't give a damn.
He's not done yet.
Oh, he's just tearing right through everyone.
He's a bulldozer.
Nico, last man standing here inside of the site. It's a quad kill for Yakindar. He will stare them in the face and step up to the plate.
What a monster, Yakindar.
Take a look. Nothing that he can see, but if he continues on this journey, he could have caught them off guard. Molodoy, though, all the wiser. Magazine's
They are
empty.
trading him.
You get Matt.
No, they are trading him.
Sunpius found a kill as well towards A. Molodaw's able to get one.
3 on 5.
Get the 4K, there's one.
Makes it all the harder. 4 shots, 4 health.
This is a crazy play. Senpai's looking for him to go up above.
No kit here for Sunpius either. He's wasting critical time on this, but he does manage to get out. Another missed shot here from Molodoy. Oh. The last shot closes pistol. It almost looked like G2 would take it, but the 5v3, Molodoy the sole survivor. A nice answer from FURIA as Dust 2 went on. We get a tied half at the end, and everybody kind of had a moment there throughout the game for FURIA. Fallen's rock solid A holds, Yuri with that B site 3K lockdown. But of course, as you can come to expect, it's Queserato at the top of the charts.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, dude, he was showing off with the op as well as his rifle. There's some eco kills in there, but it was a 4K single spray eco frag clip, so counts for more. Flash is excellent. Wicadia is dead.
Yeah, no chance on that one, huh? Full blind. There's a world where Woxic still bails them out of this mid-scramble, but now he's smoked off, and they've got only Xantares over towards the B site. Still so much spam damage coming out through that smoke that it does stall the FURIA mid-attack for now, but that's gonna help. Molodoy cracks the B site wide open. We could see a couple players reroute, and the bomb is inside as well, so this will be a tough one for Aurora.
That's like one of those like head-to-heads. Like Molodoy could have waited. All of his teammates were coming up through doors. They have it smoked as well, but him getting that kill allows him to take speed. Totally changes the round. And he had to be brave enough to take that duel versus Xantares. He thought he's for sure going to get his. Yeah, Molodoy's 8-6. 8 kills so far have all been pretty insane. Slow starter, And that's what, I mean, that's probably the biggest thing that's missing from like the FURIA. I mean, the mid rounds and stuff, like all that other stuff is cool, but it also comes because Molodoi does crazy things in the mid round. Or like last year, it was just like nonstop X Factor, just like, whoa, I can't believe he took that duel. I can't believe he won it. I can't believe he thought that would be a good idea. And it ends up winning the round. Like, that was a lot of what made FURIA look right. Him and Yukinder's entries as well. And I think for him, you know, just in these particular matches, as elimination games, it was one thing. But then it started to bleed over to a couple of other moments as well. And I think it's just kind of finding himself again. But it's true they also had some very unique strats. But you remember that was like that train, you know, eco that Fallen would call? It's like all the outside smokes and like run through to inner. It was... They were very creative last year. They brought a different flavor.
Haven't been able to do anything from stopping this catwalk crawl up. Attempt to throw Xanteras the problem, bolstering Woxic towards long, but NCET still feeling prime for the taking unless that Woxic scout is freed up to hold the cat cross. Here we go, a little more activity out of Aurora going for the tunnels push. They'll meet Yuri unprepared.
Oh, he's looking at his radar, maybe?
Was not looking at the center of his screen, that's for certain. Did not expect that timing out of Major.
So the smoke works.
Still feels like a slightly understaffed A site, but Woxic known to do dirty things with this scout. But Molodoi got him back, huh?
What?
Scout v scout combat. Yukindar catches Major.
When did he get clear view right there?
And Yukindar gonna do a great job of making sure mid control is maintained by FURIA. 4v2 post plant looking comfortable as it's not just the lead, but the second pistol, the conversion now. I mean, again, at one point, this was 5-0 Aurora. Now, 6-8. FURIA take it back.
Production, can we get a Molodoi highlight reel right now? Every Molodoi kill. I just want to reconfirm that they were all insane. They can do that, right?
Surely.
Spin it up.
Yeah. Production, can I get an extra lot?
Don't ask while I'm asking.
Not too hot.
Then they're not going to do anything for us.
Latte, double espresso.
That's not even real. What are you saying?
Can I get a mochaccino frappe latte?
Not a Starbucks. All right. Major's still locked in.
Keep the change.
Oh, there it is. Yeah. Okay, highlight.
Damn. Already.
Howdy. Oh, like what?
Okay. We just had
He's
that on
9 for 9 on insane kills.
How come Launders gets what he wants within 30 seconds? Used up
You hear that? You're out of favors.
Out of favors, okay. Appreciate the honesty. Khalil trying to be weaponized, falls down into Woxic. Caserato's not going to let either of you get away with it.
The whole totem pole.
This is quite the little turnaround we have on our hands, isn't it?
Big time.
My
Yeah.
goodness.
I'm loving what we're seeing.
I was worried in the first 5 rounds, I'm not going to lie.
Well, I was also kind of loving that too because Aurora were looking super good. Xanteras was on fire for a second.
Yeah, just a nice slow pace to the game that Aurora had. You know, it really felt like they had full control of the situation.
Uh-oh.
Fly trying his damnedest to bring it back. Look at the health that remains here for 3 of the 4. It's a wild world where these Deagles could still pull it off if FURIA aren't careful about their approach.
You almost wish you have just like a default pistol in this situation. Deagle could definitely let you down.
Ooh,
Is he gonna
smoke
use?
it,
Oh, right, no, he's
smoke
on
it.
the bot. Aye.
Oh, incendiary, excuse me. Okay, gets there on you. That was the fully health player.
Yeah, that's the...
That was the easier of all the frags, and then Molodoi is just going to push right through. Smoke grenade in front of Wicadia. Massive gap. He'll go around that one, no problem, but still working with just the Desert Eagle. No Kevlar versus 3. Not too difficult, but with that angle from csgo, you've got to hit the headshot, and yeah, what you would have given for 5 7s instead.
Yeah, that could have made a big difference. It was a nice full HP kill from Major, but they don't know exactly how low everybody
Track
was.
as well from csgo. You
Yeah.
make sure that Galil can't escape, can't be reutilized elsewhere. 3-round lead for FURIA.
Really starting to fry now.
They have won 9 of the last 10 rounds.
Damn.
This, however, could change things. Santera's opening kill towards long doors.
Wonder if this is a good moment for Aurora to sort of chill. Kinder's gonna try to really multiply its presence. Man, I mean, they're not getting any closer to the mid doors. Soulfly and Wicadia, I mean, that's a duo you can definitely count on in B. But I don't know if this is gonna really feel like a 5v4.
They're kind of ahead of that.
Yeah, they're way ahead
They're
of that.
comfortable
That's
with
a
that
big gap.
timing.
Oh, he's
FURIA
dead.
gonna jump on it. Wicadia from the car, good for just the one.
That was actually just a bad smoke because it just left a gap on the left side of the mouth of the exit.
Right.
And that meant you could come through the smoke, then look around, then swing out. Soulfly just got himself killed.
And with it, the bomb site lost. Retakes on for Aurora. Kits on Major. Flash still for Xantares, goes over top. Doesn't blind anybody.
Risky to try this, man. Full B retake and Madras and tunnel slow? I don't think so.
They've got to let this one go. So it'll be double digits for FURIA. As the winning ways don't stop, and that one by way of a bad smoke from the B defense. We'll see what the cost is at the end of the round, because Major hard committed to denying this exit. But honestly, could still be damn well worth it. Bomb will kill csgo, so be it. This is that opening kill for Xantares, so a 4v5 recovery coming out. Not that bad.
You didn't even have to look. It's an excellent and a happy Molodoy.
No way, they actually brought the coffee. I was like, what's Jonathan doing in here? No way.
No
They
way.
brought
They
the
actually timed
I
that
feel
up.
bad. It's 11 p.m.
Hey,
I'm like,
why are FURIA complaining about late night gaming?
No
Here's
way they brought me
production
the coffee.
making a coffee for Connor
Oh, I feel
in
like-
the middle of the night after giving me a Molodoy highlight sizzle reel.
I feel like
Don't you feel like an
such a
asshole right
prick
now?
Yeah, I
you better drink that thing,
do.
by the way. You better put it in your ass.
Ugh, this isn't even a mocha.
Oh my god.
I kid. Thanks, guys. No way, dude. These guys. Hey, we got pranksters.
You better finish that.
I can't. I
You
can't. It's
better
already 11.
finish that.
It's already 11. It's already 11. It'd be crazy. Be bouncing off the hotel room walls tonight. More than normal.
I was gonna say. What's Molodoy gonna do this time? It's been very mischievous this game. He's looking for kills everywhere. Ah, there's Woxic though.
Damn.
Still
Another
in it,
opening
still
kill.
in
But
it.
remember last round, huh? 5v4 still wasn't enough for Aurora.
Yeah, and that's because their setup was too static.
Does this one look similar?
It does, but in a way that technically, you know, Woxic goes to reinforce the right side. The only thing last time was they just didn't move a lot to go help out B. Now, it's quite a lean towards long, so Madger's not going to necessarily be a part of stopping this. He can just make sure Woxic doesn't have to worry about his flank. But man, like, yeah, this is where kind of like communication is sort of frozen here for Aurora. They're in a position where they felt like job was finished last round. It clearly wasn't. And in this round, they do it again. Xantares has one HE grenade. Got no mollies to slow this down. And the full attack is coming. Lots of flashbangs.
Nade, though, perfectly
So
placed.
good.
You'd feel like certainly this time it's enough, right? Surely. Xantera's burnt down to a crisp. Missed op shot out of Woxic. That
Nice.
second one will connect. And so it's down to the 2 versus 4 with Yuri sitting on 10 HP.
He's
And
doing
if he
something
dies,
crazy.
well, that's one thing, but he goes in for both. Who are you? Molodoy catches the flank from middle. Wikadia's been spotted. Bomb's been planted. And this 2v4 has got 48 health left combined between the two. Kit for Wikadia. I can't believe Yuri got away
what is
with
that shot?
I can't believe Furia win this.
Yuri decided instead of planting to walk slowly around the default boxes and took 2 out at long.
That's nasty.
And Molodoy complements that play.
Not one.
With 2 incredible shots again.
But both. Like when you get the kill on long, I get it. You're trying to do something for the planter.
Oh, that's
both Krags,
crazy.
and that is the final kill.
Molodoy's highlights his games too. They
A
just don't
2v4 from another 4v5 situation, and Furia simply do not stop winning these rounds.
just a-
Add on top of it, a man advantage this time. Aurora's souls have been crushed.
This is the Molodoy we've been missing.
But that could help.
Collat.
We got fireworks for this finale as Furia sprint for the finish line. That's bomb dropped as well towards suicide, so an awkward 3v4 left over.
Almost feel bad crediting Molodoy. Woxic has been in the middle trying to get something back, but Aurora just aren't getting rounds.
T-side takes over all of the A sites. Xantera's totally blindsided by that attack.
Another man advantage, by the way.
Molotov down into the CT spawn, keeps Soulfly out of the engagement for now. Open route for the bomb to come and join them. All of this secured by the off timing of Furia. One step ahead, time and time again.
It's the best 14-9 game, I think, of all time.
And an additional Molotov to just keep them locked out of it. Retake attempt comes through for Aurora. They try to extinguish the flames and play with that timing. But a smoke grenade on site to work around buys a lot of time for Yakindar.
Man, he got the collat, and now he's the last one up versus 2.
Nothing since. 12th round secured. What a run Furia have gone on to reclaim control of Dust 2.
This is classic Furia. By classic, I mean 2025.
And in a messed up way, it's classic Aurora too. How
Great shot, Woxic. Crazy you get an op collat, and that's not the end of the round.
Op collateral in a 4 versus 5 with a
the
4v3 advantage, and you still lose.
Yeah, and you still lose.
Sid says 2 thumbs up. Very nice.
My wife.
A sequence of headshots out of Wikadia. Aurora, again, another advantage. Surely.
Just getting instantly humbled the next round is hilarious.
This has been a perfect T-side for Furia thus far. 6 rounds in a row, a 2v5 this time around. It's just too much for Furia to win this time. It's too much.
The biggest advantage so far. I mean, as long as Aurora chill, Furia won't even play this round. Yep, just roll all the ads
All
right
the
now.
ads,
Yeah,
let's roll them all.
come
Let's
on,
do.
let's
Let's
make
get all
some
the
money
ads
here.
out of the way. Come on.
Let's make our sponsors happy.
Keep them coming.
We got. Yep, that's right.
You can always live trade this game on Polymarket.
It's the Red Bull one. Get the Red Bull one.
One more?
You can squeeze it in. Got lots of time.
You can put us back on camera. You do whatever you want. This round is done. There's no
If
way.
we put us back on camera, you better take a sip of that coffee.
No, please don't.
So
Furia are roasted in round 19. Hey, whoa, caster picture in picture.
Drink up.
No. You know, I think
That
you should
picture
make
in
that.
picture was a little small.
They need to make that. I was gonna say make that box a little bigger too. Why don't you? That's funny. Makes me nervous. That camera's always on. I kind of forget.
Yeah, look for that red light.
This round was done early on.
Well, that's a drop in the ocean, but it's a tasty one.
Salty.
Wow. Aurora look a little salty.
And understandably, they've had some real advantages in these rounds. Like, you actually just can't blame them about the frustration.
No, yeah. I genuinely think you boil it down to just some of Molodoy's kills overall. And then Yuri's play, everything like that. But a lot of Molodoy's op kills, there's pretty much no recourse to like fighting against them. Scout shot on Cat is these op headshots. So many of them. Yeah. And sometimes you see players, they get op headshots where you don't need to aim for the head. All of these kills have been like only your head showing, boom, you're dead. Even half of it, boom, it's a wall bang headshot.
Had some pixel perfect gameplay.
It's the kind of game you finish, you go GG Molodoy specifically.
Right.
You know, it's like, yeah, you really felt that.
You got to give him his flowers. Discredit the others.
High ceiling, high ceiling.
Nice try, J-Raz. Allowed to cross over this time and keep all your health. It's a boon for Aurora. Nice push for Xanteres as well. Risky business down here versus csgo, but it could pay off. Yeah, he gets the drop on csgo and nobody else inside of the tunnels, but what are... Okay, he is lucky to be alive. He just runs back.
No one was behind him because they have Woxic over on A. They get out long. Madger's talking about it. You can't stop it.
Drop by the Galil. The man advantage goes up in smoke. And that lack of an op on Woxic.
I feel like Woxic was maybe a touch out of position because they didn't have to worry about Cat necessarily. He was there on car. Like Xanteres just walked out mid to leave, but no one was there to help Madger. And so it's another 5v4 with an answer. Oh, he's hurt, but still alive.
And just being here is going to threaten this A site for...
Yeah, this
Aurora.
is old. This is old school. You leave one in tit, you go back to B, and the op has this amazing line. They have to, you know, they want to try to come back, get the info. They have to just make sure around 30 seconds or 20 seconds, something, that this isn't being taken, or they gamble against it. They just assume it's a B play. Smoke's going to start to come out. They're going to play reactive to this. It just comes down to Soulfly and B if they want to do that. But they can't, in good conscience, just leave the site.
Nice smoke.
The smoke's bad, though. Yeah, it's really bad.
Soulfly's MP9. Yeah, okay. He is 4 and 13, and that is where this map could end for him. This will certainly help.
Yep.
Quick scramble for Wicadia into middle, catching Molodoy. What remains here of FURIA in their attempt to just totally topple Aurora on Dust 2. It's locked in inside of the bomb site. Head tucked over by car. Yuri doesn't need to pop up for now. Don't be the first piece to get unraveled.
You can tank that.
Keep that head down. Another frag grenade's gonna get him out of there. Well done here by Aurora to get that frag. Yakindar trying to get into the cover. Worried about the tunnels play, but two-step out through the doors instead. Oh, snap from Wicadia. Ooh. The retake comes through, and this is a much-needed moment for Aurora. Wicadia not only with the clean kill on Plat, but remember, wasting no time towards top mid, dealing with Molodoy. That's what got them in on that retake.
Fair enough. That was extremely clean. I mean, they called out that Yuri spot. 2 perfectly placed grenades. There is no reason for him to peek as long as he could take some damage. And they didn't have Molly, so those HEs had to be spot on.
Let's go!
Andrew wants it, and they've just earned themselves an eco. Whoa. I mean, no, that seems nuts, man. Xanteres is in lower. Again, there is an escape plan technically, but he's the only one who would have got vision at the top of mid. There was no way to protect him. And they give a gun over.
Oh, don't lose this round, Aurora.
I mean,
don't do it. Push long.
But like, I mean, no armor. So
yeah,
no armor. The Woxic's opping. If they go cat, this would be the round.
Oh, don't lose this round.
Even if he hits a shot, he's, you know, not totally safe. I think they just need to keep 5 alive to make a real threat of, like, you make a mistake.
Okay. Good shot. Nicely.
Nice.
landed. Woxic turns back to collect the second.
Solid.
AK's in csgo's hands now. There's that looming long threat, but Woxic doing all the heavy lifting he needs.
This
and
Glock.
What are you gonna do, Yuri? Tough stuff. Woxic turns for the 4K, and so Woxic's the savior of this one. Fallen, taking the Glock walk out middle, dealt with swiftly. Let Soulfly rack up some easy kills as Aurora are just 3 rounds away from overtime.
Yeah, nervous moment. It's really strange how they're like leaving Xanteris in there with, yeah, no way to defend him. The first time he got out, got his kill and left, but.
Gotta still believe here, Aurora. They hadn't strung rounds together since the first 5 of this map. Now sitting on a 3-round streak. Push comes to shove, and Aurora step it up. All the way to suicide. Xanteris threatens that lower play again. This would be the 3rd consecutive round that he decides to commit himself to it. But he'll just play on the brink of it instead. Tech9's on the approach. He's gonna catch off csgo, and he is in and out. With support behind him, utility to try to chase, but Fallen comes through with the kill off the Tech9. So good on Soulfly to still here and tether off it. You've got Wicadia through the window as well, so now suddenly this tunnel push could be well timed. Molotov on Wicadia's feet, but it awkwardly bounces behind him, so he's able to just maintain this position. Galil in the middle of it gets dropped. Close door threat by Yakindar dealt with, and Molodoy, 50 health, 1v3, is all that FURIA have left to bank on. Fake plant, good challenge. Wicadia right there. Unlucky Molotov, the way it kind of pops up into the air.
That looked ridiculous, yeah.
Allows Wicadia to go off for a couple more kills.
Just some weird edge on the wall, but it looked like it was perfectly placed, to be honest. And so that clutch is huge. Gets them the Glock save into a half buy.
Highest percentage of op shots while standing completely still. Whoa.
How do you even? I
was gonna say,
you could just be making these up at this. I mean,
wouldn't good counter strafes count as standing still?
So everyone else is shoot. So he's
I don't know. How do you? I want the.
Yeah, how long
I want
are
the
they?
science on that one,
How long was
buddy.
he standing still?
Yeah.
A frame?
Where do these numbers come from?
He just wanted to write 6-7. That's why he did that.
Oh, that, yeah.
Oh.
We're on to you. Back to the serious business that is this Aurora streak. 4 rounds in a row to get to double digits. It's a respectable score at the end of the day. It's just that nature of FURIA dominating for X amount of time. Round wins in a 13-round sequence. All they've got to do now is tiptoe over the finish line, but you've got Woxic ahead of you, and he has been solid as this game's gone on. Oh, Xanteris quick to respond to csgo, who's dropped with nothing to show for it. Yuri out middle, but still, this Opera's gonna get caught. Yeah,
what?
They let him drop his guard, and then they suddenly just pop out from catwalk. Madger's gonna try to recover it with the flash up high. Player stuck in elbow, looking to keep him on the corner, but Madger and Xanteris come back together to combine and shut this down. Aurora won from overtime.
I can't believe they pulled off that situation. And shout out to Madger for jumping to the call of duty right there, right at the corner of Carr. Hit that headshot right after Walks got caught off guard. That would have been full tilt. That finish would have increased the bitterness to a level I think we've never seen. They thought for sure it was a mid-beat. No way otherwise. Woxic drops his guard. And I'm shocked he even gets away with this. Yeah. This is a crazy comeback out of Aurora now.
2 comebacks within 1 game.
Yeah.
It was a 5-0 start to the game for Aurora. It would have to be a 6-round streak to end regulation just to get to overtime. Hell of an opening, hell of a close. That'll be the formula if Aurora have any chance at winning this first map of the series. There's been so much Xantera's presence down in tunnels. If you're Yakindar, you've got to be on high alert. That's not the case this round.
I like this much better. You know, if Woxic's over here, I'm sure he just feels like I might bring the op, but like I could get smoked and flash back and then I'm useless anyway. Xanteras has a rifle in a spot where it can be a lot more fluid. Counter smoking to be.
SoFly's been having a rough match.
Oh, both out?
From Platt.
Totally called.
2 players do make it through middle. Xantera's gonna pop that smoke open, but he doesn't catch the player walking up. He knows that there could be that threat, so he'll soften one up. Still unable to get that confirmation though. And now Wikadia's got his third. SoFly collects. What a streak of rounds from Aurora. They felt dead in the water at the hands of FURIA, and instead a 6-round sequence to push OT.
That's one of their best comebacks, man. It's not one of their longest per se, but the quality of those rounds was absolutely fantastic. And they seemed to get better as the rounds went on. And it started with that double nade to Yuri on that B retake. Already such a difficult position to start from, and you saw how much energy Madger brought to that moment. I thought, no way, after what? Moldoy hasn't got a kill in any of these last rounds, by the way.
Bit of a disappearing act. Feels like he hasn't gotten a kill since that collateral.
He was 14 and 10.
FURIA better think up a solution quick, because this momentum's real for Aurora.
He nearly struggled too hard to put out TYLOO. We saw that match on an overpass. Came down to the final round. And a rare overtime here at this event. Oh, a little patience. That works.
Nade well placed. Molodoy down to half. Xantera's waiting for the finish on Molodoy, but he's stoic on that corner. M4 instead finds Fallen's head. And Woxic peels back slightly here. This is going to be Aurora giving space over to FURIA, but Queserado's locked in, catching them off. A back turn to him, and Wikadia slain. Madger slides out, and Queserado whips back. 30 health left over, but what a moment there for Queserado to take the first round in OT. Or at least to set up the Woxic denial. Sure enough, Molodoy's got it covered.
Just after that entire comeback, and this is the round they lose. It was such a good start to this moment. This is great from Woxic, and I mean, but Queserado sitting in front of the smoke, and they just walk backwards through it. Obviously, SoFly is trying to clear it on the outside, but every single kill, talk about a turret.
Madger had a chance to get that kill when he peeked out long, but it wasn't a long chance at all. Great reaction to Queserado for getting shot in the side. Clash set up on long here with Woxic on the corner, and they're gonna try to pounce that. Good flashbang catching. Madger in transition to the corner, chasing down the Opper, but he'll get away into the at least cover of the CT cross, and Woxic comes right back in, plucking Queserado off the round. No multi-kill this time. Xanteras takes up the mantle. Yakindar's got the trade, and the bomb's opened up for the crossover.
They're gonna flash again?
Low health Opper sitting up above, and in through comes Wikadia. He gets the multi-kill this time, but then Yakindar burns him out from beyond the grave. And while Molodoy's fallen absent as this second half went on, time for the clutch. Up close, but blindsided by Soulfly. Aurora's answer immediate.
Yo, this game has it all. This one goes back and forth so many ways. You think FURIA have this in their grasp. And it feels like no matter whoever is playing well in the beginning of the round is going to lose. They take long control, they jump out, everyone's blind, free kill to start off. Yakinder, if he didn't shoulder peek that, would have got a second one.
Double op comes through for the triple for the T side. Making the most of that money. Yeah, Fallen's got Xanteras just going for the mid peak. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they're drinking coffee too.